sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time, all the time. If I could meet you, baby, I can teach you how to let your head down and be a freak, singing like a Anita. Sweet love, have you thinking about a preacher? Also how I need her. Girl, we can kick it. Have you ever had Chinese after 9 on a Friday? It is so different. Cuddled up tight, perfect like a fitted. Arm around me, then you pick your head up for me to kiss it. Stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time.
Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This believe. Here's some seeds, grow some trees. Ain't no smoke, it's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why art doubting? They're not like me, my eyebrows too intense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like Dwayne Johnson. Teacher said I'm trouble. Once I clocked my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see. Other creators be perceived as fly. You're whipping right, but off IG, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to vend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters drool, they're watching me.
Haters discretion advised.
Oh me, oh my, I just want...
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Hello everybody, welcome to the Esports World Cup 2024 Roundtable for Overwatch 2. I'm Matt Mr. X, joined here by Avril and Jake. How you guys doing?
I'm just happy to be here, man. I'm excited. Let's get this going.
What about you, Avril?
Excited, man. We got the best teams here, so huge event.
We do have a lot of teams here. We'll start with the best region, North America. Jake, give us a little bit of recap of like what's going on in the Overwatch scene for NA thus far.
Yeah, I think anyone who hasn't been watching North American Overwatch right now, there's not actually a whole lot you've missed. I think Toronto Defiant is just sweeping everybody. They are #1 with a bullet. There are some contenders in the form of M80 and Nightmare that are going to be here and maybe try to shake things up. But Toronto, I mean, no one, they've looked untouchable in North America right now.
Yeah, they've been awesome in North America. Probably the biggest story is that they changed to Toronto Ultra, so they go from black and red to purple now. That's probably the biggest story out of NA because they've been great. Not able to get it done though in Dallas for international competition.
I mean, I think it's fair to say that that was an underperformance for them. They feel like that's not good enough for them as a team. They have higher aspirations. And so here in Riyadh is this kind of time to prove it.
Yeah, this event for them, and I'm sure probably you feel as well, is like if you can't perform on the international stage, like it doesn't really matter if you just, beat the doors off of everybody in NA. Like, this is what the team is made to do.
The expectations for Toronto are still really high because you look at the other two NA teams, M80 and Nightmare, they're going to be, they'll try to be competitive, but really it's about Toronto Ultra. They are the team that holds the flag for North America to try and have some sort of output versus the other international teams. Step one, they got to beat the Europeans because they failed to do that last time.
Yeah, the Europeans are good. I want to move on to the best region, though, as we think, potentially. APAC, Avril. I know you love everything Korean Overwatch. Give us a recap of everything that's gone on for that region so far this year.
Yeah, for sure. You said best regions like in APAC, that's got to be OS, right? So OS is bringing the best team in. No, you meant Korea. So Korea is bringing 4 teams in, so that's pretty huge. Dallas, we had 2 Korean teams, and they already showed how good the top 2 in Korea really is. Those same 2 teams, Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, are back here. They dropped 0 maps to either NA or EU in Dallas, so that's a pretty big achievement. Also, I think a little bit expected, maybe especially now you look at hindsight. But you got 2 more Korean teams. You got Fnatic and Zeta division as well, also very strong. Bolstered teams with a couple of added additions to the roster to make them even stronger. All super teams, all probably vying for a top 4 spot.
And what do you think, Jake, about the Korean teams coming to this event? How do you think the ones outside of Falcons and Crazy Raccoon will perform?
I think that's the biggest question mark. That's where teams like Toronto Ultra, Space Station Gaming are probably going to look most competitive and have the biggest chance to upset. But honestly, I think I wouldn't be completely shocked to see a Korean top 4. I mean, the Korean Overwatch is historically incredibly competitive, best in the world. And so, honestly, I expect those teams to do super well. But I do think there is a drop-off after Falcons and Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah.
Those 2 teams are just absurdly dominant. The Zeta Division and Fnatic, competitive, very strong, but not at that next level.
Well, you mentioned EU, and I think we can kind of jump there.
Yeah.
Space Station's been really strong.
Yes.
Same with ENCE, all season long. I think both those teams have a fair shot against just about anybody here, right?
Especially the weaker teams from Korea. I honestly think, Ray, if you look at Dallas, Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, these are the tournament favorites, and it's pretty clear to me that they are, right? I think if they were to lose to anyone but one another, it would be considered a huge upset of the tournament. I mean, it's not just that they won, right? We knew, okay, they'd be strong teams, but back in Dallas, they didn't drop a map. I mean, absolute overperformance against teams that were really trying to be competitive. And honestly, these are also 2 of the most flexible teams in the tournament. You bring in something like Hero Bands, I could see a team like Space Station taking a bigger hit from that than some of the other squads.
Well, before we get to the Hero Bands, because that's a completely different topic, really interesting. We'll talk about that in a second. There is like a little bit of an outlier here too, because we have LGD, right? We haven't seen any of these players from China competing in Dallas or WCS all year. What can we expect, do you think, Avril, from them?
I mean, they have had to do a lot of practice in short time, so they got Rush onto the roster. Rush, you'll all remember from Dallas Field back in the championship days, and they brought the squad back. They brought the 5-man squad from the Overwatch World Cup, Team China. We also talk about Hungary Spark in the Overwatch League. That same squad, their power level, very well known. We know what they're capable of achieving. The question will be, how prepared are they for this event? Because they are far less practiced than the other teams. They've had far less time to prepare, and they have, in some cases, quite limited hero pools, but what they are good at, they're extremely good at. So their placement could be extremely high, or they could underperform quite heavily this tournament.
What do you think?
I think they are definitely the wild card of the tournament. Like the team that genuinely could go super far, but could also be eliminated early. We just don't know. I think with the format change, with the lack of practice, lack of prep against other teams, I think that's really something that the fans are going to have to just wait to sink their teeth into.
Yeah, they could struggle to get out of groups. They could be top 2. I mean, there's really like such a crazy variance with LGD because the players are so talented. We just haven't seen them in so long. Hero Band. So this is the first time we've done this in an event for Overwatch. It's something a lot of people have wanted for a really long time. I know Jake's written up tons of tweets that probably like 4 people have read about them. How do you think it'll actually play out? I'm a bit curious. I'm also like a bit scared because it's the complete unknown.
I think it's great. I think the version of Hero Bands we have is probably like the best version that I've seen. It even surprised me because, we talked a lot about how many should you be able to ban. Do you want to have a protect system in there as well? All the ins and outs of the banning has been discussed to death, as I'm sure, Jake and I, we both talked about this for a long time. But the version that we have now where essentially you have a system where you can ban a hero and the other team can't ban that same hero, but whatever hero you ban, that category, that role, can't then be banned by the other team. So if you ban a D.Va, for example, the other team can't ban another tank. So you actually get to protect a hero within your role and eliminate a hero at the same time. So it's very strategic in that kind of way. So I think it's going to play out great. And the ban only lasts for one map, so you can't reban the same hero multiple times. So it's not going to just completely remove a hero from the entire series. And if you're Gushue, you want to play Winston, you'll get to play Winston at some point because you can only ban it one time.
How do you think it'll play out?
You know, I think this is really going to benefit the most flexible teams in the tournament, the teams with maybe whether it's a bigger roster or a smaller roster, just those individual players who can handle everything, who can handle every different style that you could possibly play in Overwatch. Those teams are going to look incredibly strong because anyone who relies on one clear theme. I mean, I look at teams like Space Station, like LGD, right? LGD, monstrous dive team. I mean, the team from China in the World Cup just put up incredible performances. Talked about Gushue and the Winston, but those teams that's like their core style, their foundational style. Their Space Station loves to play Rush, and LGD, they love to play Dive. Even though you can't ban any one hero over and over again throughout the series, there's a lot of heroes they're relying on in that composition, and I think it really does make it very hard to be a one-trick pony team, especially at this level of the competition. I mean, I'm looking at Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. They can play anything. Like, I don't know what you ban against them.
What do you guys think will be the most banned hero this week?
Lucio.
That's what I was thinking too. I was like, you know, if there's a character that you take out of Overwatch and the game changes completely, it's Lucio. I mean, he enables so many different things outside of Lucio. Do you have another one?
I think the support category in general, because you know, you have Lucio, you have Bap in there as well. I think Ana and Brig, all these types of heroes that enable specific compositions. You're not just going to see bans towards that, but I think you might even see some potential throwaway bans just to protect the category. So, you know, you might want to protect the Lucio. So if you're Space Station, get a ban in the support category early. You might want to just ban away something like a Lifeweaver or an Ana, just something ridiculous, and then, you know, that way you protect the Lucio from being banned altogether.
Yeah, that seems like it could be a strategy that teams go for. Like,
I don't think you're going to throw away your ban. Like, I don't think people will ban Lifeweaver.
Yeah, you want to throw away.
You could just ban Ana if you wanted to.
You'll ban something
relevant, right? Yeah. But I think you make a good point. I think support is going to be the most contested ban category, just because support really, as much as people talk about the tanks in Overwatch and you see that as defining the game, in the end, the support utility is what really differentiates different comps. Like, to play Dive without Ana's Biotic Grenade at the professional level is kind of a questionable idea. Like, maybe it will work, but I'm not convinced. It'll be a unique style. It's a hero we really want to see in that type of a comp. So maybe you'll see a Lucio carry version, but that really does change things. And so honestly, I think we'll see a ton of support bans. But then as we get deeper into a series, teams have already banned support enough times. They're running out of relevant heroes to ban. Yeah. I think we could see some tanks starting to get banned. Yeah, right? we could see more impact there.
Well, you can only ban, one team can ban the support, the other team has to ban a different role. So at the end of the day, I think you're going to see support being a contested category, meaning that whoever bans first is likely to look at that category as number one, that role, and then you're going to start looking at the other roles like damage and tank, and probably DPS, in my opinion, will be the least touch role.
I don't think it would even get banned once.
It's not the most impactful role to target for a ban. I think it'll be support's number one priority, then tanks.
Yeah, that seems like a throwaway. The DPS, I think, like, tanks and supports are just so impactful overall, like you were saying, just like where they kind of hold all of the kind of utility. So I want to get to predictions. We're running out of time. I'll start with you, Avril. How do you think this will go? Who do you think will take it? Give me your grand finals matchup.
It's going to be Crazy Raccoon's Falcons again. Jack's going to agree in a second with me anyway. So yeah, it's those two teams are by and far the best teams here. They have the highest level of talent, the highest level of flexibility, and that's just been proven across all the events that we've had. We've seen them in Dallas, we've seen them in the Asia main event, the finals of the LAN as well. Those two teams just clear every other team. But to expand further on, just to make it more interesting, I do think Fnatic and Zeta Division are most likely top four. LGD has a very strong wildcard shot at making that top four as well if they come in really, really strong.
Yeah, I think, I agree with you. I think Falcons and Crazy Raccoon are just the strongest teams of the tournament. With their performance at Dallas, it's hard to predict against them, not dropping a single map to teams from other regions. I mean, that's pretty compelling. However, I do think this is an event where I really want to see a great performance out of the Toronto Ultra. I want to see Space Station potentially making a run if they can find their way around the hero ban system, maybe using it to their advantage, protecting some of their own styles. However, I just think overall for the whole tournament, I do agree the Korean teams are probably going to be dominant, but I'm hoping to see some of these other competitors from other regions really make deep runs and potentially even upset some of these powerhouses.
I think Crazy Raccoon will win. I think LGD is going to go far. I think those players,
I want to see it, right?
Those players have so much to play for because they don't really have anything else throughout the entire year, right? So this is their one moment, one opportunity in international competition. They've always performed well. And I think, damage dealer, an uncontested category potentially in bans, right? I think the tanks will definitely hurt them a little bit. But the fact that they can have, two tremendous damage dealers with high, just hero pools and be able to just run crazy. I like a wild card as well. I like a little bit of a gamble. So I think I would go with like an LGD, make a deep run, but still lose to Crazy Raccoon. Thank you guys so much for joining me here today. That's been the Overwatch 2 Roundtable here at EWC 2024. We'll see you next time.
The time has come for Overwatch to step out onto the Esports World Cup stage, and it is going to be beautiful. So let's take a closer look at our contenders and their road to Riyadh. 16 teams from around the globe entered the competition for the hefty prize pool of $1 million. And it all began in Asia, where 4 teams punched their tickets. Most notably, the 2 tournament favorites, Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons. Fnatic and Zeta division are also fielding fearsome rosters that stand a real chance at delivering a slate of top placements to Korean Overwatch fans. Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon deserve an extra special mention though. The Asian Finals was just the first chapter in their rivalry. The incredibly competitive OWCS Major Finals in Dallas was the second. With 2 title matches in the history books, these juggernauts stand at 1-1. Perhaps now is the time for Sir Majed and his crew to avenge their loss in Dallas and seize the throne. But where 2 dogs strive for a bone, a third runs away with it. A third or a fourth to be exact. I'm talking here about none other than Space Station Gaming and ENCE. Both teams that not only love playing against each other, but also left Dallas with confirmed spots at the Esports World Cup and decisive victories over their North American counterparts. Let's not forget that thanks to Crazy Raccoon lifting the trophy in Dallas, one more team from their region could start packing their bags for Esports World Cup, and that lucky squad is Bleed Esports. Later on, makers booked their ticket straight from the land down under with a dominant, even uncontested sweep of the Oceanic qualifier. In the EMEA region, Space Station Gaming and ENCE had already claimed the top 2 spots via OWCS qualification, so many European squads battled it out in the Faceit League for the remaining EMEA qualifier spots.
Down, Space Station Gaming are going to wipe the floor with ENCE.
The teams to rise above the fray were Gladiators, Twisted Minds, and virtus.pro, who clinched their spot in Riyadh by the skin of their teeth.
Strike 2! Wait, Crocs just went demon mode on the ride.
North America was also something to behold, with Toronto Defiant steamrolling the competition, M80 following in second, and Nightmare putting together a miracle run to secure the last spot in the NA region. In South America, Rock couldn't contain their happiness after an incredibly close qualifier finals to earn the chance to represent their region on the global stage. And to top it all off, the dark horse of the tournament, LGD, received their direct invitation and will represent China in their one opportunity to take global glory this year. And there you have it. 16 teams vying to be immortalized in the annals of esports history. Only one can be crowned champion of the Esports World Cup.
Impressive, is it not? It's our Esports World Cup Club trophy. I'm Elashan with you at the heart of Riyadh here at the Boulevard. We're ready to continue Esports World Cup. This week, it's all about Overwatch. So let's get it started.
It's the last day of group stages. 16 teams fighting for a chance to win it all.
12 teams move on and 4 go home.
What's going on, guys? Killers and Avril here, and we are by the hydraulic press, and this thing is about to get some use here today.
That's right, starting today, we're gonna get some eliminations going, and eliminated teams will have to place their keys inside the press and crush them along with their hopes and dreams.
That's completely correct, and of course the champion is going to be able to select 3 of their opponent's keys and place them in the base of their trophy, so the stakes are high. Dreams will be crushed, and we're about to find out who's getting eliminated here today.
And the winning team will be able to take this frame in my hand here and put it in the totem behind me, immortalizing themselves in esports history. Not only that, but the key in the center will go into their trophy, along with 3 keys of their competitors which were crushed.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big question. Which keys do they take from all those competitors that attempted to immortalize their team but failed?
So, 4 teams will go home today. 4 keys will be crushed. The final day at group stage at the Esports World Cup Overwatch starts now.
From around the world have made their way here to Riyadh, and 4 will be going home today. It is day 2 of the Esports World Cup featuring Overwatch. Welcome, everyone. I'll be your host, Daniel Digon Gonzalez, breaking down all the action, but I'm not alone. Joining me is the best in the business. It's CP and Hex. Guys, day 2 is here.
Yeah, and day 2, if it's anything like day 1, let me tell you, you got a lot to look forward to because we don't even have enough time to recap all the ridiculous action that happened yesterday.
This is the day where your money's made or you're going home. Like only 3 teams out of each group get to move on. Also, the first bye round is on the line. Plenty to play for today.
Yeah, it started pretty standard, no upsets at the beginning of the day, and by the end, we had a couple of teams wondering, oh no, we were favorites coming on in to win our group, and now we're potentially looking at a flight home as we take a look at the 16 teams that are here for the Esports World Cup. 5 from Europe, 5 from Asia, 3 from NA, and 3 invites.
I mean, the team that we're going to talk about throughout the day, everyone's going to look at is going to be Fnatic. There's a big storyline that we got to go through there. A storied esports organization picked up this all-star team, some of the best Korean players in the world, and really disappointing results.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about the opposite end of the spectrum. The other team we're going to be talking about a lot is virtus.pro, where a team that no one really had a lot of expectations coming into this, and yet now everyone goes, whoa, what is this team going to do? Could they potentially win it all? And the answer may be yes.
Yeah, again, because all the teams here are playing for a massive prize pool, one of the largest in the Overwatch circuit, a $1 million prize pool with $400,000 going to the first place squad. And like we said, 4 teams going home only with $10,000. If you're able to make it on out, you double your money.
Yeah, and look, there's a lot on the line here, and it's not just money, it's also pride. These are all competitors, and no one wants to take a long flight home knowing, oh man, we could have done better.
Yeah, well, not just pride, my guy. We talked about it a little bit in our cold open. One of the coolest trophy systems in all of esports here, Hex.
It's just being able to physically destroy someone's dreams. It speaks to me as a person. I love it. I think it's really cool. It is actually the best trophy system I've seen in all of esports. And all of my many years of esports, I am getting old.
Don't worry, man. I know Hex might be getting old, so we have a little reminder for him and all of you at home that haven't seen it before. Let's take a look at how the trophy works.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
All right, friends at home, just keeping track of everything. Keys, frames, that goes into the totem. If you win, you get the game trophy, and then, of course, the club championship after all of it. There's a lot of parts in there, but what's your favorite part here, ZP?
I mean, my favorite part to all of it is the fact that, like, you just get to memorialize taking it from your opponent. So you have it forever, pretty much, and it's great.
I just look at that as going to wider things, like a whole organization. We have this team, we have this team, we have this team, and as a whole now, as a club, we've done this as an organization.
Yeah, and of course, we've got the big trophy right on here, the club championship, which you gotta win at least one of your game tournaments and have yourself immortalized in the totem if you want to be part of the overall Esports World Cup Club Championship. Got a little explainer for you on that one right now.
Third week has passed here at the Esports World Cup, and another 2 big titles concluded their tournaments. And we're here to bring you an update to the event-wide Club Championship, where teams compete across multiple games, and the top 16 teams at the end of the event will take a share of the $20 million prize pool. Let's take a look at how the ranking looks ahead of week 4 and which teams inch closer to the top. Thanks to their great run and a 3rd place finish during the Riyadh Masters 2024 Dota 2 tournament, Team Falcons are now a whopping 2,950 points in the ranking, establishing themselves as a clear leader in the club championship. And it might become even more concrete after Overwatch 2 and Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women conclude, as their teams enter the stage as one of the favorites. And if they push through the survival stage in PUBG Mobile, we might already be looking at our winners. At number 2, we have Team Liquid, which added a nice 600 points to their score after the 2nd place finish at the Riyadh Masters 2024. Having now 1,150 points in total, they are also one of the top dogs in PUBG Mobile. So a solid 2nd place is well within their reach. 3rd place currently goes to Natus Vincere, which took the rankings by storm after their spectacular run in Counter-Strike, where in the playoffs, they not only took down FaZe Clan, but they also managed to stop Mouse, and the grand final defeated the mighty G2, claiming 1,000 points and firmly establishing themselves in the race with 1,110 points in total. Hot on their heels are Gaming Gladiators, a team that showed a great performance in Dota 2, all the way to the top where they took down Team Liquid, adding 1,000 points to their pool, which is now 1,020 points. And that pool might soon grow even larger, as Gaming Gladiators will compete this week in Overwatch 2. At 5th place, we have a tie between T1, which dominated in League of Legends, and Selangor Red Giants are Mobile Legends Bang Bang champions. Both squads accumulated 1,000 points so far, however, they have no way of raising that score anytime soon. Things are about to heat up in the rankings, so make sure to follow this week's tournaments in PUBG Mobile, Overwatch 2 and Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women, and see esports history in the making, here at the Esports World Cup.
That's our update of the Esports World Cup Club Championship. And for a little bit more insight on the team side of things, joining us is head of APAC of Team Falcons, Chris Chung. Welcome, brother. Thank you for spending time with us today.
Nice to be here, guys.
Yeah, so let's start things off the top. How do you feel about your overall standings in the club championship so far?
Yeah, I mean, we're feeling pretty good about this. The whole goal coming into EWC this year was to, obviously win the whole club championship title. But not only that, with all the titles that we're all involved in, yeah, but we're feeling really good. It's definitely really great that we have 2 titles under our org so far. So that relieves a lot of pressure off of all our other teams. But doesn't mean that we're gonna let the foot off the pedal. So, hopefully we keep going on from here.
Yeah, ZP.
Yeah, my question would be, as you're looking at the competition round, specifically within Overwatch, what team are you most excited to play against, and maybe what team surprised you?
The team that excites me the most is obviously Crazy Raccoons. I mean, we've been, this would be our 3rd final if we both make it to the grand finals.
Success mindset, right?
Yeah, right. It's like we're kind of sick of facing them, but at the same time, I think it's great that, we're kind of starting the new storylines within OWCS, or just the whole Overwatch esport competitive scene in general. So definitely looking to kind of get revenge on them. But I mean, obviously very respectable opponents. Teams that, surprise us. I mean, Fnatic in a way. I mean, obviously no one was really expecting that to happen. But I think with all the new implementations that's happened, I think a lot of teams are kind of scrambling around. So, surprised, but at the same time, not surprised. So, yeah.
I think we'd all love to see a Falcons Raccoon final, but you still have some work ahead of you today, playing both Twisted Minds and another team that, once again later. Can you tell us how you're feeling about both of those matchups?
Yeah, so both teams, obviously, we can't really fall asleep on them. We didn't expect Twisted Minds to really 3-0 once again. Obviously, they have really great players on that team. And yeah, I mean, I believe we have the best coaching staff in the entire tournament. I've also been working with these guys for about 6 years, so these guys work tirelessly. So I believe that they're coming out ready, and same with our players as well.
Chris, you said that the goal for Team Falcons is to win overall, right? To win the club championship. What would that mean to you specifically, having invested so much time and energy into getting the teams together?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would mean a whole lot, especially not just for me, but just everyone that's been tirelessly working. Me and the rest of the people that are working on esports. We're working on multiple time zones, and it's been months and months after just talking to each other night and day. So we did put a lot of work into it. So we're just aiming for the best. So yeah, it would mean a whole lot for sure.
All right, hey, everyone, just claps in the chat here for head of APAC, Chris Chung, everyone from Team Falcons. Thank you so much for your time and your insights on everything that you guys have done for preparation and what you guys are looking towards for the rest of Esports World Cup.
Thank you.
All right, well, standing by right now, we have Achilles and Avril over at the Totem. Guys, take it away.
What's going on, guys? Achilles and Avril here, and we are standing by at the Totem here at EWC. Now, this is representative of all the teams that have had success so far, but down below, the crushed remains of the teams that have been eliminated are there.
You can see all the frames of the successful teams who have won the championship so far across all the games. A couple familiar names up there, but they're all fighting for the club championship, share of that $20 million. Namely, we have Team Falcons that have already won twice, a big favorite for Overwatch as well, currently leading the club championship. If they can get Overwatch, they're going to be very far into the lead.
That they are, but of course, Crazy Raccoon right there challenging. But already we've seen here in the opening days a couple of upsets, so things are getting stirred up here in Riyadh. So we don't know what's going to happen quite just yet, and we don't know which team is going to find themselves up here on the Totem at the end of it all.
And who's going to get the keys crushed at the end of it? 16 of the best teams. Who's going to rise to the top? Who's going to fall?
Well, thank you very much, guys. Again, at that Totem, that will stay here in honor of the first ever Esports World Cup. Only one team can put their frame on in there and be immortalized, as ZP said earlier. And the way to do it is through the format of this year's Overwatch competition here at Esports World Cup, where we are uniquely set up with one of the newest things that we've ever done in Overwatch here, ZP.
Yeah, that's right. And it's hero bans. You cannot go and use the same exact heroes in every composition. And it's really mixed things up, and it's really given some teams a lot of trouble that you wouldn't expect, especially teams that have players that play a lot of iconic heroes, like, say, Space Station, where they'd run the same thing every game if they could, but now they can't.
Yeah. Well, we've got another friend of the team who is standing by right now with a little video to explain everything about our format.
The stage is set and our contenders are ready to fight for fame and glory, to be immortalized as Overwatch's finest. So let's take a look at how it's going to go down. The tournament is divided into 2 phases, group stage and playoffs. In the first stage, teams are divided into 4 groups and the matches are played in a single round-robin format. All matches are best of 5 and top 3 teams advance to the playoffs, going to the round of 12 or straight to the round of 8, depending on their placement. Last teams are eliminated. In the playoffs, all matches are best of 7, and it is a classic single elimination bracket, do or die. However, to make things more spicy, round of 8 and round of 12 matches will be using a drafting system. In the round of 12, seed 2 of each group selects their opponent from the pool of teams that finished seed 3. And in round of 8, the winner of each group selects their opponent from the pool of teams that survived the round of 12. And now, it's time for the creme de la creme of our tournament format, hero bans. Each map, both teams will have the option to ban a hero. While 1 or 2 hero bans might seem insignificant, at this level of competition, it will dramatically reshape the game and force every team to continuously innovate throughout the tournament. We'll have to see how it all plays out match by match, but personally, I can't wait to get started.
Guys, I still can't get over Jacob. Creme de la creme. He can't wait to get started. Thank you very much, Jake, for breaking it all down there for us. So again, 16 teams down to 12. If you're first place in your group, you are automatically into the top 8. And then if you are second or third, you have to play in that round of 12 to seed into the top 8. The way that you choose your teams is that it is by group name. It's actually second place Group D will pick first, then Group C, then Group B, then Group A. And then once those teams win, the first place of Group A will get to pick, then Group B, then Group C, then Group D. Anyways, that's a little bit further down the road now into the rule specifics. Hero bans, and you saw all that text that was there. It's been a unique wrinkle here, Hex, as we've seen it kind of evolve, but what are your thoughts on the hero ban system?
I think there's a lot of teams that have a really good grasp of it and some who are kind of struggling, that they're trying to get their notion around, we're going to this map and we're going to make this ban. And even beyond bans, there's kind of a protect system as well. Is that if we want our Lucio, we're going to ban Ana, and it kind of works as a double-edged blade, as it were. And also, like, being able to pick maps is such an important thing. If you go back to the history of Overwatch and really structured competitive play, there are a lot of times where this map, this map, this map, this format, this type of map are coming into play. And now that it's all wide open, we're seeing the level of strategy really get to the next level.
Yeah, ZP, what has jumped out at you about our whole system?
I think the biggest thing is that you have to think like 3 steps ahead. Sometimes you might have to make a suboptimal choice in what you're banning on map 1 because you know it's going to set you up for map 2 or map 3. You have to keep the entirety of the match in mind, not just where you're at, and really make your bans count.
Yeah, and of course, it all comes down to being single elim once we get to those knockout rounds. No double elim, so you've got to be able to win right on the spot. I think it leads to this very brutal kind of contest. It's in the group stage, teams have been trying to hide strats, but you know, teams like Fnatic now that are gone 0-2, they need a win, or you make it into the playoff rounds. You got to win right away here, Hex.
Yeah, it's kind of like that's the gambit that you're making. We're going to hide strats. It's like, oh no, we just lost a map. Oh, we can't hide strats, but like now we're down 2 maps. What did we just do? So you really have to balance, like, do we think we're going to beat this team that much? And there's been a lot of teams that I think people overlooked as gimmies, and that we've seen strong teams look past, that they're like, no, not at all. I mean, you think of Nightmare, you think of virtus.pro. Fnatic expected to be 2-0 right now, and that's just one example, just because Group D was at its way, but we're going to see that go throughout, that teams really can't look past any team in this tournament.
Yeah, and one of the last little factors here in terms of how strategy comes down from a team aspect is the map pool. Obviously, we start on control, but then from there, it's the loser's side choice, and we've seen a couple times here, ZP, where teams are picking some weird stuff afterwards. We think that they would go, to hybrid or something, and instead they're forcing Flashpoint, and all of a sudden they're down 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, teams also have their preferences, right? Like you look at Bleed Esports, and man, are they good on control and Flashpoint, but then when they're up against some of the more veteran teams that they go to hybrid or escort, they fall apart a little bit. So for some teams, they kind of have a road paved for them of, we need to win on these game modes, and you'll even see that they're probably optimizing their hero bands to go, let's make everything good for this. This is where we want to win.
Yeah, and so far, I don't think we've seen Ilios on control. It's mostly been Busan to start, and then we got to see at the end of the day some Lijiang Tower on control. It starts on control and then moves afterwards from there, but it seems like everyone's picked Flashpoint second. I rarely have we seen that, because those two map modes here, Hex, feel like the ones where lower skilled teams, lower experienced teams can find upsets.
Well, Control has always been a more volatile, a team that is maybe not the same high skill level. It's not really the biggest strats ever. It's, can I win the first fight? And usually the team that wins the first fight is going to have a huge advantage winning that whole stage and then going forward. And then Flashpoint is kind of the same thing 5 times really quick.
Yeah, well, we have seen multiple huge plays yesterday, and that was only day number 1. For you guys at home that might have missed the action, not staying up until 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning, that the 3 of us did, we've got you covered. We've got the top 5 Aramco plays from yesterday's action as we take a look at some of these moments. Again, it's been a beautiful sight here at Riyadh in the Boulevard, but we had some big plays here. This is virtus.pro and Fnatic.
Yeah, virtus.pro Fnatic. This is kind of the first match where it sort of went, oh, today's going to be interesting. And yeah, good stuff there.
Well, that was
this one was off stream, yeah.
Yeah, Donghai coming in was a big turnaround for them, but just quite not enough. And then, of course, we've seen Devo Bombs go absolutely nuts. Get a remake kill, Devo Bomb, Bead Bomb, all the bunny ears in the kill feed.
Yeah, ENCE has been looking pretty good here. We got to see this one live. This was our first match of the day. The Toronto Ultra lost one game to Gaming Gladiators. Jake was a little worried about how it was going to go, but the rest of the squad, they were constantly pushing back into spawn over Hollywood.
And here we go, another look at Bleed Esports here. They didn't quite run away with this one, but a lot of that had to do with Kevster. Kevster was just playing next level all day long. One of the best tracers in Overwatch history and hasn't lost a beat.
Yeah, Kevin Person is his name, which is exactly what a robot would call themselves.
Yep, and here is one of the most star-studded players. You know, how many accolades can we talk about Lip, who's just been a dominant DPS player throughout the whole OWCS and Overwatch circuit?
Often voted as the best player of all time. Just talking about his history and everything he can do. Yet still sometimes when I watch him, it's still surprising sometimes. It's just better and better and better every time I see Lip play.
Well, you know what's not surprising? Where Crazy Raccoon are in the standings as we take a look at how things shook up after the first day and what teams are on knockout watch, upset watch there. Divert your eyes from Group D if you're a Fnatic fan. We'll get to that one in a little bit. Crazy Raccoon and Toronto Ultra on top as expected. And if you go down almost every group here, it has gone the way that we thought it would. And what's not on there is maybe Bleed at 0-2. Have looked good, but they're still 0-2.
Well, that's the big question too, is we were talking about that maybe yesterday setting it up as we worked through the many hours of matches, but that MED versus Bleed now both at 0-2, that's a knockout match. Like whoever wins that match gets to stay in the tournament. Whoever loses goes home. I love those kind of matchups.
Yeah, 2 of the groups, Group C and Group D, got to play 2 matches last night. So we're going to see a lot more of Group A and Group B on the mainstream today.
Yeah, and then when you do look down towards the Group D end.
Oh, you brought us there, Z.
No, I won't. But Group A and BB, I mean, look, it's kind of standard, but there's also a lot of room for variation.
Well, here is today's schedule, starting off with Crazy Raccoon and Gaming Gladiators. Again, Gaming Gladiators have already won in the club championship through Dota and have had huge success there, but this squad, they need to get it together. Crazy Raccoon going to be a tough test for them, and you go down. What matches jump out at you here, Hex, when you take a look at this schedule?
I think maybe match 4 is what I want to see. I want to see if once again can bounce back, but it's a really tough opponent in Falcon. I think everyone kind of comes into this, and I know on paper hasn't been the best barometer based on what we saw yesterday, but on paper, everyone expects to see Crazy Raccoon and Falcon again. It's what we've seen in OWCS Asia, it's what we saw at the Dallas Major. We expect those teams to clash again, and I think that they're on a collision course yet again.
Yeah, well, we'll see how they do there. We've had some huge plays in the game, but outside the game, these players have huge personality, and we've got them here with our Pepsi reactions. Some of the pop-off moments, seeing all these players that are familiar, maybe players that have retired, like Fearless coming on back and having the opportunity to show what he's got.
Yeah, Fearless coming in. Look, you kind of wonder is like how much playtime is going to get. Bernard's really, really good. But Zeta, they have really min-maxed getting the most out of two phenomenal tanks. And with the way hero bans have gone, they got options no matter what happens. You cannot ban out Zeta, and that very well could be their key to the tournament.
The player reaction was the best part of yesterday. Just being where we were in the arena and just hearing it in real time behind us, these teams going nuts when something great happened, even when like Bleed was coming out early and they would take a first map that no one really expected, like hearing them go nuts. And it's always been the best part of being live, in person, in gaming events, watching the players react. It is the pinnacle of esports.
Yeah, I love the call out there with Bleed because we have to give the call out to the pride and joy of Boise. That's a clear who was doing huge stuff there on the tank play. And then the VP game, we were there. The VP was popping off every single time they won a map against Fnatic. And, you know, it's that kind of personality that we love to see. Thanks to our friends over at Pepsi for capturing the Pepsi reactions from yesterday. All right, now next up, I'm just going to read what's on the card because I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, it says, toss to Danny to see what he's up to. So, Danny, take it away, brother.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here. I am here at the Jamil Motorsport Museum to talk about the Jamil Motorsport match of the day. And today it is none other than Team Falcons versus Twisted Minds. This is going to be a big one. For my prediction, I mean, Twisted Minds had a really great win yesterday, but I got to go with the Falcons. I mean, from their performance from the DreamHack Dallas, they came really close to getting the #1 spot. But I mean, they also got the home crowd here. So on top of that, Team Falcons is just a scary team, so I gotta go with the Falcons. Desk, what do you guys think?
I think I'm going to go with what Danny said. It was Twisted Minds and Team Falcon, his game of the day, but the ALJ Jamil Motorsport game of the day, I believe, is Crazy Raccoon and Gaming Gladiators. But Danny is right. Those two squads here that are Saudi Arabia organizations, very proud. And, you know, we saw a very big surprise from Twisted Minds earlier. They looked pretty solid because of the tank play from TVNT.
Yeah, we're going to get to that matchup too, but it is nice to see them back in full form. There's been some roster fluctuations, but I think they've got some players now in the positions that they need to be to succeed, so really the sky's the limit for that squad.
All right. Well, now it's time for us to get into the next matchup, and that is for you guys at home to play along with the STC Play audience predictions. Head on over to stcplay.gg, put your predictions, and you can guess alongside some of the best here that are going to be predicting. That's right. These two.
Did you watch yesterday?
The ZP stands for zero predictions.
Yes, actually, they missed almost all of them, except I think you got one. Which one did you guys get right?
I got Zeta.
Yeah, that's right. Hex forgot because you didn't get too many right. All right, let's take a look at this matchup that we have behind us. It's Crazy Raccoon and Gaming Gladiators. Now, Crazy Raccoon, one of the best teams in the world, coming off the Dallas Major. Gaming Gladiators, they took a map that looked okay, but this is, you know, one of the greatest to ever do it. Lip and the rest of their squad up against a team looking to try and just get some momentum.
This is my team to win it all because I just picked the chalk, as it were, the #1 seed in my opinion. They're coming off of 2 championships. They won the OWCS Asia region, they won the Dallas Major, and they've done it in a lot of different ways. And you know what the scary thing is? We almost are able to overlook Lip, and we're able to talk about so many other players. For my money right now, Junba's playing the best, most innovative, interesting tank in the world.
Yeah, and I mean, you take a look at just how deep this team is, right? When you can look at the team and you don't immediately say, oh yeah, it's just Lip. It's like, no, it's Lip plus 4 other people, also just ridiculously good, right? And this is kind of what you need when a new meta hits. The very best teams, they'll adapt to new metas with no problem because they're just that good, they're just that versatile, whereas other teams, they need more practice, and this tournament right now just hit right after a patch. So Crazy Raccoon, they could not be better positioned to run away with it.
Yeah, we're starting to see a lot of flexibility being a good part of it. On the opposite side, Gaming Gladiators, they have to figure it out now. They lost their first game, but trying to find a way back on into the standings. Remember, in the group stage, you're trying to at least get third place. Third place is okay. It's going to be on the back of their DPS, Exodio, who had some good plays there on Hitscan, but wasn't able to get anything going in terms of multiple map wins.
I suppose my question ends up being the versatility of Exodio, because I know how good his cast can be, but we saw cast fall a little bit out of favor in forms of longer range Hitscan. A lot of that is map dependent. Are you picking maps that are really going to take advantage too? Naga can step up. We've seen Naga take to the sky several times. There is potential on this team, but you are going up against Titans.
All right, ZP, quick point.
Yeah, I mean, quick point here is that, like, I agree with Hex when it comes to the meta right now is that there's a, cast maybe not as much, but Ashe play came in huge yesterday across the board. And also Pharah, I mean, really, you can play most anything, but you got to play it well and also within the bands.
Yeah, well, look at those predictions at Gaming Gladiators with 58%.
All right.
The Gaming Gladiators fans are awake. The crazy Raccoon fans still waking up right now. But don't worry, when we head on over to the stage over at the Qiddiya Arena, they're going to be ready to go as we have the intros for all of the teams heading on into today's matches. It is a big, big day here because the bottom teams will be heading on home. Who will be making it on through to the elimination round? Let's find out together.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Overwatch at the Esports World Cup. Coming at you live from the Qiddiya stage, live in the heart of Riyadh.
My name is Fancy, and with me is Milaj, who will be your host throughout this week that's full of constant Overwatch action.
Now, yesterday opened the doors to the group stage as 16 teams have entered the gauntlet, but today we'll say goodbye to 4 of them.
Here at Esports World Cup, eliminations are brutal, as every team is holding a key. A double-edged tool that signifies the ultimate victory at the trophy and the totem, or the key that's going to be crushed along with the team's hopes and dreams.
Absolutely. Now, Fancy, we can sit here and talk all day, but this stage is never complete without the players that do the talking on the lobby itself. So, how about we introduce our competitors?
And that we will. We are ready to bring to you the first group that's walking on stage. And for the first team, please welcome Space Station Gaming. They are no strangers to big stages as they qualified through the Overwatch Champion Series in Dallas. Many consider this roster the best Western team, and they are looking to continue their dominance in Esports World Cup.
Next up, please welcome to the stage, Fnatic! Fielding the Rookie of the Year 2023 and 3 Overwatch League alumni, they placed 4th at Overwatch Champion Series in Korea and Asia as Team Yeti. Their fight for triumph under one of the most decorated esports organizations continues today.
Up next, please welcome virtus.pro. The org might be new to the Overwatch stage, but these players absolutely are not. They come in as the 5th seed at Face It Master EMEA and look to prove their mettle against the best.
And a final team from Group D, please welcome Nightmare! You might have known them as Timeless in the past, as they impressed with a 3rd place finish at the North American Road to Esports World Cup. Can they live up to their name and be the cause of their opponent's sleepless nights here in Riyadh? One of the many questions we look to answer.
That's it for our Group D team. But now, up next is Group C. And for the first team that's walking on stage, please welcome Zeta Division. The team evolved from their roots as From the Gamer, now proudly representing one of Japan's most prestigious orgs. They have battled their way to this stage by qualifying through Overwatch Champion Series in Asia.
Next up on stage, please welcome ENCE! Semi-finalists at the Dallas Major. Thrice runners-up in EMEA in 2024. Their motto is easy for ENCE, but will it be a statement here at the Esports World Cup or a question that will remain unanswered?
Up next, it is M80. They secured their spot at the Esports World Cup through placing second at Face It Master NA. They may have faced a tough day yesterday, but now they are eager to bounce back and make a strong impact on this stage.
Next up on stage, last from Group C, please welcome Bleed Esports. They come in representing Southeast Asia, formerly known as DAF. The young team may have suffered losses in the opening day yesterday, but the stage is a completely different beast than the studio. Seeing success here is a test of true calm and focus.
That's it for our Group C teams, but up next, we have Group B. They are ready to walk on stage, and for the first team, please welcome Team Falcons! You have seen them in every event and always flying high. And here in the Esports World Cup, they will settle for nothing less than gold. This roster might be from Korea, but here in Riyadh, they are at home.
Following up, please welcome OALGD! You know the caller of this roster as Hangzhou Spark and as Team China at the Overwatch World Cup only last year. They are masters of reverse sweeps and look to recover from yesterday's loss on the Gladiators stage today at the Esports World Cup.
Up next, playing on their home turf, it is Twisted Minds! With 3 reigning Overwatch Cup World Champions on the roster, they started off the year strong by winning Champions Series EMEA, dominating local tournaments, and now they look for international gold.
Next up, please, joining us, Makers! The Oceanian squad was known as the greatest showmen. They dominated their region in 2024. And here in Riyadh, they look to impress with more than just a few magic tricks on their international debut. Makers!
That's it for Group B teams, but now it is time for the last group on this stage. First team that's walking from Group A, it is Toronto Ultra. The winners of NA Champions, winners of NA Master, the North American hopefuls, a legacy of competition spanning years. They are here to show dominance once again. Let's see what they can bring on this stage.
Next up, please welcome ROC! Our mostly Brazilian representatives were previously known as Loaded and were absolutely locked for competition in South America. Here at EWC, they look to make their home region proud. And again, their international debut.
That brings up the tally up to 14 teams. But now it is time for the last 2 teams that's walking on stage, that's taking the first opening match of Overwatch Esports World Cup on Gladiators Arena. And for that team, please welcome Crazy Raccoons. First at Champions Series Asia, your Dallas major champions. They strike fear into their opponents' hearts no matter where in the world they're playing. And you bet they're bringing the heat onto this arena. They are now placing their key, hoping to keep it up safe by the end of the day.
And their opponents, please welcome Gaming Gladiators! The European team has been all about up-and-coming European talent ever since their inception as Team Preps. Their trajectory has been on the up and up, and today, at their EWC and international debut, they have one thing to say and prove to the world. The key is set, and they want to tell you the future is now.
The keys are placed, the players are ready, so let's get it on.
welcome to day 2 of EWC Overwatch 2. I'm Achilles here alongside Avril once more, and we will be taking you through the action here for the first couple series of the day. Starting things off, we've got Crazy Raccoon going up against Gaming Gladiators.
You wouldn't think we'd be stuck in the side arena for too long. Look at that stage. Kadia Arena on board. Teams bringing their keys out. Somebody's going to get it crushed today because we are in the elimination stage already. Day 1 was all the pleasantries, getting everyone eased in, but day 2, we're going to start sending some teams home.
That we are. 4 teams going to be departing, having those keys crushed by the end of it all. As we take a look, though, we're going to be kicking things off here in this series over on Lijiang Tower. First ban out from Crazy Raccoon, and it's going to be Ramatra off the board.
Ramatra, okay, this is a team that yesterday we look over towards the Game and Gladiators side. And, I mean, what the Crazy Raccoon's bans, first of all, before we even get there, I don't even think yesterday's bans really relevant for that team. So we're going to see the real bans from Crazy Raccoon today. When we look over towards Peps, who did they play yesterday? Toronto Ultra. They ended up banning out a Sigmund, Anna. I mean, even a Widowmaker at one point. Ramatra starting out map 1 Lijiang Tower, taking off some of that brawl competition straight away off this map. And we're looking over towards the control centers. I don't even know if that's something really that Crazy Raccoon want to play. Like, when I look at Crazy Raccoon as a team on Lijiang Tower, you have Jimbin that can bring out the ball. They can play the Winston as well. Max, we're looking at a lot of D.Va gameplay. They played a little bit of Zarya yesterday as well. I don't think Ramatra was really going to be that strong of something, you know, to come through.
Alrighty, well, Brigitte off the board, Ramatra out. Let's see how things do look here, because of course, Crazy Raccoon, I mean, you heard it right there in the introduction, ushering them out onto the stage, the team that strikes fear into their opponents' hearts. These guys have been collecting accolades around the world, first over in Asia, then at Dallas, now looking for that EWC trophy as well.
Crazy Raccoons, as mentioned, pretty easy opening yesterday. Didn't get a real feel for where their power level was at.
Only the 1 series played.
And honestly, for Game and Gladiators, a little bit more. I mean, they had to go up against Toronto Ultra. Took 1 map off of them as well. Honestly, you could say that's even a tiny bit of upset that was on the Shambali Monastery. Otherwise, 3 down, Busan, your Queen Street, Hollywood. Did a little bit of damage there. 1 round capped on Hollywood. Game of Gladiators, I think this is a team that really needs to look over towards their region mates virtus.pro, because this is a team that has Naga on the squad. They have the capability to play Pharah. We looked at VP and their successes and a lot of their upsets. Sorna playing the Pharah, I think it's going to be kind of key. And you have Naga that's just as good, probably even better on that Pharah, if that's something they can move towards.
Alrighty, well, we'll get ready to do battle here as we jump into Lijiang Tower to kick things off. It's going to be Control Center here for our first sub map. Hello, we're on camera. We'll get ready to see what kind of compositions they do have for us. Again, Ramatra as well as the Brigitte are going to be banned away here for the first map. So curious to see what kind of adjustments we do have. For now, we see Max at least hovering here on the Junker Queen.
So I think Max will be mostly starting out for this tournament here. Very off-tank favored. Jimbin might come through for a little ball at some point as well. And his tread that would have probably favored the Ramatra coming through on this map. Very fast roll up from Crazy Raccoons going on top side. Game of Gladiators. There's Naga on the Pharah. Something I did actually want to see. Let's see if they can get that to work.
And Lip there on that venture getting tagged up pretty early on. Is able to go ahead and escape, so avoids getting taken down. Naga hovering around half HP, but seems like everybody for now going to be relatively okay, but he's not going to go diving in. Able to find the opening kill. FD God similarly under fire. Will falls. Lip gets a piece of the action, and that is going to be a very one-sided affair coming through here as Crazy Raccoon starting things off nicely. Get the cleanup, get the extended team kill, and we'll get the first cap.
I don't think Gamer would have expected that Crazy Raccoon would come through with this kind of all-in composition off rep. Usually you'd see this one with the Malga, right? In the past, in Dallas, we saw Malga with Venture and Genji. Today it's going to be Max and the Jungle Queen. So with Malga having been nerfed a little bit, Space Station didn't do too well in the Malga. Not sure if I'm a believer in that particular healer.
Yeah.
Crazy Raccoon isn't so far. As Tread swaps over to the Queen, gonna get him a
forward push coming through here. Crazy Raccoon, look at them just trying to hold them at the spawn door. Tread gonna be taken low, nearly eliminated, but finding some sustainability now as Immortality Field has to be invested to try to bail out Max. Heals continue to come through. Chorong down to about half HP, but he's gonna be sustaining, and that's gonna be Shu getting first up towards that Amp Matrix. Chorong similarly beat now online, and he's gonna drop it immediately as they look to go aggressive. FD God nearly with a beat of his own, but can he pull the trigger? It looks like it's gonna be too late as Tread gets taken down. Now, Exodal gonna be eliminated as well as the cleanup can continue, and that's gonna be 40% now achieved for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Gonna be spawn camp here as well, just the minor one off the choke. It's gonna force Game and Gladiators to burn some ultimates just to get out. Level 1 Crook most likely with the Katsuna Rush. There's still other members further behind. As a reminder, Game of Gladiators had to swap this comp after the first fight, so they're behind in several ways. They're 2 fights down now. Fresh comp on that second fight, going to number 3. Here's the Kitsune.
Lip opening up, though. They try to save him off, so beat has to be dropped by FD God on the approach. Blade now going to be pulled here from Heesung. Just looking to carve up Tread and is able to do so. Shoot going to be traded out. This is Exodial able to find a singular kill here, but still not getting themselves realistically onto the point. They don't have that Junker Queen there in the front to try to lead the charge, but Naga does get the better of Heesung, now has a blade of his own. Rampage going to be denied away. Huge boop coming through. Just going to be FD God getting caught up there by the ENCE, but he's able to survive. Naga down to 14 HP, looking for a little bit of healing, down to 6, and the sustain comes in. Lip at the same time, able to find Exodial, but then it's traded out, but Shu on the return finds FD God. Crook taken low, just trying to keep Tread alive, trying to get that Rampage online, but the flip is still not there, and Crook is going to be taken down. Tread, Naga all falling to the wayside. Now it's a singular ult to work for Gaming Gladiators, but they cannot get back to the point. It's 100-0 to kick things off. Crazy Raccoon coming out strong.
Crazy Raccoon just leading the way the entire way through. I mean, we're looking at the fact that the momentum was just on their side. They're the spawn camp, going 2 fights to run, including the neutral, forcing the comp swap over on the side of Gaming Gladiators. They were just going to be behind ultimates. Tread never managed to get a Rampage the entire way through. We saw the Blade coming through Naga, but honestly, not to any great effect. And every single point on this map so far, it's Crazy Raccoons having the initiation, having those first picks, having all the advantages, as you'd expect.
Well, kind of setting the tempo, setting the expectations here. Perhaps our Crazy Raccoon, Gaming Gladiators. Well, we already knew coming into this, the onus was going to be on them to level up the performance, to be able to step up to this squad that has been just dominant throughout 2024 thus far. Crazy Raccoon, they want to continue on their warpath. As a quick TP forward, swap over onto the Tracer Echo. Going to be matching on the opposite side. Just the Kiriko versus Ana is the key differences here.
The flies do come through. Again, Naga had the option of going towards the far. We were going to see a hit scan, particularly on this map. It's going to end up being the Echo versus Echo. Now, basically the same on the same sides. I did mention, of course, Kitsune Rush, Kiriko for level 1 Crook. Tread sleeping off the opening. That's Exodial on the shoot for the start.
Able to find one, but Heesung going to be taking out Naga, so DPS for a support here. Strong. Likely going to be more than happy to just go ahead and get all that extra healing across to build up towards that beat here, but FD God not too far behind. Max in a pretty dire spot here. HP bar going to be hovering low, needs some heals as Shu gets ready to return, and that should help surge forward to go ahead and get that first nano online. But for now, Gaming Gladiators occupying the point a bit, chasing forward, looking for some kills, but still holding the point itself and looking to get the initial cap. Contest starting to come through as they continue inching forward. Shu under a little bit of fire, does manage to stay alive.
Nearly got the kill to Shu there, Exodial. Almost to the pulse point. Crook going down at 97%. That's going to affect the opening for Gaming Gladiators. I mean, they have the point unlocked, but they're down members. Importantly, Tread gets DMech here as well. Crazy Raccoon should get the flip imminently.
Yeah, pulse bomb in just to go ahead and help break down that D.Va mech. They go ahead, finish him off. Baby D.Va now eliminated. Naga can't really stick around. Will end up falling. It's just going to be a minor delay here from the side of FD God as ultimately the extended team kill will come through, and it's only 15% accrued for Gaming Gladiators.
Crazy Raccoons don't even have to burn any else for that as well, minus the pulse bomb, of course. Gaming Gladiators, 15% lead. That'll go through very quickly as it'll be passed by Crazy Raccoons. Kitsune Rush still on board, but there's plenty of counters to the other side. Now, Crazy Raccoon can do so much against it. They can even just bail out, disengage from it entirely, counter beat versus it, and Gaming Gladiators get across this bridge first of all. It's going to have to be the Kitsune Rush across the bridge to even get them there, which just allows Crazy Raccoons back to the point.
I mean, using that kind of in response to the nano, but now the beat's going to be there on the opposite side. FD God has his, and as he drops it, Crook is going to be taken down. He's unable to find the melee hit just milliseconds before that shielding would have saved them. And Shu will get traded out 1-for-1 in that regard. Now the dupe is going to be coming through as Naga goes for a copy, similarly to Heesung here on the Divas. So multiple Divas now in play, but Naga going to be demeched. Heesung seeking a little bit more, also offering up some protection. Dashes back around, looking to try to hound down Exodial, but can't quite find him. Lip will fall, but ultimately it's still Crazy Raccoon holding the line, holding the point, and now moving up past 50%.
Gaming Gladiators are still kind of hanging around at the moment. They want to regroup a little quicker here. Tread had to go off the map to even regroup with his team. And no important ultimates to be able to get them into this fight. To be fair, both teams do not have support ultimates currently. The Crazy Raccoon still incumbent on that point. Exodial finds something here. Almost solo on that point for a while.
Decent damage being found, but Stain coming through. Lip just dashing back, keeping himself safe. Megapack's not there, but can rely on the healing here from the supports to try to keep him alive. Flip is back in though. Gaming Gladiators in control for now, but Max able to hound out Exodial, finds that pick. Pulse bomb now out of the equation for the fight. This is eating quite a bit of damage. Does have that self-destruct, but with the supports now starting to fall, it might just have to be a full reset once again here for the side of Gaming Gladiators, but they're going to be running out of time.
least they got the flip over. If they hadn't got that flip, this would be the 99%. It'll be really tough for Gaming Gladiators. So moving back over towards territory for that Katsuna Rush. Next fight, we do get those Katsuna Rushes coming on through. It's going to be Chorong having beat what FD doesn't. Him dying here and Chorong and Shu living the entire way through. There's going to be a mismatch on support ultimates for what could be and probably will end up being the final fight. Zeta still need to wait for him to come back as well.
Kitsune versus Kitsune. FD God needing to try to catch up here. That sound barrier is going to be ever important. Meanwhile, Heesung similarly lapping Naga, nearly having that next dupe available.
Raccoon getting aggressive.
Yeah, he's just diving in on top of him. Heesung finds that elimination. Shu will get traded out, and that's going to be crucial. So now Crook goes ahead, opens up with the Kitsune Rush. Pulsebomb going across, Max low here on HP in the mech, but now Sound Barrier comes through onto the 4 remaining players. Another D.Va into the mix once again here for the side of Heesung, trying to build up towards that second selfless block. Max going to be sending his behind the pillar, and FD God taken down, Lip with a punish. It's an absolute catastrophe. Self-destruct for Tread, looking for a little bit more here, but he's going to be broken out of the mech just as quickly as he got back into it. Crook tagged up as they seek targets. Exodia will come up with a good one there as Lip falls down, finds another one as Heesung will be eliminated, so maybe this isn't quite over yet. Max going to be taken out of the mech, and suddenly the DPS from the side of Gaming Gladiators coming alive when they most need it.
My goodness, Exodia, the Spanish demon coming on through, saving the day. If it wasn't for that, that would be lights out, map gone. Gaming Gladiators survived by the graces of the Tracer play. And FD God, look, I'm not going to go too hard on that because he had to use a sound barrier. He only just barely gets a sound barrier. He's got to go through it. If it lands, his team wins even harder. But he must make that play. It's just really well played by Lip to be able to see that and get FD God down before the sound barrier.
Speaking of FD God, continue singing praises as he's able to go ahead and take Heesung out of the sky. Gaming Gladiators now pushing past 60%. Tread looking to just hold on the bridge, but right now, big advantages to the side of Crazy Raccoon as Heesung's going to be swapping over onto the Pharah.
I thought it would come through eventually. Naga's going to have to want to pressure Heesung out. Might be something just to confuse Gaming Gladiators a little bit. I mean, it might be a little bit difficult here as well because Tread has the D.Va. Naga now swapping, or rather duplicating over towards the Kiriko and hoping for a double Katsuna Rush here at some point. They'll have the timing for it.
Slow moving on the build up there, so dupe likely going to be lost before he can actually get the ultimate off, but let's at least offer up some additional healing in the for the time being. It's right back into the Echo form though. It's a little bit of damage. Lip wants to pop that recall nice and early, and Exodial's there to capitalize. Finds the pick off. Lip taken down. Katsuna Rush now invested here from Crook. 99-99 on both sides. This Gaming Gladiators look to try to extend this into a third and final round. Max going to be D-Mech, has the self-destruct to try to create some space. Can he make it back in? There's sliver of HP remaining on that BBD. Looks like he does manage to make it happen. Naga going to be taken down, but Shoot again back into the respawn room, waiting to rejoin Tread. Similarly, self-destruct available for him to try to extend this even further. Heesung taken down. FD God, the beat, it goes off. It catches onto Crook, but nobody else. Two players shielding up. Chorong trying to get his own beat online. 97% would love to have that to try to save Max, to try to save Lip, but they've already fallen to the wayside. So similarly, it's just going to be a beat here for the support to try to keep things extended, to try to turn the tide to the fight. But there's so many players here from Gaming Gladiators that they get overwhelmed. The objective is secured. Gaming Gladiators take away a round, and that extends us to night market.
And the fire swap for Heesung does not work out. I mean, it doesn't really surprise Gaming Gladiators at all. Certainly not going to put the pressure on enough when you have Tread on the D.Va, Naga still on the Echo. But importantly, this time, you have a situation where Crook has a Katsuna Rush, no support ultimates, no real ultimates online for Crazy Raccoons at all, and a massive round victory. Again, saved by the fact that in the critical fight where FD God gets Ajaxed by Lept, Exorial is able to save it with the Tracer, and then even in subsequent fights, the Tracer, I don't want to say different, but surely, I mean, Exorial's prowess so far on this map has to be talked about.
No, for sure. Very much making a name for himself right here. Incredible performance to start things off now. Tread going to be coming out the gate here with the D.Va. Max, however, pivoting over to the Zarya, which can have that advantageous fight as far as the tank battle is concerned.
Okay, we did actually see Max on the Zarya yesterday. I wonder if that was going to be a real pick or not. One other Zarya, I believe, was also played by Bleed. Player jumped on that, Lip straight away on FD God. That's the 5v4 before the point unlocks.
I was wondering if we were going to be seeing the cast coming through, and yep, Lip able to find that opening kill. Gets a nice headshot there on to Crook to nearly take him out, but he is successfully able to pull back over in towards the dropship. But now, big pip for Gaming Gladiators. Exodio going to be matching on the cast. Naga deciding what he wants to do. Lands on Venture in the end, but Tread is coming out with the Malga.
Nearly an all-in composition here. Exodia would have to go over towards something like a Genji to really lean into it, but the cast will be fine here as well. Just a counter shot potentially on towards the Zarya. I mean, Malga versus Zarya, it'll be an interesting matchup. I don't think Zarya can really keep up. Not entirely sure if Zarya is particularly that great on this match. Max might actually want to go back over towards the D.Va.
Oh, well, Exodio going to be taken down. Shu is able to find that kill. Point already captured for Crazy Raccoon, taking up to 25. Energy, bit of a slow build here for the side of Max, so isn't that big critical threat that you have to be overly concerned about as the Immortality Field comes through, and Lip takes quite a bit of damage. Is able to pull back safely over towards the point for the time being. Now popping the Deadeye, looking for a target. Burrow coming through, Naga just looking to escape. Everybody else just having to play back, deny that line of sight, wait out the ult.
Now time to just flip through the ultimate. Shu next, then Chorong. As Crook's Katsuna Rush is not going to give Gaming Gladiators what they're looking for. And seeing if they can really push the Zarya out with this Malga as well. Zodial nearly on that Deadeye. His damage is decent.
They pushed him away. Amatrix does come through. That's going to be the beat dropped here by both of these Lucios. Full shielding coming across here on the side of Crazy Raccoon, and he's unable to collect the kill. As Exodio will get taken down now. The floodgates have opened up, and that's going to lead to a damn near team kill. And there it is, just about. As Crazy Raccoon looking to run away with Night Market.
I mean, this is getting dangerous for Gaming Gladiators now. They're so far behind. They've used ultimates. They haven't been able to get any value. No cage online for Tread just yet as well. They shouldn't really be getting out-poked here. They need to be able to actually get these full engages in, have the all-in strategy that they've been looking for with this comp, and that's why you run the Venture with the Malga.
To try to get that ultimate online here for this Venture. A little bit more oomph behind the push.
Might be hard to survive against the Grav Assault because all they really have is the Suzu versus that. It's that plus the Cardiac Arrest, I guess.
Well, grab here on the corner. Exodio popping the Deadeyes, instantly going to be dealt with. Now the Pulse Bomb coming through with the Big Bang combo, and Crook gets annihilated. Not going to be able to see that Kitsune rush here. As, yeah, I mean, we can hear Naga popping the ult, but everybody else is falling to the wayside. The Deadeye is there to protect the point. A solid effort from Gaming Gladiators to be able to extend this to 3, but Crazy Raccoon take the final round of Night Market 100-0.
We just start swapping compositions, move away from the Diva Mirror onto the dive, and suddenly things look a lot worse for Gaming Gladiators. I think it looked much better with Exodio on the Tracer there, and it's crazy because he's normally known and famous for those hard hit scans, but it just didn't look like he had, you know, the ability, maybe didn't have the space to play through. They just didn't have the ability to sort of match the firepower on Crazy Raccoon's Lip off rip with opening kills onto FD-God, giving the 5v4s and containing Gaming Gladiators mostly towards the spawn, and none of the ultimates from Gaming Gladiators really having that much effect at all. I don't think Tread actually even got a cage at the end.
No, couldn't make it happen there in the end. I mean, the late adjustments just kind of not really setting them up for success. I mean, it was some necessary pivots, but it never really came to full fruition. Crazy Raccoon, once they got ahead, there was no catching up there for the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Well, I do think the win on Garden rather is really important because that does show that Gaming Gladiators have the capability to compete. You know, we're looking at a bunch of these EU teams that went to boot camp in Korea, and you know, it's basically all European teams minus ENCE. So Gaming Gladiators with their VP, with their, you're seeing the level up here. They took a map of a Toronto Ultra yesterday. They took a round in the opening map versus Crazy Raccoon today. Can they actually push that further and get a map where slowly we're discovering what are the winning matchups for Gaming Gladiators? Where can they actually get these wins, and what are they losing on?
Well, that's the first map done and dusted. Of course, the pick is going to be there for Gaming Gladiators, so curious to see where they want to take us to try to find the most success they possibly can get. But for now, we'll pass it down to the analyst desk to break down the action from Lijiang Tower.
Thank you very much, guys. Great to be able to hear both of y'all on the call after the long night that we had last night. Crazy Raccoon just dominant here, but a surprise by Gaming Gladiators to kick off the first map.
Yeah, I mean, they came in strong and they were at least able to make it competitive. That's what you like to see versus just, you know, 99-99. But man, the one thing you see here coming in from Crazy Raccoon, they have the biggest mark of a good team, which is that their movement is ridiculous. Even when they lose a player early in fights, they're able to back off, re-engage, and not actually lose the fight. Most teams in Overwatch, you get an early pick against them, they fold. Crazy Raccoon, it's not over until they're all on the floor.
They all know they can trade 1v2 if they have to. Literally every person on that team feels they could probably 1v5 if they had to. What I really kind of was concerned about towards the end is watching GG make the composition switch towards the Maga and Venture, which is a really interesting comp because it gets really aggressive. It's really in your face. It's supposed to do the overrun and you stomp in and then you use the passive abilities of both of them together and you're just this big ball of damage. I would have liked to see maybe roll a Genji in there too and maybe force the fight to happen on the point. The problem is they're getting caught out in the open, and then there's nothing to stop the Grav. And I don't remember the last time I saw a really good Grav Pulse Bomb combo. Brings me back to the good old days, but a questionable composition in the last 30 seconds of the fight especially didn't work out for them.
Yeah, and I mean, look, while we're talking about compositions, the other thing I gotta highlight here, going all the way back to Control Center, is that the level of comfort in Shu versus Crook, where Shu was on the BAP and Crook was on the Kiriko. Shu was just sitting back, landing lots of damage, very comfortable, good immortality fields, and Crook was running for his life all series long. So I know Kiriko can work, but you look at how it played out here, and the map just worked out so much better for Crazy Raccoon and the comps.
Yeah, but honestly, here on point 2, it was very, very surprising because we picked up our chairs. We're like, all right, 2-0 done and dusted. But it was a great effort there by Exodio and the rest of the DPS to get that round there. You're thinking, all right, maybe we got a chance. Maybe we got something to do here. Not the case at all. It was 100-0 on the final map here, and it was pretty brutal.
Yeah, it was a great point though by Emerald, because that is going to give them confidence moving forward, that they were able to hang with them. If all of the other 2 stages were like Night Market, it becomes a different kind of mentality going in. But being able to pull off that second stage, especially because it was dirty. It just everything broke down. So everyone's just having to do individual performances. FD gets the barrier late. People are coming in. Exodio gets the tracer kill. So they were able to hang. And like you said, this one's not over. And even though it's a lost map, it's not one of those like, oh, we should just pack it up. It's like, let's go. We're ready.
Yeah, and this is what you want from a team that has the puncher's chance, as you like to say, right? Maybe some knockout power, but yes, we might have gotten bodied on Control Center and Night Market, but in the other one, we still got ourselves a tie, and this is where you got to be careful of upset power that we've seen so far throughout the tournament here as we take a look at some of the maps that we have left.
Yeah, and when you look at the maps we have left, the one thing you gotta just remind yourself as we watch this tournament here is that this is gonna be one of the harder tournaments to have nothing but 3 Overwatch overall, unless there's a huge team gap, because the team that loses has such a huge advantage where you get to choose what game mode you're going to next. You get to choose the map that you're going to next, and then on top of it, you get first hero ban. You get to stack the deck in your favor to give you the best chance of keeping the series competitive.
I was just trying to figure out like what is going to be the weakness maybe, and like even that's a strong term for Crazy Raccoon. There's not really a hole in any of the tank line because you still have the Winston on the bench and the ball on the bench. Maybe you go to a map that forces Chorong into a double flex situation, because we know Shu is a god tier flex. Chorong is a great Lucio, but what's he have outside that Lucio? But then the question becomes, what does FD God have outside that Lucio? So it's really hard to find a hole in their game and try to exploit it, but we'll see what they got.
Yeah, and that's what the unique thing about the ban system has been. So far, most of the priority bans have gone at the support role, then at tank. DPS rarely gets touched. I mean, I feel like we saw a Widowmaker getting banned away
Ash
once. Yeah, but other than that, it's been focused down there. So really, the focus on your support line has been key for all these teams.
Yeah, and I mean, you think about the Overwatch hero roster, it makes perfect sense, right? You have by far more DPS heroes than any role in the game, which means that banning a DPS hero usually isn't having the same impact in terms of available play styles as banning a tank or support, in which case there's less heroes and thus less ways to play those specific play styles.
All right, well, let's see how things shake up here on map number 2 as we head back on over to the Qiddiya Arena to see how it shakes all off.
Alrighty, well, taking a look here. It's been a fairly popular one already yesterday, and it looks like it's going to continue here now. Shambali Monastery going to be selected from the side of Game and Gladiators for our second map, so we move over in towards Escort. But let's see what the bans will look like starting here. It's going to be that Ana taken out.
And this is exactly what we saw yesterday. Game and Gladiators, they lose map 1 to Toronto Ultra. They lose map 1 here to Crazy Raccoons. Instantly, they go towards Shambali Monastery. That is their map choice. And it's the exact same ban reflected as well. Take away the Ana. Why the Ana? They are targeting teams that are going to be good at the dive. Toronto Ultra, rather, they're a kind of dive-ish team. Almost in a similar way to Crazy Raccoons, just with the singular tank on someone rather than the 2 tanks of Crazy Raccoons. The Venture ban now being followed by Crazy Raccoons. Okay, removing the capability for Game of Gladiators to play the Venture Malgan all-in comp, which is something they did also play on Shambali Monastery yesterday versus Toronto Ultra. So we're kind of repeating history just here a little bit, but removing some of the strength pieces away from Game of Gladiators.
Yeah, also got to see, that brief little glimpse at the very end of Lijiang Tower. Not that it was able to deliver the victory for them, but saw that they do like to lean into those too. So curious to see, is Tread still going to be looking to work with that Malga, or does this force a full pivot from the side of Game of Gladiators?
And it does seem so far that Game of Gladiators' plan in this particular series has been to remove some of these dive-based supports. We saw the Brig being removed earlier on map 1, and now, so the quintessential dive supports are gone off the top, and it is, preferable to target towards the supports. I wonder what's going to come next. Maybe for the next maps, Game of Gladiators will look towards the Karika, but for now, they can be safe in knowing that we're basically going to be looking towards something like a Sigma mirror, something like an off-tank mirror. Again, to my knowledge, Max is still in. It is Shambali Monastery. It is preferable to play your off-tank.
Yep, Max is sticking through here. No roster swaps coming through whatsoever. So that means we can get straight back here into the action from map number 2. Crazy Raccoon with a victory here. We'll move up to match point. Let's see, though, if Game and Gladiators on their pick can try to get the upset. As for now, let's see, Crazy going to be starting here on this defense. Max on the Sigma. It looks like it's going to be Chorong just picking up this Alari shoe, still there with the Baptiste. Yep. We have Lip moving over onto the Ashe as Hisang taking to the skies once again with the Pharah.
I think the Tread Ram coming through is going to be really important. So that was banned away by Crazy Raccoons on the prior map. So you can see that Crazy Raccoons have done their homework. They want to remove away the capability to play these ground tanks, the ground style that Game of Gladiators is famous for. I actually wouldn't be surprised if Naga looks over towards the Pharah at some point. I mean, Hisang's already locked that in. Sauna has proven once more that Pharah is viable. Naga likes that hero a lot, but he's going to go towards the Echo for now.
Echo try to control the skies once more. As for now, it's going to be that Diva there from Tread. Worked decently well, as we had seen over on Gardens, to try to mitigate the damage, mitigate that output here from the side of Hisang, but as he's going to play in towards Max on the Sigma, we'll have to just wait and see. For now, Naga going to be taking low, tucks back down, grabs that mini pack, tries to stay alive, and Lip finds a headshot and takes that Echo right out of the skies.
It's just the full poke composition. We saw this yesterday as well. It's the Sigma, it's a double flex support, Pharah and the Ashe at the same time. And you have probably the best Ashe player here, probably the best hit scan player here in Lip, and he's saying one of the top flex DPSs. Pharah shouldn't be that difficult for this guy to play as well. So heavy damage down range, and it's good that at least Tread is going to be on that Diva to mitigate some of that, because we saw teams yesterday that didn't play the Diva here, and it definitely looked like a struggle.
Exodio going to be dealt with nice and early here as Hisang able to find that opening kill, just trying to hit some of these mid-air rockets, a crossover on towards Naga. Of course, a little bit more of an elusive target in that Echo does make it a little bit troublesome. It's going to be the cleanup of the Immortality field, but as Naga is trying to get rid of it, Hisang's able to collect that elimination. Tread now going to be knocked into the mech, dealt with very swiftly here by Lip as the hold continues for Crazy Raccoon.
There's so many targets to try and chase down here. I mean, you got the support line, which are kind of vulnerable, but at the same time, as the DPS that are the threats, you need to be able to get on top of Lip somehow. He's doing the most damage so far. I mean, I say that as he actually has more ult charge, but it just seems like Lip's impact, at least the kill feed, getting those final blows, that's what's causing problems with Game of Gladiators. At least, though, Crook is going to have a Kitsune Rush.
He does have that ready to roll, but it's going to be that amateurs on the opposite side that maybe just try to counteract, but for now, they're just running at them, backpedaling coming through here from the side of CR. Just giving up some space. McCart still not being brought forward here. It's just going to be fairly successful disengage. They wait out the ult. Now they can look to reaggress. Stun going across it from the accretion. Tread going to be knocked down onto the low ground. Just popping that D-Matrix, trying to keep everybody protected as the cart now gets brought forward.
Should be coming through. You can see the entire squad basically of Crazy Raccoon on that window. Tread is marking it for now. Eating a lot of rocks, to be honest. The Shu wants to be able to pop this window through. Payload needs to keep moving. They're very slow from that side of Game of Gladiators to just move that along.
It's just stuck there right now.
Yeah, I mean, you have to pressure Payload here for Game of Gladiators. It's basically free for now, outside of Hisang shooting it.
Still just holding onto the Sand Matrix, maybe waiting for a slightly longer sightline. This corner right here going to be a good one for Shu to go ahead and get the setup, and Lip can play off the back of it. The bomb now ready. Barrage similarly in the back pocket here for Hisang, but of course wants to try to get the break on that Diva mech. And self-destruct is now available. Tread down to about half. Another accretion connecting there onto the Diva inside room. Barrage comes through, and that's going to be Hisang cleaning up too, as Naga and Exodio both end up falling. Self-destruct only able to find the Immortality field, but Tread does make it back into the mech safely. That FD God down low on HP. Trying to sustain, has the sound barrier, but just not an opportune time to try to use it.
4 ultimates online for Crazy Raccoon now. I mean, they're still holding on to the fact they can use the window anytime. They're waiting for Game of Gladiators to aggress. 1 minute left remaining. The payload's not anywhere near where it needs to, because even if Crazy Raccoons lose this fight, they have one more to retake on. It's difficult now as Game of Gladiators just have less tools, still have to push uphill. And at any point, look, if you want a tempo beat, you want a Kitsune Rush again, Crazy Raccoons still have space to back out.
Just crazy to see how much they can just, sit back, only commit the barrage into the last fight. I mean, Shu has had this Amagic for the longest time, but just has not felt the need to use it whatsoever.
Brook has to go first. It's up to Gaiman. They have to go.
We're going to go ahead and start pushing the pace now, as that's going to be Captive Sun set up from Chorong. Bob as well, similarly going to be invested by Lip, and sat right onto the card. Sound barrier from FD God to try to keep everybody shielded up, but he himself is going to be taking an immense amount of damage. So far, just going to be the Bob cleaned up, but as the Immortality field falls, so too shall Shu. As the break on the dupe is in, but Lip will end up getting picked off. He's not able to find one, but it's just going to be the support, so still full damage. The tank available on the side of Game and Gladiators. They continue to fight back. Exodio with the recall, keeping himself safe, but now Crook going to be taken down, but Chorong and Max have both fallen. Cart can advance forward as they look for that 2.5-minute bump up, and it seems like him and Gladiators not going to be taken down quite just yet. He's going to fall. Return comes in, Amp Matrix now invested. His shoe tries to clutch up. Break there onto the D.Va Mech. Naga going to be swapping over onto the Genji, trying to get back a little bit faster as Exodio now has a pulse bomb built up. But Crazy Raccoon, they've had enough time. The players, they're getting corralled in. They're gaining control. Stick coming through with the Immortality Field. Invested. Shu staying alive, and somehow, some way, they manage to clutch it up and they get the full hold.
I mean, it's not as exciting as we saw it previously, but I'm going to reference the Purple Baptiste moment. Every Chengdu fan knows exactly what I'm talking about here. Shu comes in, still has the Amp Matrix available. Didn't get to use it on the previous life. And honestly, credit to FD God for getting the sound barrier down, because that really saves them. You can see the pressure coming through as well. Naga on top of Shu. Shu having backed out all the way, but we stay alive long enough on the Crazy Raccoon side that Shu gets to come back, play basically the max range window through, and it will give enough space for the rest of the respawners on CR to come in and get the successful retake. Game and Gladiators probably feel a little bit robbed of that situation because they played it as well as they possibly could have, removed most of the threats, dodged out the fluxes, but just couldn't bear the brunt of that retake.
And there's some extra spice on top of this because before we had gotten into game, there's a little bit of back and forth in all chat between the players. And, Tread having some words for Shu, saying, I'm coming for you. You're my primary target, basically. And Shu said, yeah, go ahead. Come for me. Come at me. See what you can do. Because I'm just going to shut you down. Tread said, good luck, have fun to everyone other than Shu. But I think Shu's the one who's having the most fun right now.
I just think the biggest problem is, before the last fight, even though it was probably slightly Game of Gladiators favored once the fight actually came through, when you look at the pre-fight, things weren't so great. Mostly ultimates favoring Crazy Raccoons. They had something like 4 ultimates ahead. Game of Gladiators had far less than that. They had to be the ones in the first initiation as well, which means Crazy Raccoons can respond, can still back out, can still play the high ground. But it's the first 3 minutes, man, that were just so rough for Game of Gladiators.
Yeah. Slow to get that ball rolling.
And now, as we see Max go back towards Zarya, I mean, okay, Zarya into D.Va, pretty decent matchup, so Crazy Raccoons have the capability of the attacker side advantage, which they get to pick the counter call.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we saw over at Lijiang Tower. They came out in that final round. It was a Zarya force threat off the D.Va, but now he doesn't really have time to swap. He has to be all in on this pick. Shifts his way back over here onto the high ground, but for now, Crazy Raccoon getting a very fast and hot start here with this push coming in. Bubbles out, Max this time able to very easily build up that energy, and that means that Tread has to be careful. Naga gonna be taking down his lip, finds a headshot, FD God taken down as well. He's not getting a piece of the action. His Shu gonna be bailed out. Tread just knocked out of that mech as Max, the right clicks, are just ripping them asunder. And this map is basically over.
Yeah, just a couple bubbles. He's already up to 80 plus on top of the energy. And then you just have Lip and Heesang ripping on through. Final fight here. Is there going to be a recontest? The players need to get there basically right now. If they don't touch, that'll be very sad. So, here we go.
Be Exodio leading it, but has to recall. A little bit more space gained. 1.17 meters now is Tread. Tries to hold the line here, tries to lock this cart in place, but FD God going to be taken down as Heesang finds him once more. Looks for a little bit more as Exodio taken down to a sliver of HP and now finished off. Heesang with the double kill. Pulse bomb not going to connect, but it doesn't matter. Everything's falling to the wayside. As there you have it, the cleanup comes through. Full hold into the breezy push. Crazy Raccoon now find themselves up to match point.
The composition was just so clean on that second, on their attacking side. I mean, they have the attacking side advantage. They know they only need to push mostly up the hill on top of A. They don't even have to really cap A. So much of this just came down to the fact that Gaming Gladiators on their own attack just couldn't get enough done to get the cap. I mean, they should have been up that far on the ramp, probably within the first 2 minutes. It took them like 3+ minutes into the OT to actually get that far, and they actually had the capability of winning, but couldn't run the retake coming on through. But the attacking side of Crazy Raccoon was just so strong. The Zarya pick and the D.Va ended up being fantastic, and they just brawled their way through the D.Va dive that Gaming Gladiators couldn't pilot well enough. Tempo, in terms of ultimates, all on the side of Crazy Raccoons. Chorong, as soon as he gets a sound barrier, instant tempo beat. First ultimate online for Gaming Gladiators, going to be level 1 Crook, but he didn't get it in time.
Wow, a fantastic start here from the side of Crazy Raccoon. 1 map away from closing out this series and clinching their spot in the playoffs. And yeah, I mean, let's be frank, is this anything other than what we kind of anticipated? Not really.
Yeah, I think it was impressive that we saw the round win coming through from Game Gladiators on Lijiang, but now as we move forward in the series, that is very convincing Shambali, and it was, the map choice coming through from Game of Gladiators as well. So 2 maps down and dusted. The bans, I don't think have been that impactful on the side of Crazy Raccoons either. Like, they got rid of Ana for this one, that's fine. Max will stay in. They'll play more of a brawly style. They can play the Sigma, they can play the Diva, they can play the Zarya here as well. Doesn't require an Ana, so didn't really do too much to stop Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, I mean, they were more than happy to just say, like, okay, we'll just play Alari, we'll just play Baptiste. Shu is coded on pretty much anything that you could put him on when it comes down to flex support, so he was still perfectly comfortable, and that BAP, the clutch, it was gorgeous to see from the side of Crazy Raccoon. So a dominant beginning here. 2-0 up at the moment for the side of Crazy Raccoon, and the upside, Game of Gladiators, you get another shot, you get that opportunity to have another map pick come in to try to get yourself that win. The downside is you have to pull off a reverse sweep, and even if you can take that next step, all the other map picks are going to be in the hands of Crazy Raccoon. So it's going to be a very rocky road from here on out for them to try to make this happen.
It's difficult for sure. I mean, there's they've already banned out 2 supports. I mean, we talked about the Krika before, but let's turn over to the Dets to see what they have to say about all this.
Thank you very much, guys, as that was a pretty dominant performance as expected. Again, group stage matches, sometimes they kind of go like this where, it's one team that's really good, and Crazy Raccoon, reigning champs from the major, and they're proving it here.
Yeah, and I mean, also they're proving, I think, with superior team compositions, too. You look at what happened on that attack coming in from Gladiators. They put Zodiel in nearly mission impossible, where what had to happen here is Tracer. So if you look at the Echo would not be able to do anything unless the Ashe is pressured, because it'd just be the Ashe and Pharah just hitting the Echo. So you go to your Tracer and go, yeah, you need to create a lot of disruption. Well, that's really hard, especially the way Shu is playing on the defense, and even when you did get Tracer pressure, an Immortality Field was there. It just...
Right here, it was this one. Yeah, I think he dropped it right there, and it was just such a great proof of what you were talking about. Immortality Field has been huge by Shu.
It felt that there were so many times, tempo-wise, that they just weren't all ready to go when they needed to be ready to go. Where Beat would come up for FD God, and they're looking to turn the corner, but then the Diva gets demacked. The Echo's somewhere else. The Tracer's not ready to go in with everybody else, and it feels like they're just a little spread out, so you're not getting value out of the ultimates. That allows time for Crazy Raccoon to catch up a little bit, get their ultimates ready to go. Not that they really ever needed it, and then find their way in. So they just never were able to coordinate the dive. I think going forward, I think the casters are right. The bans haven't been super effective. Maybe don't focus on trying to take something away from Crazy Raccoon, because that's almost impossible to do with the versatility this team has. Focus on what is the best comp that we can run that might give them trouble. I think maybe go back to Amaga and Venture because it's a weird comp to deal with for a lot of teams, and you might have some success there.
Yeah, and man, it is tough, right? Because I think the problem that they're running up against right now, too, is just that, in a way, in Overwatch 2, you're still hoping to, win some man-to-man matchups, and, you look at the DPS end, you look at the support end, mechanically, they're just so good that it's like, where do you get your opening? And then when they do get their opening, Crazy Raccoon, they don't lose easily. They just back off, keep as many people alive, and come back and win fights that, frankly, they have no business winning.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Achilles called it when Game of Gladiators won that fight, about to get the first point. All of a sudden, just a little touch there, all of a sudden, everyone from the side of Crazy Raccoon are back. They win the fight. They reset the ults, and that was it. No first point, stopping the cap, and then, as you guys said, just kind of ran through it pretty quickly.
I mean, we were sitting there watching it, and they're like, oh, it's about to get the point, and I'm just kind of walking away. I'm like, nah, Diva's going to get demacked. It was almost, you could see it was about to happen. And here are the maps left. I don't know where you end up going here for this team, but I do think this is a point where you can't really take anything away from Crazy Raccoon, because you try to go to a dive map, you're just going to run into their bench players coming in. There's really no holes in this team. You have to say, what was our best comp yesterday? What worked best for us? And what is the easiest... Easy is a weird term in Overwatch, but what's the most foolproof? And I think that's Maga, Venture, get your Lucio speed in, everyone go, and then let's see who comes out of the cloud of dust.
Yeah, so that's mostly been Flashpoint. It feels like it's been Flashpoint where the upsets have been coming from. You just heard what Hex just built for you there. Where do you go here, ZP, if you're looking for a map in your game of Gladiators?
I think at this point, you go to what you feel most comfortable on. What have you historically been good at? Get something you feel comfortable on, win one map, get some momentum, go from there.
All right. Well, again, we'll see what happens here. What I've loved so far is that Max has just been rifling through all the different types of tanks, pulling out the Bubble Babe with the Zarya and just being like, hey, look, I know a lot of people don't run that, but I can do that too. And for Crazy Raccoon that have those championship aspirations, the $400,000, the trophy in the name, putting the keys inside, they have to show these different type of looks so that those top teams also have to worry about other looks here.
But in the OWCS Asia Finals, it was Junbin who was playing tank for this team, and he came in with a ball play that they weren't expecting, so it's not like you can even go against a different style of a tank and take Max out, because Max has shown that he'll play a diva. Even the Zarya, which was kind of questionable, was strange. There's the map pick.
Push. We actually didn't see a whole lot of push yesterday,
no.
At least in the games we covered.
Yeah, it felt like if it ended in 4, push was the one that was the odd one out here. What do you make of this?
Well, I think on that, it's just the game mode that it's a little bit tough because I think teams on both ends don't necessarily like going there all that much because one bad team fight is all it takes for things to just go really, really bad, and recovering is tough. So if you're a good, consistent team, why leave yourself up to that, you know?
Yeah, and we've seen this a lot with teams that go down 2-0. They're like, okay, what has been the biggest problem for us? I know that we wanted to wait and see if we had an answer for it around it. No, we'll get rid of the BAP. So Shu's Immortality Field's not going to be here.
There's the Roadhog ban coming in. This is the, we don't care what you play. It doesn't matter. We're banning Hog, though. Just think about it.
They did ban it yesterday as well. It does feel like a little bit of a flex, as most teams haven't been running Roadhog outside from, I guess, Crazy Raccoon at the Dallas Major.
But I do think banning the BAP is important because Shu has just been destroying them on the BAP. I mean, Shu's play, really good BAP play times isn't even that flashy. It's just, but you deep dive into it. You're seeing the BAP get kills confirmed. You're seeing the BAP get several good Immortality Field plays off every single time. And there's nothing that kills morale more of your DPS line than losing a great pick because Immortality Field got dropped at the right time.
Yep, still waiting to see confirmation for the substitutes, but generally imagine that, you know, it's been business as usual here for Crazy Raccoon. Gaming Gladiators still looking to get themselves one more map win and just get something going. There's Tread, you know, having a little conversation about it. You saw his face in the cams being like, dang, man, every single thing when I'm on this diva, can't be able to find anything, but going to try to bounce back on in as we are ready to get ourselves into map number 3. To get us into it, let's send it on over to our casters, Achilles and Avram.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Well, a bit of a different look now as we go into what could very well be the final map of this opening series of day 2. As we go ahead and get ready to jump into the action, see whether or not Gaming Gladiators are going to be able to turn their fate around.
A second time we'll be seeing Runasapi play the professional level here. Yesterday it was Fnatic versus Nightmare in an upset win where Nightmare actually took that one away from Fnatic in a 3-2. And that was mostly a Winston dive mirror. Here we have off-tank players and, well, predominantly talking about Max here. I don't think we're really going to see the Winstons. What we probably are likely to see is a little bit of that Diva matchup coming on through instead. So, yeah, Runasapi is brand new, so you'll have to really figure out what teams like to do here and how they want to play it.
Yeah, curious to see what the adaptation is going to be looking like for the squads and what they can bring to the fold, what they can impress us with jumping into this map. It's going to be one of the first looks that I get at it as well, especially, you know, as far as casting it is concerned, going to be a first time, so bear with us as we get ready to jump into this.
I think the BAP ban coming through from the GG side is super important, not just because of Shu playing the BAP, but it removes the capability mostly from Crazy Raccoons of playing that brawl style. You looked at the Zarya, you looked at the fact that it's, you know, going to be Lucio and BAP together. If you want to take away the Zarya for Max, if it is becoming a bit of a problem, one way you have a little bit like a 2-in-1 there is you remove the BAP, which removes the capability of playing the Zarya brawl, but all at the same time, take it away from Shu. So now if you want to force a Diva matchup, that's probably going to be the best way. The Roadhog ban is really interesting. I don't really think that Gaming Gladiators were going to go towards a Roadhog anyway, and pretty sure CR were second banned, so it's a strange one. They actually banned it versus Rock yesterday, which I also didn't think made a lot of sense, but if you're first banned Roadhog, maybe you're trying to protect the tank. Your second banned Roadhog, that's actually targeted, which is strange. I don't, again, think Tread was going to go there.
All right, well, curious to see what they are going to have prepared for us here. So we just refire the lobby real quick, but yeah, Hog out, BAP as well. So let's see what the teams do have under their sleeves. And here's to see as well what the adaptation is going to look like on Crazy Raccoon. Because we saw that Ana attempt, trying to get rid of that on Shambhala Monastery, trying to break things down a little bit on the side of Crazy Raccoon. They didn't seem too flustered about it whatsoever.
If you haven't seen this map before, especially at the professional level, I mean, it's a lot of uphill and downhill, kind of similar layout in terms of the flow of the map to New Queen Street. That's on purpose and intended, by the way, with lots of movement in the flanks between the buildings as well. But we're going to expecting the teams to come through on the top side of the map, so not where the water wheel is, but where the 3 health packs are. That's right, there's 3 health packs on that upper end, and that's where all the teams are going to roll out.
Well, looks like we might just have mirrored compositions, and we do as the
bottom end is the top end. If you look at the other way around, that would be the top end. Either way, the high level of the map where the high ground is, so we're there.
This right here. We can see the stairs. We can see the clash getting ready to come through as Lip leading the charge. Diva v Diva action here. Shurong eating a little bit of damage early on.
And this was the matchup that Gaming Gladiators had over Crazy Raccoons on Lijiang Towers on that Gardens map. So this is exactly what they need if they want to force a matchup that they have the capability to win.
Let's see him getting surrounded a little bit. Heesung trying to go for a little bit of a pincer maneuver, but ultimately is going to have to back away. Tread receiving the healing, keeping him topped up. Sticky Bomb's not quite connecting there on FD God, just finding a little bit of splash damage. Beam across though, and Tread going to be taken out of the mech, but Zodiel able to go ahead and pursue forward. Does find Heesung, but it's going to be a trade up now as Lip finds Naga, but now similarly Shu going to be taken down. The Baby Diva actually coming up with that kill there for Tread. And still the backpedaling having to come in as 2 players are going to be lost, and Bot can now maybe start getting pushed from the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Ultimate starting to come online here, but again, yeah, just losing players 1 by 1 for Gaming Gladiators. At least they're going to get a little bit of a trade here. It's Max in charge, though. Exodio gets a pulse ball on Lip, just exerting a little bit of dominance. It won't really help Gaming Gladiators in this particular time. I mean, it's a little bit cute, but actually probably just want to save that ultimate for the next fight instead, because it's going to be pushed from CR no matter what Gaming Gladiators do with those little numbers.
All right, well, push slowly getting started here. As Exodio just going to be dashing forward, gets a little intercept, so overall only 20-ish meters going to be accrued so far here from the side of Crazy Raccoon.
It's really fast recontest. I mean, you see the flanks through the buildings right there. It's not like New Queen Street where I think it's actually kind of hard to flank through, but here it's easy, and Max follows FD God through. He would like to have used that sound barrier, not going to be the case.
Yeah, well, they do get rid of Chorong, so we'll have theirs for the recontest, but this is ultimately going to be more distance being accrued here for the side of Crazy Raccoon to get closer and closer to that opening checkpoint as well as those forward spawns. So, Gaming Gladiators, are they going to be able to intercept this one? Starting to work their way forward, but so too is Lip. That pulse bomb still in his back pocket, going to be seeking target. Dupe online, Naga going for the pop. Now going to be shielded up here as the sound barrier comes through from FD God. They look for some kills, but HP bar is falling low on the side of Gaming Gladiators as FD God tries to stay alive, but it's going to be Chorong and Shoot both getting taken down. Self-destruct up over the top from Naga. Not going to be able to find much of anything there on the Dupe, but still in the fight here. 5 members strong as Gaming Gladiators. They push back and gain control of the bot.
FD God has that sound barrier. He didn't get to use it last time, as noted, but he'll have it to counter the Katsuna rush from Shoot. So double Katsuna on both sides with the extra sound barrier from FD God, because Strong used a tempo last time. They'll be able to save the point, prevent the checkpoint from coming on through, but they're still behind 0 to 46. And they're now getting their own meter increments as Crazy Raccoons, as expected, like what we saw from Gaming Gladiators, should be able to recontest very fast.
Well, for now, just the self-destructs available on either side, but Exodio nearly with another pulse bomb lapping Lip after he got that bit of a tracer depth early on here in the map. Now has that ready to go. We'll see if he can seek another key target. As right now on the hunt, dashing forward, looking, but Heesung's already going to be taken out as Crook able to find the headshot. Eliminates that Echo, and space now opened up. Gaming Gladiators looking to take the lead.
And Crazy Raccoons know that they have enough time just to get Heesung back in. The cap isn't quite there. They'll happily let the flip go through if required, but they can't allow the cap to go through. Heesung is back now. They have just about got that beat online. Chorong's going to temper that straight away.
Yep, they push their way forward. They intercepted just 2 meters shy of the lead being gained here. Now the bot being ushered away. Gaming Gladiators not quite able to confirm that. Crazy Raccoon certainly making them fight tooth and nail to try to get the advantage.
Played aggressively. If Gamer played aggressively, Chorong would have beat it, but now they can wait. Now Crazy Raccoon's like, we slowed the game down. We can just chill here, put a little bit more damage and see what Gaming Gladiators want to do. We actually still have the lead as well, so they're chilling out.
A pulse bomb out from Liv, unable to find a target. That one ends up going wide. Exodio still holding on to his own. For now, a bit of a stalemate between the 2 squads. They just keep the bot locked here on this ramp. Trying to see who's going to make the first move, who's going to pull the trigger. But this does allow for Shu to just go ahead and build up, get closer and closer to that next ultimate.
Exactly. They're happy to wait. They're happy to allow their supports to get these ultimates. FD God's nearly there as well, so it should be double supports used here in this fight.
Okay, well, Shoot now having his online. Consider rush out first, but it's going to be Chorong with the beat on the opposite side to pull the trigger. As Naga goes in for the dupe, once again copying the enemy Diva. Beat online now for FD God, drops that through. Shu has his own Kitsune rush out as we just continue to trade back and forth here on the support ultimates, and so far, kills not found. Self-destruct going to be invested here from Naga, pulse bomb into the back, and Zodio able to find one as Heesang will fall. Max his own self-destruct sent out, but elimination not going to be found. Can make it safely back into the back, and for now, the bot's still going to be locked in place. Moving forward here a little bit, but Naga going to be taken down, and that's going to be a crucial opening, but FD God fires back in kind, finding Shu, a DPS now for a support. The Gaming Gladiators still not quite able to get this bot going over towards the checkpoint. The contest is still there, and Max still healthy.
And Max should have gone down by now as well because they were really aggressive on Max, but Tread's going to be their one DMech. He still has a remake available that allows him to play super aggressively. Surprising that Gaming Gladiators haven't won this yet because they've been ahead. They had the latest sound barrier. If they got managed to get that one off, he's saying respawns now, has the duplicate available, has now the duplicated Kitsune Rush, and that should push them over the edge.
Only gets them for a couple seconds though, but it does open up space. It does force Gaming Gladiators to have to pull back. Lip in the meantime, throughout the course of this extended team fight, has built up that next pulse bombing. Zodiel nipping at his heels, just going to be about 30% shy. We'll see though if Lip can find a target this time around.
Trying now moving up over towards that sound barrier. Now at the stage where, okay, once again, start thinking about the tempo speed, and here it comes through. No hesitation this time for Crazy Raccoons. They need to get moving.
Started with his beat, and he's looking to end this fight with this beat. Pulls the trigger. Crook going to be eliminated. FD gone now, just 9% away from his own. Intercepting though, getting rid of that enemy Kiriko allows for Shu to try to just cycle up the next one, catch up alongside Crook.
Yeah, there's no way. Gaming Gladiators just don't want to contest that one, the 4 players. To be fair, the meterage is still similar enough that, okay, Gaming Gladiators can make a little bit of a comeback, 10 meters off, 11 meters off rather. And after God, he's got to be one to think about this. Should be level 1 Crook first again. They have doubled up support ultimates. You typically always want to go the Kitsune Rush first. Now this time Crazy Raccoons don't really have much to play through. Chorong using tempo beat to get the cap worth, but they won't really have enough to survive against the double supports here.
Zodiel looking, poking, prodding there on that flank, going to be kept honest as Heesang forces him off the angle. They should know that he's got that pulse bomb in the back pocket. And he's overall been fairly accurate with them so far.
Oh, FD God
beat now going to be coming through, and yeah, FD God pulling the trigger there on that bead. Looking to go aggressive here as Lip falls low, but Shu has that Kitsune Rush to try to counteract, and Crook is holding on to his own. Doesn't pop, and now Tread gets taken out of the mech, and Crook is going to be taken down, so that ult's going to have to be just be held for this entire time, but that allows for Chorong to maybe try to catch up, get that beat ready to counteract as Heesang is just collecting so many eliminations, and now the lead can be stretched.
That just wasn't the time for Gaming to go for a tempo beat because they had the Kitsune Rush available. That should be their first port of call, and then you want to save the beat to counter Shu later on, which Shu just ended up waiting out the beat a little bit, a couple of seconds. Green HP is going down there. Shu's like, it's time to counterattack. We can use the Kitsune Rush now, and level 1 Crook's under pressure. He had no time to respond, and Gaming Gladiators lose a fight that I think they were ahead in.
Well, that one get away from them, and now up to 83 meters here are Crazy Raccoons. Still a long way to go to get towards the end of the map, so not likely going to be seeing a full push or anything to that effect, but Kitsune Rush now invested here from the side of Crook. Trong low, does get taken down. Tread able to find that kill, meaning that that beat cannot come through, but Crazy Raccoon, they might not be too bothered. They've already nearly doubled the distance here of Gaming Gladiators. They have the forward spawns. All they really need to do is try to play the clock because there's less than 2.5 minutes remaining.
It's getting really difficult for Gaming Gladiators now. They have to win a couple of fights in a row here. I mean, 2 minutes on this map. If I was going to be honest, I think this map is kind of hard to push through past the cap itself, so 83 is a really good amount of distance. And now Toronto's going to come through with the beat.
Eventually able to find that kill there on the Naga, the beat that just escort them further forward, and not even the forward spawns rather. Lost here for Crazy Raccoon, still operating in such a fantastic spot. Max able to find Crook, he gets taken down. Max leading the charge, and then just continue to shove them back and open up even more space here for the spot.
Time is just so critical now for Gaming Gladiators. I mean, they've had such loss of momentum. A critical fight where they, in my opinion, again, chose the wrong support ultimate to go first. That should have been a fight that they won. Had they won that, we'd still be very close in terms of meterage. About to be 100 meters here for Crazy Raccoons. With the amount of time remaining, I just don't know if Gaming Gladiators can really make a comeback that's going to be worthwhile.
At this point, it would look like it's going to be fairly miraculous if they can. Kitsune Rush going to be opened up here from the side of Shu. Trent does have that self-destruct if he gets the mech, but Naga doesn't have anything to try to stay alive. Ends up getting taken down. Exodio with a recall. Will be able to stay in the fight for a little bit longer, but now doesn't have any exit strategy, nowhere to go. Yeah. And Max will hound him down. Both DPS eliminated on the side of Gaming Gladiators. This is just going to be a full pullback over here towards the spawn rooms. Bot continuing to push, now pushing up past 120 meters. Still a self-destruct to buy some space. And it's going to be Kitsune Rush out first here from Crook to try to shove them back.
The timing is just so bad for Gaming Gladiators because they couldn't defeat the Shu Kitsune Rush. Neither of their own supports had any support of ultimates available. They're starting to spend some ultimates now, but they have to spend them in their own spawn just to get control of the payload, reset the forward spawns, which hasn't happened yet. And then, with 50 seconds left to go, this is definitely going to go into the OT. Gaming Gladiators essentially has to win every single fight from here on out, and they haven't even gone the first checkpoint yet, and there's still a butt scratch there as well.
Yep, bot now moving back, but forward spawns coming through, so everybody from Crazy Raccoon still here to try to contend for the fight. Sound barrier online from the side of FD God, but Chorong close to match now, just 7% away. Pulse Bomb going to be invested. FD God able to dodge on that one, drops the beat safely, and Chorong will fall, so Pulse Bomb, or rather Sound barrier, cannot come through here from the side of Crazy Raccoon, but Heesung still wants to extend this fight, still wants to lock them in place as he goes for the dupe here onto the D.Va. Max is going to be losing out on his mech. Naga able to break that one down, finds the kill onto the Baby D.Va, but HP Bar still suffering a bit here on the side of Gaming Gladiators. As Heesung will get broken out, pushed back over into the Echo form. The cleanup is going to be swift. It's going to be good. Gaming Gladiators now have an opportunity to try to open things up a little bit more, but there's still about 80 meters that they have to cover as we enter into overtime.
That's probably actually a bad call from Heesung. You see that Max didn't want to go the self-destruct because they know they want to give up that fight. Chorong was dead anyway. If Heesung retains ultimate, they are going to look at a large ultimate advantage going to the next fight. And once again, timing is critical here. Crazy Raccoon's double support ultimate is about to be online. Gaming Gladiators only looking at level 1 Crook, and he doesn't have it.
Sound barrier now invested. Gonna have that Consumer Rush on the back end here from Shu as well, but Lip is gonna be eliminated. FD got able to find that, but Naga now just D-Mech there on the dupe. Swiftly gets back in. Crook taken down. 1-for-1 exchange thus far as Chorong under fire. Needs to try to stay alive, and he cannot. Total Zodiel able to pursue forward, finds that kill. FD God down to his sliver, trying to hang on there. The slow, steady healing coming through from the Lucio. Doesn't manage to sustain him. He's still alive and in this mix. Tread taken down, though, denied on the remake. The bot still locked in place to pass the butt scratch, but I don't think they're going to be able to go any further. Max going to be beamed out of his own mech, but Exodial now finished off. 3 players gone, just the supports left standing, and they cannot keep it contested. Crazy Raccoon pushed maybe the most here on this last map, a push, but they still managed to get the victory in 3-0 fashion.
I mean, the first 4 minutes were pretty competitive, back and forth, 55 to 44 in the meter ridge, but as soon as a couple of fights go the way of Crazy Raccoons in a row, then they have the momentum, then they have all the timings of the support ultimates, and from that point onwards, Gaming Gladiators forever behind on the map. Push is all about momentum, and they had none of that, and Crazy Raccoon had all of it. As we look at a situation where that was the best matchup for Gaming Gladiators. They had a round win on Legion Tower in the D.Va versus D.Va mirror match. They forced the D.Va versus D.Va mirror match on Runasapi by utilizing the correct bans, getting rid of the BAP, remove the capability of playing any sort of Zarya-type brawl. We want to play the matchup that we think we can win, and even so, competitive for a while, and then it wasn't competitive at all as Crazy Raccoons take full advantage, take full control, and finish 3-0.
And with that victory, that means a Crazy Raccoon up 2-0 overall in the group. Playoffs clinched for them. Still have to wait and see what position they're going to be in, as they do have another series to play out here today. But they at least know that they are safe. They are not at risk of going and having, they're not going to get destroyed today.
I think Gaming Gladiators have still shown some capability here. Look, losing to Crazy Raccoons 0-3. To be fair, it is expected. If you were going to be placing Preds on this particular game, that's probably the most popular Pred. Everyone knows 3-0 most likely result from tournament favorites and Crazy Raccoons. Gaming Gladiators are going to be the underdogs, but they took a map of Toronto Ultra, took a round of Crazy Raccoons. Can they build on that, get a clean win versus Rock, and still survive in the group stage?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the big question. Then we'll have to just wait and see. It does feel like, especially like Exodial, some of the moments that he was having throughout this one, it seems like they have the capability to hang in there, to be able to make it over to the playoffs, but how far can they go from there? Yeah. We'll have to see the clutch up, it would seem. But for Crazy Raccoon, 6-0 start as far as map differential is concerned. They are looking strong. They're avoiding the hydraulic press. Their key is safe.
And I think the other thing about Crazy Raccoons is they have another side to them that you have to be concerned about, because Jimbin didn't get subbed in at all here. There's the Winston look, there's the Ball look as well. There's even the possibility for other heroes in the main tank side, like the Ryan, to come on through. That's the depth of the Crazy Raccoon roster. Like, you haven't gotten past Max yet. You haven't even seen Jimbin in the series. You saw a little bit of Jimbin versus Rock in day one, but that was more of a warm-up game. Nothing, no offense to Rock here, but they weren't exactly prepared to take on Crazy Raccoons. Maybe no one in the tournament really is outside of Falcons.
Yeah.
And Crazy Raccoons right now, they have so much roster flexibility, and everyone so high level on their particular roles. It seems like even if you do try and target ban, there's still something that's going to slip through that they can use to full effect.
Yeah, I mean, the depth, it's one of the things that we continue to talk about, with this team, with, Falcons, etc. The depth that is there for these rosters, it's immense. So even, you're saying, okay, let's try to take away the Ana, let's try to get Shu off that Baptiste. There's so many other things that they can pivot to. They've thought about coming into this tournament, okay, if they ban this is the kind of composition that we can piece together. This is what we can go for. And breaking down that depth is going to be very difficult for a lot of squads.
I think that's awesome that Crazy Raccoons also didn't shy away from the mirror match, because they're thinking, okay, we did lose this on Lee Jung Tower. How about we just play it and prove that we're actually better on the dive in? We're better on the mirror matchup. You think you can beat us on the mirror. We're confident enough to not have to counter swap you.
have to counter pick you. We'll just play the mirror, we'll play the game that you want to play, and then still beat you on that to prove we're better.
Well, solid start here to the day. Crazy Raccoon with a 3-0. Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage.
Thank you very much, guys. Again, 3-0, what it was expected here by Crazy Raccoon, especially that last map there where it was a mirror match. We were saying earlier, Gaming Gladiators got to figure out something. Let's take away the BAP and see how it changes the composition. All it meant was like, hey, we'll just take what you play and do it better.
Yeah, and the ridiculous thing there is that was probably the closest overall, and when you looked at how the fights broke down because of how good Shu was playing in the other maps, but just to touch on the last map, it's just ridiculous where you get the other team to play your composition. Normally that gives you the advantage.
Right.
Crazy Raccoon though comes in and they say, yeah, actually your favorite comp here, we will play it better than you in the mirror. And it's like, well, what do? You tip your hat.
Push is one of those maps as well that if you lose the first one, then you have to win the next 2 to get back on top. Then if you lose 2 in a row, oh, now we got to win 3 in a row to get back on top as long as the other team to stall it out. But I think it's a great point. I think Crazy Raccoons is really taking advantage of being in a somewhat weaker group compared to them, whereas they don't really have to show anything. They can come out and beat you on whatever comp you want. You could pick heroes out of a hat. You can play mystery heroes against this team and they'll come out and beat you on it. So I think it's really smart. Like you said, we haven't even seen, I think, one of the most important tank players who's brought them towards 2 past first place finishes in the past 2 major tournaments. So they've still got a lot in their bag to show people, but this is why everyone, well, all the smart people on this stage over on this side are picking Crazy Raccoons to win it.
Yeah, that's easy pick though. Come on. And also,
who did you say earlier? Let's just get it out there. Who did you say was your favorite yesterday?
Zeta Division.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted it's on record for everyone now on the main stage. Oh, there it is. All right. No, keep going. Sorry, ZP.
No, that was pretty much it. Look, if they don't win, no one will remember. If they do win, I'm a genius.
That's true. I feel like we're learning from Hex here. You take a look at the score there at the top. It's like what you said. It was like 120 to like 40. That's the you lose 1, minus 40, you lose 2, you minus 40, lose 3, you minus 40. And it was just so tough for Gaming Gladiators to be able to build upon that without their ult charge.
To put a button on my point, maybe later today in our 3rd match of the day, we might see Crazy Raccoon challenged enough that they have to start pulling out their own strats, their own ideas. And, you know, we haven't even seen like the big show from them yet. We haven't seen Lip go off. And one of my favorite players on this team is Heesang. I sing the song of Heesang very loudly. He's one of my favorite players and hasn't even really had to pop off yet, but they have their hardest game later today.
Yeah, well, we named so many players on that roster just right there, but our Sony MVP of the match is a support on over there in Shu, who just, again, drew the ban on the BAP, and when he was on it, was just creating chaos everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, compositionally, you saw what a problem it was, and it also was reflecting the fact that the closest map overall was the very final map where Shu couldn't play BAP, but I mean, what more can you ask for from BAP than how Shu is playing this? Spot on immortality fields, playing so well that they were able to run Ashe and make it so Naga couldn't do anything on the Echo, really, until map 3. Just solid healing, solid damage, and protection where you need it. Shu is the total package.
You ban the BAP so that you can play the Diva, which essentially bans the Ana as well, because you're eating up nades, eating up sleeps, but then Shu just plays the Kiri, and it's totally fine. No problem.
Yeah, so we will see both these teams one more time. I just want to put a button here on Gaming Gladiators, because again, they are fighting for that 3rd place slot to at least continue on and move their prize pool, prize portion from 10,000 to 20,000. What is a good takeaway that you want to build upon if you're Gaming Gladiators here, ZP?
Well, they took a round on Control from a team that a lot of teams when they play probably won't get much of anything. And also, I mean, when you look at the mechanical matchup, yeah, they might have lost push, but if they were losing by tiny margins. Like, mechanically, they're almost there, and they're doing okay enough that they have some time to refine. Not a ton of time, but they can improve before we get deeper into the tournament.
Final point, Hex.
I think they really just have to rely on I think their 2 best players, and that's FD God and Exodial. And maybe Naga comes into that mix too, but FD God's limited in his hero pool, and it did come back to bite them a little bit. So Exodial on the cast, you play what you're best at, because counter picking did not work out well for them.
All right, well, that does it here for our first match of the day. Next up, it's a huge one here for the teams in MENA. It is going to be Twisted Minds against tournament favorite Falcons. We'll have that one and set you up in just a little bit. See ya.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
Ooh. Okay, I'm getting better. All right, let's go. Let's go. Hey, what's up, everybody? Danny Lim here. I am here at the Aramco Racing Arena. As you can see, they got this cool setup where it's like an immersive driving experience where you could practically become an F1 driver. You could see yourself driving the car. I mean, the car shakes. I mean, the seat shakes. And this is just really cool, very immersive. And you guys could totally tell that I am a terrible driver. I'm gonna try on. Yep. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. I'm going. But yeah, guys, they have this over at the Aramco Arena. Wow. So yeah, if you guys have time, come over to Aramco Racing Arena and try this out. Very cool. And I died. I'm dead.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. I'm not sure if you guys were watching, but did you guys see Danny driving at the Aramco Arena earlier?
I'm never getting in a car when Danny's driving.
Yeah.
I would like to live.
We used to commute in the same direction in the mornings to the same place, and I'd be getting there, like, I'd leave probably 30 minutes before Danny, never beat him there.
Yeah, Danny was driving with one hand, foot on the pedal, no foot on the brake. Now, look, I don't watch a ton of F1, but I know that you have both feet working there. And
all gas, no brakes, baby.
He doesn't even know the brake exists, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, at the very end, though, he did say, I'm good. Did you hear that part? Yeah. Yeah, look, there it is.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. It's just one of the cool activations that we have here at the
Look at his left leg.
World Cup.
Like,
yeah, what are we doing? What are we doing? Danny, what are we doing right here? Look at this. Look at that right there. That needs to be utilized, my guy.
It's just like, oh, these walls, like hitting them's no problem, right? Oh.
I like a commitment, full send.
All right. Well, you know what? If Danny's driving is anything like the match that we're going to have, that means we're going to have two huge teams colliding with each other as we have Falcons versus Twisted Minds. You like that? That was a good one.
That was good.
Yeah. All right. Two of these squads have high aspirations, especially given the fact that Falcons are one of the best teams, again, potentially one of the best team here at the tournament, and Twisted Minds on the opposite side. They've looked good with the little additions themselves. Wanted to give you that context because you guys at home have the opportunity to play along here with our analysts to predict the outcome of the next match. Head on over to stcplay.gg and put your audience predictions on in as we take a look at the roster here for Falcons. This is a squad that came over at DreamHack Dallas and looked so good until the very end. And even then, that was a great match led by that man Proper.
Yeah, I mean, Proper, of course, what more can you say? One of the most versatile DPS players in Overwatch history. But, you know, I look at this team and I look at how this tournament is playing out right now. I just got to look at the tank line where the very best teams right now are being defined by their tank versatility and tank power. And Smurf and Hanbin, it's hard to get more storied than that.
Hey, what more can you say about Proper? I got a couple. 2002 Overwatch League Rookie of the Year, 2002 Overwatch League Damage Roll Star, 2002 Overwatch League MVP. It's finally good to get back to some proper Overwatch, but you know who you need to look at is who can take advantage of all the attention Proper's going to get. Do not sleep on Stalker.
All right, let's take a look at the other side in Twisted Minds. Now, this was a squad we got to see earlier yesterday. Jake had really strong thoughts about this team, and the biggest question was who was going to play at the tank role. TVNT has stepped up to the lot and looked really good. The DPS has been great. Now the backline filled in with Bliss has been awesome. This squad now has like pretty good Dark Horse potential.
Yeah, and I'd say the Dark Horse potential, yes, TVNT did well, but I'm still in awe of what Quartz was able to do, like, just in general. But you think back to the Overwatch World Cup last year when a lot of people weren't necessarily as familiar with, you know, how good Quartz was, and you go and it's just like, he's just not missing shots. What is going on? Quartz would just take over games and impose his will upon them, and I'd have to think that Quartz still has that ability to do that here in the biggest stage of all.
You and I were lucky enough to even be able to cast the qualifiers for that, and we'd say to each other after a game, like, did you see what Quartz just did? That was amazing. However, right now it's not the greatest cast meta as we've seen. A lot of teams are moving away with it. How Twisted Minds is making it work is Yubi. Yubi's just putting everyone all over the map with the Symmetra play, and it's been phenomenal to watch.
Star-studded lineups for this star-studded match. Let's get on into it. A huge one here in the group. Let's find out how it all shakes out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And what a way it was to kick off our first day of the Qiddiya stage. Crazy Raccoons add another win to their tally.
And that was only our opening match of the day. But up next, we have a spicy one. Two rival teams are going to face here in the Qiddiya arena. And let's see who's going to come on top. And we are ready to welcome the first team on stage. Please welcome Team Falcons! They rolled over Makers in day one, and today their goal is not just making it out of group, but even more so, defeating their local opponents and rivals.
Their keys are there to be deposited, but how about we introduce their rivals? Please welcome Twisted Minds! And much like Falcons, their name is on everyone's lips here in Riyadh. It was them, however, who had their minds twisted in Dallas. So can they replicate their 3-0 win versus LGD away yesterday against the hometown Greens? Crowd loves them. No two ways around it, Fancy.
You can feel the hate in the Qiddiya Arena. We are ready to start this match right away, so let's not keep you waiting, and let's get it on.
Thank you very much, Milosh and Fancy, for that intro on these squads. You're starting to see the arena fill, especially when these two fan favorites throughout the whole of Esports World Cup are on stage here in Riyadh. And as much as the fans might have showed up for both squads, this is, again, a favorite and a team with a puncher's chance here to show on up as we take a look at the maps and the hero bands.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. We got the Venture band coming out first, and you know, I think this is one of those things where teams necessarily in the first map aren't going all out with their most impactful hero band just yet. You kind of want to save it for a little bit later, but as I say that, the BAP being taken out by Falcons immediately, that's a strong band to use early in the series.
Yeah, I think the map that came up was Lijiang Tower, which should be really interesting to see that they're going to go for the BAP early. It's also a great map for that Symmetra play. We saw so much Symmetra yesterday from the Twisted Minds. It was almost the only comp we saw was a Symmetra and Cass. That was most of the rotation with a Sigma into it. So we'll see if Team Falcons takes that into consideration, if they go some bans later. But when it comes to Control, I don't put a ton of stock in these bans early on. Control can be brawly, volatile, whatever. I mean, BAP is kind of a big support, a big support band to burn, but I don't think they're going to regret it.
Yeah, very great point there, Hex, because the Symmetra team composition that Twisted Minds were playing wasn't just like, hey, this is just a one-trick thing. Everyone was on the same page, and the speed in which Twisted Mind plays with it is very, very dangerous, and leaving that up kind of feels a little bit more interesting, as like maybe that's the most important band to take away later on.
Yeah, and I think one thing to note here too, though, when you get rid of the BAP is that you open up the ability to play faster if you want. And a lot of teams, especially with old school Korean talent, do like to play fast. They do like to dive and get in your face, and nothing will ruin your day more when you're diving in with, say, an Echo, a Genji, or otherwise than they'll run straight into an Immortality field and go, well, you would have died if not for the field.
Yeah, well, again, can't wait to see what is in store here. Twisted Minds showing up and being a solid team, given the fact that they played against OA LGD and we weren't 100% sure what to expect from our Chinese invite, and then controlling that game makes this group so much more fascinating if they can start getting a couple of chip shots here over against Falcons.
I think we'll have some answers here, because yesterday's match between OA was like, is OA just rusty? Is it them? Or Twisted Minds really good? Is it them? And now you go against Falcons, so this is going to be the barometer of where is Twisted Minds really at? Are they really ready to go? Or are they was that a one-time thing?
All right, well, let's find out as we send it on over our casters to get into this map, Achilles and Avril.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Yes, we are now just about ready to get into this second series of the day. A big rivalry between these two squads. Of course, the orgs themselves representing Saudi Arabia, and both of them going to be vying for the win, because this is going to be the one that really seals you at the top of the group, gets you that bye in the playoffs.
And both teams ended up with victories yesterday, and a lot of questions surrounding Twisted Minds. How does their new roster look? And let's clear the air here a little bit. Twisted Minds have had multiple roster changes since their Stage 1 EMEA win, and they still retain, I think, the core of the roster, which is UB, Quartz, and Lab is in there somewhere, giving them a little bit of flexibility to play something like the Fire. But the key, I think, identity of the Twisted Minds team
is within the fact that UB is this top-tier Symmetra player. They can play these type of broad compositions where they can use the TPs, kind of reminiscent of old London Spitfire, a little bit of SSG in there as well, the other team that's quite proficient on the Symmetra plays. But given the fact that we have TVNT here versus Hanbin, I'm expecting a lot of mirror matches. I'm expecting a lot of the off-tanks coming on through. The Adventure ban is very interesting coming through from TM, because what that says to me is they're concerned about the fact that Falcons could play a little bit of Adventure all in composition, and that might be problematic. They also banned Venture versus LGD yesterday.
Well, we'll see what does happen. Of course, you do have Hanbin stepping through, so if you're going to have that all-in composition, likely you're going to be seeing the Mauga. Hanbin, not quite that guy. Yep. So we'll see what he's going to have prepared for us here. As for now, it's looking like maybe the Ramatra to start things off.
I think Ram will be played at some point during this map. I don't know if it's going to be right now. In fact, it is. We did actually see this from Falcons versus Makers yesterday, so they were playing a couple of their real comps. I was wondering if that was going to be the case, but let's get into it. Night Market, Lucio, Moira, probably the only real Lucio Moira team here. As of course, Chiro and Fielder, the masters of this duo, and Fielder off rip will take down Bliss.
Yep, Bliss going to be dead off the rip as Fielder finds the opening kill. HP bar is still going to be hovering low on the side of Twisted Minds as UB similarly going to be taken down. Court's now dead, and that is just going to be a clean sweep coming through, as that is a swift and just victory coming in. Falcons will get the first cap.
And they're the Sim TP early on, but they need to take the Sim TP to actually exit the map here as well. They have to be able to receive the pressure. They want to go over towards their own Ram competition. And you hear the crowd favoring Falcons here, but really it's home for both of these teams.
There's a bit of back and forth on the walkouts. Plenty of Twisted Minds fans as well here to show their support, but right now it's going to be Falcons who have the edge, up 10% and playing very far forward, just trying to lock them into the side room. While they're trying to peel off here some of that pressure from UB. But still, the push forward continuing.
And look at Stalker's ult charge right now. I mean, UB's had to freshly swap over towards this main, so he's definitely going to be behind. Quartz is going to be stuck in spawn for the most part. He needs to find an off angle over the top if possible to alleviate some of this pressure. Waiting for Vigilante to also find this Katsuna Rush. That will be the go trigger for Twisted Minds as they have to break out of spawn. They'll probably have to spend an ultimate if they're still stuck yet.
Yeah, but I mean, right now it's just been defensive walls coming through here from UB, unable to try to really catch anybody off guard, try to isolate a pick. That's exactly what Falcons are trying to do right now, as that Coalescence is going to be coming through. That does cut off Hanbin, but he's got that Annihilation rolling, and now Coalescence opened up to go ahead and get that healing through. Sound barrier here on the back end. UB going to be taken down. TVNT similarly dead, as it's going to be another team kill coming through, and the Blizzard was invested from UB.
We'll see in the next fight how this goes for Falcons. We're going for a listen of the team.
메이필 2층 아파트 이거 들어가 2층 나오면 나 떨게 이거 2층 올라볼래 2층 올라볼게 올라갈게 아 10명 돼 메이 에코 조심 에코 머리 위에 달걀 없어 키리 두대 거점 트레 거점 트레 나 거점 트레 올게 기다려 나 거점 밟고 갈게 바로 갈게 이속 거점 트레 봐줘 거점 트레 봐줘 트레 트레 노력콜 나진다 나 커피 아나 밀렸다 갈 수 있나? 에코 밀렸어 빠질게
Twisted Minds there, finally getting a little bit of control back with a change from TVNT on towards the ball, but they were stuck in spawn for so long. Can they get a little bit of lead here? Hanbin saw his ultimate, might want to annihilate here. Chio looking towards the beat.
Well, yep, Chio is going to be going ahead and pulling the trigger on that beat. Still quite far away from the support ultimates. Twisted Minds and Vigilante is going to be taken down as Fielder finds another kill. Bliss buffering down to about half HP. So it's looking like a very fast retake here for the side of Team Falcons, only surrendering about a third of that percentage here as they're now back in control in the overtime. Going to start bleeding down the wall to try to lock them off. TVMT is able to push forward here with that Wrecking Balls. Bliss nearly goes off the side of the map, but pulls bomb out from Proper. Finding Courts, taking him down. UB looking for a pick, but cannot make it happen. Will end up falling to Proper's hands as Team Falcons start to really seal the deal here on this opening round of Night Market.
The Vigilante Katsuna Rush won't be enough. Bliss dies anyway. Twisted Minds on the retake. Couldn't quite get it done. Not on the correct composition. Stuck on the ball because that was their retake / get out of spawn type of composition. It was 0 to 99 for the longest time. The 99 was a lot spent basically spawn camping Twisted Minds there. Just look at the final moments, proper back on the Tracer. You don't want that smoke. We don't normally see Quartz on the Echo, but they'll have to play it if they want this UB Quartz Tracer Echo type of composition. But you get a situation where Proper's going to be on that Tracer, it's deadly, it's dangerous, and it's something that Twisted Minds have to think about as we move into round 2 here. A composition swap did put Twisted Minds behind economically, and they failed to recover from that for the longest time in the first round. So can they find the right comp the second time around? Because TM, they're just going to run it back to the same thing again.
Yeah,
Falcons rather will run it back to the same thing again.
I was going to say, you have to anticipate that they're likely going to be playing the same thing because it plays so well into control center. So Court's going to be coming out here with that Bastion. UB once more on the Symmetra, this time TVNT, starting things off on that Junker Queen. Let's see how they fare those. It's a TP forward. Instantly the wall going to be coming up to try to cut him off, but Court's able to drop down, getting slowed up, trying to get some damage across here. And Proper will end up falling first and foremost. Into the ice block goes Stalker to try to stay alive. Low HP bars here on the side of Team Falcons, and it looks like widely this comp change here for the side of Twisted Minds is going to be paying off dividends as TVNT able to collect 3 quick kills, looking for a 4th, but Gio will be able to escape.
And actually the pocketing on course, I thought he was alone there for a second, but Twisted Minds managed to rally around the Bastion, keep him alive, and during all of that Falcons, they lost so much HP, so the cleanup comes through. TVNT, still full HP. Quartz might be down, but power of the Carnage, the power of the Queen gets the cleanup required.
And 2 changes going to be made. Hanbin shifting over to the Queen as well to match, but Proper bringing out the Reaper here. Try to get in on top of that Bastion and burst him down. See how they're going to be faring as Axe across gets the connection there on the TVNT, and Yumi's going to be eliminated. He's Proper able to find one. Now Court's going to be dropped as it's a very swift turnaround here from Falcons, roaring back into the point to be able to claim this for themselves. The knife just a little bit wide there on the Blitz. Would have been certain death for the Lucio, but he is able to escape.
I want to see royalty on the Queen. It's going to be Hanbin, once named best Junker Queen of the world in 2022. That might still be true today in 2024 if Falcons can get this one over. They kept the Lucio more important because look at the ultimates. They're still ahead despite losing the first fight. And still have plenty of ultimate play for beyond that as well. More coming online, but Stalker down is huge.
Stalker dead, yeah, Quartz rather coming up with the corpse of Stalker. And finds the opening kill, just trying to get that Mortifier maybe online, but it's going to be fielded with the Coalescence, able to go ahead and eliminate the Bastion. Rampage across, Hanbin going to get clipped by that one, but the Sound Barrier in response from Shio. Gets the shielding across, but can they sustain him? No. TVNT pulls out the knife, finds another one. Is Proper going to be taken down as well. Huge plays here on the Junker Queen as he wants to dethrone Hanbin, and so far it's working a treat. Twisted Minds right back in control.
I mean, all of that was just coming down to taking Stalker away. You don't have the ice block there. I mean, we needed to see that. Stalker has to stay alive. You don't normally see a Mei taken off rip beginning as the first chess piece. That shouldn't happen. Stalker would have had huge plays there. Blizzard incredibly important in that fight. And now Twisted Minds getting the lead on the cap itself. So far, this Queen comp has been very good for TM.
And it has. Now they have the Kitsune rush here. Just the Blizzard and the Blossom, a decent combination becoming available here for the side of Falcons, but can they find the setup? For now, Court's going to be opening up with a Mortifier, but here comes the Reaper around the back. The Death Blossom able to find Bliss now, looking for the Bastion, will be able to get it right as he tries to go into the tank form. Stalker going to be taken down again, but the rest of the team falling to the wayside for the side of Twisted Minds. TVNT just doing what he possibly can, but it's not much there as Vigilante will get a parting gift kill onto Proper, but the flip is back into the control of the Falcons.
And honestly, kind of dangerous for Course just to go for the artillery barrage there because, you know, you have such a fast response for Falcons. Proper's instantly on you. I don't think the artillery is really going to do that much in terms of damage or spacing here. Falcons want to get directly inside your team composition. They're going to be able to do that. Now Fielder once again has a Colt. That's going to be aimed towards Courts. In fact, he's low already.
Coalescence coming through. Kitsune rush on the opposite side, trying to match, and now the Blizzard is going to be lobbed in. Quartz is going to be frozen up, isolated right on top of Yubi. It's 2 quick kills to be found here. Now a third as the tank will fall, and this time Falcons not leaning into this back and forth play here, this trading of the point. They win out the fight as Bliss tries to escape, grabs that Mega Pack, but it's sent sailing off the side. Does manage to land in for the wall ride, but up over the top, they have him hounded down, and that's a stagger kill found.
Exactly, and now they're stuck in spawn as well. I mean, Yubi can TP past this, nearly the wall online. Pretty close map so far. Waiting for the Bliss respawn to equalize on the sound barriers here. Both teams looking over towards Rampage. Shio goes first. Bliss responds. Quartz on 1 HP.
And they're trying to TP out, but now they're just completely split. The team getting separated here on the approach. The back cap's coming through as 3 players have made it across. But now they are at risk. Wall comes up, but Anti goes across. 2 players going to be caught. Yubi the first one to fall. Rampage in, only finds Hanbin once more, and the sound barrier not needed to try to bail him out this time around. Proper holds onto the Death Blossom. The Photon Barrier going to dissipate. Quartz finding one, but then taken down, traded out as Proper finds that elimination, pulls the trigger here on the ultimate, and looks to rip them asunder. Bliss will fall as Chio pursues forward, finds the right click kill, and that should just about be the cleanup coming through as it's back into control for the side of Falcons. That artillery barrage being called in, but there's just no good targets whatsoever, and no one is going to be able to get the touch.
And the problem here, as Falcons would clean up map 1, is that Twisted Minds, okay, you go for the back cap, you want to try to dissipate the pressure of being spawn capped, but if you send 3 of your members forward to go for the back cap, the rest of your team is just going to be free to take down, and guess what? You're still 3v5 at the end of the day when Falcons comes back, and now you're staggered spawns, and you're on final fight. It's a rough situation for TM, a desperate situation for TM, and Falcons capitalize.
Yeah, but it was just great identification from Falcons, seeing that opportunity, say, okay, they're setting up for the teleporter. 3 players managed to take it, but the rest get shoved back. They force that segregation of the players, and then they're able to pick them apart.
You know, the best part about this is Falcons are the team this time to actually start on the composition that is, you could say, incorrect. They're the ones that have to swap. You could say on the first round, a 9 market, okay, well, it's TM. They have to swap their comps. They're going to be behind an ult. Guess what? Falcons like, well, we can be behind. We can play from behind and then still get ahead. I think the most important for Falcons is they swapped some of the comps, but they also kept the Lucio and the Morris. So the tempo was retained. You're going to be delayed on stuff like the Rampage. You won't be delayed on the support ultimates, which are crucial for the following fights.
And we continue to find, see so much value being found there by that Moira. I mean, Fielder getting the first kill of this series with that Moira, and the Coalescence regularly delivering quite a bit of damage. I mean, Court's on the opposite side of that photon barrier, trying to stay safe, but that Coalescence, it goes straight through. It manages to find its target, and it's a really hot start here for the side of Falcons. So onus on Twisted Minds to be able to try to respond back, to be able to try to equalize this count. There was some competitive moments, but ultimately it's still a 2-0.
I mean, Falcons, they're the favorite team here. They're the much stronger team here on paper, but Twisted Minds, couple, silver linings here. TVNT did look good on the Junker Queen. He looked good versus LGD yesterday as well. He's going to be a player that will be probably a threat towards Falcons, but can they get the rest of the squad together? Can they make the Symmetra stuff work? Because that was the biggest threat versus LGD, but I just don't think Falcons are going to be susceptible to the same Symmetra plays. Clearly hasn't been an issue so far in Lijiang Tower. I don't think it'll be an issue moving forward, and beyond this all, if TM actually take a map, I suspect that Falcons will draft over towards a dive map, sub-smurf and play some Winston, force TVNT into a difficult situation, because guess what? Falcons have the depth, TM do not. TVNT does have a limited hero pool if things go really deep here.
Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what the map pick is going to be, but for now, we'll go ahead and pass things back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. And we got to see that hero pool on full display. And what happens if you pick a comp, fall behind early there on round number 1?
Oh, it's rough, especially if the other team's running Mei and you're not. Bliss just ran afoul of something, got picked off super early, and then getting through the Mei was such a real problem for Twisted Minds. And interestingly enough, that was a case where they weren't running the sim, where it probably would have been good to run the sim to get through the Mei wall, because Stalker was on point. A little bit less on point B or second round, but even the second round, Stalker had some great moments on the Mei, but it was the first round where it was just a pure shutdown.
It's always hard to deal with the map editor, as I call Mei, especially in those really small maps. You think of Nepal Village, always one of them. That stage in particular, Mei can really, really shine. And I think, trying to go to the Junker Queen, it's an interesting call. Some versatility issues coming out, but Hanbin is the OG Junker Queen. Since Junker Queen was released, it was kind of universally known Hanbin is the best Junker Queen by a mile. The tank depth for this team is always going to come up, and that's what the thing is about these top squads. It's not just that they are good players, it's that they have so many good players who have such deep heroes that anytime you talk about any hero in the game, it's always like, oh yeah, they're top 5 at that. They're top 5 at that. They're top 5 at that.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing, though, look, you talk about Hanbin being good on the JQ. TVNT was impressive. They didn't win, but what TVNT was doing was really good. Quartz made the Bastion look better than what you normally see over the course of that. Although it is funny, Hex, you go far back in Overwatch, on this stage in Lijiang in particular, Reaper always finds a way. Proper was just solid, consistent, found good Death Blossoms, and at the end of it all with Reaper, just walk forward, right position, hit left click, take some people out.
Well, it's a remnant of that, the zombie comp, I think we call it. The Moira and the Reaper together. You just keep pushing in. You can't stop this damage. You can't stop this healing. And it's just the unrelenting push forward.
Yeah, and it's very much like what the caster said. You go down, and actually what you just said, CP, I want to make sure you get your credit as well. All right, I know that's important. All right, you go down that roster. It's like, where do we stack up well? Because, again, TBNT did good things, as well as Quartz getting some DPS down. You know how good good Bliss can be, you just look on the opposite side. Like, it's just fully stacked here for this Falcons roster.
You know, the interesting thing, even though Quartz, I thought, played Bastion really well, is that it still wasn't the part where Quartz could take over a game. Like, Bastion usually isn't going to be one to take over a game. It's more about positioning, good, solid, consistent damage, and all the rest. I want to see Quartz more on things like Cass, Ashe, etc., because that's where Quartz can just impose his will on the game. Bastion, he was good, but, you know, there's a limit to what you could do on the hero.
Yeah.
The question becomes, since they it feels like they showed their hand a little yesterday against OA, that they were going to run the Symmetra and Cass wherever possible. And I think that Falcons did a good job of kind of recognizing that and saying, like, no, we're just going to play around your teleport. So now it might be, do you want to try to triple mind game them and set up teleporters, but don't take them?
Yeah.
You know, we start getting second and third level Inception deep on those types of things. So it's either they're going to try that composition, which worked really well for them yesterday, but it seems like Falcons did their homework.
Yeah, and it felt like we got like a little bit of a half-hearted attempt on it there over at Control Center, but as you said, at the jump over on Night Market, you felt like, okay, cool, they're going to play fast, we're going to get to see it, no BAP, let's see how it works. And we didn't really see it, so now maybe it's Twisted Minds being like, okay, time for us to pull it on out and really go toe-to-toe, you know, our strength against your strength here.
Yeah, and now you pay attention to the bands that are going to be coming out soon and just go, okay, what will they be taking away here? Because, look, I really do feel like this Falcons team is going to be well-coached, well-prepared, and they're going to make things rough for Twisted Minds, even when Twisted Minds gets their own map pick.
Yeah. I think it may be early to say this, but I think what I'm seeing out just from these last couple of days is that the upper echelon teams, they are almost unbannable against, right? Because they have such depth, such versatility, and even some teams without like the depth that we're going to see later just have players with versatility. Whereas if you're below maybe the top 3 best teams, you kind of have to be banning and playing for your own team. They can't take away from somebody else, but you can really enable your composition.
All right, well, let's take a look at the map and the bans here for map number 2. Falcons up 1-0 against a Twisted Mind squad looking to get an upset here. Obviously, Control out of the map pool. Here we go. Let's move the payload.
All right, or is that my eyes deceive me that I'm looking at the wrong TV. Anyway, so I think that's Circuit, if I can see correctly.
Circuit would make sense. And Circuit's also, again, it's one of those maps that really you can play unique compositions on. It plays very differently than a lot of the other maps in the game, period. And already Twisted Minds going, we're taking out the Pharah.
You know, they're burning the Pharah because the Falcons have this cool composition on Circuit, especially on defense, where they'll play the Pharah and also a Life Weaver. So they put a Pharah up front and then they pull her back whenever she gets in trouble. It's so much cool damage around the corner. I love that. They've done their homework on what the Falcons love to run on Circuit. Really cool. I think we're going to see some Widow battles here because Quartz could also pull a really good Widow.
Yeah, and it's interesting that they're doing that. I think the fact that Lucio is getting taken out here does indicate, hey, we're going to run things that are longer range. We're going to run a Widow, or we're going to run an Ashe, and we're going to make sure that we get maximum time of you being in line of sight before you get to us. And how you do that, you remove the only speed boost hero in the game.
I'm a little bummed they banned the Pharah, just because it was such a cool composition that they have Life Weaver, but it's smart. It's smart play.
Yeah, I mean, once you saw that ban, like, life came into your eyes.
All right, well, here we go. Map number 2, Falcons versus Twisted Minds. Falcons trying to go up 2-0 and put Twisted Minds to the sword and take control of the group. Let's find out as we send it on over to the castles.
Well, thank you very much. Circuit Royale going to be coming through. Last time we had this, I believe, on the A stream yesterday, it was the Widow banned away. So perhaps we get some Widow battles.
And I think the Lucio ban is really interesting for Falcons, but what it says to me is they want to make sure we get a mirror matchup for potentially this seg. Let's find out if that's the case as we're listening to TM.
No, we're not going to play around. Sigma. Okay. Bliss, you want to play Larry or Brick?
Up to you. I can play too. What do you think?
If they play Brick, you mirror Brick. If they play Larry, go Larry, okay?
Okay. Maybe 100% Brick.
Okay. They're gonna play Brick 100%?
Yeah.
صح لو هذا بدخلوا ماجد صراحة. خاصة مبلدين بوز. Okay. Maybe you guys want to start Larry?
Sure.
هنشوف what device they have. Maybe you play Larry. Stay in spawn with the Brick now. إيه إذا لعبوا ودو ما بدينا نلعب.
يا بروح بريك يخسر. تعال شيت ليفت جايز كام. هير ودو اوكي. ودو مين. ديفا عشان ديفا.
If you want, لا كم كويس. شلد مين.
شيدك مين كان فيك. So much damage, my shield break,
Okay, guys, can you take my TP?
Yeah,
Come in.
I stay far. D.Va right side, D.Va. I don't know, I don't see it. I'm pushing point. I can't push point to river and D.Va. May right side in the side here.
Wait, move card.
Yeah.
Can all of you come down? All of you come down?
Yeah.
Do you have triple shield?
Yeah, I have shield.
Okay, quarters, go. 3, 2, 1, walk mid. Only quarters. Walk. Go the back.
Oh, one. Can
May right, quarters, May right.
I can shoot me.
May down.
I'm shooting me.
Palm window. Magic damage.
Yeah, I'm farm window. Chill.
Okay.
Let's push with window. I'm gonna tweak quarters to fang.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take TP too.
They have mail.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go. Fake. Don't walk. Care. They're gonna mail. Can you shoot me?
Yeah, we can shoot.
Getting a little bit of progress there for Twisted Minds, but honestly receiving the pressure well as Team Falcons. Here comes Storm with the ult.
Immortality Field going to be cleared out immediately, and there you have it. Just layering in that blizzard and instantly taking them all down. Cart not getting too much distance. It's a nice steady initial push, but now Vigilante, well, it's going to be rough. He's going to try to make his way over to the ledge.
And, honestly, I agree with the comms at the start because Twisted Minds were expecting Falcons to play a little bit of the brig back into the Sigma. They were prepared for the Sigma matchup. Again, Lucio is gone. It's more likely we're going to see either double flex support or, the brig BAP coming through. Now, Bliss is not capable of playing the double flex support. It seems like Team Falcons is. Chio having to go over towards the Zenyatta, and Harmon staying on the D.Va. Proper on towards the Widowmaker, and course is not going to match, so Proper has a big range advantage here. Let's see if he finds those kills.
It seems like initially just getting caught off guard by the comps. Not opting into that Widow battle. I mean, ZTP was talking about it. Cords can play it, but it's not opting into the fight. She's going to be sticking here with that cast. Was Hanbin able to avoid getting stunned up there by the rock. Gio, Consent still in the back pocket here for the Zenyatta. Rally going to be rolling from Bliss. Anti out onto 2. No real damage going to be found off the back of that one as Hanbin starts playing forward here, looking for a little bit of harass. He'll get knocked to the ground by the Accretion, but of course does have that self-destruct available, and he's just going to go ahead and send it up into the air, looking for a pick. Not going to be found. They took away inside, but Vigilante's still going to be taken down as Proper's able to find one. Anti now out on the 2. Seeing a couple more targets here, just cleared on the teleporter, but widely, Twisted Mind's going to be held at bay.
And look at the discipline there as well. Chio holding on to Transcendence, it's fine. Hanbin is going to remake, he doesn't need the healing. We'll save the trance. Let go of the self-destruct. Proper holding on the infra side as well for the next push. Once it happens, 1 minute remaining, it's going to be difficult. Proper's already got 1 kill in that last fight, and he's looking for more.
Infra site now going to be popped here by Proper, able to spot out everyone. Having to play around these barriers a little bit more cautiously now. That's going to be the Photon Barrier to try to open things up a little bit. Near catch on his Falcon, goes into the ice block. The Flux now going to be coming through, gets to pick up here on the 2. Hanbin going to be dropped back down. Matt going to be broken. Gio a little bit late with that Transcendence to try to save him. So Hanbin ends up falling. Now tankless here. But Gio has to backpedal Proper. Nearly eliminated a sliver of HP remaining on a ham. Immortality Field comes out, the big ante on 4 players, but they cannot find the punish. And Twisted Minds find their opening to be able to get the cap here on A.
It's actually an excellent Photon Barrier placement by you because it locks out Proper immediately. That kind of just alleviates some of the pressure from that infra site. You don't want to have to wait out the entire infra site. Then you just push on in. TVNT, he was ahead of the Blizzard, but with the Flux, he survives, puts Falcons into a really weird spot. And I agree with you, Chio, he was late on the trance. Should have been able to save Harmon's life, but at least he'll get the first pick here.
He does. Yubi going to be put down. And still not that much time, granted. It was just before that OT would have rolled through to get that 2.5 minute bump up. So now that's all they have remaining in this time bank. So Twisted Minds, they're going to have to be a lot more pacey if they want to extend this map and have a better shot of being able to close it out.
See if they can get this nano engage going as well, because you do want to nano Hanbin in here.
Oh my
huge
God.
5-man ante. That's a cleanup.
Fielder, absolutely monstrous. Immortality Field to try to save the rest of the players, but Fielder read them like an open book. The 5-man ante, he gives his life for the play, but my God, it was gorgeous to watch.
Hidden Anna, soaring Falcons here as a 5-man wipe comes on through. That's the Baronet you're looking for. TVNT and the rest of the team have no idea what hit them. On 2 minutes left remaining now, TM still have a long ways to go. Payload still at the beginning of B, Nano still yet to be expended.
Proper now over onto the Ashes, layering in damage here on the reapproach. Let's see what Twisted Minds want to try to go for. First is going to be Deadeye Fielder in a bad spot. Manages to tuck away, keep himself safe, but still is going to be at risk. Nano invested, Hanbin the recipient, just keeping them protected for now. Another self-destruct ready to go as Rally's going to be popped here by Bliss. Amp Matrix similarly used by Vigilante, so committing to all of their ultimates here, and Shio is about to have another Transcendence available.
I should be coming on through. Bliss has used the rally already. Both Vigilante and Bliss have nothing to play through now. Double man on the Bio name, but
wasn't available.
Go time for Falcons. still biding their time here, burning down their clock. Still have a Blizzard available as well to relieve any pressure that Twisted Minds have while pushing in. But TM, they're trying to poke their way through. They can't exactly rush down here.
This is going to be difficult to try to get through this. Crucial ultimates online here for him, Stalker, unless that eat comes through from TVNT. Almost assuredly is it going to be a team fight win. I mean, he's still pushing out. He's still poking the product despite taking quite a bit of damage. Blizzard now going to be invested with Stalker, dead off the rip. Flux getting ready to come through. Here's the Transcendence. TVNT still seeking target, trying to find somebody. Gets a pick up here. It's going to be Proper picked up into the sky, slapped back down, but the rest of the team is dead. It took too long to try to get that Flux off, and now TVNT going to be taken down on the back end of the fight.
Hanbin and the rest of Falcons pulled trigger early. Blizzard looked like it went a little bit deep, but it allowed Falcons to be able to make the dive happen. And now, speaking of diving, Proper's going to go over towards the Genji just to make that dive a little bit stronger with 20 seconds remaining left to play through TM. Swapping over towards their own Diva for this final fight. And this is it, all to play through. They need more ultimates here.
Fielder's lurking again. Hidden away. Makes his presence known. ENCE on the 2. The dive in for Proper, able to find Vigilante. Looking for a little bit more. Hanbin cleans up courts. Committed to here is the Blizzard from Yubi. He's able to find one. Geo going to be taken down, but now the cleanup continues. Yubi good for a second. Stalker will similarly fall, but it's just Bliss right now here on the cart to try to keep things going. Proper getting leapt on. Riley rolling again. Bliss building that up quickly. Has the shield bash available, but it has to drop down towards the low ground as the Immortality Field comes out. The dash across. TVNT taken down. His Quartz dashing through. Swap over onto the Tracer. Keeps things extended. Keeps this in overtime. Ant Matrix going to be invested now. Hanbin pulls away, and yes, they have to respect this. They have to pull back. Space going to be given.
But they have to wait for TVNT here as well. They don't have a full 5 at the moment. The window just buys time and won't win them the fight. They still have to actually camp here. Hanbin still have a self-destruct shield looking over towards the Trance. Once Trance is available, that could be it, and they don't actually touch.
Well,
oh my goodness, Falcons are a little bit too intimidating there. So Twisted Minds in the OT needed to keep their Tracer on towards the payload. They even set up the Symmetra teleporter for that. At minimum, they wanted to push the payload towards the end. Look, I don't know if they were necessarily going to win that fight as we take a look at that sick Byronade again.
But you want the chance to play it out.
Want the chance. I think you know, it's probably Falcons' favorite. Man, that is disappointing to see, sadly. That's a legitimate C9.
Yep.
I'll certify that one with you.
Yep, you see it right there on their faces. We are the council, and we will go ahead and put the stamp down. That is a certified C9. And Twisted Minds is one of those moments that can be really difficult to recover from.
Yeah.
Now we'll go ahead and swap Falcons over onto the attack. See what Twisted Minds have up their sleeve here for this defense. Looks like this time Quartz out the gate is going to be coming through with the Widowmaker.
That's the thing, because I think it's far more advantageous to play the Widowmaker on the defense. So Quartz didn't want to play into that one. The question will be, does Proper want to play in on the attacking side? Falcons still have options here in terms of what they want to play through. It is going to be the same Sigma type of composition coming through from TM, except this time around Bliss is going to opt over towards the BAP. So yeah, look, I guess they can play that double flex support as well, not stuck on the break. But if it ends up being a Sigma mirror, maybe you actually want that break, because I think break Sig is actually superior in that mirror. Falcons yet to lock in their composition. Hanbin now hovering over the Sig, and it looks like that will end up being the case. Sig mirror, but will it be break BAP?
Oh,
double flex support.
Okay, Chio. Okay. Eventually lands on it.
So BAP, I think, is the correct choice here.
Will be Brigma, Stalker off the Widow, hands that over to Proper. He's back over onto the May.
Not scared of Quartz at all. I think Proper, he's looking for this battle. When we look over towards the Fire Band, that enables the Widows to be played in terms of protecting the Widow Band from going through.
Proper
thought about it. He actually swapped off. All right, well, they want to play... well, I actually prefer the Ashe here. I think Proper might be outranged a little bit on the cast.
Let's see how they fare. As Quartz eating quite a bit of damage, I believe, from maybe even Feeler. We'll have to tell, but for now, Proper in control of this high ground, just up on the walkway. Quartz trying to see if he can scope in, but wall comes up to deny the sight lines.
TM lost that much space already. I mean, we're already at the hairpin. Like, you got double flex support. You have the sniper. You can't be giving up that main straight so far. Look at the space they're still losing. Falcons still just pushing forward with minimal resistance.
Yeah, I mean, they are just absolutely fearless right now as Proper instantly finds a headshot. Quartz going to be taken down. Chio with the trade out as the Immortality Fields get cleared on both sides. Fan of the hammer, looking for the kill, sets it up. And his TVNT will be eliminated. Bliss down low. Proper just tucking back, keeping that head protected. Hides in behind the cart, looks for a little bit more, but it's going to be the accretion from Hanbin to go ahead and take out Yubi, and that's going to be the cleanup. That's going to be the cap here on A, and it's now over 5 minutes and they don't even have to get all the way to B.
And compositionally, this just shouldn't happen. Like I said, you have the double flex support, including the Zen. You should be able to outrange, out-damage. You have the Discord, you have all the extra damage. You have the longer range from the Widow versus the Cass. And you got Twisted Minds, didn't hold their space. They backed out, kept backing out, eventually got cleaned up. Proper gets within range. He is at a range disadvantage until you hit the end of A, you go over the hairpin, and now suddenly you're actually within killing distance of getting Quartz down, which is exactly what Proper did.
Well, already you can see blue box of victory right here in front of these Falcons players, just waiting for the cart to catch up to them because they've been able to take so much space. Twisted Minds continuing the backpedal, but now looking to go on the offensive. The Amatrix going to be coming through proper, holding for the dead eye, but only finds the immortality field. He gets taken down, as does Hanbin, and so far they only find Blitz, but Quartz joining him in the grave. Stalker finding that immediately, investing in for the Blizzard. Falls low, has the ice block wall, going to be broken down quickly. Goes in for it. Kill's not going to be found off the back of that Mei ult. Shio going to be taken out, and now Twisted Minds can start finding some semblance of stability as Stalker tries to backpedal.
The problem is the payload is already in. You can already see that box of victory payload right next to it. So Falcons have done the groundwork, and here comes Humber. Now Flux will catch at least the one. Can they get the kill on top of that? Not quite. TVNT should be responding very, very soon.
It ends up eluding them. Rally about to come up the next ult cycle here for the side of Falcons. Flux there from TVNT, and Hanbin going to be taken down. Quartz at a sliver of HP. Eventually gets found by Stalker, but the cleanup is looking good. Twisted Minds maintaining control, but the card still so very close to the finish line with 3:45 remaining.
And still have the range advantage here. I mean, Vigi stays on towards the Zen, so you're in a situation where, okay, Stairs is going to be a bit of an issue. This is where UB is playing now. Can you get another kill to Stalker, though? It's going to slow things down further. The rally comes from Chio. Falcons want to address him, but can they walk up the steps? Again, it's a huge choke point. A lot of damage coming through from Twisted Minds. UB nearly on the Blizzard as well.
He's backpedaling, and Chio cannot make it out. So Falcons starting to kind of stagger themselves, going in one by one, getting picked apart.
On the flank. Hanbin's not even with the team on the stairs, so 4 members of Falcons trying to go stairs while Hanbin is on the other side of the map. So obviously, yeah, you're Chio rallying. You're not going to make it through that choke. I don't know if Falcons are playing this cleanly or not. They're getting a little impatient. They just want to force their way into the victory, but that's not how you have to approach this.
This is starting to feel like a little bit of complacency, maybe a little bit of overconfidence here from the side of the Falcons players. They were able to just donk walk across, get that A cap, get themselves up towards B, but now they're starting to struggle. Twisted Minds are starting to becoming a little bit more entrenched here, as well as having the superior ult cycle.
That's the thing, right? They're entrenched. They won the last fight. They won the fight before that, I believe, as well. So now they actually have ultimates, and they didn't have to really use ultimates basically this entire time.
Probably not going to connect. Okay, Blizzard's out. Looks like, for the most part, able to play away from this one. Hanbin pushes up into it to try to set up for an accretion stub, but now the bomb is going to be sent down the ramp, and Fielder is going to be taken down as Quartz finds that kill. Things continuing to be disjointed here for the side of Falcons. Falling apart as Hanbin similarly suffers the same fate. The dynamite will burn down Chio.
And Proper is going to stay on this Widowmaker. He has to find those opening shots. If he gets that opening shot, it's a very different map indeed, but hard to play into the Bob, hard to play into the Blizzard here. You're also facing uphill. So yes, you did push the payload all the way up, but what are your options here? Do you want to go up the staircase or do you want to go up main? Both seem to be a little bit difficult here. You need to be in a situation where your windows can be effective, but it's double flex support window on Bliss versus just the one flex support with Fielder on their own window and no Ashe to pump damage through that.
Vigilante tagged up, still staying alive. Bliss keeping him in the fight. Flux v Flux about to be there. No Transcendence to try to survive as Matrix gets posted up here. Bliss taken down, Immortality fielded well, similarly going to fall. Flux comes through, but kills cannot be found off the back of that one aside from Chio, but Yui now going to be traded out, and it's going to be a big trade up for the side of Falcons, who look to finish the job.
That should be the cap.
Flux claims TVNT, Quartz is gone, and that should just about do it. No one else is going to be able to get the touch. Just the supports left alive, and there you have it. Struggling quite a bit. It was a solid little time by for the side of Twisted Minds, starting to find their groove, find that ult cycle, find those picks, but Falcons set up far too well for success after that initial push.
Yeah, I mean, they had all the time in the world to play through, so they can accept a couple of mistakes here or there, but those mistakes were there. So, to be honest with you, Falcons, they got a little impatient. They probably could have cleaned up a lot more. They lost too many fights in the B stage area where, you know, if they had less time to play through, if they didn't roll through A so quickly, that could have been an OT situation that did eventually slow down, give Proper a little bit of time to find damage. He wasn't necessarily even just looking for main picks, but he shot a lot of damage at TVNT, put him into a bad situation, and then when the Fluxes are traded, TVNT is in the air, you're starting to then push through the entire squad, TVNT down, that's when the cap is actually going to happen. So slow and steady wins the race for Falcons here. Although they started very quickly, they need to still respect TM.
Wow, TM now in a position they're going to have to pull off a reverse sweep if they want to be victorious here in this rivalry battle, if they want to claim that first place spot here at the top of this group. The Falcons right now, it's looking like they're not going to be dissuaded. So a final map pick attempt for Twisted Minds to try to see if they're going to be able to make this run back happen.
It's difficult, man. I mean, we expect the Crazy Raccoons and Falcons to be the top 2 teams in this tournament, and so far they have not disappointed, looking like potential for back-to-back clean 3-0s here. Clean enough anyway. Okay, you can drop a round here or there, but at the end of the day, when you look at the map scores, it is going to be a 3-0, and it might still be a 3-0 here. One more map to play through, like you said, but Twisted Minds, I think they're running out of options. I think push is still available. Maybe go towards something where they can play more of a Symmetra Ram style. Some sort of Symmetra Rush is maybe the only thing that really haven't gone through yet. The Sigma versus Sigma Circuit Royale, they tried that, wasn't really their thing. Diva, it's okay for TVNT. I think the one thing left to play through is the Ram. Try go towards the Ram, that's the option.
Well, we'll see what they do and whether or not it's going to lead to a victory. But for now, let's go ahead and pass it back down to the boys in the big old square.
That's right. This is a big square, and these are 2 boys that just watched that. Another win here by Falcons. This one, a little bit more labored, a better setup by Twisted Minds, but still the job was done.
Yeah, and to me, when I look at this matchup, the difference was in the defense, and there was no greater difference between the 2 teams than compositionally. Fielder on the Ana was sublime. Not only great support from the back and a composition clearly designed to slow things down with also the Widowmaker and no Lucio in play, but Fielder was just being downright sneaky at points, landing bio-nades from behind, a full team bio-nade at one point, but also just very reliable bio-nades from afar. I mean, Fielder was about as consistent as an Ana gets, and that's why the defense coming in from Falcons was so darn dominant in the first round.
Offensively, it was really interesting what the Falcons did too, is that they started switching over from like a heavier we're going to get pick style to, especially that first point, more of a sustainable style. They got off the Zen and went towards a Brig, which is a little healthier. Then they had I believe they went to a cast briefly, and this is the point. They come around the corner. Everyone's got a little more health, a little more sustainable damage, and they come around this corner. They do eventually get stopped, but the problem is, because they were able to take that first fight and first point so quickly, I was looking up at the clock. I was like, oh wow, good fight by good fight by Twisted Minds, and I'm like, oh, there's 4 minutes left. You got to do that again and again and again. So eventually, Falcons counterpick. Eventually, Proper gets a kill. Like, it's just this relentless force. And these top teams, you can maybe hit their fastball, but can you hit their curveball, their slider, their splitter? There's just too much in the repertoire.
Yeah, and I mean, the interesting thing, though, for Twisted Minds, one thing I was really happy to see at the end, it wasn't enough, but they nearly brought it back, getting Quartz onto the Ashe. I mean, Quartz was going wild. It wasn't always reflected in the kill feed, but the actual damage that was being output, that's what you love to see from Quartz, and I do wonder, maybe play the Ashe more. Other teams are. You can do it, too.
Yeah, again, we're waiting for that moment where Quartz can step up, because we've seen in a lot of these upsets, it's the DPS matching the other DPS, and then you're finding a win elsewhere. And unfortunately, you know, it hasn't been full fire yet, but that was the first sign of life there where Quartz was like, hey, on the other side, we've got some world-class DPS players, but I am just as good. Maybe Falcons also get a little happy gaming, just kind of ramming back on in as they were like very, very close to the final point and capping that one. But still, a sign of life here by Twisted Minds, and a way possibly in against one of the best teams in the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, look, not out of it yet, even in this match, but they definitely have their work cut out with them, because on the other end, Falcons, there's really been no weakness, Hex.
What I like about Twisted Minds is that as we go forward into the maps and the maps that are coming up, is that they aren't just ramming their head against the wall. And you see that sometimes with teams that are really good on one composition. They're like, let's just keep running it and keep running it and keep running it. The recognition that what they were running is not working and trying different things is an enormous thing for growth. And as they probably get out of this group and move forward, that's something that they're going to have to keep working on. So I think Avril hit the nail on the head. It's like, you've tried this SIG 1v1, that didn't work. You've tried this, you went to Circuit. You keep trying different things, and it doesn't, none of it looks terrible, which is great as well. But now maybe try Uramacha, try the what's your third thing that you're good at, you know? Like, option A didn't work, option B looked a little better, still didn't work. What's C? I like that they at least have options.
Well, do you go to option C, or do you try to refine option B? That would be my question here, because again, you know,
option B is like, option B is very map specific. Circuit is its own thing. Like Circuit's been its own thing for quite a while.
Okay. Well, you got to see some of the maps there. Flashpoint is available, and generally, as we said throughout the tournament so far, it's been where upsets can happen. You can steal a map away. if you're Twisted Minds, I feel like it's time to pull the lever of wherever you think you can get one.
Yeah, you might. Although Twisted Minds has enough preparation here that they would be a team that I wouldn't be surprised that they go, look, we got a set strategy for one of the hybrid maps. Let's go there. Like, I'm kind of torn between, do they go Flashpoint or hybrid? I'd almost think hybrid here, but it really could break either way.
I don't mind going to a Flashpoints too, because I do think that maybe trying a rush-style composition, maybe even weave in that Symmetra, who's been one of Yubi's favorite heroes, and then you throw the Ram on it, you all come through, make everybody suffer as he has, and get kind of the speed going, get a little close quarters brawl happening. It's also been a game mode where Ashe has played pretty well, and we saw that Quartz can pull that off. And I do think you're onto something, because we've seen so much Ashe, and it's like, it's not necessarily the death of Hitscan as it is, but it's maybe, I don't think we've seen any Soldier, and maybe Cass is not as good as without people enabling it, but Ashe can kind of be their own thing.
Yeah, especially when you're running something like a Pharah and you have like the 1-2 combo, especially when teams try to run something like an Echo and you see the Echo going like, well, I'm shooting the Pharah, but I'm dying to the Ashe, which we actually saw quite a bit of yesterday. So yeah, I think as teams figure out the meta, there's new trends evolving. One of those trends evolving is Ashe just getting played more.
Yeah, Ashe has been surprised a ton, because when we came on into the beginning of the tournament with the patch that came in, the experts were saying that Hitscan, maybe not as good, you need to find something else, but Ashe has bucked to that trend and been like, okay, cool, like, we still, as long as we click heads, we were putting damage out. Even on the losing side, you could put out a lot of damage and find some picks.
Yeah, and honestly, again, it'll be interesting to see what comes out here. You know, you think back to the last map, really look at Falcons, they're very comfortable playing things like Bap, Ana holding back. You know, I think you mentioned Hex. You know, maybe go Lucio, go a little bit more rush focused, use a sim, just do something to unsettle Falcons more than what's been done so far.
Yeah, and it's the interesting thing with Cass is that it takes a lot of resources to enable it, and people are exploiting that, because even before this patch, it used to be, let's run Coliseum and we'll throw Casses at each other, and the Cass gets all the healing, the Cass gets all the shielding, the Cass gets all the peel. But now, like, where you have bigger tanks and things like that, they're taking advantage of it. Can we commit all in on one? Whereas Ashe has got a better escape, a little more sustainability. The ult is a huge thing too, because Bob now has that tank passive. Bob used to be throw it out on the field. Cass is there, plink plink. Bob is gone now off the field, a little harder to deal with. You saw even on circuit, there was a great moment. Bob comes down one side and then the BAP has to move to the other side. There's Ashe on there, so it's forcing positioning. So I think that might be one of the reasons you're seeing it. Also the damage over time. Like, Ashe's kit just works really well right now, and it's especially the map pool we're in, because you can even slot her in on the circuit.
All right, well, we have a substitute coming on in, which is why taking a little bit longer time here on the in the studio space, but on stage, how about that sold-out audience over at Qiddiya Arena? It's constantly these back and forth cheers and chants between the two hometown teams.
Yeah, I saw that. We were watching the last match and went, wait, those are dueling chants. Like, one group is trying to out-cheer the other. You don't get that a whole lot, but that was great.
Yeah, a lot of the time you get the disorganized chants. It's like, all right, you're doing the same chant, but not at the same time. But these were dueling ones, and I feel like that has to feel so good to be playing in front of a hometown crowd.
Yeah, it's got to energize you, and like, regardless of if you're winning or losing, it's still nice to know. I don't think that Twisted Minds doesn't make it out of groups, so it's something they can build on. Also, just overall for venue-wise, I'm glad that we're keeping it at chance. No vuvuzelas, no thundersticks, no gimmicks. Let's get like down to the purity of it. Just good old soccer chant kind of thing.
We have an Overwatch event with vuvuzelas. I feel like that might have happened at one point in the past. Like, it's just the thundersticks were too much. Not a fan. Yeah.
All right. Well, speaking of soccer, it's the vuvuzelas. When we think about the rest of this group, Toronto Ultra, as well as there's one more team, ROC. ROC is the other squad in this group, I believe. These are teams that, again, when we take a look at it all, this is an important matchup that they need to win.
Yeah, I mean, this is not an easy group. For the most part, I don't really think there are easy groups. There's threats here, and threats that, you know, people didn't see coming, like virtus.pro. Or, you know, threats that weren't threats like Fnatic that may be about to be out.
Excuse me, I was incorrect. I was like, wait a second, that didn't feel right. LGD and Makers. So LGD, again, the unknown enigma of what the Chinese organization will be bringing out in terms of their compositions. And Makers looking to pick up an upset here, represent well.
Makers comes from a region without a ton of competition. That's how they qualified into it. I think they would tell you the same thing. It's not really speaking out of school here, that no one really expects Makers to make much noise in it. Everyone kind of says, like, Falcons wins this group, Makers second. Everyone else is just I think when I spoke to it, of gauging power levels, gauging where those other two teams are.
Yeah, you look at that schedule there today, not only is our next matchup going to be very interesting because Toronto Ultra is a team that we know has a lot of potential, but isn't enough for Crazy Raccoon, but the match at the very end of the day, Space Station versus Fnatic, assuming that there are still roads for Fnatic to stay in, it's sort of, can they redeem themselves, or is it just going out in a not blaze of glory?
Yeah, well, we'll find out, as today has been filled with matches that all matter, the top teams playing against each other, and the stakes massive as the teams that end up in 4th place will go home. They will have no opportunity to move on forward. They'll end their tournament run here at the Esports World Cup, 13th to 16th. You see, there you go, some chance of getting the crowd ready as it's Majid getting on in.
Yeah, and look, the crowd's going to get into it. There's no better way to please the crowd than go in and start a reverse sweep.
Here we go. What do Twisted Minds have ready to go as their 3rd one? Backs against the wall, seen it a lot. Their key and their frame, although up on stage, not at stake quite yet. But these are the types of wins that, you know, all of a sudden the stage, the pressure is going to start seeping on in for the Twisted Minds players.
Yeah, as that Sir Majed got subbed in for the Falcons, I believe. Now, he's been on this team. Falcons as an organization, one of the first to really get back into Overwatch as we moved over to the EWC system post-Overwatch League, and had Sir Majed come in, I believe he only played a single map for this team during the OWCS Asia stage. It was Midtown. He played Alari. I know that's a fact. I'm not sure if he played much more, but not really expecting him to play a whole lot, but it looks like he's in now.
Yeah, and we're also putting in Smurf for Hanbin, so 2 swaps here for the Falcons.
You know, Majed also is like very upbeat about his role of, you know, being a substitute here and there and just, you know, being more insurance than anything else. He kind of rates the same energy as Brian Scalabrine did for the Celtics way back then.
That's a deep cut. That's a deep cut for...
Someone got it and was happy.
Yeah, all right. Scalabrine fans, rise on up. Watch out there right there.
So we're Brian Scalabrine's very happy.
Well, I mean, you used the baseball reference earlier, Hex, and I was like, all right, I wonder how many people know.
Well, I think people know what a curveball is. I don't know if that's on the same level, but mascots in the crowd as well. I love a good mascot. Your hero ban comes in. They will ban a Genji.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know if... I mean, there are definitely situations where Falcons will play Genji and it'll be strong, but it almost feels like one of those bans saying, like, don't take away one of the DPS we want to play right now. But that's kind of what I'm looking at.
So we had the idea that maybe they want to throw a rush in there, and Falcons say, no, cannot play the Ramatra. We shall not suffer.
Yeah, I mean, getting rid of the Ram, smart, I think, in this situation, especially if you think a rush is coming, because Ram versus Ram can get a little bit chaotic and messy.
So it is Servasa that we're heading to here on Flashpoint. Again, the upsets have been coming from there, and those bands trying to help them try to find the win here.
I was almost going to assume it was going to be that to get rid of the Genji because it is such a powerful hero going through that, but I wanted to double check. But then counter-wise, you don't want to get rushed out on that. So an interesting map pick. It kind of it makes a ton of sense. The big brains on the screen and the big brains on the coaching.
Well, you can see the smiles there on TVNT's face. It is great to play in front of your crowd, but better if you get themselves a win. 2-0 the score for Falcons to get into map number 3. Let's send it on over to Achilles and Avril.
All righty, thank you very much. Yes, let us get into the action here. A last-ditch effort on the map pick for the side of Twisted Minds to see if they can get the win and start a reverse sweep. Otherwise, Falcons are going to be dominating the top of the group.
And at the end of the last map, we talked about the fact that you would like to see TM move over towards a Ram composition. You have still push, you have Flashpoint coming over through, you play the Sim and the Ram together. It looks like TM maybe wanted to ban the Genji to protect the Symmetra, but at the same time, Genji also gets rid of the Genji Venture combo for the, the potential of the all-in type of composition. Falcons, though, they respond. Ram is gone. They know what the strategy is.
Well, let's talk about the subs, because as Hex was highlighting, Sir Majed, we've only seen him once over in OWCS Asia, or Korea, I should say, to be more specific. Now he's coming out here, he's playing on stage in front of the home crowd, and he's going to be rocking the Ana.
Typically, we've seen Majed so far, we noted the Alari, but I think he's been subbed in for the BAP as well. Now he's going to be playing the Ana. I actually think with, let's say, this Jungle Queen from Smurf, perhaps a Lucio Curry would have been ideal. Lucio Curry is on the other side, and because Ram is gone, TVNT back over towards the Diva. But as we talked about the Sim, that is also on board.
TVNT giving him a little bit of cheekiness at the start of this one, saying bad luck. So wanting to try to get this victory and turn things around. See how they do fare, though. As for now, Twisted Minds occupying the point, looking for the lockdown here in the first flashpoint, as Smurf will be pushing forward, looking to try to counteract this one. They shove him back as TVNT takes quite a bit of damage, down to about half HP.
Fake TP there just to scare Team Falcons. I actually wonder if Twisted Minds maybe wanted to take that as well. But for Team Falcons, they have to wait for the timings on these walls from Proper. Proper doesn't actually have a ton of game time on May. He's a super flexible player, but you haven't really seen him on these types of heroes. He's mainly on the more hard carry style of heroes, so more team-orientated. But the longer Falcons wait, the quicker Vigilante is going to find the Katsuna Rush, and that's the go time for Twisted Minds.
And they're now just a couple scan percent away from having that online. There it is, Vigilante ready to go. Blizz not too far behind as well. Trigger going to be pulled here, and that's going to be a back pedal coming through from the side of Falcons, just playing back, setting up that wall, trying to get them protected. UB pushing forward, trying to find some good damage, and they will, as TVNT claims the kill here on a Smurf. First kill going to be found, it gets the follow-up as Stalker Proper. Surmajet, will get dropped, and it's just Chio trying to sprint his way out as quickly as possible. Will be able to escape, but 50% the flip comes through. Twisted Minds now in control.
Just need to see Falcons go for an attempt on an all-in at some stage. Smurf now swapping over towards the Doom. I actually don't know if this is going to be a better matchup. I mean, certainly I don't think the Jungle Queen is amazing into the Diva. I expect the Smurf to go over towards the Winston. That plays far better into the Nano Boost from Surmajet, but Doom will be okay, I guess. Decent into the Symmetra of UB.
All right, well, 4 ultimates to utilize here for the side of Falcons. UB himself eating quite a bit of damage here on the approach, but now Photon Barrier going to be online. Self-destruct nearly there for TVNT, and they still do have that counter beat to try to get themselves alive and in the fight as well. Nade going down. There's an Nano. Yep, diving into the back. Suzu going to be used. Photon Barrier coming through as well as they go ahead and TP up onto the high ground. Smurf just clearing out some of these turrets, looking for an angle of approach. As Deadeye was used up onto the high ground, but of course, unable to find a kill there. But Surmajet still going to be taken down. Splits is able to find one. UB, however, going to be traded out. Barrage coming through from Stalker, able to find one, find two. The Baby Diva now finished off. They tuck back, avoid the self-destruct damage. The flip gets ready to come back in. Falcons suffering just a couple of losses, but win out the fight. And they regain control before Twisted Minds can get the 99.
It's well recovered by Stalker there on the fire. That's the one thing team forgot about. They have to mark him because, yes, you dodge out the Nano Boost. You dodge it out using the wall. You dodge it out using the TP. TP on the high ground. Deadeye was there. However, you forgot about Stalker once again. So how are we going to play this now? Bliss, 5-man beat, or 4 maybe?
4, TVNT not quite receiving that shielding, but it might not matter as Quartz is able to find one. That new upgraded flashbang going to be coming in. Stalker going to be taken down. Big anti out from Surmajet, but they need to try to find the follow-up, and it's just not going to be there. This flashpoint likely getting stolen away here. Twisted Minds will find the flip, and Team Falcons are likely not going to be able to recontest.
Yeah, I think Falcons were just in a bit of a mishmap of a comp halfway through. Then they started on the Jungle Queen, a little bit of a brawl, then they moved over towards more of a dive, but Proper was still on towards the May. That didn't really work out, so Proper now back over towards the Trace, and slowly we've merged this into some sort of a dive composition, some sort of an all-in comp. You don't have the Genji for the all-in, but you do have a Tracer plus Stalker now onto the Venture.
Chio here coming out with that Brig. Katsuna Rush available once again here for the side of Vigilante. Smurf trying to get that Meteor Strike online, so he has a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card. But with all the swaps, this is going to put Falcons decently far behind. Nade lob in. Anti not going to be found. Quick TP across here. Stalker popping out of the ground. Immediately has to try to drill dash away, and narrowly gets out with his life intact.
Once unlocked, Vigilante goes in. This is it for Twisted Minds. They need to find some targets here, but Falcon's so elusive at the moment.
But they still have the lockdown, so they'll take the cap, and now Chio will be found. Majet as well cleaned up. Both supports out of the equation for the side of Falcons. Nearly get the counter flip back into their favor here does Smurf, but ultimately will end up falling, and Twisted Minds, they'll win the first volley, and they will maintain control.
You just have to resist these pushes in. It's the fact that you have the Katsuna Rush, but then also the TP as well, so you can start to run away from the Katsuna, but if the TP gets in your face, that's when things get tricky. So Twisted Minds, super fast composition. You have a lot of mobility on the front end with your tank and your DPS, but your supports are susceptible. That's why they were taken down first. They were taken down easily, but it's Falcons' turn to turn things around. They have the Nano Boost available. Twisted Minds, or they can easily disengage. They have the TP available as soon as Smurf wants to go in.
Still holding on to that ultimate. Nano now. Here from Majet. Likely going to be Smurf on the setup, and there it is. The investment going to be coming through. Quartz getting jumped on, taken down low, and there's the anti. There's the confirmed kill right before that Sound Barrier shield can come in from Bliss. Stalker, however, still going to fall. Bliss managing to find that elimination. UB will be taken down. That's both DPS eliminated out from the side of Twisted Minds, and some stability found from the side of Team Falcons. Flip into their favor, now in control, and with the cleanup, they will be able to maintain it as TVNT goes up the side of the map.
That's actually well read by Falcons and Smith because they see the TP being dropped by UB maybe a little bit early just for A little bit positioning by Twisted Minds, and Falcons are saying, okay, this is time to go. They don't have TP now. We can force this play open, and UB is one of the first players that gets caught alongside Quartz, who is always going to be a prime target. That's the Bio nade from Sermajet landing directly onto the carrier Twisted Minds. A sound barrier not enough to save the full team membership. Proper pulse bomb, but
it sets up for it. Yeah, decent amount of damage there. UB ends up getting taken down as the punch comes in from Smurf. Jump over the side, falling low, taken out. TVNT able to find that kill. The sleep dart just not fast enough to try to get the peel. But Bliss off the side of the map somehow, some way. As that's going to be an extended team kill coming through, and Team Falcons looking to equalize it at 1-1.
Well, they certainly were losing the fight, so just reset that one. Not too sure what happened to Bliss there, but if it is a reset very quickly. They have one last chance here. Bliss actually has to go for the touch. They're going to TP in. Is it going to be fast enough, though?
TP on the side, still no touch coming through. Somebody's going to have to make their way over to onto the point, looking to see if it happens, but it does not. It's going to be 1-1 right as the Photon Barrier gets committed. And that's a decent investment here, wasted on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, just too far away, and now you start to bring into question the Bliss situation a little bit more, because actually if Bliss stays alive, he can stay alive and go for the touch, but there's going to be a fight here anyway. Teams don't want to waste the wall too hard, and Falcons just opt to take this brawl.
Yep, just taken low off the burrow there, comes out. Kill's going to be immediately found. This is a solid team fight win here from Falcons. They work their way over towards the third flashpoint.
I mean, just be a full reset. Chio spending an extra ult here might be a little bit awkward, but with TVNT being self-staggered a little bit onto the Baby Diva, they'll still get advantage here, because what you're really looking for is you want an early fight win on the rotation so you can get the first priority on the cap itself and get that cap. Now, if TVNT got the respawn the rest of the team with the same timing, this probably wouldn't have been that effective, but the extra TVNT stagger means Falcons get what they were looking for.
Well, 3 ults to try to work with Bliss halfway towards that sound barrier. So coming on the approach. Jet gonna build up that nano, 10% shy. Stalker right now, the only one with an ultimate. Swiftly gonna be joined, but there you go, Stalker with the pop. Looking to try to stave them off, and that's gonna be a backpedal here from Twisted Minds, really respecting the damage output of this venture.
I don't know if Stalker realizes the Vigilante has ult, but it would have been a nice play to be able to use the Tectonic Shock into the Vigilante Kitsuna Rush.
Oh, well, definitely doesn't have the opportunity, as he's gonna be taken down right as that Kitsuna Rush comes through. Proper similarly gonna suffer the same fate as Smurf is desperately trying to stay alive. Receives quite a bit of healing here, but Chio now getting jumped on, and Smurf, as the nano expires, will fall to the wayside. Flip gonna be coming through as Twisted Minds TPing forward, maybe looking for a little bit more. As Majette down low, it's trying to out-trade here against Vigilante, eventually will fall as they stagger him.
Stalker no longer feeling that venture. I think the venture has just been a little bit awkward so far. Majette is going to get staggered, as you say, and that's important for Twisted Minds to catch up. But now we're kind of into an awkward team composition again, because it's not quite diving where you're still playing Brigana with the Stalker May. That's just strange. The Stalker probably dies, and Chio certainly does. This is going from bad to worse for Team Falcons. They got Majette staggered and extra staggers on top of that. TM should be able to get, you know, the 67 themselves and equalize.
Yeah, certainly will be taking the lead here. Falcons getting regrouped, with Vigilante surging back towards that next Kitsune Rush, already at 60%, and Bliss has just been able to hold that beat in the back pocket. It's about to become a pretty bloody battle here as Proper. See if he can find any kind of key target with that pulse bomb.
How are you going to get this play in with Stalker? Like, he's the one member, again, that can't really make this dive happen, so you're going to be able to lock somebody out with the May wall. Yubi's about to have ultimate as well. Team is about to hit 5 ultimates. Great timing as we hit the 90% mark here. This is the important fight. Yubi, whoa, you can't just die like that.
No, certainly cannot. Now it's going to be Meteor Strike used aggressively here into the back line. Look at the setup there on the courts. It's going to be antied out. The sound barrier shielding does come through from Bliss, but TVNT doesn't receive any of it. He gets popped out of the back. Has this up the circuit, trying to get back in. But he will be able to do so. Of course, as you say, Deadeye going to be canceled. Wall comes up from Stalker, looking to cut them off, looking for the flip. It's 99%, but Smart going to be taken down. Still an opportunity here for Twisted Minds to try to turn the tides of this fight. Nano going to be used. Chio, the recipient, looking to try to shove them back. Whip shot to take them low. The shield bash in. TVNT going to be demech now. Tank for Proper. Gone. Yubi finding Chio on the return. And Twisted Minds taking the lead.
They just don't have the damage. What they need is Majid to put the nano onto Smurf. I'm not sure if he had it in time, or maybe just Smurf didn't have LOS, got burned down too quickly. In that sort of situation, yes, Chio then becomes a tank with the nano boost on top, but you need a little bit more, and I just don't think, again, the May is adding enough into these fights at all. There was also no Blizzard. I actually would have liked to have seen him just throw the Blizzard in there so you can get a swap in. As Proper now goes off of the Tracer, we're going towards the Smurf Winston. I actually think they probably should have started on the Winston, but we do eventually get there. Let's take a look to see if Falcons now can gain entry with this Blizzard. That's what they've been holding on to. Hard to close the gap for Stalker, though. Twisted Minds, nothing to work through so far. TP has been used. It's Falcons on the point, baiting TMN, and when Team want to go in, that's probably when the Blizzard gets popped.
Yeah, almost certainly, but still do have to be concerned about that Diva on the opposite side of the fountain at the moment. Can get the eat, can deny it away. Turret set up, trying to counteract any real aggressive push forward here. Stalker taking quite a bit of damage, playing up onto the high ground. It's going to be sound barrier, drop in, and as they just all pull forward, Proper falling to the wayside. Sir Majed going to be taken down as well. It was a solid ante thrown in there, and now they're playing off the back of it. Chio was able to find two before Stalker ends up getting dropped. 3 players still left alive as Proper now tries to rejoin. Armor pack's going to be thrown over, and somehow, some way, this point has still not been capped by either side. They just haven't been able to clear it out, but with TVNT being knocked out of the mech, it seems like Falcons should be able to get the first snatch up.
Yeah, Falcons steal that one away. TM not going to be pleased with the fact that Chio popping a rally just ends up killing 3, but that's the power of rally sometimes. You might lose the firepower on the DPS side, but on the support end, Chio Majed make work of Twisted Minds in, again, a super awkward situation for Falcons, which they required to be recovered. TM, though, come back on the next fight very quickly. 4 big ultimates on board, and not a lot to play for Falcons yet. Waiting for Nano.
Proton barrier sent in. Nano still at the ready, but it's going to be Primal Pop first here from Smurf as he gets hovered down a little bit low on the HP bar. Has across the side, Deadeye looking for a target. Everybody now going to be pulling back. That's going to be space bought, and that's enough to get the flip here for Twisted Minds, and now they have this Kitsune Rush here, try to counteract the dive in. Nano goes across, he's looking for a target, and Yubi's out in the open, ends up falling down. Courts will be able to find one as Proper will get taken out, but now they're tankless, and this Cowboy is going to fall to the wayside as Chio gets the shield bash in. A fast flip available now for the side of Falcons, not even losing the lead.
I mean, honestly, in this sort of situation, you're expecting the Nano to come back in, and the Smurf to dive on, maybe TP backwards. Yubi kind of gets caught out a little bit. Maybe the wall from Stalker actually became problematic for them, because Yubi TB's kind of forward gets caught out first, and they don't end up using the Kitsune Rush, so a clean disengage from TM, then a re-engage with the Kitsune Rush would have been ideal for that sort of situation. Then I think they would have held on, and then I think they would have had a good retake.
Well, on the reapproach, Twisted Minds needing to get the flip, but they want to end the map right here, right now. TP not really going to be taking a little bit of a fake out on that one, as they continue to just push forward here against Falcons, who do give up the space, they give up the flip. Twisted Minds in control just off the back of the Kitsune Rush. But now the counteraction coming through, and Blizz immediately getting evaporated. Something struck going to be sent in. Stalker taken down. Court's able to find that kills. He was trying to get the punish, but it's going to be Chio who does manage to find it. TVNT denied the remake. Court's now taken down as Team Falcons will go ahead and regain control as they look to extend this to a 5th and final flashpoint.
On TM, honestly, that should have been their fight once again, because they start with the Kitsune Rush, but losing Bliss is just kind of unacceptable in that sort of situation. Bliss would have had the sound barrier available. TMT denied the remake. And Team Falcons will be able to get themselves back in 2-2, as you say. Round number 5 on Suravasa. And TM should get there pretty quickly, especially with the TP. They're going to be the first ones to end up taking positioning, receiving. Team Falcons coming on in, but Falcons have a lot of firepower here. Nano plus Primal, it's a lot of forward momentum for Smurf.
Quite a bit to work with here. Support ultimates a little bit slower here from Vigilante as we wait for him to get the next Kitsune Rush. He's building it very quickly, but I'd love to have it here.
It's not going to happen in time for the Flash 1 unlock.
Yeah. As, okay, Proper just going on a flank. Yubi far too late to try to get the pin share. He just gets a headshot across, and Yubi nearly giving up his life as they continue to look for that elimination here onto the Symmetra. Footop barrier going to be invested. Bliss, that sound barrier is available. Does he invest it here? They already have the lockdown, but yes, he will go ahead and drop the beat, so shielding comes through. Nano goes across, Chio, the recipient, gets in on top of the enemy sim, finds that elimination, the break here onto the mech, and that's going to be Team Falcons likely looking for a very fast flip into their favor, and there it is, secured. Only 31% here for Twisted Minds as Quartz is to go for the reset.
And this is the thing about Falcons as well. When Smurf is in trouble, he's already primaled out, but Chio is he's on board. I mean, he's basically the off-tank of this race, especially when the Nano comes on through, when the rally comes on through. Chio once again will carry that fight while Smurf is basically low and out. This is taking into account the fact that Twisted Minds were down 1. Remember, Proper got the flank through. TM still put a lot of pressure on Falcons despite being 1-off.
ENCE gridding them on the TP. Vigilante at risk. Rally pops here from Chio. TVNT nearly taken out of the mech right off the rip. Kitsune Rush now available.
Just bide your time and disengage. Bob gone, rally gone. Well played by TM.
Still will have to play into the Blizzard though. As there's the Kitsune Rush, the TP around the back, trying to get themselves over onto the point. Suzu going to be cleansing off that ENCE, and the flip is there. Twisted Minds now in control for the moment. Falcons just looking to play this out a little bit more patiently, but Twisted Minds pushing forward, looking for the punish, and finding decent damage here onto the HP bar. Sparing the hammer, Quartz taking down Smurf. It's a big opening. That's going to be Twisted Minds now gaining the lead for themselves here on this final flashpoint.
Yubi in a lot of trouble here. Placing the TP trying to make you just fake things out a little bit. But honestly, the Blizzard doesn't do enough for Team Falcons. They hard for them to kind of gain entry, and Twisted Minds just are able to disengage cleanly. Now they might be able to get a kill here.
Stalker is in a pretty bad spot.
Sure. and they couldn't even get more than that.
TP going to be used, just jumping across the opposite side, but Proper able to find one. Quartz going to be taken down, he gets raided out, Self-Destruct going to be thrown in. Nothing found there. Remec coming through, but Team Falcons just trying to cut their way over in towards the point, trying to get the split back into their favor as 99% comes through for Twisted Minds.
Team just biting up more than they can chew in that situation. They're down one still. Point is contested.
Flip's not there yet, but Majed still using the nano once again over here on towards Chio, trying to escort it forward. That's going to be the rally now online. Gets the shield bash across. Yubi somehow staying alive, and now the sound barrier comes through from Bliss, catching on to all 5 members. All is here on the side of Falcons. Proper going to be taking down Stalker. Dead as well. Smurf does find one as Yubi falls, and Chio's going to be dropped, and that is going to be the map. Twisted Minds will extend the series as they take Saravasa for themselves.
And they found something they worked on out. Happy, jubilant. The flashpoint goes their way. It's not going to be a 3-0. Falcons have dropped a map. Falcons did not drop a map to any other team other than a Korean team in the Dallas Major. But here at the World Cup, finally, someone is going to make them bleed. And it required a little bit of sloppiness from the Falcons, a lot of mystery heroes, a lot of change in the composition. You start on the Jungle Queen, you eventually go to the Doom, and then you move over towards, what was the Winston. Stalker still playing the Mei, despite it being, at this point, a dive composition, proper movement between a bunch of different heroes. So it was really, really strange looking at Falcons in terms of finding what their identity was. Now, even given that context, they played that super closely. We went down to the wire. We went down to the 5th and final round.
Sure.
Things were pretty touch and go there. Twisted Minds made a couple of really great plays in the TP, a couple of really great calls. Sometimes, as I said at the end there, maybe biting up more than they could chew and diving into the Falcon spawn. You can't disrespect them like that because Falcons will test you. However, TM tests you back and they take the map.
That they do, hanging on by a thread. That first step in the necessary reverse sweep has been taken, but now Falcons going to be having their map picks throughout the whole rest of this one. So we'll see just how much more of a fight Twisted Minds are going to be able to put up, but that is a solid rally back. You saw a bit of a finger wag there at the very end, over towards Machete on the opposite side of the stage, saying, we're not letting you get the win. So we'll see, though, what the change-ups potentially going to look like here for either side when we come, after we send it down to the analyst desk in just a bit, because I'm expecting to see some more fluctuation on the roster from Falcons.
Well, I think Falcons can just go back to Harbin anytime, go back to field anytime. I'm not necessarily saying that Smurf and Majed were any issues here. I just think that they didn't play the right things correctly in the beginning. They probably should have looked at the Brig Anna, Smurf, Winston a little bit quicker, even if you want to go to the Doom a little bit quicker. But we're looking at a situation where what was winning for Falcons was Harbin, was, all of Harbin's off-tank picks. If we get back into that position, then it becomes really difficult. You can't ban Harbin out, by the way. You have tank bans available if you're TM, but everything you ban away from Harbin, you ban away from TVNT, and Harbin will just play the next best thing. So you cannot actually force Smurf to come back in, and Falcons can take him out and still put themselves in a position where they can beat you again.
Yeah, I mean, after 2023, Hanbin, he was just like, okay, I can now play everything, because he was the lone tank that they had over on the side of the field. Had to start to pick up, things like the Winston and whatnot, as well as just his vast plethora of off tanks. So it was a good year for him to just go ahead and be like, okay, well, I am now indomitable. You cannot ban me out. You cannot stop me from playing on just about anything that I want. So
Harbin is coming back, guys.
It does, it does make things a little bit more difficult for TM, but we'll see what they're going to be able to do. Depending on what the map pick as well is going to look like for the side of Falcons. So excited to see where they decide to take us.
All right, well, let's see what the desk has to say about all of that.
All right, thank you very much. Coach Avril has spoken. Hanbin's coming back in. It's all wrap it up, guys. It was nice. It was nice that we had Smurf and Sir Majid to come out. But yeah. The games are over. Twisted Mind got their win. Yeah, Avril has spoken, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. There's some fun spins on this match, some obvious spins that people might be, pointing fingers at. But let's talk about the good here.
Yeah.
I think the good here is that we've seen already through day 1 and now day 2 that when you go to control and you go to Flashpoint, things are a little bit more volatile. Twisted Minds in the series, they look the best on control. Now we go over the Flashpoint, and they're just able to be more aggressive. They don't have to worry about going through really hard set plays. We saw Quartz have a very, very good game.
Yeah.
And as well as TVNT, I mean, it's easy again to look at some of the subs here and go, it's subs, but I do legitimately think Twisted Minds just look better on the map, period.
Well, briefly about the subs, there was just a couple moments you could pick up that it's just hard to come in cold because there was a couple of huge anti-nades that come down, but then Smurf was not quick enough with the cleave. There's anti-nade on 5 people, cleave not there to clean it up, just so close to being a fight win. But what I liked was the teleporter mind games that we actually saw coming into play. There'd be a teleporter and it's a fake, but that draws Smurf up through it. But then there's a teleporter and you've got the Brig waiting back, D.Va comes through, they pop the rally, D.Va gets stunned, D.Va gets picked off. There was so many micro little interesting games with the teleporter stuff that was happening, and they were running that composition. Twisted Minds was that they're very good at, but then there was an adjustment from Falcons. Like, it was a really cool game within the game happening there.
Yeah, I mean, you had swaps later on, the swap to Winston. In the end, the fact that Stalker was getting better and better Maywalls as the match went on. I mean, I can't say enough about Stalker either. I mean, you don't see May get forced as much by the other teams, and yet Stalker just continually finds good ways of getting good splits, setting up good picks, and Provid's like, oh, wow, you just set him up for me. I guess I'll finish it off on my Ashe and just get a quick 2-tap. It's fine.
Yeah, you see, and right now, the Twisted Minds coaching staff just going through the picks and bans, figuring out what the game plan is moving forward. But the changes made by Falcons didn't quite work out. How do we feel about the two players that did come on in? Because it is unique that the winning team is the one making the change here to close it on off.
Well, yeah, it's a little bit interesting. Obviously, bringing Majed, there's a huge, like, hometown, fan service to an extent here, right? And Majed, by his own word, says, yeah, I don't really expect to play that much. So I think if you were going pure on who's the best option no matter what, you probably have Fielder in there. But, it's not like Sir Majed is a bad player. He's a very good player, so it doesn't quite rise to the level of saying, it's a throw. But Majed's a good player. So
Smurf is a world championship player. He's a great, fantastic Winston, but in this system where you've got hero bans and you've got map picks and everything's so much different rather than the old system of these are the maps that are going to happen, it's just a little bit different, and Hanbin has just leveled up. Smurf is great, but he's become relegated to a specialist role.
All right, well, with that win, Twisted Minds now pushed us to our halftime break. 2-1 is your score. When we come back, we'll see how this all closes on off. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
I'm in another world, out of body. No one around, but I'm not lonely. My heart's racing, I don't know how to feel calm. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Ignorance is bliss, I live like this, so what a mistake. I guess it was better to feel numb than to be wide awake. Wide awake. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup Overwatch 2, as the score currently at halftime is 2-1 Falcons over Twisted Minds. Falcons got a little loose, made some changes. We'll see if they make some changes on back. Twisted Minds looking to make some more upsets here with their, I guess, now on the back foot against all the hero bans and the map choices.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing is that Twisted Minds now have an opportunity. I think clearly when you look at Falcons, they're swapping back. If we get any other information other than the idea that Hanbin and Fielder are back in, I will be shocked, and then I'll be wondering what in the world is going on. But the thing is, by doing the swap, they have opened the door now for a Twisted Minds comeback.
One thing that the casters had mentioned about having a same hero pool as another person on the other team is really interesting, because you think about mirror matches as far as like picking heroes against each other, but if you have two people who have the same hero pool and your guy's just better at all those heroes, like that's a mirror match you're going to win. We've kind of talked a little bit about it throughout the week when you have like supports and Lucio players, but now we're talking about it in tank players.
All right, well, we'll see how things all change on up, as again, we have a lot of different things to take a look at here, as this is the top match between these two teams in their group. And you know, we don't want to just chalk up the loss here by Falcons as like a substitution thing. So what is something that Twisted Minds want to build upon here that we learned from the last map?
Well, actually, I think the one thing, if I'm Falcons, I'm looking to like finish it out strong. I'm actually looking to take away some things here, where even though Proper is incredible on Ashe and had some very good moments, I think the one thing is that you see how Quartz is starting to do better on the Ashe when it comes out, do better on the cast. Maybe take away one of those. Just, no, we can play anything, but we know your hero pool is a little bit more limited, so, you know, go for that instead.
I liked the Diva play coming out of them. I thought it was really smart. They're a little too aggressive. I want to pull that back a little bit sometimes. Maybe don't always go through the telly when it's coming up, but even how are you going to play that Diva without the teleporter? That's kind of what I want to see ironed out a little bit, a little more finesse in that Diva play, sometimes too over-aggressive.
All right, we're about to throw to the stage, so I'm going to make you guys play a hard game, which is one-word answer. Do Twisted Minds find the map win here, yes or no?
No.
Nay. I didn't want to say no, I didn't want to agree with
the same words. All right, we're sending out down to the stage.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It is not just about that match in game, it is also in the crowd, and the audience is looking electric. And honestly, I want to do a chant challenge between both audiences, starting with Team Falcons. Let's make some noise for Team Falcons! All right, that was good, but we can do better. Team Twisted Mind! Okay, one more time. Team Falcons! One more time for Twisted Minds! Looks like we're ready to go into the second match. Will Twisted Minds be able to reverse sweep it, or Falcons will take the distance? Let's get it on.
Is Twisted Minds looking to get the upset against Falcons? Fancy walks off stage. Thank you, Fancy. Appreciate it. Where are we going next? And, you know, again, now we're on the Falcons pick. They're the ones that are going to be doing all of it here. As, yeah, it will be the push map, and we're going to Runesaki.
I was waiting for you to pronounce it. I'm not very good at it, but I knew I was just going to say push.
Thank you, Hex. Leave it to me to announce it.
I mean, I don't.
You were just going.
I got it.
The newest push map, the hero band coming out from Falcons. No surprise, it's going to be the enabling hero that Twisted Minds has relied on throughout most of the maps. Symmetra going to be out of the mix. For the Twisted Minds, it has been kind of their signature hero, part of their signature style. Regardless of what they're running, they like it with the cast, they've used it with the Ashe, but that's a really smart map pick, and then hero ban from the Falcons.
Yeah, I think that's how you know Falcons say it's time to wrap the series up.
Yeah.
We're gonna remove the hero you like most. We've been holding on to it, and it goes back to that narrative. When do you time hero bans? The ones that you know is gonna hurt the opposing team the most. And also, I like this hero ban coming out from Twisted Minds. Fielder has been such a problem on the Ana. I think Fielder is swapped back in, so get rid of the Ana. You know the Ana play is better on the other side. Why deal with it? I think that's a super smart ban by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, there are some very top-tier Anas that have a really good second-place Baptiste. I think the difference between Fielder's Ana and his second-place flex support is a little bigger than you'd love. He is a great Ana. There is no doubt about it, but still a very capable player. A smart counter pick, though. Yeah, I enjoyed what the Falcons did there. A smart map pick, and then just we're tired of guessing if you're coming through this teleporter or not. Just no more tellies. We're tired of it. Fight us straight up.
Yeah, Fielder and Hanbin back on in. It was a nice little debut there by Sir Majed and Smurf. Sir Majed and Smurf, but now it's time for business. TVNT is going to need to be very upset-minded against the A squad here, Falcons. So to get us into the action, map number 4, let's send it on over to Achilles and Avril.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's see if this is where this series comes to a conclusion, or if Twisted Minds can, in fact, take us the distance. They're able to get that victory over on Suravasa. They're going to push once again.
Simban is really well played by Falcons here. You want to remove one of the key pieces away from Twisted Minds. That's key for their style. I mean, now UB probably forced over towards either Trace or Echo. That'll be fine, but it's not the most ideal situation for TM to be in. However, I'm a little curious about the TM ban. Honestly, I would have preferred something like a Zarya ban, because if you're TVNT right now, I think you want to play some Diva, actually hovering over the Sigmas. I would potentially think your Diva mirror was about to come through, and you want to make sure you don't want to give harm to something like a Zarya, but both teams are actually looking over towards the Sigma matchup instead, so very different to what we saw in the Crazy Raccoons matchup, where it was starting with Diva and then moved over towards Zarya.
Still though, no matter which way you slice it, you're going to have a difficult time. You're going up against Hanbin. This guy is a god in his own right, especially when you're going to be playing on something that would previously have been an off tank. So let's see how they fare as we go ahead and open up the gates. It's going to be proper, starting things off in the cast courts there with the Ashe.
That's the only major difference that we're going to see here. Quartz will have a bit of a range advantage, so a little bit more poke to play through, but it's all going to come down to the Mei walls. As UB the better Mei compared to Stalker, I would say historically speaking, I mean, UB's Mei, that's one of his signatures right next to the Sim.
Well, for now, that high ground approach coming through here from both teams. They're going to just go ahead and poke and prod, but it's going to be a little bit more forward space taken by TVNT for the moment. Barrier going to be coming up, quickly dealt with. This wall looks to just stave them off for now.
Let's see where Stalker plays as well, losing a lot of space here. Twisted Minds just backing on out. They've lost all positioning at the moment, as Falcons just walk on up. Difference in damage maybe confirmed, and a player death confirmed there as well. UB down.
Yeah, Prober able to find UB courts as well. Going to be suffering a similar fate as that Accretion not connecting here on a Hanbin, who continues to push forward, looking to get in on top of TVNT. They want to try to find this pick, and now the wall comes up. Accretion going to be going a little bit wide. Shield gets punished, but it's still widely going to be Falcons coming away with the team fight victory, and they're already halfway towards that first checkpoint.
This is kind of just what we saw in Circle Royale, right? On that A point, it's just a slow push through from Falcons, and TM slowly back on out. They can't contest it. All the damage. Output might just not be as good. It would bring up what Des said about the fact that TVNT versus Harbin. I brought this up as well, but similar hero pools, but Harbin widely just better on the same heroes.
Fielder already having that Ant Matrix ready to go. Vigilante at 81%, but here you go. The flank attempt going to be coming through. Wall to try to stave them off for the time being, but those wall segments do not last very long. That being said, can't play off the Ant Matrix because Twisted Mind still has to pull so far back. Bot just a couple meters away from hitting the checkpoint, but now a little bit of space going to be given up here by Falcons, pulling back away.
I mean, look at the respect given because they know Vigilante's next, right? Fielder has the window. That means Vigi must be close. Didn't quite have in the last fight. TM survived. They don't allow the cap to go through 2 meters away from the cap, just by the way. And both Lucio's looking towards the same ult charge on the sound barriers, but it's up to Vigi now. Twisted Minds have to play off this window.
They have the window to play off, but Soccer now does have that Blizzard, so if the window comes out, they could just be lobbing that Blizzard
Look
in.
how far away Falcons are. They know the window is coming. They know something is coming, so they're getting ready to disengage. That's why the entire team is super far away. They know they have a 53-meter lead. They don't have to push. It's TM that must push right now, and TM are taking a long time.
Yeah, taking their time. They really pulled the trigger on this one. The bomb now going to be available, though. Quartz gets that headshot across on the proper, but now similarly, Deadeye going to be there. And Fielder, he's nearly caught up. He's about to lap
It's
Vigilante.
like 5 ultimates for TM. Yeah, this needs to happen. You're right. Fielder has nearly caught up as well. Twisted Minds are taking way too long. 2 minutes 30 gone, and they haven't initiated the fight. It has to be them initiating, because Falcons, they're happy to wait 10 minutes and just win with 53.
All right, now that's the pace that is being set and being continued. See who's going to be sending things out first and foremost, but Fielder, he's lapped him now. The ult's online. It's 5 ults v 5 ults getting ready to come through, but who pulls the trigger? We'll have to just wait and see. It looks like, okay, it's going to be Fielder who goes ahead and initiates. His Ant Matrix is going to be used. Says, okay, I'll just lap you again. Blizzard as well, similarly going to be used, and UB does manage to isolate and pick off proper. Grecian stun there from Hanbin. Look at that, just try to stave them off as beat for beat goes through. Shielding going to be expired. Stalker taking low. Fielder as well getting jumped on as TVNT tries to find the elimination, but it's going to be the Immortality Field taken down, but there's the follow-up kills coming through now. Twisted Minds able to win out the fight. They clean up Hanbin, and that's going to be them finally initiating their own push.
I mean, that was nearly 10 ultimates. It was just Proper that dies early. That's Twisted Minds making the difference, right? If Proper doesn't die, it could be a very different fight there. So they waited a long time. Fielder got 2 at Matrices for Vigilantes 1, but a lot of time is gone. Technically speaking, TM did win, but it took them like 3 minutes to get anything done here, and they've only just begun capping a little bit of distance now. They have to get this checkpoint, which Team Falcons have nearly gotten themselves.
Blizzard still in the back pocket though here for Stalker. 23 meters set up, still a monstrous advantage here available to the side of Team Falcons as they're coming from behind, just cutting off that bot, keeping it locked in position for the time being. Stalker now initiates, sends out that ultimate, and looks to isolate UB and Will. He gets taken down first and foremost. Smattering of damage going to be found, but another bot starting to get stolen away. Twisted Minds on the opposite side of the field from where they need to be.
Yeah, they need to rotate. They can rotate through the middle building here, so they don't have to actually go through Team Falcons, but they're on the wrong side, as you say. Back over towards where they need to be, but they're behind an ult, but it's Fielder up first. Fielder needs to live, actually.
Oh, and it's going to be Blizz taking down out Vigilante in a poor spot. The Accretion looking for the target, but Gio already claims it. His Vigilante will fall, and TVNT just has no more legs to stand on. That's going to be the checkpoint now obtained.
And now things get much more difficult. Almost 5 minutes gone on the time there as well. Fielder nearly died. Now have they got him Fielder down? That would have been really good for TM, but didn't expect that they were going to be the ones routed in that situation instead. Bob coming up for Quartz. That'll be important for the retake, but Payload now double the distance of Twisted Minds. Let's see what we can get out of Quartz. He has to be the guy to pull trigger.
Oh, I've been taken low, but Gio able to go ahead and utilize that low HP bar, trying to catch up, trying to build up rather that sound barrier a little bit faster. He's already 20% ahead of Bliss. As Fielder just holding them back. Quartz flanking, looking for a target. Sends out the dynamite. Now the bomb going to be invested here. Walled off by their own teammate there for a brief little moment. Now Sound Barrier is going to be invested, and TVNT going to be taken down. This flank not really come to fruition. Their own bomb invested now for the side of Team Falcons, and the cleanup is looking swift. Just the DPS duo left standing, and they won't stand for very long. The push now continues.
I mean, on paper, that should have worked for Twisted Minds. Quartz had an amazing flank, but he misses a couple of critical shots. The Bob, as you say, was blocked up by his own teammate's wall for just a few seconds there. Proper finds his own Bob coming through, but it's the Sound Barrier difference from Cheer. That, to me, is why Falcons win. Bliss was only on 90%, too far behind, unfortunately.
Fielder continuing to surge forward. I mean, it's been like, what, like 3-1, 3-2 as far as the ultimates are concerned, just consistently ahead of Vigilante here on this map as Chio down to a sliver of HP, does somehow narrowly survive. Ice Block going to be coming through, drops down Stalker, he's going to be perfectly safe, but Chio does still end up getting caught. Court's getting a bit of damage here as the counterflux now catching on to multiple players. It's monstrous from Hanbin as he tears them asunder. Looking for the fourth, can't quite confirm it. UB will be able to go into the Ice Block, keep himself alive for the time being as Proper, maybe a little bit too far forward, does end up getting traded out.
They're going to get more cap distance here, but the good news for Twisted Minds is that Falcons must back out. 129, and this is why I had a problem with Twisted Minds waiting so long at the beginning. You need those minutes in this game. It's all about momentum. It's all about the time on this map. So with 3 minutes left to go through 129 on for Falcons, imagine if there was still 6 minutes left instead of 3:30. That's a world of difference for TM. A huge amount of catch up now, over 100 minutes of difference, and Vigi is down early, which means bot back in control of Falcons. Cap initiated again. That's the forward spawn.
Yep, not going there. I mean, the forward spawn's been there. They couldn't even get it to the midpoint. They've just been holding on to this one. Now they're looking to go and maybe even just finish the map. Chio does not have that sound barrier. It's going to be the crucial difference here as Bliss has it in the back pocket. And now Blizzard going to be invested here, but UB solo able to catch onto too many people now, as that's going to be the Amp-Matrix invested. Hanbin going to be walled off. They break through that one. The right click heals. Sail just keeping him sustained. The freeze out here on the TVNT. He is boosted up above the Immortality field and picked off. Chio does get traded out. Court's going to be good for one. Dynamite's a little bit too shallow, and Stalker finds a headshot, putting down the enemy Ash. UB now in desperation, swapping over onto the Tracer.
No idea what Krusty's saying in the chat there, but maybe just a little bit of celebration.
Man's just speaking the wingdings right now.
Team Falcons might just cap through this. We're going to see the first ever full cap on Runasapi if that is the case. TM, look, if they can't win with the sound barrier advantage, then things are going to get really tricky here. They basically got a time now. Bob coming on through for Courts, but so is for Proper.
Yeah, Matrix there from Vigilante. The bomb goes out, keeps the bot locked into position here for the time being. Now shifted back ever so slightly. Fielder going to fall. TVNT able to find that kill with Bliss. Taking down Hanbin, finding Lumpus Stalker also similarly dying. A trade up for the side of Twisted Minds.
2-man beat, 3. They really want this. I mean, it's wasting time. I think Falcons need to be a little bit more disciplined, but they're winning anyway, so can they actually cap?
Yeah, he's still able to find one. I mean, Vigilante's just getting juggled around. Chio looking for the elimination. Using those boots to try to stay elusive. Chio now in a bad spot. Will can take it down, so Vigilante able to find him in the end. And that sound barrier might come back to bite them, but it's only 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining in the time bank.
Oh, it just goes down and down and down. And for Team Falcons, look, is it a little bit sloppy? Are they using a little bit of weird ultimates and players maybe overextending? To be fair with you, the answer is yes. However, they're probably still going to win, just given how deep in the map they've capped so far. Probably takes UB down every single time that TM wants to reset the cap in the middle. Somebody gets taken down and they just can't push it.
I mean, he sounded like Dynamite forced the recall and then just gets the double headshots onto UB to eliminate him. Court's now out into the open, nowhere to go, just crouching and diving, trying to stay elusive, trying to stay safe. But TVNT coming through, trying to get a flank off. He's just got no HP. Goes on the approach, who's already at half health. Ends up falling. Blisses as well. Proper eventually finds a headshot as Vigilante will fall. That's going to be the cleanup, and that's basically the nail in the coffin, whether they get the full push or not.
I mean, this is the problem, right? Twisted Minds, they just can't get any distance at all. We're not even talking about getting meterage for themselves. We're talking about them resetting the map and even getting the bot back to mid. That's been difficult. That's been impossible so far. So here we go. Flux coming on through. TVNT the only one caught. Bliss probably has to be.
Flops.
There it is.
Yep, just plops him back down on the ground. Immortality field going to be cleared out. Beat drop. TVNT staying alive as Hanbin will fall. A little bit fight left here in the side of Twisted Minds, but still a lot of work to do.
Okay, thoughts? A little bit of resistance. You ready for the biggest Runasapi push comeback you've ever seen? To be fair, we've only played like Runasapi 2 to 3 times here, but that's what it's going to require. 20 seconds straight into the OT. Twisted Minds, let me paint the picture for you. They have to win like 5-6 fights in a row from here on out.
I still have to wait out the checkpoint if they can make it that far. For now, though, it's going to be about trying to deny these forward spawns. The bot going to be sent forward. That locks the bot in place. So forward spawn's still there. Annihilation rolling here from TVNT, but he's the focus fire target. He's nearly taken down. The Bob will be the one to go ahead and finish him off. A dash back from UB trying to stay safe, but now somebody's going to have to start playing the bot as that overtime dwindles down. Can they get the touch? The answer is going to be no. And there you have it. Team Falcons put their foot down. They give up Saravasa, but they come back through on push, and they clean things up 3-1.
It always happens where the beginning of the map does seem a little bit more competitive, but the deeper you go, the further the winning team gets that advantage. And even then, you know, I'll correct myself. Actually, the beginning had some issues as well. We saw the fact that in that first neutral, team just lose all positioning, and it's Falcons ever pushing on forward. you never really saw that much distance from TM at all. It felt like a 0-meter game from TM, although they did get something. The biggest problem here is when we have the off-tank versus off-tank matchup, when it's TVNT versus Armbin, there's just not a winning composition for Twisted Minds up against Falcons. Okay, they went up against Smurf. That didn't go so well for Falcons. Falcons also had a little bit of mystery heroes happening over there. But when you go back towards what they normally play, where their strengths are for Falcons, what is the winning matchup for Twisted Minds against Falcons? Because over the course of the series, we couldn't find one. Wasn't on the D.Va, wasn't on the Sigma, and it certainly wasn't going to be the Sigma again on the final map.
No, it was not. Well, Falcons scooping up the win, securing that first place spot here within Group B for themselves. Looking quite solid, just the one map drop. Does mean the Crazy Raccoon is the only team so far, I should say, in the tournament that has not dropped a map, and that could very well continue as they're going to be in our next series. The Falcons still do look scary, still look to be that team contending for that top spot overall.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair though, TM, they got that one map. They at least have that going for them. That might help them in a tiebreaker. Falcons can't say they're flawless anymore. Crazy Raccoons, as you mentioned, is the only team that can still say that they are for sure flawless. But we're expecting these teams to be at the top of their groups, and so far Falcons have not disappointed.
No, they certainly have not. And like you said, it could be crucial. I think they give themselves now a +1 map differential in that regard, so still will be above LGD, who are looking to also rally things back. But now we have an interview on stage. We have Danny Lim standing by with Gio.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here, standing next to bloodthirsty support. We got Chio from Team Falcons for a quick post-match interview. Woo! All right, there you go. You're so popular. 굉장히 인기가 많으시네요. 어때? Did you expect this? How are you feeling about being in Saudi and playing in front of this amazing crowd? 일단 인기도 너무 많으시고 지금 팬분들도 너무 좋아하는데 좀 이거에 대해서 좀 소감 어떠신지?
진짜 생각보다 엄청 팬분들이 많아가지고 엄청 지금 기분이 좋네요. 다들 응원도 엄청 열심히 해주시고 많이 신이 나요 지금.
Definitely really feels great, and Chio says that he's very thankful for all your support and all your cheering. Definitely helped him on stage as well. I mean, let's talk about this match. I mean, this was against Twisted Minds. Both of you guys were playing in front of the home crowd. So did you feel like that sort of motivated you guys even more to win in front of the home crowd? 자, 아무래도 오늘 경기가 이제 팀 팔콘스 대 트위스티드 마인드 둘 다 어떻게 보면은 홈 크라우드 이제 여기서 계속 경기를 했기 때문에 조금 더 오늘은 우리가 꼭 이겨야겠다라는 좀 생각을 조금 더 하셨는지.
확실히 저희 두 팀 다 이번에 사우디에서 좀 유명한 팀이잖아요. 그래서 확실히 이 팀은 무조건 이겨야겠다 싶은 마음으로 좀 열심히 했던 것 같습니다.
Definitely, both Falcons and Twisted Minds, we are both very popular team in Saudi Arabia. So definitely, coming into the match, we really wanted to prove that we were the better team, and definitely that's how we sort of performed and went for the series as well. All right. One final question. This isn't the last match for you guys. You guys also have a match against LGD. How do you think that match is going to play out later on? 자, 두 번째 질문. 이제 오늘 경기 이후로 한 경기가 하나 더 있는데 LGD와의 경기가 또 있다고 들었습니다. 이제 그 경기는 좀 어떻게 흘러갈 것 같은지 예상한다면?
우선 저희 팀 선수들이 너무 잘하기 때문에 이번에는 쉽게 3대0으로 끝날 것 같습니다.
Definitely, we got great players on our team. I think it is going to be an easy 3-0 victory for Team Falcons. All right, everybody give it up for Chio one more time. Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Danny Lim, for that interview with Chio. 3-0 there. Nice little call. At first, I thought I was like, oh, it's going to be a nice, polite kind of answer. No. 3-0 is what he's predicting later on, especially after performance that he had here against Twisted Minds in a rivalry match here, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, across the board, this was just dominance coming in from our teams. And look, you take a look at what Falcons was able to do in this matchup. The last matchup is actually a great example where between the two teams, it was a mirror match for a lot of it. And you wonder, okay, where did you get separation? For me, where I saw the most separation was Hanbin. Hanbin was playing out of his mind on this map. And TVNT, very good tank play that we've seen so far in the tournament, but Hanbin was finding opportunities on the Sigma that just let everyone else on the team capitalize in a really big way.
There's a few bright spots from Ports. You know, he did what we expected him to do on the cast on occasion, but it does come down to that simple thing of Proper can probably play everything Quartz can play at least at the same level, if not higher. And then you're getting the Lucio plays where Chio is just a little bit better, actually comes through with a couple of kills, securing kills. But Overwatch is a game of just very minute detail. So an extra shot here from your Lucio, and then a kill goes down, and then that snowballs in. So it was just those minor things. I don't think Twisted Minds is too far away, but this is an expected result.
Yeah, especially given the fact that the win was against after the substitutes came on in, not the fact that those would be like lesser players, but the fact that you come in cold, not only the players themselves, but then the team cohesion after that. And that was still very close. It still went 2-2, right. Double OT. I think it was double OT, but it was at least 2-2 there in the Flashpoint map, which is the most volatile. So still, Falcons looking super, super dominant. Let's look at the other side right now for Twisted Minds. What are the big takeaways that we have from them on all 4 maps, including their win, but you know, what silver linings can they take away from the three map losses?
Well, for starters, they're incredibly competitive on control and Flashpoint. They look the best on those 2 game modes. Mechanically, on skill, they're very much in the thick of it between the 2 teams. I mean, you look at Quartz, the proper. Quartz had just as many good moments at times. TVNT in close-range brawly situations looked very good, especially on heroes like the Junker Queen. On the whole, I mean, Twisted Minds, this is a team that can easily rebound, but on the same note, you can't deny the fact that they were a bit outclassed over the course of the match.
Yeah. Just quickly, I'd like them to find another wrinkle, because it seems like they're kind of one note right now. They're really good at the one thing they do really well, the Symmetra play, but when teams are going to ban out your Symmetra in this kind of format, you got to have a backup plan.
Yeah. All right, well, it's time for our Sony match MVP, and we were kind of going back and forth on it. Are we going DPS? Are we going support? We ended up going with the man that you heard from earlier with Danny. It's Chio, who had just played out of his mind on the multiple different sports.
Whenever you get a chance to give a main support MVP, you do it. Every single time. Anytime a main support is even close to getting MVP, you always give it to them. I actually thought this map was the one that stood out on the most, because there were a couple fights that were pretty much all but lost, and then still throws in the rally, got a couple of huge stuns on the D.Va, brought back a couple. The whip shots were almost there a couple times, like really, really close. This also was the switch onto Brig onto Circuit, which got them around first spend, which got them that first point so quickly, gave them 4 minutes of the clock, and then as Lucio on the last map.
Yeah, I mean, whether it was supporting the Ana or the Lucio on the last map, as you say, I mean, there's the other rule, too, with main supports, Hex, is that if you're never mentioning a main support in a bad way, they're also having a really good game, as a general rule. Not getting picked off first, being consistent, bringing back fights that, frankly, shouldn't be brought back on the Brig. I mean, Chio is huge.
All right, well, there you have it. Congratulations, Chio, your Sony match MVP in Falcons versus Twisted Minds. That was a great one. And thank goodness for you at home. We got another great one. It's the battle atop of their group. It's Crazy Raccoon and Toronto Ultra. You don't want to miss it. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll tee up for that matchup.
be on a very short fishing line, so I will unleash him to break down everything in a moment or two. Before we do that, let's see how the Week 3 results shape the club rankings in our EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. And I'm over here for the Week 3 earners, Gaming Gladiators and Na'Vi, both winning Dota 2 and Counter-Strike 2 respectively, earned their clubs 1,000 points towards that overall club championship. Team Liquid, having placed second, will at least secure their club 600 points from the Dota 2 tournament. Those are obviously the big names, the winners, so to speak. I think we need to look as well at the other side of the table, where the Week 3 upsets were. I don't know how to choose my words, so I'm just going to be blunt. Team Spirit disappointed and frankly sucked in Counter-Strike 2 and Dota 2. And we expected more from Vitality in Counter-Strike 2. I think for Team Spirit, the fact that both teams failed to leave an impression, leave a mark, is part of the reason that you're not seeing them on our top 10 list. If we look at the current standings, it is still Team Falcons just about reachable from Liquid, Na'Vi, 1,900 points separating first from third. But it's a very close race, 1150, 1110, 1020, 1,000, and Salonga Ren Giants with 1,000 from 2 weeks prior. I think when we look ahead to Week 4 and the halfway mark of EWC 2024, Falcons have obviously got another high ability and opportunity to score points in Overwatch 2, as well as Mobile Legends Bang Bang, the Women's Invitational. I think in terms of that tournament, however, Vitality are still favorites to win, so it'll be an uphill battle for the likes of the Team Falcons. And of course, when we look at our PUBG Mobile, Team Liquid hoping to score some points up there as well. That does it for our EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. And of course, it is getting hot here at EWC 2024. Let's do some reaction.
You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now. Up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup Overwatch 2 as we have a huge battle at the top of this group. It's Crazy Raccoon and Toronto Ultra. Both these squads have won their opening matches undefeated. This is for the top of the group here, guys.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot at stake, especially for Toronto, a team that, is super well funded, super well supported, and chock full of talent, but needs to find that next step in international competition.
Just underperformed is all you could really say about their Dallas major performance. They're finishing outside of the top 4, a massive disappointment, but they're boot camping, they've been training, they're ready to level up in the montage, and I think this is a really good test to see where are we at. For me, they don't even necessarily have to beat Crazy Raccoon, but can you hang with them is always my question. Can you at least hang with the team that is allegedly better than you?
So I appreciate that, Hex, but that was the same margin that we were trying to hit there for Gaming Gladiators. Toronto Ultra, they have higher aspirations here. So what is now that we've set that premise there, what is a goal here for Toronto Ultra? Is it 1, is it 2? Are we looking for an upset? Like, how do you gauge success here for this squad?
Well, it's interesting. On paper, you'd be like, yeah, if you go 3-2, then clearly you're there. But Overwatch also has this weird thing where, like, you can have a 3-0, but it's like there's good 3-0s and then there's bad 3-0s, right? Sure. At the very least, if they are going to get 3-0'd, make it a good 3-0 where you go, look, I could see the potential. I could see where this could happen. And for that to be a thing, they're going to need big performances out of players like Sugar Free, still like one of the most phenomenal players around.
Yeah, and that was one of the main reasons I brought that up was because yesterday, that was the goal that Jake set for Gaming Gladiators against Toronto.
Right, yeah, sure.
And so it kind of does show the levels of it, but, you know, like, is it really that much further where we just saw Gaming Gladiators against Crazy Raccoon, and we got, like, Crazy Raccoon all the way at the top.
Yep.
Like, here we go. All the way at the
You're
top.
right, yeah. It's the different tiers.
Yeah, then Ultra, then Gaming Gladiators.
Can you, like, an unexpected team, can you hang with the mid and then maybe surprise? But Toronto is a team that is upper mid, top of the mid, you know, or at least expected to be. But you've got I think there's two teams that are very clearly 1 and 2 in this tournament, and where is Toronto against them? You know, that's the marker for me. And I think that's the marker for their fans and the organization. Now, that's where the expectations are.
All right, well, for you all at home, we've set the table for you. It's time for the STC audience predictions. Head on over to stcplay.gg. Get those predictions on in as, again, another one where we have a favorite, but upsets can happen. We did see Twisted Minds take it a win away from Falcons. We'll see what Ultra can do, so you at home have the opportunity to come and play as we take a look at the rosters for our two squads in this very, very important matchup at the top of the groups. I think we are starting with Crazy Raccoon. All right, yeah. Lip, Hizang, Shu, Krong, and Max.
Well, obviously, we just saw them. Seems like just a moment ago, but this is a team that every one of these guys could be the carry for any single time. I don't think Hizang went absolutely nuts. It's not the best for his pool right now because he has to play Flyers, but he's good at everything, can play everything on the ground. The DPS are great, backline's great, and then we didn't even see their tank that's on the bench because Max was just playing the off tanks.
And also, like, of all the players that, they're all carries, well, the player that could definitely most be the carry that we saw earlier today, Shu, just the most reliable BAP you're ever going to see. And I think if you're Toronto Ultra and you look back at that previous series, you have to go into this game going, how do we neutralize this? Like, how do we ban around a world-class BAP at the level that Shu's playing at right now?
Yeah, that's going to be the question for their opponents here in Toronto Ultra, the pride of NA here, as they've got a tough task ahead of them as we take a look at their roster. Again, Sugar Free going to be such a focal point here on this squad, but they have someone as well. He was the MVP of their victory that we saw yesterday. Did the interview with Danny, and they're like, hey, we're excited to be here, and we're looking forward for the big test, which is right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talent on this team, but just to expand a little bit more on Sugar Free, this is a player I've been covering back since 2018. At one point, a player that was, 14 years old and was going, well, when is he going to get to the Overwatch League? Well, guess what? He did eventually get there, and he's still one of the best players in the game. One of the rare cases where you wonder, well, will this person live up to their potential? They did.
I'm going to try to go through it really quick. Merritt was probably the best Sojourn I've ever seen play, but is able to play Ashe now. That's been great. Someone you don't even need a backup saying, oh, by the way, they don't have any backups. These are your 5 guys. But the great thing about that is you have cohesion, and also they have deep pools. Someone played 4 different tanks yesterday and looked great on all of them. And also, I think this backline is really the most impressive backline when it comes to playing double flex, because they've got the ability to play double flex with Vega.
Yeah, which is one of the unique things about this Toronto Ultra roster in this tournament, specifically with hero bans. You don't swap out another player to see are their hands warm or cold. You can do that on the fly and know that our strategies can change and we're ready to go with 5. Something that we haven't really seen too much lately, especially with teams challenging the top teams. Top teams already have like stack rosters, but then these teams that are trying to challenge, you have to sub out, and then you're kind of costing yourself a map, or at least starting on the back foot on a map.
Yeah, I mean, the roster depth discussion can really go on endlessly. There's people that will very much argue in favor of subs, and other people go like, well, I don't know, subbing out, like, it has issues. Even all the way back to the Overwatch League era, right, is that there's always mixed opinions on when to sub, when not to sub. I think what it really comes down to is, like, how many specialists do you have on your team? Because I think the most effective use of subbing historically in Overwatch is when you have that one player, like, when Sigma isn't meta, but you need one Sigma player on circuit, you go, all right, you're coming in just for this map only. And that definitely works really effectively.
Yeah, well, again, with hero bans, a very unique wrinkle, and Toronto Ultra saying, hey, all of us are the best players, so we don't need anyone else. It's prediction time, guys. Go ahead, make it official. I think we have a pretty good idea where we're going, but give us the map score as well.
You know what? I'm not sure I 100% believe this, but let's go 3-1 Crazy Raccoon. I would love to see Toronto take a map.
don't think Crazy Raccoon loses a map until they play Falcons. If it happens, I think it's going to be really close. I think it's going to be one of those 3-0s where it's like, it's a 3-0, but don't just trust it. It's 3-0. You got to watch it. But I have to say 3-0. I have to. I'm sorry.
All right, well, let's see what you all at home voted for here as it is. Again, the Crazy Raccoon fans are just asleep. That must be it. This is clearly the favorite going on. Y'all are crazy. Toronto Ultra with a nice vote there, 69% to 31%. And it's going to require a huge, huge effort here because Crazy Raccoon, again, reigning champs from DreamHack Dallas. The last major that we had doesn't look like there are many holes in it. We've talked about Lip, who's a world-class DPS. But you go down that whole roster, it's just so stacked here, Hex.
It is, and I think a lot of what I'm looking at is what's really nice for Toronto, silver lining, is they don't have subs or anything, but if we have a meta, so to speak, of the heroes that we've seen the most, being like a Pharah and an Ashe, we've seen a lot of on a lot of maps, and then Tracer, that fits in their pool perfectly. I mean, that's right in Merit's wheelhouse to run the Ashe as much as humanly possible, to run the Cass, and then of course Sugar Free, top tier Tracer phenom, but runs those flyer heroes really well too.
Yeah, I mean, you want a good player in terms of projectile heroes. You're not going to get too much better than Sugar Free. So yeah, I mean, to your point, Hex, the way the meta has been breaking down right now, you know, it's not the worst meta for Toronto, but you're going to be tested against Crazy Raccoon because they're not really weak at anything.
All right, well, the players are getting themselves ready on stage. We'll have that for you in just a little bit. Right now, we've got Danny hanging by. So Danny, take it away, brother.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here. I'm here at the secondary stage for Stream B right now. We got matches playing all day today. Currently, we have LGD versus Makers. They just started the match. Both of the teams are super laser focused. And honestly, I think things are getting a little tense. So if you're a fan of LGD or Makers, come on over to B Stream and yeah, show your support.
Again, LGD, the enigma that is. Again, only one map that we've seen from them, or one match that we've seen from them so far. So still slowly revealing what strats those star players have.
Yeah, I mean, LGD is a mystery, but you know what else is a mystery? Does Danny have powers of teleportation? I just don't know. He's like, I just feel like I just see him in different buildings over and over again. It's not even just this event. Like events historically, like, heck, you know Danny a while. Like, what's going on?
It's the mini game that you play at every single live event with Danny. Yeah. It's kind of like Where's Waldo, but where's Danny? It's like whoever finds him gets a prize. Like, he just holds a pocket full of candy, and if you find him, and he just throws you candy, and it's, you know, it's a fun little mini game to have.
He never gave me any candy.
Well, you didn't say the magic word.
All right, well, we'll see. Again, if you want to watch that match and you're here on site, you can head on over to the secondary stage to watch LGD and watch it on the secondary stream as well, which we have to be doing because we've got the group stages going on in. Just a reminder for everyone at home, 4 groups, 16 teams, 4 teams in each group. The first one gets the automatic bye into the top 8. The second and third place team will make it to the round of 12 where they will play against each other. Group D will pick first of the third place teams. The second place Group D team will then pick any of them from Group 3 as and then the fourth place teams will all be knocked on out. So the stakes are starting to get high as we're starting to hit halfway point of today. No one's been officially eliminated yet, but we're starting to get to that point here, X.
Are we going to have like a ceremony when they get eliminated? Am I going to get to see something go into the hydraulic press? Are we going to just breaking news it kind of like CNN breaking news? Here's the key getting crushed.
Yeah, actually, we should check on that. Will we get to see that live after that team gets eliminated right then and there? And is it the team that knocks them out, or is it the first place team from the group? Those are all good questions.
I want Danny there with safety glasses on, hard hat, pulling the lever. I think that's the way I
trust him with hydraulic equipment after we saw him drive earlier today.
No. Answers no. So what I've just had it confirmed. It is the team that knocks them out. So yeah, first place team pretty great, but if you end up not being the team that plays the last place team in the last match, then you might miss out on it. So later on, I think at the end of the day, Space Station Fnatic, that's going to be a hydraulic press match right there.
Yeah, and also M80 bleed. Yep. Whoever wins that one stays and gets to crush a key.
Yeah, again, and that's funny because those are kind of like on the bottom side of those groups. So that might be the thing that they get to do before they get knocked out. Who knows? Maybe Bleed turns on or M80 turns on and are able to get themselves a win. Players are still getting ready on stage right now for this big matchup, and we want to make sure that everything is good to go. All the mice and keyboards are ready to go there, and all the settings are ready on in. As we head on over to the Kadia Arena in just a little bit, I want to ask you guys a question. When it comes time to like settle on in in, and you know, hey, this is a top-tier match against a top-tier match. Whenever you get two of the best going on in, what would your pep talks be to your team going into something that is important like that?
I think for this is that you really have to focus on the good. It's like, look, the good scrims we had, we know this, the weaknesses that we think we've identified for their team, focus on that. Try not to think about the reputation of the other team. Like, I'm sure all the players know that in the back of their head, and they might have some preconceptions, but, these teams also scrimmed a lot, and they know each other to an extent, so it's like, hey, remember that one time we did this? Yeah, focus on the good here. They're not invincible.
I think that's one thing that Toronto's going to have going for them is that the moment's not going to be too big. This is a team with championship pedigree, right? And you've got someone on this team, champion in 2023 of the Overwatch League, 2023 Overwatch League MVP. You've got other champions on this team. They've all played at LANs. This is not going to be too big for this team at all. They're not going to say, well, here's your victory, Crazy Raccoon. I guess we'll just lay down and acquiesce to it. So I think that's what they have going for them. And there's only a few other teams in this entire tournament that I think really believe in their heart of hearts, if you had to ask them that, like, we have a shot to win this. We absolutely have a shot to win this. I think everyone else is maybe playing for that third and fourth in that mindset. Not everyone else, but you know what I mean. I think that Toronto is one of those teams that it's kind of a do or die moment too after some disappointing performances.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have the explainer video on how the group stages will work out and the format of the whole tournament. So as we get ready for this very important group match, let's take a look.
The stage is set and our contenders are ready to fight for fame and glory, to be immortalized as Overwatch's finest. So let's take a look at how it's going to go down. The tournament is divided into two phases, group stage and playoffs. In the first stage, teams are divided into 4 groups and the matches are played in a single round-robin format. All matches are best of 5 and top 3 teams advance to the playoffs, going to the round of 12 or straight to the round of 8, depending on their placement. Last teams are eliminated. In the playoffs, all matches are best of 7, and it is a classic single elimination bracket, do or die. However, to make things more spicy, round of 8 and round of 12 matches will be using a drafting system. In the round of 12, seed 2 of each group selects their opponent from the pool of teams that finished seed 3. And in round of 8, the winner of each group selects their opponent from the pool of teams that survived the round of 12. And now, it's time for the creme de la creme of our tournament format, hero bans. Each map, both teams will have the option to ban a hero. While 1 or 2 hero bans might seem insignificant, at this level of competition, it will dramatically reshape the game and force every team to continuously innovate throughout the tournament. We'll have to see how it all plays out match by match, but personally, I can't wait to get started.
Well, joining us here in the studio as we prep for this matchup is our creme de la creme casters. We've got Avril and Achilles standing by right now. As we tee this one up, what do you think is the key focal point of this matchup here, Avril?
Yeah, the fact that Merit is kind of one-tricking Ashe at the moment, that's probably a target ban that Crazy Raccoon can definitely go towards. We'll see if that ends up coming on through. These two teams, by the way, have played each other. They played each other in Dallas in the Major before, and that was a 3-0 for Crazy Raccoons. It's just a rematch.
How about you, Seth?
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with that one. I want to see how someone as well is going to be holding up in the tank line. And, who's going to be starting for the side of Crazy Raccoon? Do we just continue to see Max? Is going to be Junbin? What is everything going to be looking like on that front? Because I think it's going to be a big clash.
All right. Well, thank you guys very much. We'll have you guys in just a little bit for the call. We're less than about a minute away. Now, let me not say less than a minute away because, we've been doing the dance. All right. Yeah, we are less than a minute away. Final thing, who's going to be the MVP? Call it early here, ZP.
MVP for this, I think Shu, twice in a row.
Lip. I'll go safe.
Yeah, pick the boom boom damage. You see what this guy did? Always safe here. And then he's going to say, oh, yeah, of course, I picked you the whole time.
Time.
Look, I've already got you dialed in, Hex. I already know how you're going to do things here. All right, Crazy Raccoon and Toronto Ultra. These two teams are almost ready to go as the stage over at the Kadia Arena ready to go. And it is going to be a huge, huge matchup here. These two squads familiar with each other. They match up relatively well. Toronto Ultra had the boot camp in Korea. They escaped the NA scrim bubble and are looking for a huge, huge upset here against the Korean team that has been the most dominant here at OWCS season. Let's get into it. It is the intros.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and what an electric match that was. The audience was on fire, but then Team Falcons rolled over Twisted Minds, and they are right now at the top of their group.
Absolutely, and our next game, Fancy, is also all about who's topping Group A this time. So, Both are competitors. They have dominated with 2 wins. Let's introduce them on stage, starting off with Crazy Raccoons! And here they are. They opened up the day with a win over Gaming Gladiators. Not one single map dropped so far at the Esports World Cup, but they're absolutely not done yet. They beat their opponents in Dallas, and there are no signs of them easing off the brakes at EWC.
And for their opponents, please welcome Toronto Ultra. The best team in NA. They dominated 2 teams in their group so far, but their next match is shaping up to be their biggest challenge yet. Their key might not be on the line, but revenge is one thing on their mind. Will their recent bootcamp make a difference in Korea, or will history repeat itself?
Absolutely, it's that scrim experience that is oh so needed, and land jitters are something to consider as well. But our third game is set and ready. Our players are in. Let's get this show started.
Thank you very much, Milosh and Fancy, for the introduction here as we finally get this one underway. You know, important thing to note as they walk out with their key in the frame, how do they handle it when they put it on the stand? Both squads put it in very confidently. You know, sometimes you get a little fumbling around, you get a little nervous, and neither one of those squads feeling that as we head on over to Control. First time we're seeing Ilias.
Yeah, also the key, I mean, it's pretty impressive because I've held that key. That thing is heavy. It is not light. But here we go, Hero Band coming in, the Sim getting taken out. I don't hate it for Control. I think Sim is like one of those heroes that if you don't play it a ton, you don't necessarily like dealing with it. And it's pretty powerful in Control, so it makes all the sense to me.
Yeah, I think it's something that Ultra had toyed with already yesterday a little bit. And I like this ban a lot. Take away their best flex support option on the backline. It also kind of takes, when you take away the Ana, you're almost taking away the Winston dive as well because it's so potent with the Winston. Yes, you can kind of sub in a Brig if you want, but it's not the same thing. It's not quite as good. I think the bans are actually going to be really interesting with these top teams because they are going to be taking away from the other team as well as enabling themselves.
Yeah, the chess match that goes on between the teams, it's just going to evolve over the course of the tournament. I mean, we still have so many days left to go, and teams might have started out like not testing the waters, not entirely sure what to do. By we get to the time that in the finals, teams will know exactly how to handle it.
Well, Vega was locked the heck on in here for Toronto Ultra. They want to get the upset win. They know the task against them is monumental as Crazy Raccoon, best team in the world. Given the most latest results, we could say, you know, maybe some people would be, you know, arguing.
I think that's fair to say. I mean, they've won the last 2 major tournaments. What more do you want them to be if not the best team in the world at that point in time? It's close, still up at the top. They're not alone up there, but they are the best team in the world.
All right. Well, to get us into the first map of this big matchup, let's send it on over to Avril and Achilles.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Yes, Ilios, another little breath of fresh air here for us as we have not seen this map quite just yet. Before we get into the action, I do want to note, ROC, our first team eliminated from the tournament. Their key gonna be crushed as we're gonna be sending 3 more home here today.
Yeah, but for right now, we're looking at the top of the group here, Toronto and also Crazy Raccoons both 2-0, looking to secure the 3-0 for their group. Let's talk about Ilios a little bit here. They played this in their previous matchup in Dallas, as I alluded to, and guess what? Here is why the Symmetra is banned. In that matchup in the Dallas Major, the Symmetra was pulled out by Sugar Free on Toronto when they played Lighthouse, and that actually surprised Crazy Raccoons and almost got them that round win. We're actually starting out on well today. This was the one round of that matchup that we did not see. It was Ruins, it was Lighthouse, and now finally we get to see the well.
And it's going to be very different compositions here across the board. Sugar Free going to be taking the sky there with that Echo, but he's sunk. Same thing over on that far up, but healing can become a little bit more complicated when you have just a Lucio as well as the Baptiste to try to keep you sustained. So I'm curious to see how they're going to be piloting this one, but Sugar Free is just going to be taken out of the sky as Junbin was soaring up there, and Shu is able to find the shots. A little bit of a botch here. Pile driver not going to connect. Bubble going to be used by someone. To go ahead and try to keep everybody protected. Nice little boot back here onto Lucio. Sets up for Heesung to collect the kill.
That's going to be the 2-0 to start things out for in terms of kills for Crazy Raccoon. And just do bear in mind as well, Toronto Ultra, the ones that banned out the Ana, they're the ones also playing the Winston. They kind of screwed themselves here a little bit because ideally you want to play the Brigana. They were maybe concerned that Junbin was going to play something with a dive as well, but both teams want to play dive. Junbin, though, he's the best on the ball.
Chorong eating a bit of damage there, riding up on the wall, but kill cannot be found. 20% about to be hit here from the side of Crazy Raccoon. This pile driver attempt going to be coming through, looking for the setup here onto some of these kills. Junbin going to be eating a little bit of damage, but has so much shielding. Is hitting that E as Merritt is able to find one. Shu going to be taken out, but RuPaul going to be traded now. The support for support as the HP bars here on the side of Toronto Ultra continue to hover lower and lower.
He's still just losing more members. He's saying so far the kill leader on the leaderboard. He doesn't have the most damage, but he certainly has the final blows, and that's what's important. 40% for Crazy Raccoon. Toronto Ultra still waiting for first ultimates to come on through. They just can't quite get an advantage. Maybe until now, though. Junbin, that's a hard play to kill on the ball. Can they actually use that to get a flip? They got to go forward, and they're kind of slow.
A little bit overzealous there on the push forward, trying to take that Echo out of the sky. Shu narrowly surviving, offering up enough damage back over onto Sugar Free to force him away. Pulse bomb going to be set up from Lip. Not going to be able to find the elimination there, and he will get taken down. Sugar Free with a really nice pursuit. Finds the headshots. Flip, however, still not there for Toronto Ultra. Close to it, but it's going to be 65% now coming through for Crazy Raccoons. They maintain control over this one. Beam will be able to find Heesung. It's good value from Sugar Free, but they still need to gain control here of this point, which continues to elude them, much like Chorong at the moment. Dupe going to be used as Sugar Free over pursues just a little bit. Pops that recall. Junbin going to be taken down. Toronto now in control of the point.
Sugar Free doing so much work, and not only did he get more kills, but he's also able to just distract the entirety Crazy Raccoon. You saw in the background that Junbin dies again, this time to RuPaul. He's trying to play solo versus Toronto Ultra, but Crazy Raccoon, there's no support for Junbin. They're all trying to run away and fight Sugar Free, and just off that one dupe alone, Sugar Free buys so much time and space, allowing finally the flip to come on through, and that was the only ultimate expended by Toronto as well. So economically, they're now ahead despite being behind severely in the cap.
Minefield going to be dropped down as Junbin tries to occupy some space here on the point. It's a little bit damage onto RuPaul, but for the most part, not going to be finding too much of anything here. Suzu does get burned. Is Sound Barrier going to be dropped in? Vega just dropping that one through. As RuPaul, yeah, he just got a sliver of HP trying to survive, and it looks like the healing will start coming in. Still does have that Kitchener rush here in the back pocket, but thus far, Turong now sending out the beat. Lip going to be taken down, but Heesung and Junbin getting one apiece as both supports from the side of Toronto Ultra are going to be taken out. And that makes the team that much more vulnerable, but Chorong caught out. Sugar Free able to find him with the sticky bombs as someone pops that Primal Rage. Toronto Ultra still in control of the points. He's just swatting Shu away to the best of his ability, but ultimately will have to make his exit.
RuPaul still has ultimate to play through here. Toronto Ultra have more weapons to use, more utility to use. They don't want to disengage, they want to dive deep on in.
Yep, they just dive in over the top of that Amp Matrix, but there's a Pulse Bomb stick as Lip gets a dip here onto Merritt, taking him down. Point, however, still not taken. Someone able to find Shu. RuPaul down to a sliver once again as the Zaps look for the kill, but it's going to be Chorong swooping it up over the top rope, finding that right-click kill. Someone now at risk as Vegas was down into the pit. Just falling down right into the well itself as the flip comes through. And Crazy Raccoon regain and maintain the lead.
Okay, well, I mean, it's just a brilliant, honestly, duplication from Heesung as well to get the extra Winston in there. RuPaul, despite his best efforts, Katrina Rush not going to be enough. Someone diving in deep to try to cut off that window from Shu. So we have a swap out. Final fight coming on in. Junbin trying to intercept. He'll get one knockup, but a TP away. RuPaul's okay for now.
And forces it out. There's the touch. Merritt able to get in there in time, but Vega does still end up getting found. He's on the beam, able to take him down. Now RuPaul going to be dead. Supportless once again are Toronto Ultra, and no one can go for the touch. So 174%. The opening round of Ilios goes the way of Crazy Raccoon.
And take this point as well. Something I mentioned to the desk when we had a little crossover there. Merritt has been one-tricking Ashe the entire tournament so far. This is the first time where you're seeing Merritt offer for the Ashe, playing something else. Toronto, they've been criticized for their Merit Tracer play in the past. Here, Lip shows why that he is the better DPS hit scan tracer, and you know, typically when we look towards hit scan tracers, not their best position, not their best hero. Lip, far more proficient on this role. If Toronto Ultra want to keep playing a situation where Sugar Free is going to be the flex play on something like, you know, the Echo, Merit has to step up. But you can always go back to the Merit Ashe. That's what has been working. That seems to be Toronto Ultra's bread and butter. And now you're in a situation where you can start to see why the Ana ban might be useful, because eventually Toronto might want to play something like this poke comp or a brawl composition, and they don't want Crazy Raccoon to dive into it. No Ana.
Well, of course, no Ana. Ashe there for Merit, so it should be a little bit more comfortable, but Jinbin on this Wrecking Ball can set up for that dive to come through. It has to be that much more cautious here, and someone's going to have to be Johnny on the spot when it comes down to setting up for these accretion stuns. Jinbin in deep, shielding already going to be popped, and he is going to get annihilated. So there you go. There's the counter play.
I think Sugar Free might have stolen the health back there. Either way, Jinbin was trying to look for the HP, and he couldn't find it, so that's a really unfortunate beginning, but Toronto Ultra, good signs. They are defeating the Jinbin ball dive. If you can actually kill the ball, that's what's important, because mostly on this patch with the buffed up tanks, Jinbin should be very hard to take down as Hisan now swaps over to go towards Genji. They want to all in even harder on the dive.
Sugar Free pushing forward, clearing the way here with that Tracer, trying to build up towards the Pulse Bomb. Minor little lead here on Lip, where once again, Jinbin trying to harass out Merit here with this Ashe. Gets a knock up, taking him down below half HP, but they're still suffering losses on the opposite side here. And it's both supports and Hisung, now Lip, taking down Sugar Free. And up with those two. Now Pulse Bomb just 16% away.
And they're happy to trade. Look, if Jinbin got the kill, that's fine. Toronto Ultra will wait for the respawns. They want to take down the other 4 members of Crazy Raccoon, even if Jinbin is diving on in. And on top of that, Jinbin didn't actually get the kill. So, here we go. Let's take a look at the situation from Sugar Free. A little bit earlier on, as we saw Jinbin running around the map, but really it's Sugar Free that's getting the work done on Ruin so far.
Back into the live action here. Sugar Free does hover low, but some heals start coming across. He's going to be sustained back up. Pulse Bomb now online. See what kind of setup he can find. As right now, Chodong's going to be targeted. And a little bit of burst of damage comes through, and he's able to go ahead and confirm that kill. Someone going to be traded out, though. He's sung with the deflect, able to take him out. So, tank for a DPS. A tank for a healer, I should say. And his pylon going to be cleared out, and there's the pulse stick from Lip to take Merit out once again. Follows up on a Vega. RuPaul going to fall. Crazy Raccoon get the flip to get into control, but they still are in a pretty big deficit as Toronto Ultra were able to hold that up to 62.
And that was basically tankless as well, because yeah, someone goes down, but Jinbin was so chunked down on 1 HP that he couldn't join the fight. Really, it just came down to the DPS and supports. Jinbin trying to get a little bit tricky inside the spawn of Toronto Ultra for now. They need to buy time because Toronto Ultra are so much further ahead. Look at ultimates here, though. This is when Toronto Ultra want to try and push that advantage. Vega might want to be the first one ulting with a Captive Sun here. RuPaul needs to find an angle first, but Vega is more free to ult unless he wants to save the Captive Sun to try and hide away from Jinbin later.
Captive Sun does come through, seeking a target.
Don't go for the Genji, it'll get deflected.
Yep.
Gets it.
Okay, does get the connection there, but he's able to pull back. Minefield now going to be invested from Jinbin. Just looking to try to cut off the approach here as there's the Ant Matrix invested up onto the high ground. Jinbin taking quite a bit of damage, going to be burning away there. As the bomb will make his exit.
Flux available.
Kill's not going to be found, but as you say, Flux is available. Jinbin going to be taken down. Merit able to find that kill in the end. Blade now going to be pulled out as the sound barrier gets popped. Immediately, Vega falling down into the minefield, still sat there. He falls, Merit taken out. RuPaul carved up as Hisung finds 2. Looks for a little bit more. Someone down to about half HP. Getting whittled away yet, but sight's going to be turned here over towards a different target. Someone's going to be backpedaling away, but 68 HP down to 23. Now killed. Hisung comes up with 3 in the fight.
It actually looks like someone missed Hisang there or didn't complete the Flux for whatever reason, because if he catches Hisang in the Flux, that's the Blade taken off the table, and Toronto Ultra in a much better position as we now look at a very interesting composition. Merit, we haven't really seen him on the Echo before. This is hidden technology. It's Sugar Free on the Tracer, Merit on the Echo, and we're over to a Winston Mirror.
Is it hidden technology or is it desperation? We're about to find out, but Vega already going to be dead off the rip. Pulse Bomb still held here by Lip as Jinbin will get taken out. Pulse Bomb not finding the stick, still gets a good amount of damage and sets up potentially for a kill here onto someone. He will end up falling. Chorong going to be traded back. A bloody brawl, but somebody's going to have to go for the point here sooner rather than later. It's going to be Sugar Free leading the charge in that regard. We'll force out the overtime. The flip just about ready to come through as Shu. Not much that he can do, but Lip joining in does manage to keep this contested, and now Jinbin is right back into the fray.
Where's someone, though? He needs to join in this play as well. Sugar Free go with the pulse. Nice kill, but gets traded out.
He finds it, but yeah, as you say, the trade coming through. A little bit of revenge there for his fallen comrade at the hands of Chorong coming up with that kill. The beam softening up someone, nearly taking him down. Overtime starting to bleed away. They got once again pushing forward, stuck on the wall, kind of getting botched here. Bogged down in the movement, but eventually is able to break free. Slinks out, keeps himself alive. Still playing elusively. Merit going to go down. Jinbin finding that kill. nearly to that primal rage, but will fall 11% shy of that mark. Sugar Free once again on the rejoin, able to find that value, find that kill. Chorong dead. Sugar Free doing everything in his power to keep them in this round, to try to get this flip. And it looks like it's going to work for them. They just need to clear out the point a little bit more. Pulse Bomb comes through, able to find one. Someone going to be taken down. Vega trying to stay alive. A sliver of HP remaining here for the Lucio as he gets the sound barrier available. And that's going to be the flip. Toronto Ultra still in with a pinch.
And luckily, Toronto Ultra doesn't burn ultimates here because they have to play for the final fight. That looked like the final fight. Remember, Ultra never got the flip until now. Toronto gets a double kill, actually.
Toronto just diving in. That's going to be the support now taken down. I thought Jinbin was going to be overextended with the Primal Rage, but he opts to go for it. Dupe is here, though. Merit putting another Winston into the mix. Someone still does have that Primal ready to go, but there's a break on the Dupe. The beam able to find it. The support's going to be coming back in. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush out first here from Shu. Look at the turn of the tides of the fight as there's the Dupe now from Heesung, just trying to stay alive. Dives into the back line. Vega needing to get this sound barrier off. Does manage to do so, shielding out onto 5 players. It's going to be 99 and 99 Pulse Bomb available here for the side of Sugar Free. Chorong taken down, Sugar Free with a melee hit, able to find that kill. Lucio now out of the equation. Shu, the only healer here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. People are going low, but Lip managing to find 2. Someone Merit, both going to be annihilated. Jinbin taken down off the back of that. Sugar Free still in the mix, though, as Vega finds Lip. Heesung and Chorong on the return to try to somehow extend this one, but it seems like Toronto will be taking us to that 3rd and final round.
Jinbin trying to come back onto the Ryan, but it might not matter. Not going to get there in time. We were 1-1. Ilios, are you not entertained? What a back and forth on Ruins. That could have been anyone's game. It was like non-stop team fighting for about 2 to 3 minutes straight there. And Toronto Ultra did not want to give that one up. They were disciplined in their ultimate usage, knew when they had to hold ultimates, and were not going to overcommit. Despite Lip getting the double kill there, which could have been disastrous for the team, they still hold on. Chorong even with a double kill in the backline, and yet Toronto Ultra persist. Credit to the DPS and tank line Toronto Ultra for that, because they really saved the game.
Really did. I mean, Sugar Free putting in such insane work as well with that Tracer. Very nicely done to help get them across the lines. And now we look over towards Lighthouse to see who's going to be taking this opening map.
The problem here is that Toronto Ultra didn't quite win this matchup onto well. We're playing the same thing again. So the Merit Tracer, not really ideal, but neither is the Merit Echo. Can't run the sim. Remember, in Dallas, Toronto Ultra played the Ryan sim on here, kind of caught Crazy Raccoon by surprise. That's why sim is banned.
Up and over the top goes Jinbin, playing wildly as ever here on this Wrecking Ball. Tucked away here for the moment, waiting for the cooldowns to come back up. Pile Driver now available up and over the top, putting quite a bit of damage here onto Sugar Free. Pile Driver down, smattering of damage going to be found. Pops a big shield, nearly 1,000 health here on this Wrecking Ball. And sights get turned now over to the point, which has unlocked.
Not quite in contention to cap, though. Maybe now Sugar Free goes down. Jinbin just staying contested the entire way through. They still have 5 online. Struggling now is Toronto Ultra's ability to take down Heesung, especially if Sugar Free is gone. That's their only real pressure versus Heesung's Farah.
Points here in their hands. Pile Driver not going to get the connection. They're able to pull away, but Lib gets the better of Merit. Just cycling these DPS back into the spawn room, and this time it's going to be both of them taken down. And Toronto Ultra very much going to be held at bay for the time being.
And what's really interesting about this comp from Crazy Raccoon is that they're also playing the Shu BAP. Now, great on the BAP, however, I don't think BAP really fits into this comp as well as Lucio Kiriko. So the fact that they can play the BAP and get away with it, super long-range shooting that's hard for Shu to nail, this is really impressive. Toronto Ultra, I mean, they got to force Shu actually onto Akiri. Or actually punish the BAP, either way.
And Sugar Free is just walking along the floor, nearly gets taken down. Pulse bomb up from Lip, going to be going wide, however. Dives for it immediately into the bubble to try to get rid of someone. It's going to be Heesung able to go ahead and come up with the goods. Tank now taken down as Toronto Ultra just struggling to try to find a fair fight as Heesung back-to-back mid-air rockets gets the follow-up onto Merit. It is just clean far play at the moment here, and Crazy Raccoon are way out in front.
Exactly. Alpha E and Sauna showed how it was going to be done. Heesung says, I can play that too. I'm also going to be the fire guy here. And with Toronto Ultra, they just can't shut him down. Again, it's Sugar Free that has to do the most work here. They don't have a hit scan. Merit's on the Tracer. They don't have a Diva. Someone's playing the Winston instead. So how do you control Heesung? Because now he has Barrage as well.
Has it online. Sugar Free just not getting any free entry back over towards this point whatsoever. Lip immediately taking him down. His Merit, first pulse bump about to come online, point blank, Barrage coming in, and yeah, Heesung, even if he gave his life for that one, taking out someone still would have been value.
And look at the aggressiveness from Crazy Raccoon as well. You're not giving RuPaul the opportunity to use Kitsune Rush because you want a Kitsune Rush over towards the point. You don't want to go out of spawn or play in this alleyway, and yet Crazy Raccoon, with their speed, with Jinbin's tempo here, Toronto are just stuck. They have nearly 5 ults, and it's about to be 0.99.
Jinbin just waiting for the timing. Drops the minefield here on the approach. Says, yeah, come on in, see if you can make it. Trying to get the touch. Tag is going to be there. Managed making that.
I think Strong Ajax.
Managing to make that one happen. Strong does end up falling down, and that might have been an Ajax. I believe you are correct. Immortality field going to be cleared out here as Shoot is at risk. RuPaul, however, traded out. Jinbin finds one. Duke from Sugar Free, the pulse bomb seeking target, swinging around the back. Tries to lob it up into the air to get a mid-air catch and cannot do so. Loses out now on that dupe. Someone. Primal Rage still rolling. Vega going to be coming back. The Sound Barrier going to be dropped in. No Ajax to be found, but someone still low on HP, and Vega annihilated as Heesung continues to rain down hell from above. They are just ripped asunder. And while it was such an incredibly close ruins, Crazy Raccoon, they go back to the well composition, and they utterly dominate on Lighthouse.
And I just don't know if Toronto really have the capability to match a team like Crazy Raccoon on the dive. I mean, against NA and EU teams, sure, Toronto Ultra have all it takes, but when you go up against the top Korean squads, the lack of ability to really pilot through your Tracer Echo composition, no matter who's actually playing it. You want Sugar Free on both heroes, but he's only one guy. That's the issue. You need to go back over towards the Merit Ashe here. That has to happen at some stage, but remember, the Ashe is a target ban that Crazy Raccoon have in their pocket. The question will be, when do they pull that up? Because once they do, that should be another Crazy Raccoon's win. Toronto Ultra yet to beat Crazy Raccoons at any stage that they've ever played together in the past.
Wow, what a dominant turnaround here from the side of Crazy Raccoon. Put their foot down saying, we'll give you one, but you cannot take the map. They're looking for the 3-0. They're the one team in the tournament right now that has still not dropped a single map thus far, and they want that perfect 9-0.
I'll tell you what, though, the good news for Ultra is the fact that Jinbin probably does get subbed out now because, first of all, Ultra have map choice. Second of all, not a lot of good ball maps. You'd be forcing ball on some of the other maps. Ilios is obviously quite good for the ball, so Jinbin probably gets subbed out for Max, but that introduces other problems because now you're looking at more standard Max gameplay like we saw in the earlier series today. But he's saying can still just play far the whole time. That has to be answered, and I think Merit has to be the guy on the Ashe to answer. So again, we look over towards the bans. When you want to play the Heesung Fire again, knowing that Toronto can't really do anything about it, ban away the Ashe, that becomes a problem.
Does the Pharah ban, does that make sense? Is that feeling like maybe that's not even the thing that you should be tackling? That's a big question that needs to be answered from the side of Toronto.
Yeah, I think so. And you also have to start thinking about Max's hero pool as well. What is someone's strengths here? He is the current reigning regular season MVP from last year's Overwatch League, the most flexible tank player in the entire world. However, from a specialization standpoint, Jinbin's individual hero that he plays better than someone. Max's individual heroes that he plays still better than someone. Someone kind of like a jack of all trades, master of a couple, but maybe not enough to really take down Jinbin or Max. You need to find a winning matchup, more so against Max than Jinbin. You need to find something in that off-tank versus off-tank matchup. Is it going to be the Sigma? Is it the Diva? Is it the Zarya? What is it? That has to be the play.
Well, we'll find out what it's going to be, but for now, let's go ahead and send it back down to the analysts to break down the action from Ilios.
Thank you very much, guys. Ilios sounds a lot like Achilleos. That was very, very close, right? Rhyming, just like that last match was very, very close on map number 2. Oh my goodness, I tried to get us there. Round number 2, almost got it there, again, probably the closest round that we've seen. Maybe on the mainstream, maybe I think back to like one of the Flashpoint maps, but that was a heck of a shot there for Toronto Ultra. I know there's a couple things that you wanted to hit on in terms of the bans and the composition that Ultra goes with here.
Yeah, I mean, Avril touched a little bit in the beginning, but we were all sitting here just wondering, okay, what is the tank support setup here? Because it feels a little bit strange where you ban Ana and then you go and you grab Winston, and the rounds 1 and 3 was when the Ultra were running that composition where they were running the Winston minus Ana, and it didn't really work out on round 1 or 3, but they go to a round where they run something a little bit more traditional in their setup, and everything works out well, of course, off the back of Sugar Free.
And we talked a little bit about having only 5 players on a squad and the problems that can present. The problem is that Sugar Free is their best Tracer and their best Fair Echo as well. And the problem is that a lot of these maps you want to run a Tracer and a Fair Echo. Or like maybe you force maps you can do a Fair Echo and an Ashe, but this has been an issue with Merit in the past where his Tracer play just isn't up to snuff. It might be top 10 in the world, but the problem is you're playing against top 1s, top 2s, top 3s in the world, and you're not even the best Tracer on your own team. It's going to be an issue, and they're going to have to be able to work around it because on the other side of things, Proper and Heesung have enormous hero pools.
Yeah, we take a look at some of the highlights here from this last map. That, again, map number 2 on Ruins is so close. I wanted to shout out Vega and his movement on Lucio. We were saying, like, Hisong, you need to get that last little couple of hits there on Echo, but also props to Vega with the movement. But here, once we went to round number 3, it was just...
Well, that's why he went to Farah, because he just gets splash damage. He was tired of missing the try shot. He was like, enough of that. Let me just shoot a rocket at the ground, and that'll deal with it.
I think in terms of DPS play from both sides, this is probably one of the most entertaining maps that we have covered so far in the 2 days that we've been watching, because it was just ridiculous. Well was probably my favorite round of the entire tournament so far with how flashy it was. But then you go to round 3, I mean, putting the compositional concerns with the Ultra aside, I mean, it might not have mattered with how many rockets Hisang was hitting. It was just unreal.
Yeah, even that, but then you've got him playing Genji as well. Like, any gap they have, and then Lip can play Symmetra. Like, they are the most versatile damage line, I think, in this entire tournament.
Yeah, again, Ultra going to have to try and find some sort of answer here. And, you know, a lot of the time we go to Flashpoint after this and see, all right, well, that kind of map mode and the chaos there. Or is it one of those things where let's try to match them? Let's try to play something else, something unique, you know, an escort or something like that to see if we can get something here as we are getting ourselves ready to head on over to the Kadia Arena for map number 2 and get those reveals for you in just a second. But again, what do you want to see here in terms of the next map and out of Ultra?
Oh, I think the number one thing is just whatever they ban, just make sure you have a super coherent strategy to work around it. That would probably be number 1. Number 2 is that, I mean, I think it worked out well for them when they were playing things that were fast. I mean, especially if they can run a composition where they feel comfortable playing Sugar Free on Tracer, run that.
I think what we might see here is the issue is if you go to a map where you're very comfortable running like a push like a Shambali maybe or a Circuits, then you're just going to get Ash bans. Like the Ash ban is a real possibility.
All right, well, we're off to New Junk City. That's where the Ultra now take the map. They also have the decision on if they ban first or second, right? You get the power to ban and protect, or you can kind of counter ban from there. Let's see who gets it. Yep, Toronto will ban first. And there it is, the Lucio getting taken away there.
Yeah, so they're going to ban the Lucio, so it kind of gives you the idea that you have to think they're going to be running something where Merit is on Ash, is kind of how I see it. You know, they want to run something that's a little bit slower and on.
Crazy Raccoon had it all under control.
There's like, yeah, we see what you're doing. No.
Silver lining, I mean, you can't ban Ash next map then, I guess. You know, so there was something to it, but that was, I mean, anyone could have been able to read that. Once you take the Lucio out, you're like, oh, so you don't want to run at us, you want to sit back and shoot at us. Not a problem. We'll just take away your best hero. So now the question is like, maybe, I don't know what they're going to run. Merit's other best hero was Sojourn, and Sojourn just got nerfed pretty hard. So we haven't seen Sojourn really much this tournament. Cass has been hit or miss. Maybe they run like a Cass and a Sim.
All right, well, no substitutions for either team. If anything, if map 2 is anything like map number 1, we're going to have a lot of fun. Let's send it on over to Cass, just get into the action.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Yes, let's get into this one. The Ash going to be taken away. So respect being shown from the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Too early, though. I think they should have saved the Ash ban for a later map, something more important, like a Midtown, like a Shambali, Escort hybrids. These are where you really want to have the long-range capability of Merit. This is also where you can play the Fire as well. Ban away the Ash on a map where Fire can be important. So Crazy Raccoon might have pulled out the ace in the hole slightly too early. I'm a little concerned about that. However, Crazy Raccoon, they might still be the better team. Why is the Lucio ban? They kind of touched up on the desk, but mainly if you look at Crazy Raccoon's previous experience in New Junk City so far this tournament, they played Jimbin on the Queen for this particular map. So you want to remove the Lucio Kiriko. They said they're going to play Kiriko Anna, so okay, with the Winston, you could have played Brig Anna here. I'm a little surprised they started with the Kiri. I mean, that's strange. Especially Chorong. Chorong's a great Brig player, one of the best.
A bit of a change up here, though. Maybe just trying to catch them off guard. We'll see how this ends up looking, though, as some very different compositions with Hanzo coming out here from Merit.
Could have played Cass. I'm a little surprised. I mean, the secondary pick after the Ash ban usually is the Cass, but here we go.
Oh, okay, well, that's going to be Sugar Free confirmed the kill there as Lip will get taken down. Dive forward, though. Merit at risk, but Sugar Free able to find a second one as Jimbin will get punished for the dive forward. So finds RuPaul, but that's still going to be Toronto Ultra setting themselves up for the opening Flashpoint cap.
We have membership on point right now. Decent Bionator. That's going to force him away. And with that, Hisang's going to steal away the point. No, just barely contested. But someone's got no HP. I don't know about this one. He dies. That's not worth it for someone at all.
He's trying to pressure out Heesung, who will end up falling as Vega finds that kill, but now Lip is back into the frame. Merritt's going to be taken down, and this one starts spiraling out of control and out of hand for Toronto Ultra.
I mean, Crazy Raccoon just looked like we're going to cap it anyway, so give the cap away, allow Heesung to sneak that one, heal up, regroup, and Toronto Ultra might actually have numbers and members to go for a retake. Merritt agrees here in terms of the Hanzo, gets rid of that straight away, goes right over towards the cast. Shouldn't have even started on the Hanzo, that's my opinion. We'll see what happens with Vega and RuPaul later on as well. I think Vega should also move over towards the break because we're basically in a Winston dive now.
Well, Nano available. Lip, recall popped as he goes dangerously low. See what the approach looks like here.
Shu's got the only ultimate.
And he's going to be taken down as soon as he invested. Jinbin, recipient here, seeking target though, just zapping away, trying to find a bit of damage here. Maybe the dive forward onto RuPaul. We'll just drop down onto that low ground. Merritt offering up some damage, trade of places, the bubble coming through, grabs that mini back, and now does have the Primal online, so Jinbin in a decent spot, but Jerome going to be taken down. Lip similarly falling as someone with his own Primal is able to come up with some value. Flip has been found for Toronto Ultra, now in control of this point as the cleanup comes in.
I mean, that's cute from Jinbin, but your team is losing behind the scenes. You're like, guys, are we winning or not? I guess we're not, so I'm holding up 2 members. And meanwhile, Toronto Ultra is capping the point. No issues there. Someone using the Primal, nice, we like those. And for Crazy Raccoon now, ooh, Shu under pressure.
Yep, the dive forward off the back of the Nano, and that's going to be someone collecting 2 kills. Both support's going to be gone. Lip still commits that pulse bomb into the fight, does find Vega, but immediately gets traded out. So a big win here for the side of Toronto Ultra, who can now take the lead.
Looking decent. They should be able to get the lead off this. Pushing to final fight territory in just a hot moment. Difficult situation, I think, to be able to use. Vega's Captive Sun, also Suzu available for Chorong as well, so tight space. Not really going to get much distance in the air in terms of flying, which impacts your ability to find an angle as well. 80% now.
Good eye pop from Merritt, pulse bomb onto Shu, takes him out, but Merritt going to be traded out. Captain Sun from Vega going to be sent, but cleanup is still looking good. 99% about to come through for the side of Toronto Ultra, but it's just 2 players left alive as Crazy Raccoon will get the flip. One final fight, though, available to Toronto to try to retake this.
There's a break swap from Vega, and Toronto Ultra have to get the touch ready to go. This is now final fight territory, both sides, 98 to 99, in just a short while. Maybe both ultimates from Crazy Raccoon will be burned here. At the Toronto Ultra, even if you lose this point, they didn't go for it. I think they should have gone for it. And the reason why is you will pressure Crazy Raccoon to burn ultimates.
Yeah.
Economically, I think it's worth it to make that play, and they chose not to.
Well, looks like they just wanted to try to maybe have the faster inside track over to the next point here, but
that's not guaranteed.
I do agree with you.
You don't know where the next point's going to be.
Yeah.
It might not even be on the right side of the map.
Well, either way, they opt to not go for it, and that's going to be a Blade and a Primal retained here for Crazy Raccoon. Other ults getting caught up. Shu and RuPaul basically neck and neck towards those Nanos. But Lip about to have the next earliest pulse bomb here as Blade's going to come out. Dive forward, looking for Merritt, will be rewarded with it. Continued pressure being applied here as RuPaul just going to get Goomba stomped there by Jinbin, and there's nowhere else for Vega to go.
Well played by Crazy Raccoon. They held on to the 2 ultimates. Again, no pressure on that first cap. Jinbin's not even going to play the Primal because he doesn't need it. 1 blade, 1 win. And, you know, in this sort of situation, typically, just a dry blade like that, you don't expect a ton of value. And unfortunately, nothing from Toronto Ultra hit. The whip shot missed, the sleep dart misses, the flashbang, I don't know what happened to that. So all of the tools you'd like to see from Toronto Ultra to stop that blade from being effective, unfortunately just wasn't.
Oh, someone now going to be antied out. This is the Primal.
Oh, no.
Bit of a whip there on the jump up, and RuPaul going to be taken down. Jinbin now going to be nanoed up there by Shu. A lot of the peel taken away. There's the sleep out onto Sugar Free. The headshot delivered from Chorong to go ahead and put him down. It's just member after member getting bled dry here on Toronto.
And this is the thing, okay, you can wait out the nano boost from Shu, that's great, but you have to make sure no one gets taken down. You can disengage from that. Looked like someone maybe tried to intercept, failed the jump. Cool, disengage. Sugar Free, really deep in the backline. He was going for Shu, eats a sleep dart, and that completely destroys their retake capability. And now again, points done. This is 2-0 on the map already because they're not going to reinforce in time. And they're not going to force any additional ult. In fact, someone primals for no reason. Is he about to swap? This only makes sense if someone's about to go over towards a Jungle Queen or something. Because otherwise, he's just wasted a primal.
Yeah, it's out of their hands now. 99% forced out, even though they could get the flip. Still going to be a very long hold. Someone going lower and lower. Nano nowhere to be found. He's not able to collect that kill. As the overtime starts bleeding down, Sugar Free going to have to go back in, gets the retouch, forces it out, but it's going to be an ante on the 2. Vega and Merritt at risk. And Nano invested on a Sugar Free to try to turn the tides of this fight. Chorong will fall, but they need a hell of a lot more than that just to try to win this one to get the flip of the overtime. He's going to be bled down.
It's gone. Yeah, no, they really wanted to clutch that one. I'm so confused, man, because Toronto Ultra, that was the sort of situation where you're just down too many members. You have to start giving up their burning ultimates to try and save a very last point. However, I'll give them this silver lining. At least they really force ultimates out of Crazy Raccoon. They still want to go 2 down at the end of the day, but it's just such a weird situation where someone like Primal's 3v5 or whatever, and then it's RuPaul and Vega just throw the nano onto Sugar Free. Can we save this? We just don't even have members. At least Sugar Free gets some kills. But their tempo is kind of all over the place at this stage. They will come through at the end of all of it, 0-2 down, but with ultimates to play through for this point.
I mean, they have the advantage for now, but Pulse Bomb, Blade, as well as that Nano, which goes out. About to be online. Lip not able to find anything with the Pulse. Rally rolling here from Vega, but Sugar Free going to be eliminated. Junbin able to find that opening kill as the point gets unlocked. Vega similarly dead as Junbin collects a second, looks for the third. The dive forward here on the RuPaul. There's just no peel, no possibility of survival for him. The cleanup continues as someone will just get zapped. Junbin filling the kill feed, I believe 4 for him in that fight. And Crazy Raccoon once again half the first snatch up of the point.
They're going to go and match Crazy Raccoon now on the support line. You know, typically Brigana is like the bread and butter for the Winston. Vega's just not having a great time with this. Support line for some reason is so brittle when really Brigana should be extremely ironclad, especially if you're just like really defensively good on those heroes. It seems like Shu and Chorong though are the harder players to kill, especially when Chorong is just doing damage and getting kills himself. I mean, Sugar Free can't even dive.
No reprieve for them whatsoever. Instantly headshot the Primal, now used aggressively just to go ahead, beat them back, force them away from the spawn room doors. Merritt juggle around as Junbin continues to excel here on the Winston. We'll just go ahead, leap back out towards safety, offer up some more healing, try to fast track these next ultimates here from Chorong and Shu. And it's 73% now for Crazy Raccoon, looking to get a 3-0.
You have to defend against this Blade. You cannot see Vega and RuPaul miss against this Blade again. Now, Vega is on the Kyrian set, so the Suzu is going to be really important to find that target. Puts a little bit of pressure off RuPaul to necessarily hit the sleep dart, but Heesang can't be allowed to get away with this.
Recall already forced to be popped. Blade going to be pulled. Heesang does get take it down. There's that flashbang coming in, but Shu collects 2. Merritt and RuPaul both eliminated, 99% now forced out. Is someone trying to just batter Shu into the corner, trying to find that kill. Eventually will be rewarded with it, finds that elimination, but still more work to be done because someone's still low on HP, still getting whittled away at, and does get taken down. Junbin able to find that one, and still is relatively healthy, but Sugar Free back into the fight. Pushing forward, looking for the Winston, will be able to get it, and Toronto Ultra, they hold out hope.
That was nearly disastrous as well, because despite beating the Blade in terms of just defeating it, Shu still lands a double bayonet and kills 2 targets by his lonesome, it seems. If someone doesn't get a primal kill and doesn't sort of rescue that alongside Sugar Free, that could have been that. That could have been the 2-0 in the series so far. So still an opportunity here. Nano online for RuPaul, where Nano is not available for Shu just yet, but Chorong has the ult that Vega does not.
HP there on Lip. Pulse Bomb once again at the ready. Surrey decides to send that one as Merritt at risk, taken down. Shu going to be traded out, so DPS for a support. But now the flip is back into their favor. Crazy Raccoon looking to bring this one to an end as RuPaul similarly dies.
Vega has ult.
Tag in, Sugar Free calling out, keeps himself alive, but yep, there's the ultimate as Vega sends out the Kitsune Rush. Swap over from Merritt, over onto the Soldier 76, just try to get back in as fast as he possibly can. Choro does get taken down, but now Sugar Free, Vega, both gonna be lost. It's all falling to pieces here as Crazy Raccoon, they say, yep, you went to Korea, but we are Korea. They shut them down, and now they're up 2-0 in the series.
It's just the fact that Shu and Chorong are far more difficult to take down in the dive mirror than the opposition. You have Vega and RuPaul time and time again, far more brittle in the defensive capabilities. And Shu and Chorong also the offensive capabilities. How many kills did Shu get? How many kills does Chorong get? That also makes it very difficult for players like Sugar Free, who has had his moments here alongside someone. They've been keeping the team afloat where they can. But unfortunately, Toronto Ultra still look in this series like a bit of a sinking ship. Where's the silver lining here? It is in the fact that once we go to future maps, you can still play the Ashe. Finally, we're gonna get something that Toronto Ultra will be comfortable on, because a couple maps in a row now, it's been pretty tough. Ashe banned out, Ashe not particularly good on Ilios. We need to see a really good map through. We could still get a 1-3 result here, the potential for a reverse sweep, but man, this is so tough for Toronto Ultra.
It really is. Like you said, maybe that Midtown, something like that to come through to really try to enable that Ashe, give them a good map, maybe just something else with longer sight lines. We'll have to just wait and see, but at the same time, you can offer up that comfort for the side of Merritt, but we also know that Lip, in his own right, is incredibly strong when it comes down to Ashe.
Yeah, I mean, it's another thing you have to consider, right? One of your strongest pieces can just still lose to Lip, who's on the other side. I mean, that's the other difficulty, but it's not so much about that I'm concerned about. It's about putting all your best players on their very best picks. So we still haven't seen Max yet. Max will come through at some point because you're in a situation where 2 maps in a row, they've been more Jimbin favored. We see Jimbin on Ilias because it's a dive map. We see Jimbin on New Junk City because that's previously where they've played him, play a little bit more dive. In this Winston dive mirror, it's been problematic. So where does Toronto need to win? They need to win in an off-tank mirror or an off-tank matchup somewhere, as it looks like Jimbin might be packing up, which means Max is going to come on in. This is potentially good for Toronto, but if they can't beat Max, then they have no business beating Crazy Raccoon at all. And unfortunately, NA's best hope is not looking anywhere near competitive versus the #1 team in the world currently.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Crazy Raccoon, they've been on its hair. Just still haven't dropped the map yet here. They're +8 overall. They're looking for that 3-0 in matches. They're looking for the 9-0 in map differential to go ahead and further assert themselves as the best team in the world, as the most dominant team here at the Esports World Cup. But now, as we get ready to find out what that potentially final map, I should say, will be here in this series, let's pass it back down to the analysts.
Thank you very much, Akelios and Avril, as, again, Crazy Raccoon has an answer every single time, and this one could have been a lot worse unless Toronto Ultra got a little touch there at the end, got a little bit of percentage, but still very, very dominant, as expected.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also the intelligence of how they did it. You think about back to the bans, right? They get rid of Ashe, which inherently nerfs Merit. It gets rid of Merit's best hero. And what do they do in the game? They decide, oh, support-wise, we're going to run with the Kiriko Ana, which is not, sunshine and rainbows for a Tracer to go after. It inherently was going to give Sugar Free a much tougher game than what we saw back on Ilios and how they were playing it. So you have the situation where they almost say, look, we're going to make Sugar Free's life really hard, and to Merit, well, see if you can beat us on your cast.
It's strange when you can visually see where a team's mentality is at. At the very first point, it was 99 to 89, and it seemed like they could go back in. They had a really good chance to go back in. They chose not to. But then later, they were trying to push too much in. The Nano Tracer's not something you normally see, and that Nano Tracer took 3 clips and a recall to kill an Ana. Shu was nigh unkillable. It took a Primal to even bring it back in, and Shu almost lived through that. That backline, not only are they lethal, but the survivability was so high.
Yeah, the movement has been pretty crazy by those supports, and we've done, want to shout out the observers for doing a great job of following along from a lot of these very good vantage points, getting to see the mechanical skill that Crazy Raccoon have been putting on display. You look up and down here, who's been doing well? Let's start there for Toronto Ultra. Who's been doing well here that you want to hang your hat on?
I mean, the 2 players, it was said on broadcast, but I couldn't agree more, is that you have someone and you have Sugar Free. Those are the 2 players that have been getting things done even when the support line is getting folded behind them, even when Merit has been struggling at times to get things done DPS. Like, those 2 players have been keeping Toronto in it, but the problem is that if you have 2 players having a really great game and the other side has everyone having a great game, like, we haven't even touched on how good Heesang has been.
Yeah, I mean, I said it in our very first match in the pregame. I was like, I sing the song of Heesang. He's been one of my favorite players. I think he's just low-key, because this team is so stacked that he gets lost in the mix sometimes, but he's a DPS guy that you can say, guys, run whatever, I'll fill in what you need. You need a Genji, fine. You need a Flyer, fine. If you want me to play the Tracer, fine. Like, he is so good at so many different heroes that he kind of pulls it all together. He makes you can run him in any single comp and not worry about it.
Yeah, we just flew the graphic there of the roster for Crazy Raccoon because Max will be coming on in. Before we talk about Max, it's great how Jinbin did, because we didn't get to see a lot of him earlier, but now we get to see a ton of him. And you had some great points about his hero pool before we went into the ball meta.
Well, I mean, so he did Asia finals, or the main event finals, as Ball, and it was a really great pick and played really well. But before that, he kind of was running a lot of Winston for this team. That's what he's known for. And then, of course, you got the sneaky Roadhog that came out in the Dallas. Everybody loves that, pulling people off cliffs. But yeah, his Ball is like the best hero he's got, but his Winston is nothing to sneeze at by any means. He went toe-to-toe and was able to get a lot done on that hero. But coming out now, and now we know that they're not going to run Winston or Ball, otherwise Jinbin would be it.
So, which means probably a lot of Diva coming out of Max.
Yeah, that's what you'd think here. Also, this is maybe jumping a little bit too far ahead, but I do kind of wonder what ban is going to come out from Crazy Raccoon, because they have had this thing of, oh, we're up 2-0, we're feeling really smart. Like, if we go to that ban screen, we see Roadhog, That's a message. That is a direct message of just, we are better than you, coming in from Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at Toronto's roster here, because again, as we know, these guys do not have substitutes. The answer has to come from one of these 5 guys. As Sugar-Free someone, those are the shout-outs. Where do you want to see growth from someone that we know that can play better?
Maybe Toronto picks a map where you can play Ashe, because you can't ban them back-to-back, right? I think there's something along those lines on the rule. And even if you can, like, the Merit's got to step up. You're going to go as far as Merit can take you here, and there's, like, shaky confidence issues. He's a great Hanzo, but we haven't seen Hanzo played at all this tournament. Even the fact he rolled out on Hanzo there instead of the Cass, which he probably should have, which is a smarter pick we saw him revert to, shows me a lot about what's going on. And, like, I need big potential. I need pick potential. But Hanzo's not in the greatest spot post-patch, so it's weird to see that hero, and it's kind of like, we need to get Merit right. So whatever map we take, and we need to get him back on track, because even if they lose this series, you need him going forward.
Well, yeah, you're saying we need pick potential. It's like, my initial gut response to that as soon as I heard it was like, well, why are you picking Hanzo? Like, that's not quite the guy right now. He needs a little bit of love.
Always tough when you're... all right, my turn for the sports analogy. Always tough when you're golfing, right? We're golfing. Shout out, Johnny. You're golfing and your favorite club, your 7-iron, it's go-to, whatever. Right. But you're way far away, or you're way too close to the hole for the 7-iron, and that's kind of what it was there. Hanzo probably, that's the confidence thing, right? We were talking low confidence. Play the hero that you're confident on, but it doesn't really fit, and you end up switching to the cast anyways. You're just behind on ult percentage.
Yeah, I mean, Hanzo wasn't really recovered in full from just some of the wider changes Overwatch 2 had, a while back in terms of hitboxes and burst potential. He's not the threat he used to be in the past if you're just now watching Overwatch for the first time in years.
Sure. All right. Where do you want to see them go in terms of the map picks? Because they've used the 2 volatile ones.
I think you could potentially see Circuit here. It could be a get-right map for Merit, because you can run the Ashe and you can see what's going on, and also Crazy Raccoon didn't look perfect on it earlier today, so there's potential there. Something along those lines might be a play for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also kind of one of those things where it's a mini game within the game of Overwatch, right? The maps where it's just like, well, this plays different from everything else, and yeah, teams do have variability there. I mean, other than that, if there's a comfort map that Toronto has as far as hybrid goes, I mean, that's always something you can go to. It's like, look, we're good in this map. We win this map in scrims. We feel good. And ideally, you pick something where you can run an Ashe, like something like Hollywood.
At the end of the day, these are still group stage matches, and Crazy Raccoon have those aspirations of becoming the Esports World Cup champion here for Overwatch. And, you don't want to give away all the strats here. So but if you did, what would we see out of Max that maybe wasn't the diva?
I don't know in this specific instance, because I don't think they're going to show anything. I think they're banning Roadhog. That's what I think.
All right. Well, we'll see how things go here as we head on over to the stage for the map and the hero bans between these squads. Again, all dictated first by Toronto Ultra, as they get to pick the map first. Can't go back to control and can't go back to Flashpoint. From there, also then they get to pick if they ban first or second. And oh, look at that. Hex got a prediction correct, everybody. It finally happened. We're heading over.
We got witnesses and receipts this time. Usually those are missing.
Yeah, we're heading over to Circuit Royale on the Escort. Toronto Ultra will ban. Let's see, are they banning first? Yes, they will ban first. And they take away Brig. Okay, so Brig, we have seen Widow being taken away on this map before, but Brig's going to be one there attacking the support line. Now, Crazy Raccoon cannot ban support because that's been taken away. Who do they take away here?
Oh, Ryan, okay.
What do you make of that? You're making a face here, Hex. Come on.
It doesn't seem like something that the other team was necessarily going to run, but it's someone who's got it in his pool. Someone's got every single tank in his pool. Ryan's not necessarily something you see a lot on this map. It maybe has shades of a Roadhog pick, but I don't want to go that far. But you generally see a Sigma. What takeaway that Ryan tells me is that they want to run their own Sigma, because Ryan versus Sigma can be a good matchup, and they don't want to get Max run over.
Yeah, I mean, that makes all the sense in the world to me. Again, as X says, you don't really see it a whole ton, but if you're playing Sigma, you kind of figure, okay, we have more faith our Sigma's going to be better than yours. You're going to play in this playground.
You're forcing the Sigma in that matchup.
Yeah.
All right, well, supremacy of Group A on the line here. Crazy Raccoon, tournament favorites, trying to take care of business against Upstarts, the #1 team from North America, Toronto Ultra. If they win this, they will have the first pick of any second-place opponent in the round of 8. Will they be able to do it, or will we extend this map? Let's find out as we send it on over to our casters.
Thank you very much. Circuit Royale and some a little head scratcher there on the Reinhardt.
No, it's not actually. The Ryan's really intelligent as a band because what someone can do here is play the Ryan into the Sigma matchup. The Sigma matchup is the key here. Someone Sig versus Max Sig. It's a repeat of what we saw in Dallas once again. We played this map. It was a Sig mirror. Why the Brig Band? You're trying to take away the capability for Crazy Raccoon to play the Brig Band. That's going to be the key in the Sigma mirror. That's the strongest support composition in the Sigma mirror. What do Toronto Ultra want to do? They want to play the double flex support. They believe in the double flex support. Vega's been running Alari a lot. He's currently hovering over the Zen. So they trust their double flex support more than what they think Crazy Raccoon can do with their own double flex support. And Crazy Raccoon removing the Rhine makes sure that someone can't tap into his flexibility because that is the one thing that Toronto Ultra can do that would beat Max here.
Well, obviously not a hover. It is committed to here as they are going to be on the defense. Lip coming out the gate. Widow at the ready. Going to be looking for the pop shot here. Up and over the top. Gets a spot out onto Merit, but cannot nail the shot.
The other problem here is that someone can always go towards a Ram. In fact, I expected. That's exactly what happened in Dallas as well. We start on Sigma Mirror, eventually went over towards the Ram. He's saying does start on the Pharah, but Merit's allowed to play a Widowmaker here. Probably won't really see the Ashe unless Merit loses confidence in the Widowmaker or we get deeper into the map. We haven't seen a lot of Circuit Rail C. This map has typically ended on either A or B so far in this tournament.
Not quite a wide enough swing out there on the jump shot from Merit. Lip was ready for the opportunity though. Cannot collect the elimination. So far, no one going to be taken down on either side. As Lip once again up over the top. Can't find too much of anything. So first, or rather second corner going to be achieved here from the side of Crazy Raccoon with very little resistance. Vega getting tagged up, and Heesong able to find that kill. Beam coming across, Merit down to 13 HP. Desperately needing some healing, but so too does Sugar Free as well as some on the HP bars right now. Dangerously low. RuPaul will be able to go ahead and top up a lot of these players, and that's going to allow him to get closer and closer towards that Amp Matrix. Now has it online, but they need to survive, and someone's going to be taken down.
The problem is Vega's dead, and Zen's a super slow hero, so they don't have two healers. They have RuPaul's to do it all, and someone doesn't live. Cap's going to go away. They have the opportunity to maybe get a retake with the window, which would have been the advantage. RuPaul's really far ahead of Chorong, but there's just too many low members. RuPaul can't heal everybody at once unless they're all physically stacked. And unfortunately, that means no retake. A is gone, and Crazy Raccoon's looking strong, looking dominant so far.
And they're in a rough spot, so everybody has to go back into the spawn room, take the teleport to the new one, and that does allow for Crazy Raccoon to try to get set up. Captive Sun going to be in from Shoot, drawing down low on HP, but Sugar Free goes for the dupe, copies the Alari, keeping himself alive here for the moment. Pulled back, but there's the break, the headshot from Lip, able to go ahead and get rid of the dupe.
Vega needs to find this Trance soon because Toronto's about to get into the window, and even then, Trance might not be enough. But Toronto Ultra should have enough to be able to
survive.
At least survive somewhat. Vega dies. That's really awkward.
Yeah, right as the ult was getting ready to come through. Sticky bombs connect, and this is just such a pacey push right now from the side of Crazy Raccoon. Nearly up here towards B. Once again, zoned away. Vega just now getting ready to come back through. That Transcendence online, but might have to pop it just to try to get the touch here on the point, but now it's not even going to be worth it. RuPaul taken down as Lip finds the headshot. Merit will peel one back, but that's about as good as it's going to get thus far. 5.5 minutes now remaining as Amp Matrix comes through, and Heesong desperately wants to try to go ahead and push up and take out. Someone will overstep. Really nice punish coming through there from someone, making him think twice about it the next time around, but still, the time bank, the damage, it's been dealt.
It's been silver linings though. It's like, okay, someone does get the kill to Heesong, which is nice, but you've lost 2 caps in a row uncontested. 2 points where they just cannot contest whatsoever. Merit, yeah, he'll get a couple of kills here, but not winning the map so far. So, yeah, Lip will just shake his head a little bit, but honestly, smiles all around as they had more than 5 minutes going to C.
And it still hasn't been slowed down at all, and it looks like it's not going to. Shot coming in. God. Yeah, I mean, Vega going for a peek. He's got it. The infrastructure is available. He can see you. And Lip does not miss those. Flux now out here on coastal side, gets a pick up on the 2. Mortality field is set up around the corner so they can survive. Nice little juke back from Max. Avoids that accretion hit. Now the counterflux going to be coming in. Merritt able to find one. Shu will get taken down, but Trong swings in to support his tank. Someone will get taken down. Sugar Free able to get in on top of Lip. Finds that elimination, but look at where the card has gotten to and look at where it's going. They are still pushing forward.
Yep.
Merritt is dead. Vega still holds on to a Transcendence, but he cannot save his teammates.
Can his teammates get out in time? Yes, just in time. And there are still respawners.
But now he's at a risk and he's gonna fall.
How is Max just soloing this right now? There's just no way Max can do this alone.
It was set up for the it was set up for the kill there from Heesung. He did so much damage to Vega. Max is able to collect it. Merritt on the return does find Shu. Someone, however, under fire, falling lower and lower. The Amp Matrix gone. The heals weakened. Immortality field from there. They haven't
killed
Max alive, and he is just pushing this one through. He's somehow staying alive. This man is immortal. Lip trying to support here from behind, gets the dink there on a Sugar Free, gets the repeat, gets the shot on the Vega, and that's the card.
There's just no
gliding in, absolutely gorgeous from the side of Crazy Raccoon.
No words, no words. Oh my goodness, Ultra. This might be it. This is looking like the 3-0 so far. Circuit Rail fully capped out, uncontested A and B. Want a silver lining? At least Ultra contested C. Why is Vega peeking Infrasight? I will never know. But he died just over and over again as Lip on the Widowmaker, uncontested. Max living forever, requiring Sugar Free to finally get him down. But in a situation where Sugar Free could just deal with Lip, I mean, that should be Sugar Free winning 9 times out of 10. Guess what? Lip says, no, I'm actually the best hit scan in the world, so I'm just going to kill you and everyone else, and then Heesang's got a solo cap. That should not have been a cap at that moment. It probably eventually would have been, but the fact that they capped at that exact fight means you get a 332 time bank, which is monstrous.
I mean, they just couldn't displace Max. He lived for so long, but they finally kill him, and then Lip is just set up here. Long-range shooting gallery. Kill after kill, and then Heesung, all he's got to do is sit on the cart to glide it through his Shu. I believe he might be trying to say easy. You said no words after that push. I could think of multiple. Massacre.
I got
catastrophe.
One. How about
slaughter.
Ram? We need to see someone move over towards the Ram now, especially if they have attacker's advantage. Obviously, Max is going to play the signal, scout it out anyway. And at some point, you need to consider that Ram has a pretty good matchup compositionally into the Sigma. That's the one advantage. Play into the strengths of your flexibility. Play into the fact that Max is way less flexible than someone, which is why Crazy Raccoon, they ban Ryan, because they're concerned about the fact that someone can go over towards those tanks. Now we're looking over towards the Bapillary for both sides. I actually thought this was going to be what both teams were going to play initially, but Vega wanted the Zen. Yeah, unfortunately that Zen just didn't add any value.
No, it did not. Merritt now going up and over the top, seeking target. Unable to find the connection there, though. Space going to be given up, however, but this corner here, that's where Crazy Raccoon are going to look to really establish a foothold. Just push out. Shot going to go wide. Sugar Free able to stay alive. As Lip just repositions.
This entire poke phase is just nothing happening because pylons on both sides just healing everybody up. You need basically the Widowmakers to get the kill, and there it is. Off rip, it's going to be Lip. Lip low. Merritt can't get the trade. Merritt desperately needs to. Here we go. We need Merritt to do something here because Lip is going unchallenged.
Cuts up over the top, finds the body shot there. Merritt taken low, and Vega going to be taken down to Shu. This outdoes him on the Alari. Tucked back behind the barrier. Max
wants this.
Really limit testing quite nicely here, avoiding that accretion, pushing forward, taking down someone. Sugar Free just getting cycled back into the spawn room as this, I mean, they're touching the spawn room doors.
Crazy Raccoon have easily capped A by now on their own offense, pushing up the hill over towards B, trying to ultra back and spawn. Ideally, they don't ult out of spawn. Need to be able to save that. Here's what I'll say, though. Merritt, okay, he's not beating Lip here, but it's also because defensive Widowmaker should be stronger. Although, in saying that, Merritt also didn't do a lot of the defensive Widows, so question marks all around. If he couldn't get the advantage on defensive Widows, he's probably not going to get it versus Lip on the offensive, but he does need to pull through something important here. They at least need to match Infrasight timing, which they might.
Okay, well, that's going to be the Amp Matrix thrown in on the corner, forcing Crazy Raccoon back, but now Infrasight in play for Lip. Eyes on Vega, and tucked back around the corner.
Chill. Ultra can't contest it because they don't have an Infrasight, so they literally just back on out. Merritt needs to keep pace, and he's not.
Got the pull away. Heesung going to be able to get the barrage online here. As Lip finds a shot, Sugar Free going to be taken out as Lip just continues to swing back around towards Statue side. Goes up over the top, shot onto someone, putting him down below half HP. Captive Sun now going to be invested. Shoot at risk potentially, and there is the hit, but does manage to take Vega down from beyond the grave. Max will find RuPaul, and now the snowball continues.
Losing one player there is a little risky. I think Shu should have just tried to live, because the problem is you can't hold forward now. You're only 4 members. Toronto Ultra can use this, and they must use it now. Play the 5v4. Play the fact that Shu is going to be a little bit slow. And Lip gets another kill, which means the 5v4 advantage is gone. In fact, it flips the other way. Toronto Ultra have to reset again. I'll tell you what. I think it was... Let's look at this replay first. Yeah, it's a Lip over the top. Goodbye, Sugar Free. Bam. We saw it in slow motion, but I guarantee you if we saw that at one times, it would have been absolutely disgusting. I think it might have been Hex that said MVP was going to end up being Lip in the series. Yeah, I agree.
Yep, and it's looking that way. Let's see. Do a stock take here for the side of Toronto Ultra. A lot of ults about to be online. There's the Infraset that's trying to lead the charge. Captive Sun here for Vega. The Flux for someone. Sugar Free with the dupe. They've got a decent amount of staying power, but Merritt knocked to the ground, is able to stay alive. Captive Sun's going to be coming through. Vega seeking target. Shu going to be taken down, but Merritt going to be traded out. Break on the dupe. Heesung's going to be sniped. Good shot from Vega. Getting the punish before that barrage can come through, before that HP bar can be stabilized.
This is super capable right now. They got Crazy Raccoon on the ropes, but Crazy Raccoon still have ultimates. They're waiting for Heesung. Lip at any point can still get a kill and turn around. Here goes Max in the Flux.
Flux is coming through, but the card's still pushing forward. He has to try to get the touch and does manage to do so. 0.12 meters left to go, but Chorong now going to be taken down to Sugar Free, able to find him with the sticky bombs. Hit Matrix coming through. Barrage in. Heesung trying to open things up. Does manage to find RuPaul, but gets traded out as the shot comes in from Mara. But now 14 seconds remaining. They're tankless. Max as well will fall. As you see Shu just trying to play forward here on the cart, trying to keep things occupied, but ultimately the cap can come through. They just lose out on their staying power.
Took so long. Sugar Free. Okay, yeah, let him know. You finally got Lip down. That's super important. My goodness, that took forever. Toronto Ultra at least got the cap, though. That's very important. You get a little bit more confidence by, okay, one step at a time. We're not going to get a 3:32 time back. If you finish the map at all, that will be the goal.
Sugar Free dead, though. Chorong on the return. The shot from Aaron going just a little bit wide. Cart being brought up the street. Rounding the second to last corner, but Shu pushing forward, setting up that pylon as they take the high ground here. And now drop down, actually going on the offensive. Our Crazy Raccoon.
And they're just playing down the stairs. Ultra should really be able to push into this. They're acting a little scared at the moment, as someone will eventually just push up a little bit further. My goodness, Lip even on that deep angle.
He didn't even need the Infrasight, though. He still has it in the back pocket. I was about to call it out, but he just peeks in,
honestly,
finds Vega.
I feel bad for Vega, because to be honest with you, Widows don't normally play there. You don't expect to die to a Widow there, so the fact that Lip is just appearing on you, that's crazy.
I mean, that we've seen that position find so much value here today. Fielder, that was where he set up for that 5-man ENCE as well. But now the Infrasight coming into play, and that again is going to send them scattering to the winds, having to play back, not peek out into this Widow.
You saw Vega just run straight away, so he's learned his lesson from the previous round. But you just have to wait this one out, because again, you have mismatched Infrasight timings here. Merritt will have his soon. Not soon enough. But time is the critical factor here. 1 minute left to try and get uphill, and the payload distance is quite poor, I'm afraid.
I mean, even if they capped right now, they'd be starting the final stretch down a minute from the finishing time from Crazy Raccoon.
It's going to be OT pushes the whole way through. If Ultra finish the map at all, it's going to be fully in OT.
Massive advantages set up here as someone now going to be taken out. Max finding that kill. The next Flux nearly online. Sugar Free's going to go for the dupe to try to go ahead and replace their own Sigma. He's not finding too much value. Captive Sun through, Vega falling low. The Mortality Field gets cleared up. Shu will give his life for that elimination, but it doesn't really matter. The rest of the team is still excelling. They're still maintaining control, and they're pushing all the way back down as if the A-cap had never come through.
Oh, here we go. Sugar Free going over towards the swap. He's been sniped one too many times here. He just wants to play something where they can win on the ground. Okay, no more Sugar Free flying. Guess what? Vega gets sniped instead. Lip will get somebody. The Taxman collects. And Sugar Free, why Tracer? Well, they got a touch. It's that time already. We're about to head into OT.
And still hovering here. The cart nearly rolling back all the way towards this A checkpoint. The corner here, the corral onto Sugar Free. He's instantly dealt with it. It's 4 seconds remaining. Vega sends out the Captive Sun, but Chorong will snipe him down. RuPaul able to find Heesung, but no one can touch the cart, and that is it. Done and dusted. Crazy Raccoon maintain dominance. They go 3-0, +9 in maps, and they continue to look like the best team at this tournament, the best team in the world.
Toronto Ultra come into this tournament with a lot of lessons learned from Dallas, but unfortunately versus the top of the top in Korea, those lessons have not really been able to pay off. I mean, they did a boot camp in Korea as well. It's the sort of situation where they can't win on the dive versus Jumbo and Crazy Raccoon. That's actually one of the strengths of this roster for Toronto Ultra. They're not winning on the Sigma. They're not winning on any of the matchups. I mean, Without bans, possibly this could have been a much better map for them because Orion could have come through. Great, you want to play Max, you want to force a Sigma Royale. It's definitely going to be a Sigma matchup, except someone has better flexibility. You can take away the flexibility with very smart bans, which is exactly what Crazy Raccoon do. So how do you nerf Toronto Ultra, knowing that they're the most flexible team in the world? Remove the flexibility, and now suddenly you're forced into mirror matchups. You're forced into situations where you have better players on the individual picks. I said this before, someone might be the most flexible tank, but on very specific individual heroes, he is not better than the other tanks in terms of Junbin and Max's picks. They're better on those specific heroes, even if someone can play more.
And as team after team struggles against Crazy Raccoon, will anybody crack the code? Will anybody be able to figure out how to get themselves into an advantageous position against this team?
Yeah.
That's the question, but teams are going to be running out of time.
Yeah, I mean, and then there's all the other threats as well. They didn't shut down Heesang on the fire. They couldn't shut down Lip on anything he played. Lip is one of the few hit scans out here that can play an extremely top-tier Tracer alongside, so that's kind of what you need. You're in a situation where, you know, the flexibility, the hero pulls, the prowess of teams like Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons, there's a reason why they're not losing anyone. Okay, Falcons will drop a map because of some substitutions, but whatever. Ultimately, when they go back to what is bread and butter, they're still going to win. Crazy Raccoons, they're playing full tilt the entire time. You know, they're just full moving forward, fifth gear, not letting anything up. They know Toronto is a threatening opponent, so they're not going to give any sort of momentum over towards Toronto. They're just going to pound them into the ground, and I don't think any of the maps were that close. I think they were all pretty one-sided. You could argue maybe Ilios. No,
it was just a one sub map.
Yeah, I still think that was pretty one-sided outside the one sub map, yeah.
Yeah, just a brutal showing here. From the side of Crazy Raccoon, maintaining dominance in Group A, will be moving forward in that #1 spot, so they're going to get opponent selection, so every advantage is theirs.
And that's it. Let's take it to the desk. Wrap it up.
Thank you very much, Admiral. I was waiting for the Achilles toss because, man, I haven't received tosses from Achilles in 9 years. It's been a ton of fun getting back into Overwatch here at the Esports World Cup. Great cast on the day, gents. Your 3 games are now done. Just like 3 maps done and dusted here. Huge victory for Crazy Raccoon. They take control of Group A. Toronto Ultra now slotting into second place of the group. And it was close at the beginning, but man, map number 3 just really looked like the fight getting sucked out of a team.
We talk going into this one that sometimes 3-0s aren't 3-0s. There's different kinds of 3-0s. That was a 3-0. That was a straight up 3-0.
All right,
no worries about it. And they show their dominance all over the place. And here's what happens, though, with Toronto is they kind of telegraph what they're going to play, and then Crazy Raccoon can just counter it. They're like, oh, well, you're going to be on Sigma then, right? Well, Max's best hero is Sigma. We'll take away the Rhine, who's got counter to Sigma. Like, they just played it so smart. And, like, not even if they're playing it smart, they're also just that good mechanically. It's unfair.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about being good mechanically. There were periods where it was close, at the very beginning, then a little bit of hope on Flashpoint. The final map, there was no hope at all. I mean, there was no light at the end of the tunnel. The tunnel extended for hundreds of miles because you cannot get mechanically outplayed harder than what just happened with Crazy Raccoon versus Toronto Ultra in that last match. I mean, I think the high point was that Sugar Free had one moment of good play, a little bit of crouching, and then back into the ground for the next setup. I mean, it was brutal.
You're crouching on like a Widow who's resetting. Like,
yeah, I know. It wasn't even earned.
This play here. Oh my God, Lip with these snipes there.
It should not have happened. And going back, and then it's because Max's survivability on that Sigma, and there were some mental mistakes. The Vega floating into Infrasight was just, there was just some weird mental things happening.
At some point, Vega was like, he won't hit that shot. He won't hit that shot.
You're a Zenyatta floating into Infrasights on a door that Widow always holds on Circuit Royale. What are you thinking?
Oh, at some point, it's like, he's not him. Well, I guess he is him.
Lip? You're going to challenge Lip?
Look, man, I don't know. That's it. Can you come up with a logical reason to pick that? Because I can't.
No, I think it's just a mental mistake. That's it.
Yeah, you could see someone giving the hug on over to someone over at Crazy Raccoon, and it's just, man, he knows. He was like, yep. We gave you a good shot, and you got us. You guys are still the best team in the world.
Well, we talked about just figuring out where you're at. Toronto figured out they've got some work to do, and there's no shame in it. You would like to have a better showing to be like, oh, we need to fix 1 or 2 things. They need to fix 3 or 4 things.
Yeah. Final thoughts here on Toronto.
Toronto, I mean, I'll just say that might have looked bad, but that was also versus Crazy Raccoon. Versus other teams, I think Toronto will look a lot better, but clearly there's a gap.
There is levels to the game, and the #1 player in this one, our Sony match MVP, goes to DPS player Heesang, as he was just dominant throughout. I know Lip had his pop-off moments there at the end, but Heesang was clutch throughout this whole series.
Yeah, I mean, my thing has been hedging my bets the whole time, so I vote for Lip for MVP, but then I keep talking about Heesang so that I'm always right. I play both sides, so I always come out on top. He is the glue that holds it all together for me, in my opinion, though, because you know what Lip's going to give you. Lip, probably the best hit scan who's ever played this game, ever touched it. Heesang lets Lip do whatever he wants. Lets Lip play anything that he needs to, because Heesang's got the versatility on that flex DPS role. If Lip needs to play something else, he can get Tracer, he can get Echo, he can get Genji, he can get Pharah. Like, he's just got everything in his pool, and it's everything like at a top 5 level.
Yeah, I mean, specifically, I'll even simplify it. Heesang is never the problem. Heesang can swap
right. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it just, you're never going there, it's like, oh man, we lost because of Heesang. No, I mean, just effective swapping, a masterclass in Genji back on map 2, and this is still tough. Like, we have to do MVP voting before the final map, and I remember just was like, Heesang or either support, because the support difference in this game was also ridiculous. I mean, you talk about a situation where just one team is getting way more of one specific facet out of the game than the other. Crazy Raccoon support, next level.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, huge stuff there. Congrats to Heesang. And it could have gone to anyone, because those highlights there at the end was everyone popping up. We got to see Max just walk him down on Sigma. We got to see the headshots constantly by Widow. So great stuff there. And Crazy Raccoon, sky's the limit. It really just does feel like it's Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, doesn't it?
I think it's Crazy Raccoon's tournament to lose. I mean, you come in winning both majors up before this, then Falcons even knows in our interview earlier, like it's going to be them, and hopefully it's us against them, but it's probably going to be Crazy Raccoon waiting for someone in the final.
Final thoughts of the series?
What we expected from Crazy Raccoon, and again, it's one of those things where it's easy to be like, Toronto, fix it, but you were up against what is probably the greatest team right now.
All right, well, their main opponents are the ones that are up next. It is Team Falcons against OALGD. That'll be our next match of the day. Again, battle for their group. How will it fare? We'll break it all down for you after the short break.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI-empowered Magic Portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour's silicon carbon battery. 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Hello， 大家好，我是来自无风点 LCD 点 OA 的古雪，来自中国。Hello， 大家好，我是 LA 的 Shine， 来自中国。开始吗？什么开始？我们就今天挑战是什么？不是，就是谁教谁多啊？你打都还没打开。打开。我操，好贱啊你！我操。那这个算吗？哎，这个就算了。他妈的不用手抓。哎，再看一下我的天赋。过于常人的天赋，我都有3个了。你那他妈的偷跑，我操！走。这我小时候天天妈广场经常我这个抓鱼的。不是我一个都塞不进去怎么办？好 ，OK。操！有没有截胡这种说法？能给你截胡了吗？截不了，除非你给我塞到同一个嘴。我操，还真有点难度啊这个。他有些半天不张嘴。你们是哥们天赋高。哎，你别挡着我呀！我操！妈 PK 我不挡着干嘛？我操，兄弟！你他妈别玩了，兄弟！你别玩了！我操！哇，吃不进去，我好像已经赢了。哇，兄弟，没见过这么贱的。我已经结束了。我操！哇，我的时间2倍了。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。1、2、3、4。丢篮结束怎么办呢？7、8、9、10、11、12。我这个看着就是你2倍。多4只，哎，没办法，说实话，他妈给老子截胡了，我操！然后呢，对完之后呢？这游戏挺好玩的，就是很适合这种宝宝玩，宝宝体质啊，很喜欢。这让我想起了我的童年，因为小时候经常就那种广场之类的玩过这种类似的很多。
I mean, it's the first time playing in front of like home crowds, so it feels like insane. Because playing in front of like home crowd gives you like insane advantage, which is good.
I think for Zeta, this is definitely a huge opportunity to play in front of the home crowd. And for Team Falcons overall, to be representing Saudi Arabia, to already be performing so well in the Esports World Cup, and to be one of the favorites in the Overwatch tournament, I think it just looks incredibly good for Falcons.
Team Falcons has a great chance to go all the way. I mean, I think right now they're one of the top 2 teams in the world there with Crazy Raccoon. So I think they have a fantastic chance. I think obviously playing here in front of like a little bit of a hometown crowd will definitely help them, potentially propel them to top 2. But they do have to kind of get over that hump of Crazy Raccoons, right? They kind of keep always finishing second. This one they have to win.
I think there's absolutely going to be a rivalry there. Those 2 teams have clashed. They've been together in the championships. They're always each other's final opponent. And so I think there's mutual respect. They both understand that they're both incredibly strong teams, but the individuals on each of those teams aren't going to settle for less than a world championship. I mean, a second place is going to be a failure to either of those teams, and only one of them is going to take that championship.
I mean, they're an insane team. They have good players, all of them. They beat us twice. 3 times, actually, I think. Hopefully we can win it this time.
I think it's clear that Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon are fighting for the world dominance right now. They're really, so far, there's been no one else in the whole world that have really pushed them to the limit. In Dallas, they didn't drop a map to teams from other regions. And so they really, I think, put their mark on Overwatch right now as some of the best teams to ever play the game.
I feel like I need to win more and more till I retire. One tournament is not enough. If there's no EWC, I'm retiring because there's no Overwatch League, so why would I play?
I think Falcons play such a strong overall game. I really look at that back line, though, the supports. I think the supports, especially with the way the bans are going to go probably this weekend, are going to be asked to do a lot of different things, and I think they have a fantastic support line, right? So I think that'll definitely propel them forward.
Honestly, I think Falcons have a great shot at seizing the championship here in Riyadh, and I think it would be so meaningful to them to get revenge for their loss in Dallas to Crazy Raccoon. But I don't think it's going to be easy. I mean, the individual players on Crazy Raccoon are so incredibly good. You can't write them off, right? We saw that in the past when these two teams clashed.
I want to thank the fans and all the people who supported us like throughout the year. Hopefully we can win this time because it's the biggest tournament in the year.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. I am here, and I am so excited. It's Chris Puckett hosting this show alongside two fantastic brains from the Overwatch community. We've got McGravy, former pro player, turned coach, turned mustached man, and the one and only Jake Lyon. Let's start here with you, McGravy. How are we feeling about the matches so far?
Feeling great. Well, not so great. I had to watch my Toronto boys get absolutely dismantled by Crazy Raccoon. But other than that, feeling great. It's been a good match.
Yeah, and they kind of got put in their place real quick. Jake, any surprises on the tournament up to this point?
You know, nothing too shocking. I think we've seen some big plays out of virtus.pro. They've been looking better than expected. I think the hero bands have shaken things up. Fnatic really underperforming. So there really is an opportunity for teams to make upsets. However, in this match, I mean, Team Falcons, they've been looking sharp.
Falcons looking very sharp. 2-0 right now. If you win this matchup, you're going to win your group. And why is that a big deal? You win your group, you get the bye into the round of 8, and Falcons are already on top of the club championship leaderboard.
I mean, round of 8, great, you score a few points, but for this Team Falcon squad in Overwatch, round of 8 is not their goal. First place is their goal. I mean, I've talked to the coaches, the players. These are world championship players, and they want the trophy.
So let's take a look at the matchup we have. It's Falcons taking on OALGD, and this should be a fun one. Talk to me about the players. Can Gushue and the Chinese squad cause some problems here?
I don't want to be that guy, but probably not. Right now, they're trying to force themselves to be someone they're not being right now. Like, they're doing a lot of the Maga, a lot of the rush. They just need to stick to what they're good at. They need to play the Ana. They need to play the Winston. They need to play the Doomfist. This is something they're experienced with. They need to stick with that as much as they can.
All right, so ignore what other comps are being run by your opposition and do your own thing. Let's start here with the Falcons, though, Jake, because this is the team that is undefeated so far. A wise investment into this roster. What have you seen from them? Who do you like on the team?
I think Hanbin is really the star of the show right now. This is a meta where he is allowed to shine. In the past for this team, Smurf, I think, has gotten the lion's share of the playtime, but you've got a player like Hanbin riding the bench that just can't last forever. So this is a matter where his Junker Queen, insanely impactful, D.Va and Sigma, some of his best heroes, he's able to leverage those to great extent, and I mean, the whole roster behind him is just completely stacked.
All right, so talk to me a little bit about this, McGravy, because I know a lot of my Call of Duty friends are tuning into Overwatch 2 for the first time. So break down this team. We're going to have 2 damage dealers, a tank, and 2 healers. Who do you think has the most impact on a win here for Falcons?
Right now, with the way the hero ban system works, I generally think it is the supports. Support bans are priority right now. It completely changes the way the game is played. So when you're targeting Fielder and Chio, you're probably going to get the biggest impact just because Stalker and Proper are so flexible. Even if you take away a little bit of their hero pool, they still have so much to utilize. So they really should be targeting Fielder and Chio with their bans.
And Jake, I remember Smurf being a part of every major lineup. Now he's on the bench for Hanbin. Why do you put Hanbin in instead?
Yeah, well, this is just this meta, right? A lot of these strong off-tank heroes are seeing a ton of playtime on every team. We're seeing the D.Va get played, got a huge buff in the last patch. We're seeing Sigma get a lot of value in the poke. And honestly, with the ban system, feels like you're able to enable those off-tanks, keep them in. And with a player like Hanbin, I mean, his individual mechanics are really, like, there is no parallel. He is one of the best in the whole world on the roll, and he's able to shine in this hero.
D.Va his best?
I think Junker Queen is where you see like the flashiest individual play from him, but his D.Va, I mean, it's just masterful. He's so stable on the hero. You know, he has that perfect balance of offense and defense, and I think that's just a very hard style to replicate at this level of play.
As much as we're going to hype up the supports and the tank, keep your eyes on Proper. He, of course, was the 2022 Overwatch League MVP, and for the first time, he gets a chance to showdown against Leave, who was our 2021 MVP. Let's take a look at, once again, LGD. This is a squad, of course, representing China. A lot of pride here, and they had a rough start. They came in and they got bopped by Twisted Minds, but it looks like they've righted the ship, McGravy.
Yeah, go back to what I said earlier. I think they were trying to be who they aren't. They were playing the Maga, they're playing the Rush, but right now they kind of went back to the dive, and they made a quick 3-0 of the Makers. But yeah, Shy and Leave are both incredible. They're both MVP caliber players, in my opinion. Leave has won the award, but Shy is just as good on the hit scan. He's also shown a little bit of flexibility on the adventure. They're probably the biggest priority on their team.
Just as good as the MVP. That is high praise. Let's take a look at the roster. Shy, of course, there is Leave. He'll be running the other damage dealer. Kushway on your tank. And of course, you're going to see Langsa and Monk running the support. So you're matching up against the Falcons, Jake. Who do you look at on this roster to carry you to a W?
I think you're absolutely right. It's got to be the DPS. I think Shy and Leave together, if they can combo with what Gushue can bring on the Winston, on the Doomfist, if they can somehow find some real momentum in the series and just get the ball rolling, put Falcons on the back foot, that's going to give them a chance to succeed with these dive styles. But you are diving into some of the most famously durable and hard to kill players in Overwatch history. Chio and Fielder have been playing together for years. They know every trick in the book. You aren't really going to be having an easy time to catch them off guard.
When it comes to game modes, McGravy, the Koreans don't love Escort. Are we going to see it early in the best of 5 if, once again, somehow drops an early map?
It's hard to say, but I think whatever they feel like they can play dive on. So maybe potentially a lot of hybrids. I know the Koreans don't like Escort, but I think hybrid's probably your best bet in terms of being able to pull off the dive.
Okay. Is it going to be a mirror match when we come to comps, Jake, or you think we're going to see 2 different styles here?
You know, in the past, some of these Korean teams playing against this team from China, they wanted to take the mirror. They've wanted to have those ego duels, just believing that they are better, even on this team's best roles. And sometimes that's been their Achilles heel. So at this team's Falcon squad, I think they've learned their lesson. I think they're going to bring the best picks possible for the meta and not rely on like what's comfortable or what they feel the most confident in. It's like, no, just strategically what gives us the maximum advantage. They're out to win this whole tournament, and I don't think you want to throw it away by taking gambles or letting your ego get in the way for a match in the group stage.
Let's get it out of the way. McGrave, you've been crushing it in the green room. As much as you wanted Toronto to clutch up in the last matchup, you said it was going to be the Raccoon. So let's take a look at this prediction as we dive in. And reminder, everyone at home, you can participate as well. Get your votes in right now over at stcplay.gg. Our experts, I have a feeling you guys are both going to be leaning in the same way. So let's start with you, McGravy. Where are we going?
Put me on the spot here, but I think this is pretty simple. Falcons the better team. They're more flexible. They have the better players. I think it's being an easy 3-0 for Falcons.
3-0 from the Falcons. Jake, you're nodding your head correct.
I agree. I feel like I want to give LGD one map. I feel like maybe they found some spot where they can just tempo the game out. Could catch Falcons off guard, but I think adaptation through the long series, I think the hero bans benefit a team as flexible as Falcons, and so I think they're going to close out the series. It's just a matter of, can LGD sneak a map in before the group stage standings? That could help them out. But yeah, I've got Falcons as a heavy favorite right here.
So if you're the Falcons right now, this is your last opportunity to play in group stages. If you win, you don't play in that round of 12. So do you try out any new compositions that you might not have shown off earlier in the tournament?
I think this is more mental warfare. I think you want to show a fast 3-0. I think you want to dominate the competition. This team from China, LGD, has been historically successful. They've been very strong on the world stage. So I think it's super important that they show a strong showing here and 3-0 them.
You can see the countdown has started. We are about to kick this baby off. Jake, you ready for this?
Oh, I'm ready to rock, baby.
Let's send it over to the stage. It's Falcons taking on LGD for a spot.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are halfway through our last day of group stage. Crazy Raccoon so far are on top of Group A, undefeated. However, keys are on the line in B.
That's right, Group B, the competition there has been absolutely fierce. Two teams are fighting for their survival and trying to keep their key from being crushed, while two teams continue their effort to stay at the top. One of those teams have played already on stage, and we are ready to welcome them once again on stage. Please welcome Team Falcons! They fed off the crowd in their first game in the arena, and they continue to show their support. They have dropped only one map so far out of the 7 played, and now they are looking to end their group stage run at the top.
And let's introduce their opponents. Please welcome to the stage, OA LGD! Our Chinese representatives lost to Twisted Minds yesterday, but the game was closer than the 3-0 score led on to. Their demolition of Makers was the exact response we expected to see. Their fight now is for survival in Group B and qualifications for playoff. The question is, can they do it against Team Falcons?
One team is trying to stay at the top, and the other one is trying to keep their key from being crushed after this match. Let's find out what's going to happen next.
Team Falcons versus LGD here at the Esports World Cup Overwatch 2. Matt, it's been a bit of an interesting day so far. Of course, Team Falcons did end up losing a game against Twisted Minds a little bit earlier on as we jump into the map pick phase and then into the hero ban.
Yeah, and by game, not to scare anybody, it was just a map. Just a map a little bit earlier. Team Falcons has been so good. I know, really, them and Crazy Raccoon really sitting atop all the teams at the moment. So we'll take a look as the first map will be Ilios. We'll get a hero ban here coming in for LGD. And that'll actually be Echo. So the Echo ban here coming in for LGD. A little bit of a interesting one. We see Echo played in a lot of different kind of compositions throughout this tournament. And for Falcons, will get their ban, and it will be Winston. That is early on.
Yeah, that's super early. It's something we saw a lot yesterday with LGD against Twisted Minds, like banning the Ana, then banning the Winston to basically stop LGD playing dive, something that they're known very well for.
A lot of teams we've seen have actually kind of like held on to that Winston ban for maybe a little bit later, right? Ban some things like the Ana to kind of like force you off of Winston, not directly go to it straight away, but it seems like Falcons, they don't even want to play around, right? They want to get LGD out of here as fast as possible.
You get him out of here ASAP. Of course, being in Group B, I mean, Team Falcons have already qualified. They're 2-0, they're 6-1 in a match and map scoreline. And of course, with the group and Makers being at the very bottom right now at 0-2 and 0-6, yeah, it's a little rough for them. So we're looking for Falcons to extend their lead a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, this is an important match in the standpoint that, like, you know, Twisted Minds is 1-1 in the group, and then same with LGD, right? So 1-1 as well. LGD with a loss there to Twisted Minds, and then they end up beating Makers, right? Twisted Minds, you know, beats LGD, loses to Falcons early on. So really, this would be to be third in the group. Decide really kind of that, where Twisted Minds definitely has a little bit of advantage, right? Already beating, you know, LGD.
Yeah, so if there's like some sort of tiebreaker there, you're probably thinking Twisted Minds are over LGD, but LGD still have a good chance of making it to the later days as we jump into Ilios as our first map. Good crowd kind of popping off there as well. Of course, Team Falcons fans, quite heavy in the audience, Matt, versus LGD's receiving a couple of boos.
Yeah, tons of support for Falcons, obviously, here, where LGD comes in, typically kind of like a fan favorite, some of the other events we have, but not on home turf here, right? So as we get into Ilios, expect a lot of Diva, right? With Falcons having Hanbin in the game, banning on the Winston, Diva, potential, right? Junker Queen, Sigma, really all heroes in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, I'm curious if Team Falcons gonna ban away Ana in the next map. I mean, makes the most sense to me going into this, but it looks like Leave just TPing everybody out, Shy on the Ashe. Prob's gonna do exactly the same.
Yeah, I think you'll see fairly mirror matchups as we jump into the game. So just really ENCE playing the Brig, right? And then also Stalker playing the Far, right? You know, that's probably a little bit of a, really the only differences with these teams is you're looking at, you know, Stalker putting down that damage at range, and then see if ENCE can kind of protect Monk and Shy.
Yeah, Hanbin taking the high ground quite quickly. Ideally here for Hanbin, just annoy Shy long enough for Stalker to kill the entire team. Ideally. Oh, good Bionade onto Fielder. Has to back all the way up. It's all right. Proper's there. There's a little safety net. Slowly but surely they are making their way forward, and ENCE are getting boots onto the point. Easily taken care of by Stalker. They do end up trading support for a support there, as Leave Handley deals with Fielder, but is getting chased down by Proper. Easy kill for the Ashe. And that should be Team Falcons now claiming this point.
Yeah, and LGD has to play so defensive, right? You end up losing ENCE is Proper. That's a sick coach gun there, able to stay on the map. But you have to play so defensive once you lose ENCE, right? It forces Gushui all the way back. Using that defense matrix, he's not able to kind of go in with Leave. And Leave trying to challenge Proper in the backline does not work out.
Yeah. Crowd going crazy in the back there, of course. Proper 70% towards that bomb already. Shy lagging behind just somewhat. I mean, Stalker's got to be something to fear too. I mean, Gushui has to pay attention to both Stalker and Proper, obviously, making sure Stalker doesn't get a lot of value, but the amount of damage, it's like spam, is insane from Pharah over the last couple of patches. I mean, Shy couldn't even get an angle on the Pharah.
Yeah, and Monk actually, you know, takes so much damage in the backline, actually ends up using the nano here on the Gushui just before, you know, he thinks he's about to fall, but he does not. Gushui kills two. Monk able to stay alive through all the pressure that Stalker is pressing from up above.
What? Okay, Hanbin just still kills two. Luckily though, LGD do control the point. Night Matrix usage there from Gushui as well. That missile, that would have killed the backline in Monk.
And they saved players up at the time there, you know, at the LGD did, and now it's going to be Proper coming off a spawn Chiu as well. So now this is an opportunity for Falcons to fight.
Nice anti onto Hanbin there, sent really low, but here's the nano boost in return. Straight to the backline, no help there from ENCE as Monk was pinned in the corner. Easy cleanup. Harbin and D.Va especially too, after the patch is just so formidable in the backlines, even with Nano. Like,
yeah, the Brig is doing nothing. I mean, if the D.Va has Nano, it doesn't matter if the Brig is there. I mean, the D.Va is so strong at the moment that can probably 1v2 the Brig and the Ana in that type of situation. So
a little crazy with it.
See Monk trying to put some shots in from spawn, as LGD does have some nice ultimates to work with.
Yeah, triple ultimates here. Close to that rally too, and that nano boost, so. But they're working against the clock. Look how far Matt Stalker is playing up right now. Of course, he's got the barrage. Ideally has Harm in there with the Matrix, but they've spotted out Shy once again, who's had a rough one so far. Pulse Bomb goes a little bit by the wayside there. Harmon pretty low. Same with Fielder. Ends up going down to leave once again. So, well, I mean, Sound Barrier is coming in. I mean, Gushui needs to find this remake. Luckily does, just in time. Healed all the way back to 100% HP. That Bob is going to provide quite the bit of covering fire there as Harmon goes for the same thing. Remake, but Bob is there to take him out, and there's the flip.
Yeah, and you were just trying to maybe, you know, keep that contested there for Falcons to send that into OT, but it's LGD just kind of like bullying them off of the point, and LGD holds on to both support ultimates here. So they use the sound barrier there, did Falcons, but Chio's not able to land on the Fielder. Fielder falls right before he gets the benefits of it.
Shy with a nice angle here, but it's still kind of restrictive, kind of waiting for people to get onto the point. He has to push super far in where the kind of mini is. Lengster can't go down first either here, has to stay alive. He's got such an important ult, stops a lot of dives coming through as well onto the back line. Speaking of dives, Nano Boost in the back again. Fielder, oh man, you just blow up, bro, when that Nano Boost D.Va is on you. There's absolutely no way you can do anything about it, even if you're Chio booping the D.Va away.
Yeah, the Micro Rocket's so strong in the latest patch, and then benefits of the Nano. So now it's an opportunity for Falcons, right? Nano boost of their own. They can use that onto Hanbin as well. So Hanbin takes a lot of damage. She's quite low.
Ooh, thanks almost going down there to proper. Just solo. Bob available in 10% too. Barrage, Nano boost. Can even Nano Hanbin to protect Stalker a little bit more, even just Nano the Fire. Why not? Either one's good at this point. Proper taking a little bit of damage, but mess with the best, die like the rest. Proper just coach guns in the air from the skies, kills Leave. Bob just playing a little point guard there on the side. Oh, what a sleep from Fielder! Gooshway sent down the well. See you later. I mean, that should just be round, man. Lynx has gone, had the rally, but didn't have a chance to use it. And straight to the spawn go Team Falcon.
And maybe Leave can get on, get a touch here. You do have Lynx with a rally, so Leave should be able to get a contest. Gonna take a big chunk of damage. You have Gooshway now coming off of spawn.
Yeah, rally coming in for Lynx. Has to get back to that point ASAP now. Gooshway's got the self-destruct,
yeah, so you're
can go for the remake.
Yeah, you're going to be able to extend this. So that's going to be the self-destruct. You're going to get the rally
There's
coming
the rally.
in now for the Nano Barrage.
And the Barrage protected by that D.Va Matrix too. He's still got a couple of rockets to spare as well. Lynx are finally taken out by Stalker. That overhealth, that over-armor completely disappearing. Leave trying to repeat what he did a little bit earlier on and kill Fielder, and has done successfully. But Team Falcons is still well on the point, and Stalker being alive, I mean, you gotta kill him. Someone's got to deal with Stalker, and no one's able to do so.
So that'll be a Falcons round 1 win. So they continue their really strong play. So the crowd so heavily behind Falcons. Something of note that's actually quite interesting as well. On the B stream, we have the Twisted Minds Makers game.
Right.
That's actually in Game 5.
Yeah, that went all the way to Game 5?
That is at the start of Game 5. So LG obviously doesn't know that. They're way more into potentially, you know, having a shot at second in the group than they may actually know.
You're like, nice shot, Fielder. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Pretty nice sleep. Same kind of comps here from Team Falcons and LGD. Looks like, yeah, Lynx is switching over from Lucio, just giving the speed boost out of spawn.
Bring now for Falcons as well, though.
Oh, yeah.
Chio was playing that Lucio pretty much through all that first point on well. A lot of great boop opportunities, right? Displacement opportunities on well. So now that you're playing a little bit more close quarter here on this point, the Brig should even be more useful.
Ah, there we go. All right, Stalker finally slain there by Leave. Good spot to be in as well if you're LGD up on that high ground. Very hard to kind of get people off it. They have to just jump into your sight lines, but luckily for Falcons, Hanbin just runs Shy down.
Yeah, this is going to be the point to LGD, but Falcon's going to be able to flip this. So they actually sleep Gooshway and finish him off. Now they can start to work towards the point.
Yeah, LGD having that for about 8%. And there we go. Falcons already claiming it.
Basically nothing, right?
Yeah. That was you capped, and then we started capping straight away.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Just the spam of rockets here from above, from Stalker up to the high ground as
Hanbin in control of that. Is Monk, that's a rocket and a dynamite. I mean, he is so low. So this will be a point contested here just by leave, maybe to try and draw some players back.
It's so hard to do, though. I mean, look how far your backline is right now away from actually being a factor in this fight. God, it's just so frustrating for Monk to find anything here. Good nade, lands onto Hanbin. Can they actually follow up with the kill? About a 50-second defensive matrix will make sure he stays alive.
So you haven't really been able to make any play here back towards the point for LGD. I mean, now you lose Monk. Things just kind of falling apart. Defense matrix lasts for like, I mean, it's like the whole round.
It does. It is ridiculous, man.
I mean, why do you need a shield? Look at this. You can go shoot and use it.
Yeah, exactly. Why do you need a shield?
Yeah, somewhere Fury is loading up the game again.
He's popping off. He's popping off in solo queue right now as we speak. Yeah. Ready to a lot of grabs. Oh, Shy gets chased down once more.
You know what's interesting? LGD playing such a defensive kind of like style and comp, and still not really able to keep anybody alive, right?
Yeah. Just the Hanbin and Stalker like tag team duo just permanently on top of Shy, giving him
and
no
if you get
space.
by them, you have the luxury of dealing with proper Fielder and Chio.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great to put it in nice words at the very
deep.
Bro, he's got 725 HP, 1,000 armor.
Like nano him.
Guy's good.
Look at this, they're gonna have to rally in the
He forces rally. He's gonna have thrusters up, yeah. Oh, does get stunned. Hasn't got thrusters anymore. Still a little bit of Matrix left. Eventually Team X by that flail. Good play there. However, you're still like in an overtime situation and Leaf is dead. Rally onto the point now as Stalker just playing a little bit more defensive. Knowing the LGG, you're just jumping on the point ASAP. A nano break keeps Lengser alive. They should be able to get the flip here, but they still got to worry about Stalker's barrage in the next fight.
Yeah, he's still on the backside of the point, right? So still can kind of play on the backside of the point here with this barrage as Proper takes out Shy, so that's a hit scan damage from above. You see they have to double back here with Gushue's defense matrix trying to help the backline.
Proper's already dead though. Okay, that's a good start. Leave taking care of him. Point is going to get flipped though, so LGD need another touch.
They're going to walk into barrage here.
They need to touch. Need to touch!
Oh.
Falcons taking the first map. A 2-0 versus LGD already. Felt like a little bit of a speed run in all honesty.
Yeah, pretty strong performance there for Falcons. I think it's kind of what you expect from them at this point. You know, the crowd favorite, you know, one of the favorites to win the entire thing. #1 in the club championship as well in terms of points.
Well, like,
I mean,
3x. It's like #2 place. Well, it's like 1,000 points. Team Falcons 3,000.
I mean, they win here in Overwatch. I mean, you start, you make sure everybody from that Falcons organization is here for that ceremony at the end. You can just, you know, start writing that check now.
Yeah, Team Falcons looking good. 7-1 now in map scores in Group B. As they're trying to make sure LGG are sweating a little bit. Like you said, that Makers game is going to a map #5 versus Twisted Minds. Pretty insane in all honesty.
I mean, yeah, that would be you know, a crazy kind of turn of events. I still think Twisted Minds probably with like a head-to-head would have an advantage, you know, over LGD as just probably trying to get this bans and everything sorted here for the next map coming up. As this will be an opportunity for LGD to pick. Get a lot of options in terms of map game mode, you know, combinations, and then also hero bans. But man, I really kind of see, you know, it's obviously extremely clear how LGD wants to play.
Yeah,
you can target that so easily from the side of Falcons, and to give a team that's this good that much of an advantage, it's gonna be tough.
An honor ban is coming. When? Not sure. Could be the next map. We'll jump down to Puckett and the studio.
Thank you, gentlemen, and congrats to Falcons on a clean 2-0. But that first round, 99-99. Very tough fight in the opening round before Falcons took over, and we saw Charlie Niner. McGravy, let's start here with the good for the Falcons. What'd you see?
I think Proper on that Ashe is absolutely diabolical. Anytime LGD got anywhere close to winning rounds, Proper found a headshot just about anywhere. Whether it was on Shy, whether it was on Leave, it was anywhere. Proper was absolutely dominating on the Ashe.
Now we saw the Winston right out of the gates banned by the Falcons. They don't want to see Gushue on that, but it's available moving forward. How was his Diva, though, overall?
I'm not going to lie, it was respectable. I think, you know, you look at this matchup on paper, you say Hanbin versus Gushue in a Diva mirror, that should just be Hanbin eating him up all day. And while I do think Hanbin was the stronger player on this map, I think Gushue, you know, he performed admirably well for this not being his comfort hero. He's going to have the opportunity to play the Winston for the rest of the series if he wants to. But you got to remember, Falcons, they got Smurf on the bench. They are not scared of that Winston Mare.
Bring him out. Bring him out. Bring him out. We'll see if the Winston is in play for game number 2. And let's talk about the small mistakes that were happening in that round 1. Can LGD look back and clean up those mistakes in between games? Or is this simply just a stronger roster for the Falcons, McGravy?
I think this is about as close as LGD is going to get in terms of their talent. I think they were playing well. And I think Gushui actually playing that DPS Diva and kind of just going into the team actually gave Falcons a lot of problems. So I think when they can't play the Winston, I think continuing with that look is going to bring them a lot of success.
Now, we just got a little word in my ear. A little birdie came by and said, we're going to see some subs. So you're mixing up the players. Jake, who do you expect to be coming in? What roster changes could we potentially see? You're going to see the same LGD squad, right?
Yeah, most likely. I would think we might be going to a Winston map. Maybe Smurfs coming in. That would be my expectation here for Falcons. They are not scared of the Winston Mare. They're perfectly happy to go to a Winston map. At the same time, I think for LGD, makes perfect sense. This is your comfort zone. I am a little worried for LGD, though, because I think the look we saw from them using a ton of the Tracer, that's been historically really dominant in the dive comps. But this year, it's been Pharah who really has been taking dive by storm, the Pharah hit scan style. It's just been stronger, more consistent. And the Falcons showing this year of competition has honed them, I think, into a much stronger team than LGD has faced before.
McGravy, can you play Pharah against Proper?
You can try. I think you kind of have to. I think with the on-a-break composition being so strong, the Pharah spam onto the backline is so critical just to keep them from... You can't have Fielder and Chio be free. If Fielder's throwing nades across the map, sleeping your team, you absolutely need something to put some sort of pressure on the backline.
Let's take a look at our map pool as it'll be LGD's pick. We got Hybrid, Escort, Push, or Flashpoint, and you gentlemen... most likely leaning towards a hybrid here. Would you play Flashpoint for game number 2? What do you think, McGravy?
I am absolutely killing Flashpoint right now as my second pick. I'm going towards something like a hybrid or an escort, something where we can slow it down. We can play the Winston. Listen, they can ban the Ana away from me. I'm probably still playing Winston. I'm doing anything I can to play fast, high tempo, and put the pressure on Falcons.
OA LGD in the hole. They need to win this match if they want to climb, but we did hear there was a Game 5 going on in this group. So if LGD pulls off a W somehow, they could get as high as the number 2 seed, which would let them pick their opponent going into the round of 12. A lot of storylines here, but let's turn our attention to the Falcons. Does it matter what game mode or what map? Do they have equal strengths across all 3 play styles?
Yeah, I don't think you're really going to be catching Falcons off guard. This is all about LGD just getting into their comfort zone. Okay. Falcons are absolutely going to be able to match that and deliver it back with gusto. But this is LGD. I think the best thing they can do is bring it back to their strengths. And to your point, McGravy, I think an escort, a hybrid, we could see a Hollywood, we could see a Dorado, just historic, strong Winston maps. We know Winston's protected for the rest of the series. Heck, you could even ban a Diva out, right? Maybe take Hanbin out of the server a little bit more aggressively. At the same time, I think you are right. Potentially we could see an Ana ban, even a Brig ban, opening things up where the flexibility on Falcons, I think, is going to shine through as their strongest asset in the series.
McGravy, I have a feeling we're going to see a Smurf on the stage. For anyone who hasn't followed his career, what has Smurf accomplished, and what have you seen from this guy?
What hasn't Smurf accomplished? Smurf has been around since I've been a player, and he was dominating me then, and he's dominated everyone now. He has just been a pillar of consistency throughout this game. He is on that level of someone with flexibility. He doesn't play a ton right now because the Diva is so strong, but Smurf over the history of the game, he's been able to play just about every tank. He's been good at the Jungle Queen, he's been good at Winston. He's played the Diva when it's necessary. Sigma, he's played just about everything.
Assuming we see some Winstons, Jake, what's the hard counter?
There's no hard counter to Winston at this level of play. It's about team skill. You just have to, those dives are coming and they are going to be fierce. They're going to be aggressive. There's going to be Ana nades, nanos, tracers all up and around you. And you just need expert support play. You need sleep darts on the Winston. And with a player like Smurf, that is not easy to do. He is so tricky with that bubble. His timings are perfect. And so it's really going to be a ton of pressure on Monk and Lengsa to tolerate these dives and just be able to adapt in the moment. Because if you're just sitting back, ready to survive the dive, you're not really accomplishing anything on the map. And with players like Stalker and Proper, sitting back is not really an option.
All right, for the Overwatch League, we of course know that a few people used to watch the Spark. They might be familiar with some of these players on the other side for OALGD. But tell me about the full roster, because we have a moment and potentially this team could get cut short. They could not make it potentially to the playoffs. So let's turn our attention to the team on the right side of the stage. Jake, gas these boys up, because hopefully we see this squad a lot more in the future.
I will say for this team, I think they have a lot of room to grow throughout the tournament, right? They haven't had so much competition experience this year, but this is a team that has struggled through adversity in the past. They've been down, but they've managed to claw their way back, right? Shutting down Atlanta Reign in the final season of the Overwatch League. That was a massive overperformance that I don't think many people saw coming. So this team is not scared to face steep odds. They've been there before, and they've prevailed over even players like Chio and Fielder. So bit of a revenge arc, I think, for Chio and Fielder. Opportunity, though, for LGD to repeat history and deliver a win when no one believes in them. And so, honestly, I think this team won't be shaken by the pressure of the moment.
Incredible stuff from all of our players on the stage throughout Esports World Cup. It's been a blast, but we're only here in the group stages as Falcons look to clean it up with a 3-0 finish. Let's look and see what the audience thinks, though, as we asked everyone in our STCplay.gg predictions, 92% picked the Falcons. That's pretty high.
Pretty logical in my mind. Yeah, they're just the better team, and I think the audience knows that.
All right, we got about
LGD,
a minute.
Though, you just got to get out of the groups, right? I mean, Falcons, maybe it's a bridge too far today, but give them a few days. I think we could see a team that evolves to the tournament, right? Finds their footing. We talked about in day one, McGravy, you know, where we were both watching those games thinking, this isn't really the LGD, these players that we know and love. And if they can get back to that style, we've seen glimmers of it. When Goucher brings out the Doom and the Winston, the aggression is on point. This team can really shine. Like I said, maybe it's not today, but even if you just make it competitive, you know, find your moments, find your strength, and build confidence to just get out of the group stage and stay alive, we could see this team make a bit of a dark horse run.
All right, McGravy, we got 30 seconds left, so let's hit this hard and heavy. When OA-LGD was able to pick up their first W over Makers, what were their good maps? What are you hoping to see here for Game 2?
It's the same story as always. It's like beating a dead horse, but whenever they were playing dive, they were playing the dive-heavy maps where they get to play the Winston, and now we're seeing the Diva look, and honestly, the Diva look does not look bad. It keeps their tempo high. The faster they play, the better they look.
Enough chatting from us here. Big shout out to everyone in the chat. Thank you for tuning in from around the world. It's Esports World Cup, and it continues right now. Here we go. It's going to be time for our bands, McGravy and Jake. Let's find out who isn't going to be in the game. OA-LGD, what can you do to cause problems for the Falcons? We're about to find out, but first we have to reveal the map, and they choose
Midtown. That's an interesting choice. I don't love it, frankly. I mean, this is not the strongest dive map historically. A lot of teams have found success slowing things down with the Sigma, the Ramatra, with double flex support backline. And for me, I don't see that as LGD's biggest strength. They're going to ban the Batiste, so maybe limiting some of those slow styles. Maybe they think they can find an in on a map that isn't conventionally played in their style.
All right, so no BAP is in here as Falcons are going to select their hero ban, and let's see what they pick. No Ash for you, Proper.
I think what Falcons is doing here is they're trying to put Shy on characters that he's not comfortable with. I think they want to encourage Shy to play the Tracer. Frankly, he hasn't been good on it this tournament. It's
he's
not what
up against Stalker.
Yeah, it's not what he's known for. And potentially the best Tracer in the world, one of the best Tracers in the world in Stalker. So you want to encourage Shy to take that matchup. And I think they're trying to do.
Tracer Genji at all coming out here for the guys on OA-LGD?
I mean, they might be forcing that. Maybe you could bring out a Widow look, but I think Falcons, it kind of forces you one way or the other. If you bring out the Widow, Falcons can hit you hard and fast with a Tracer Genji of their own and just overwhelm you with Smurf on the server. Those aggressive dive options are very available. So I think whichever direction LGD go, do they slow it down? Do they try to pace up? I think Falcons can kind of match them in either regard. So this will be an interesting moment for LGD to set the tone of what is their style? What do they have the most confidence in?
They know how important this matchup is. You can see the focus on the players' faces as they are loading up into map number 2. We've called it here on the stage. It's going to be all Falcons, but OA-LGD trying to cause some chaos. We've got our match ready, so let's send it over to our casters. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, OA-LGD versus Team Falcons. Map number 2 now. There's a 2-0 on control. As Team Falcons, yeah, they took it pretty close, little 9-9-9-9 there, action going on, but it really did all feel like Team Falcons' game.
Absolutely. So with some of those bans, I kind of agree with Jake and McGrady, right? They want to kind of speed the pace up here. does OALGD. But I think this also, you leave that Echo in the game, right? You can play this Echo Tracer. We could see like a Venture look, right?
Yeah.
Potentially.
From
Falcons, right? We saw Shy try and play Venture the other day. I say try because he didn't really go very well. Looks like here on defense, it will be OALGD first. And Gushui picking up that Winston. That'll be safe for the rest of the series. So you'll be able to see him play that with a Cassidy Pharah combo.
Yeah, this is definitely more of a look OALGD wanted in the Ana, the Monkey with Shy.
But I feel like we've seen this matchup in terms of comps before, and I feel like Falcons' comp has always been, historically stronger, right? I know we saw a lot of teams playing that. Pharah, the Echo, obviously very strong. I know another character up in the sky as Shy and Lee
there it is.
Pick up 2 first early kills.
There it is. Okay, that's what you want to see. I want to see OALGD get shoved away here, just played with. Good defense so far.
The crowd so behind this Falcons team.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Sure they have for
even the chat was too. It was like 92% or something.
Yeah. I mean, that's to be expected. I mean, the chat, there's some smart folk. They know what's going on.
There's some smart folk. Matt trying to curry favor. I like it. Big fan of that. Proper, okay, taking a bit of space now, trying to force OALGD's backline to look towards him. 3 minutes to go. You can see Lynx are kind of split off from the rest of the team, but they can easily shield bash to the backline if necessary, but don't want to get off the high ground just yet. Monk with the nano boost coming up, but with Proper dead, I mean, this is an easy look here for OALGD. Falcons, not really sure they want to mess with this dive. It feels like. Of course, Monkey was banned away in this first map, and this is exactly why.
Yeah, and Proper was kind of like playing on point, trying to get a touch there, and just got a little bit too close, too shy. Was not able to use the recall, so it's not able to live. Smurf looked like he was going back to the spawn maybe for a second, but they're going to stay on this comp with Proper just kind of putting pressure through that firehouse, trying to draw some players towards that point.
Yeah, here's the big fight now with all these ults coming up. OALGD with basically 4 on the board. Fielder ripping that rush onto the low ground. Shy already dead though. And now Stalker and Proper can try and get some work done. And Nano Barrage killing Smurf. They got another Winston on the field though as Stalker hits that dupe. But good luck getting through any of this health. I mean, this overhealth from the rally. OALGD's backline is just, they're perfect. They can just play so aggressive, and you can see Leave doing just that. A Primal Rage earned by Stalker there. Doesn't end up ripping it, but eventually the duplication ends up running out. Proper with the Pulse Bomb can try and find something here, but at least Team Falcons have managed to get a check on the point.
Yeah, they push it all the way in. They end up actually having that Stalker Primal in Sound Barrier that pushes OALGD all the way back. And this is going to open up some space because now Smurf is coming through with the real Primal Rage, not a duplicated one. So this will be Falcons pushing on through, then doubling back, now taking the point. Probably not going to see a contest from OALGD. This will be a Falcons A checkpoint take.
Yeah, there it is. 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go now as that fire truck exits the building. Chio swapping over. Brig, potentially? Yeah, there it is. Okay, Brig for Chio. Now just trying to get on top of that high ground and protect Fielder as much as possible. Pulse Bomb still available for Proper.
So now we have Leave on the Echo. So was playing the Pharah a lot. Now wants to match Stalker on this Echo. Echo was banned that first map, right?
Yeah.
So kind of gives you an idea of that both these teams would love to play this hero.
Yeah, historically quite strong against the Pharah, although Pharah would ignore the Echo a lot of the time, just spam rockets into the back line, just soften them up and allow your Tracer, your Winston, whoever to dive in it.
And the Cassie's good against the Echo, right? But historically, Tracer has always been like the best against Echo, as looks like Proper's trying to work here towards this high ground. Same with Smurf, is they're going to use the payload to try and get underneath the overpass here, and that's going to try and have OALGD split.
All right, nice little roll there, getting into cover from Shy, almost went down. Slowly but surely the payload moving under that low ground like you were saying, but it looks like Monks are ready and raring to go with this nano boost. They know one's on the payload right now, and with Proper exiting, yeah, he needs to either find a trade in the back line, but Gushui, the nano boost, with the help of Leave, takes care of Fielder. Nano onto Smurf, can he get the same kind of thing done? It ends up getting insta-slept by Monk, so that nano boost not to his full effect, but still manages to kill Shy. Smurf keeping himself in this fight. Stalker with a duplication on the Cassidy. Doesn't get too much done with that high
still
noon.
moving. The payload is still moving though, even though you may end up losing this fight here for Falcons, you do end up getting some space. Big kills there towards the end. Gushui still with the Primal. not going to have to use that there. So they do end up holding on. Falcons gets a little bit of progress out of that, but I know it's Gouchway getting into the back line, really making it difficult. For Falcons, really Fielder dies instantly. Chio gets so far pushed out, not able to help the team.
Oh. All right, no leaves there, all good.
Proper on the Cassidy, now it's Stalker on the Tracer.
Swapping away quite quickly. We got to be scared of Leaf's duplicate here. It's going to be a nasty combo with him and Gouchway in the back line. Wow, ripping the Primal Rage there. Stalker forcing that Primal out of him, but Smurf's already dead. I mean, man, there's 1 minute and 30 to go, mate. I mean, Team Falcons, this is not exactly where we'd expect them to get stopped on second, although Midtown second pretty tough to kind of handle anyway.
Yeah, pretty difficult to break on through, right? Yeah. I think it's just Shy has been able to pick up some early pickoffs, right? That time just takes out Smurf. Gouchway is starting to get in a little bit of a rhythm here on the Winston.
And they still have the duplication for this next fight. I mean, Gouchway's been such a menace. It's just hard to dislodge the guy.
And you're not really going to get a great value out of this rally here, right? For Falcons, it's like way more of a defensive rally, if anything.
You're waiting for Gouchway to maybe jump in. Same with Leave, right? This is when you're going to use it. There it is. Rally's got to get hit by Chio. Yeah, they knew that was coming from a mile away. But just burning ults, burning time, Matt. That's perfect. 2 Winston on the field for OALGG as Leave duplicates Smurf, but quickly taken care of by Proper.
And that was a big commitment there by Falcons. They end up using the rally, and they end up giving the nano boost over to Chio. So now they're going to try and get Proper set up here on this high ground, right? Take this high ground back, slowly get this card around the corner towards the end.
Proper landing headshot after headshot there. Has got the high noon, but split up from the rest of the team. That bubble was perfect from Gouchway. And the rally from Lengsa. This is final fight now for Falcons.
Smurf will end up getting the Primal Rage here as Gouchway putting tons of pressure on Chio, backs him all the way out. You still have Stalker and Smurf still alive, though.
He's still got Primal Rage, too. Smurf's going to have to go nuclear here. He's going to have to find the backline and then some. Of course, OALGG spawns are so close. Monk links it down. Can Gouchway save this fight? Holding on to this Primal Rage until the very last final few moments as OT is going to disappear in just a moment if they got off this payload.
The Deadeye.
Proper has got the Deadeye, and that's going to be a lot of space created. Gouchway in a little bit of trouble, still ducking behind the payload to avoid getting shot clean in the head. But with Smurf dead, what more resources have they really got to play with? Fielder had to jump onto the Kiriko to get back to the point in time, but Monk's already back and closing in on a nano. Overtime disappears, and OALGD stopped the payload on second.
Yeah, and it was a nice bio grenade there from Monk towards the end. Connects with 2 players, not able to get the cleanse off there. The Kiriko towards the end for Falcons, but Falcons still put themselves in a position, right, to get another map win. So we take a look at this replay here. Gouchway really started to play well on the Winston.
You can see why his favorite hero. The one he's best at the very least. I mean, he was holding that Primal for so long. Had a lot of trust in his other teammate there to kind of jostle the payload, making sure they didn't end up getting a free cap. And then at the very last second, rip the Primal. A long enough time for Lengsa and Monk to come back. They earned nano, and then, yeah, it was all over. All right, let's see what Team Falcons can do on the defense. No Lucio here for Chio.
They made kind of an adjustment about halfway through that round to just ditch the Echo, right? So play the Cassidy with the Tracer. Those 2 characters in combination pretty strong against the Echo. Maybe you feel like in this type of head-to-head, you have a little bit of an advantage if that's what OALGD decides to mirror.
Yeah, Proper on the cast, so no Tracer. Just Cassidy, trying to make sure Leave doesn't get away with anything crazy. On the Echo, if he decides to roll out on that, and then Stalker on the Pharah. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be OALGD's, like, strongest look with this kind of comp.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really have anything else they can go to that's even close, right? So I think if you're Falcons, right, you consider maybe banning like an Ana as this goes on, right? It's going to like force that Winston out yet again.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see it on the next map, to be honest, but we'll have to wait and see. Of course, we've got to deal with this map first.
So we'll see as OALGD tries to work their way through the choke here. Is a little bit of different approach, right? Gouchway goes right over the fire truck here. So it takes a little bit of damage. That'll get healed up by Monk.
Yeah, probably playing a pretty aggressive angle here on the fire truck. It's got all the support in the world, however. Another nade goes in. Did it land? Think so. Stalker dead. So the hands are Shy on the Cassidy. And now they can make their move. That nade onto Smurf is going to heal him all the way up, but not quick enough, though. Smurf down. That is checkpoint progress. And what a sleep from Monk. Proper trying to get out of there and leave instantly follows up.
And you see why people attack OALGD with bans that eliminate compositions like this, because they are so good at playing this style, as that is going to be a fast point, a checkpoint. Going to give them a very long time bank here. As looks like one player gets on a touch. Smurf now will jump on, get a touch, but it looks like player's just going to fall here. Yeah, so this will be OALGD taking checkpoint A. Some players not able to make it back to the spawn to get further away. They will fall. So Falcons has a lot of work ahead of them if they want to win this map.
Leave and showing you why he was the Overwatch League MVP on this pick. High ground control, very important to OALGD. Team Falcons, because they ended up dying, like, kind of staggered there, Matt. They can't quickly, like, claim high ground. They're going to have to literally fight for it. OALGD know exactly that. They can even go aggressive here. I mean, Monk's got Nano. You mean, you throw this in onto Gushue, he's going to get Primal. This could be a big snowball. There's the Nano.
Yep.
Straight into the back line.
Though.
Primal Rage available. Ooh, doesn't quite dodge the sleep, however. Waiting for his full duration. Good bash onto Gushue as well.
Yes, he's not able to get up and use that Primal, so you end up winning that fight there for Falcons where it didn't look good. Now you have all 5 ultimates, so now you're in a position where you can start to bleed time off of this clock. So, you win another fight or two, then it starts to get real dicey for OALGD.
I sleep. Ooh. Smurf doesn't end up getting naded there. Of course, Arna's sleep dart did get nerfed too on this patch, ever so slightly. So on top of the nerf, the sleep darts versus the tanks already had. Arna's sleep dart, yeah, not sleeping the tanks for all too long. Chio sleeping with the fishes there as Gushue handling him. Oh, the pulse almost returned to center.
I thought he was going to jump into his team.
That would have been a sick clip, just saying.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times in the history of Overwatch. That is not something you want to do. The payload will move a little bit, so
stagger, stagger, stagger. Yes.
This is good. More time off the clock for Falcons.
Oh, whoa, whoa. This is so painful. Not quite an FRD for Idwina stagger there, but it's good enough.
I mean, that sucks, though. Like, I know that's going to get another 8 or so seconds off the clock to get Monk back in the action, right? So, and then, I know with some other time runoff, they're going to be below 3 minutes. So just like that, we go from 5 minutes on the clock to below 3. It's Falcons now with a Nano, right? Maybe you get aggressive here with Smurf, right? Take it to the back line, get them to use that rally. Then you kind of have another situation where you're in a great spot to hold.
Trying to dislodge Smurf there. That hint nade would have been a death sentence, I think, for Smurf if he stayed around a moment longer. 3 minutes to go now. Slowly burning that time back down. There's the Nano. On to Smurf. Does get bashed away. As he's trying to just jostle with his front line. I mean, he's hitting a lot of people with that Tesla Cannon, but cannot get that Primal Rage. He just gets focused out, and now with a high noon, is that payload is going to start moving ever so quickly for OALGD.
You still had the payload contest.
Smurf is getting rolled.
Yeah, it was Stalker underneath who was able to actually kind of contest that, but this is going to be the Nano onto Gushue. He's going to push towards the back line.
What a kill from Leave there. Proper didn't know what was coming. 2.5 minutes to go. No ults in the bank for OALGD as Falcons. I mean, with Smurf dead, who's going to really touch the point here? Proper's only just getting back to the fight as well. Stalker's pretty low, has to get back ever so quickly. Hits the recall, long enough for Smurf to come back in, but Fiona and Cheer are already dead. He is going to get the Primal map, but there's no supports.
Yeah, you're going to have Smurf, though, with the Primal. He's going to last a little bit. Stalker there with a pulse bomb.
0.01 meters, links it with the shield bash. There's the kill. OALGD tying the series up.
And you see why teams target OALGD to get some of these Winston comps out of the way. Falcons does not do that, and they end up taking this one and tie the series. I think this is also like a little bit where Falcons, you kind of, you come in, you're so strong, you have Smurf, you got Hanbin, right? Like, okay, fine, we don't mind, we'll mirror, right? We believe you're good enough. And maybe you want to gotta get Hanbin back in this game. Maybe you want to get some compositions that you feel like you have a slight advantage. Because when we watched Twisted Minds play OALGD, Twisted Minds did not play around. They targeted that Winston every single map to get him out of the game. And it was a clean 3-0.
Yeah. I mean, that first map on Busan in that series, Matt, it was Twisted Minds banning the Ana, and the next game, like, look, we're just going to target ban you as much as we possibly can. This is what was quite exciting about this format too. is that you can do this. Teams can't like, oh, one trigger star, one trigger comp anymore. Like, that isn't really possible. You have to have a few more bits and pieces in your back pocket to really be successful.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to figure out who the best team in Overwatch is, right? Not who's the best team at playing one exact mirror style of play. Now this will be Falcons with an opportunity to make some decisions of their own, right? I know they will be able to kind of pick the map here, potentially first ban. So we'll see what Krusty and Falcons decides they want to do here.
Yeah, I'm curious of what Falcons are also going to ban, because it's got to be a ban, I think, for OALGD here for their Ana, and that'll be on the Falcon side, of course. But we'll have to wait and see. But before we get into that, let's jump down to Puckett in the studio.
Great stuff, gentlemen, and fantastic work from OALGD. These two gentlemen called a 3-0, but that was before the monkey business started.
Hey,
let's talk about
I gave LGD
what we
a
just
map.
saw here. Did you give them a map?
I did. I said I believe. I thought they could get something done.
I don't believe.
But I think the series is a long series. They won, but it's a long series, and now ball's into Falcons' court, right? Their opportunity to set the tone, pick map, and mode.
The great news for Gushue, you can only ban Winston once. That was done in game number 1. Let's take a look at the highlights here, because the Pharah was out, and we saw you guys talking on the side that maybe it was a better comp this time around from OALGD, or do you think it was just a few mistakes being made by Falcons here, Jake?
Well, to be honest, I think you look at the DPS, we saw Shy stick to the hit scan, leave, playing the Echo, he's great on it, and the Tracer. I mean, this is the comp that OALGD cut their teeth on. Tracer, hit scan, Winston, Ana, Brig, just every piece. Maybe they didn't get as much time to compete this year, but this team knows this comp. They know it front to back, any map. They're not going to need them a ton of practice time to be elite on this style. And Falcons and vice versa, they probably haven't played it so much this meta, where mostly it's been Hanbin getting the starting time.
As we take a look at the highlights, the sleep darts were so crucial. Monk was banging those left and right. So talk to me, McGravy. Ana's probably going to get banned here in the future. So what does Monk do in the future?
I think you gotta up the tempo. Once this Ana gets banned out, you can't play this slower, more methodical way of playing Winston, which I think OALGD loves doing. That, like you said, that's what they cut their teeth on. So I think once Ana gets banned out, maybe potentially go to the Kiri Lucio. That's something we saw from Team Falcons at the very start. It didn't have a ton of success, but that's simply because Ana Brig is a better composition. So potentially you'll see the Kiri Lucio come out from OALGD.
OALGD knots it up at 1-1. That was their map pick, which means Falcons is going to be choosing not only the map, but the game mode coming up here. Falcons mentioned they're not afraid of anything, right? They have strength across the board. So if you're OALGD, what's the best case scenario moving forward? We did just get news, by the way. Maker is out. They went 0-3 in groups. So OALGD is playing tomorrow in the round of 12. Now they're playing arguably for the second seed, if not cause a 3-way tie at the top.
Yeah, when you think about the maps, OALGD's best case scenario now is getting taken to an escort, but Falcons is in control. And Falcons, and on the other side of it, does not want to let OALGD play an escort. They just don't want that to happen. It's slower, it's more methodical, like I was saying earlier. You want them to up the pace a little bit, play a flatter map where you can play the Diva and get Hamid back in.
All right, we could potentially see Flashpoint being chosen after watching that control. So Jake, let's take a look at what we have remaining in our map pool and what we should expect to see here. If you're a Falcon fan, looking across the board, you have Push, Escort, or Flashpoint. What do you want to see?
I actually have a different take. I think for Falcons, you want to just bite the bullet and take the best possible escort for you, because you look at that pool. I mean, Dorado is a very scary map, very similar to what we saw in Midtown. Very possible to play that same Winston style. Winston, hitscan, tracer, something very comfortable for OALGD. If you take us to something like a Circuit Royale, a Shambali Monastery, these are where maps that are very poke heavy, very rush heavy, and probably going to be more difficult. So you can kind of block Dorado by picking an escort. Would like to see that, but Falcons has surprised me with their map picks before. So I think they are a tricky team. They're not scared to take the Winston Mirror. They might also want to show that by just, like you said, maybe upping the pace on Flashpoint, relying on their support tempo over the tank matchup.
There you have it from our analyst. Let's go to the stage and check out what we are going to see for map number 3. This is the swing game in the best of 5 series, and Falcons have control. Welcome back in, everybody, as we take a look at the beautiful Esports World Cup stage. Falcons versus OALGD. This is Group B, and for Game 3, the Falcons choose... McGravy, are you right?
Runa Posse. Yeah, so they ended up going for a push, which I think they'll go with, and they'll kind of up the tempo a little bit. I do agree with Jake's point a little bit. I do think denying the escort would have good, but I think Falcons just wants to change the tempo here. They do not want to play the slow style that OALGD is so good at.
We saw Stalker running the Tracer leave. We thought he was going to get bested in that last map. He was popping off on the Tracer. What are the heroes banned? They don't want to see a Brigitte. Why are Falcons removing this from the game?
I mean, this is exactly what McGravy said, right? Like, this is the classic hero that slows the game down, that can shut down some of these dives, enable heroes like Ana to really get a ton of value. So the Brig ban, I think it's great. Protects also your Lucio carry, allows you to be aggressive. The Diva ban, though, is going to limit some of Hanbin's potential effectiveness. We could even see Smurf playing. However, they both have a ton of tricks in the bag. So, yes, you can ban Diva, but I think that doesn't really stifle what Falcons want to bring. They can still bring the pace, still bring the tempo.
I'm trying to look at the stage. Is Smurf still in? We're about to find out. This game 3 kicking off any moment.
He is.
And there is Smurf once again. So they have faith in him. Is he going to be on the Winston McGravy?
I think there's a real possibility. I think they might just end up taking it away from the Ana break and play something faster, like I was talking about, like the Kiri Lucio. I think that's a real possibility here. I think Falcons maybe just ups the tempo and tries to run over OALGD.
Incredible stuff here from our analysts as we are breaking down all of the action. Remember, this is a 4-day event. We are just in day number 2. What are they playing for? Their spot in the bracket. And if you're a Falcons fan, the club championship push is loading up. We got our casters ready to rock, so let's send it over to the boys when they're ready. We got Matt, Mr. X, and Mr. Jaws.
Thank you very much, Pucker. Yeah, Matt, Mr. X, and Mr. I like that a lot, actually.
What? I like my
Mr.
name.
Jaws.
Yeah, Mr. Jaws.
Yeah, put that in front of my name. Yeah, I like that a lot. More authority, you know, more, you know. Sounds cooler.
You don't need more authority.
Why not?
It's all in the fish.
No. What's wrong with that? What's that got to do with anything?
No, Puckett he was like, hey, I don't know about this Jaws guy.
He was not saying that.
Like, I'm not really too sure either. Yeah, no, he was.
We took the same bus, bro. What are you saying? No. Bruno Seppi, man. That's good.
Yeah, this is obviously the newest push map to Overwatch 2. You see OALGD, they actually get rid of the Diva here. It's a little bit of a fun removal. And then we'll see the Brig on the other side gone. So this is going to have Smurf playing the Junker Queen here. When we casted OALGD a little bit earlier, we did see Gushue play the Malga. It wasn't great. They were playing it into Twisted Minds, who was playing a lot of like Diva and Sigma. So against the Junker Queen, though, it's actually quite good.
Yeah, it's kind of rough for the Malga in those matchups. Of course, the Matrix just eats so many of your shots, and then you just get run over by everything else. Like any kind of shielding, the Malga's good at shredding through it, but any kind of CC, Malga falls over. So, yeah, a little rough. A little bit of a better matchup here versus Smurf, but still going to be...
It can be tough to keep the Queen alive in these types of situations, right?
No shield or anything like that. You got the shout, of course, but that's about it. Chio, first blooded by Shy. And now they just try and hound down the front line. And yeah, Smurf and the Team Falcons comp, they have to go quick. They have to get on that backline ASAP. Otherwise, Gushue is going to cycle those cardiac overdrives, and they've got too much sustain.
Yeah, and I wonder if Falcons was able to watch any of the OALGD series the other day, because you could have seen that the Malga pick was something that they've gone to. And it maybe do you have like Hanbin in the game, right? Although Hanbin's great on Queen, right? If you're going to play Queen, like maybe have Hanbin in, right? Can kind of match, whether it be like Sigma Malga, different styles to play like that. So interesting decisions here from Falcons.
Mirage closing in for Stalker. Has to back off pretty quickly though. The rush has been pulled, although Monk just gets knifed from across the map. Gracie with a magnet on it by the looks of it. Sticking to that, those metal cat ears from Monk. Smurf claims another one, double kill for the tank in the front line. They end up trading their rushes there, making sure that checkpoint doesn't get unlocked. Smurf with 4 kills. Oh, you know how it be. Just another day in the office.
Smurf going crazy there. Kitsune rush there for both teams, but then Smurf able... So Queen, when you start to get those bleeds, right, they kind of give a little bit of a buff to that lately, so you can actually kind of do considerable more amounts of healing. So we'll see now how they decide to kind of play in this next fight coming up. We take a look, I know Smurf doing some nice damage just with the Queen shotgun.
Yeah, it is insane the amount of sustain now. And if you hit a couple of people with the Rampage as well, you are not dying in that
but they may cleanse it though, right? We have the Kuriku in the game, right? So there is an opportunity to get the cleanse.
Yeah. Most important in that matchup for sure, saving that cleanse. You can force it early. That's a go time for the Queen.
Cage fight barrage here, potential for OALGD.
Proper's nearing that Bob. Obviously, knowing that cage fight is coming up, Proper wants to be as far away as possible. Nice bit of dynamite damage too as they slowly push this payload around this corner, but this is it. You have to get this cage out of Gushway as quick as possible.
Both teams playing so passive here around this corner, and you're actually going to build up probably both rushes yet again.
Yeah, oh, easily, yeah. Bob's going to come in, try and start the fight off. Here's the barrage and the cage straight on top. Oh, they end up trading. Stalker from an even higher high kills Leave, but that Deadeye only set for one target from Shy as Stalker's just picked out of the air.
Yeah, that cage fight's still extremely powerful. You capture everybody inside of that barrage, even though it doesn't get one, it's very difficult. I mean, you're asking a lot of the support's going to move on in through there to heal everybody up. Is Smurf still with the Rampage? So we'll see how they decide to end up using that. You can use it to like maybe even kind of like counter Rush, right? They drop Rush, you know they're going to kind of play within it. Then you use that Rampage, going to go on through.
Charm's getting taken out by Spam there. A little bit of dynamite damage. Yeah, of course, Monk knowing that there's Rampage is coming up. Same with the rest of the team. They're all kind of huddled right now. So, okay, if you rush us, that's fine. Or, sorry, you Queen us, that's fine. We'll just hit the Suzu. Speaking of rushes, there we go. There's two. Oh, luckily for Smurf there. Everybody lined on up. So, from almost 0 HP
I was gonna say,
to 100% HP with one ulti.
Yeah, you use that Rampage. I mean, Smurf was extremely low. Goes right on through. The ticks of the healing there for the Queen is just going to body block in the Maga there.
You don't have time to Suzu in that. Like, he's already 100% the time that you can
I mean,
throw it down.
Even if you just hit the button and get back to full HP, it's worth, right? I mean, you get insane value out of that. So Shy does make a change. Cassidy now gone, so going to bring in the Ashe. So that's going to give a little bit more long-range potential. I think here on Rinasapi with like the long sight lines, I actually like the Ashe pick a bit better.
Yeah, when I first initially played this map, I'm like, man, look, that's a flank-heavy map. There's so many small corridors you can go through. Can be pretty terrifying if you're a backliner. Each comp's not exactly wanting to do that, of course. They just want to walk at each other and kill each other. Gushway Proper end up trading. As long as Smurf stays alive, it could be in Team Falcon's favor, but unfortunately, Shy just an open playing field there, just shoot everybody in the head. And he does so very easily.
A very slight lead, though, here for Falcons, right? No, less than a meter in terms of their advantage. Sound barriers for both sides here going into the next fight. You're also slowly nearing that cage fight barrage combination, so that's what OALGD really wants to play around here. If you can maybe even, get the sound barrier out beforehand, you get the cage fight down, it's going to give really Chio a split second to be able to get that beat off inside.
Doable. Yo, there's a boot. Oh, nice coach gun. Proper dodging that one. Leave taking a headshot in return. Still with the barrage. And Gushway with the cage coming up. There's the barrage and the Suzu on top. Just to make sure Leave stays alive. Both sound barriers also being utilized in this fight. As a later barrage kills Shy. They do no trading, of course, with Leave with an easy target. Stalker stuck in that mid-air animation. And now Chio in trouble. Trying desperately to stay up here. Forcing OALGD to claim some more lives while they get that checkpoint.
Oh, wait, what?
But there it is. There's the rush, the cage coming through. I mean, they've got to be able to keep themselves alive here. Gushway eventually is going to be able to chew through.
How are they still alive?
Coming in, just making sure they focus down Proper. But yeah, not sure. He's just an immortal being, is Proper.
Chio.
Every single bit of damage thrown at him, and Proper just stands tall.
Chio and Fielder is such a cheat code, man. Like, they are able to just live inside of that cage fight with that Kitsune rush down, keep Proper up as well.
It's like they hit the God mode button.
And they just get players back in the fight. I mean, it has to be so easy playing with those players in the back line.
If you have that back line in a ranked game, you know you've won. You're not dying.
Even you could have success on DPS with that back line, I think. So,
that's crazy talk.
The Smurf.
My Widow goes crazy, man. I don't need no support.
Yeah, gold.
What are you saying? We're not getting into this. We're not getting into this.
There's no real incentive here for, like, Falcons still obviously have the lead, right? So there's really not a ton of incentive for them to, like, be the ones that are the aggressors here, pushing the pace. But now, I mean, this is going to have an opportunity. They're going to have to use his sound barrier, right? You end up losing Stalker early on. It's a must-win fight.
Good backup here. Shy's going extremely low. Look at the aggression onto Shy, but no, Leave's actually there to the rescue. An instant rocket kills Fielder. A sound barrier there from Chio to try and turn the tides. Of course, losing the fire that early is not a good sign. They should be able to get checkpoint here, Matt.
Yeah, and it's cardiac overdrive there for Gushway as well. That connects with Shy. He's able to kind of get some benefits of that. So that big Maga cooldown. This should be a huge advantage here for OALGD. Double support ult coming in here. Less than a meter. Still a lot of time left in the game, though.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go. A really early rush. You can see they want to secure the checkpoint, and they do. That Bob not arriving in time. Sent by second-class Mel there instead of first-class, unfortunately. And Proper and the gang, Team Falcons having to back all the way up now as OALGD take a massive advantage in that checkpoint.
Yeah, and OALGD, they hold on to sound barrier here, right? So what they're going to do is back up a little bit, allow Falcons to try and be aggressive, then use that sound barrier a little bit later, knowing that it's not available on the other side, then take the fight. There's no reason for them to keep this pressure going.
It's going to path a little differently there as Team Falcons trying to get a shot with this Rampage. Nice axe swing from Smurf. You can see that health building all the way up again. No Suzu available, but I don't think Gooseray needs it, to be honest. Although he's kept in that fight long enough for Leave to get a couple of kills. An extremely scrappy one at that. You got to be careful. Leave's still up. He's alive and well. Plus, with 82 meters, OALGD in such a good spot to take this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a minute and 20 on the clock here as the bot starts to move back into OALGD territory here. Is Falcons going to get some players off of spawn, so Chio's going to get Fielder back in the action. Is Fielder now you're going to ditch the Kiri, you're going to move over to the Baptiste here, so value that immortality field.
Just going to burn the ultimates from Team Falcons here. OALGD don't really need to take a lot of fights, just try and stall them out for as long as possible with a minute to go.
Gooseray takes so much damage, but that's going to allow Monk, see how fast he's going to build towards his rush.
I mean, he's going to get it in a couple of minutes. Just farming that rush. They've got Cage. They've got so many ults coming up. Falcons need to be able to pull something here. They need to be able to secure a kill. Stalker's Barrage gets a lot of damage done, and there it is. Okay, the flip, the control of the bot now in favor of Team Falcons, but they need to win back-to-back fights here. Maybe even 2.5 fights, if that. I mean, 30 seconds to go. Playing on a knife's edge.
Still very doable, though, right? You're going to end up probably with an Amp Matrix here in this next fight. Sound barrier. But man, I mean, OALGD, they're just kind of playing. You have an opportunity to just alt dump here for OALGD.
Chio's sound barrier has to be like 3x value, like, is huge. A pick onto Chio here is a loss, basically, for Team Falcons. OALGD nearing 5 ultimates with the rush that can start them off, and even a rush can be overwhelming with the Team Falcons comp. There's the TP, there's the Cage, Barrage on top, that's all over. OALGD clip the wings of Falcons and find themselves on match point.
So this is a big shock, I think, to Falcons and the crowd. So you see Shy is like, hey,
oh, you're booing me? You're booing me?
So look at this. I mean, Falcons, I mean, they are being pushed right now by OALGD, who, I mean, quite frankly, after we watched them play Twisted Minds the other day, I was like, I'm writing them off. I mean, this is a team I thought they could make it pretty far, but OALGD picking up here as we move on later into the tournament.
Chinese fans coming out in the LED, awesome. Like neon signs as well. Not LED, neon. And look, it's sick.
I knew one of those.
That was pretty sick.
So, and mind you, this is also a Falcons map pick, right? They were able to get that map ban, right? So now as we move into our quasi halftime, I think Falcons has a lot of decisions to make. I think you have to go back to try and going after those dive-centric compositions, right? Get them out of the way.
Chinese fans showing up in Storm. I mean, this team, and especially when they're Hangzhou Spark as well, and Team China, they're just loved by the community. They always have been. You can see a couple of them getting booed as well. They're getting off. All in good sportsmanship, of course, though. And where do we go here, Matt, next for bans? What is on the top of your head? What do you think?
I mean, what? You're looking at escort maps, potentially, or Flashpoint would be the options. I mean, there's probably a decent chance they go Flashpoint, right? And potentially you see like a Surabasa pick. I think that would be something that Falcons potentially wants to do. Maybe stay away from the escort. I believe they were kind of talking about on the desk where maybe the Korean teams don't really want to play as much escort. So potentially you see that come in here next.
On a ban maybe as well? The Falcons?
The Ana ban would definitely get them away from like those like Winston kind of like centric comps, but it also seems like Falcons wants to play some Ana as well, so it's not as easy as just getting rid of the Ana and being totally fine with it. I think this will be pretty interesting for Falcons, at least here early on, like on our screen for the next lobby, you do see that the tank slot is empty, so that would tell you that they want to bring Hanbin back in. where do you see them try and go towards Sigma? I think Hanbin can also play Queen, right? You can play the Mauga, Diva, so a lot of different options really outside of that Winston.
Match point for OALGD right now against Team Falcons, who have been undefeated so far at EWC. We'll jump down to Puckett and the guys to break it down.
Thank you, gentlemen. Congratulations, OALGD, on 2 map victories so far, and that's a bit shocking if you listen to these 2 gentlemen at the start of the matchup. Falcons coming in with a 2-0 record, looking very strong, but I feel like the Chinese squad is starting to find their footing, Jake. They're heating up as this tournament goes on.
They are doing just that and showing a few different styles, not only the Winston, but the Mauga that fell flat for them on day 1, finally finding its stride. And I think a huge part of that was the hit scan matchup. I felt Shy was consistently finding picks onto Proper, and that's just not something you can allow playing at this level. And for Shy, I mean, that's sort of his obvious strength, playing the hit scan mirror and Proper, while incredibly flexible, has struggled at times against world-class hit scan like Lip, like Shy in the past.
Leave the 2021 MVP having some clutch play there on Pharah, but as you mentioned, Shy was the player to watch. On the other side, McGravy, Proper and Stalker, no slouches, and you were saying off camera that this may be the best DPS lineup we're going to see today.
Yeah, potentially. These guys are easily top 3, no debate, potentially top 1. Yeah, I feel like they really struggled. These kind of matchups are more macro heavy, so it wasn't so much they were playing poorly. It was kind of more poor team decisions, I would say, with their ult usage. They were trying to use Barrage a little too early. They ended up finding it towards the end, but by then, OALGD had such a good lead that it was just a little too late.
And you can see the celebrations. They know how meaningful this matchup is. They could cause that 3-way tie at 2-1 here in Group B. Excellent stuff so far, and I also want to shout out a guy on the other side for the Falcons. Is that Coach Krusty in the building here, Jake?
Yeah, he's out there making his map choices now. See where he goes. Is it going to be to one of these flashpoint maps, keep up the tempo, stay confident, or are you going to go to the escort? Honestly, I do want to see the escort. I think you do not want this series to be, imagine you win flashpoint and we go to a Winston mirror on Dorado. You got to be a little worried about that with the way Shy is playing on the hit scan, the way Gushue looks on the Winston. You know, those heroes being available on a Dorado, I don't want to see that as a Team Falcons fan. I want to see them block those out. Go to circuit, bring Hanbin back in. He won his first map. Give him another shot.
Yeah, I want to see Chef Krusty. I know he's known for making good food, but I want to see him cook something up, and I want him to put Hanbin back in and give him the keys to this team because he has been absolutely dominant when he has played, as we've seen it throughout this whole tournament, and I think you just give it over to him at this point.
Krusty, of course, leading San Francisco Shock in his time as a coach in the Overwatch League to multiple titles. Here he is trying to get the Falcons back in the matchup, and in just a little bit, we'll see where they decide to play. Jake, break it down for me, though. If I was just joining the stream, what's the biggest surprise so far? Who is the star performer up to this point through 3 games?
I mean, to be honest, I think it's really a full court press from OALGD. They're coming together as a team, finding their footing after a very weak start to the tournament. Uncharacteristic for this team, but they've been out of practice. They haven't been competing. Now, against the toughest team they've faced, they're meeting the moment.
When we come back, we find out, can Falcons force a Game 5, or is it going to be OALGD causing a 3-way tie at the top? We'll be right back.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Things are heating up here in Riyadh as we welcome you all back. This is Overwatch 2 at the Esports World Cup. We are nearing the final matches across all groups, and this is the final fight in Group B. The Falcons find themselves down 2-1 to force a Game 5. We'll see what map they choose. Jake, where are they going to take us?
I want to see Escort. I want to see a block pick. It's going to be Circuit Royale. Same choice I would have made. Bring Hanbin back in. The Diva, the Sigma, stable, slow heroes. The one wrinkle, though, is Shy. This is a map where hit scan reigns supreme. Shy, I feel, has been getting the edge on proper.
Reinhardt is the ban. What are they trying to protect here, McGravy?
That's an interesting ban. We haven't seen a lot of Reinhardt out of this tournament. These aren't teams that are really known for playing the Reinhardt super frequently. You're looking towards maybe your space station to play the Reinhardt. Potentially just stopping maybe a fast, like, may run you over sort of composition since you want to play slower with Hanbin on those Sigma, maybe the D.Va.
Any surprises here to see Brigitte banned? That means Ana's definitely going to be on the map, yeah?
Potentially. I mean, I think the Brig ban is sort of an interesting choice. Maybe it enables you to play a faster dive style with like a Lucio and a Kiri, but I don't know. I think even in the past, we've seen some of these slow comps be played without Brig on the map, and dive isn't necessarily a hard counter.
Awesome stuff. The stage is set. The players getting locked in as we welcome Hanbin back to the main stage for the Falcons. With Smurf out, how much pressure's on Hanbin's shoulders?
Listen, this guy is cool as a cucumber. I mean, this guy has been through it ever since he first got onto the scene with Paris Eternal in Season 3 of the Overwatch League. This guy has just been dominating from start to finish. There is no reason for this guy to be feeling anything right now. He knows he's the best. And that is Sir Majid in on the game. What does that tell us, Jake?
We did not expect this at all, Jake.
Well, we've got Brig out, and this is a place we've seen Majid play before, an insanely talented flex player in his own right. So this says to me we're going to a double flex sport style. Good opportunity for the Illari, right? Without Brig in the mix, we could see Illari get playtime on the map and potentially be effective against some of these fast dive styles. This is a very linear map. You got a lot of open space, easy to keep your distance.
I also think this is a potential to see that Ana Zen that they had pulled out earlier today. They had played that D.Va Ana Zen. They played that really greedy sort of support style, and they really supported Hanbin. Ana Zen, I would say, is arguably the best support composition to play D.Va with.
The match is set. The players are ready, so let's send it back to our casters. Jaws, take it away.
Thanks, Puckets. Yes, here we go. Circuit Royale for Team Falcons and OALGD. Matt, Team Falcons, they banned the Ryan.
Yeah,
they're going to Circuit.
A little bit of an odd pick there to get rid of the Reinhardt, right? But probably more like protecting something like, and also for the Brig ban on the other side of things, right? There's a lot of slow compositions you can play here on Circuit, like with Sir Majid in the game, right? You think you probably see like an Illari come into the mix. So a lot of options here for Falcons, but OALGD, they're kind of like in control of the series right now.
They are, yeah, 2-1 up. Falcons, of course, lost one map against Twisted Minds a little bit earlier on. That was on a Suravasa, a Flashpoint map. But as we roll out, of course, double flex support with Sir Majid coming in. Illari is so good on this map, very good at spam damage. Just in general, focusing down a lot of the shields. Ideally, you just like ping someone in the head and then your other DPS kind of follow up, and you do a lot of additional damage. And even with the Widows, to be fair, too, if you chunk a Widow down, the other Widow player, your Widow player, sorry, just needs to hit a body shot, and they're done. So I'm excited to see what Sir Majid could do. But Shy starts it off with a bang. Headshot and Stalker out of the skies.
Yeah, so that is really something you were worried about, right? Where Shy, like how Jake was mentioning, can pick up that Widow, pick up the hit scan, and
beast.
Dominant as anyone. So,
oh, they're going to meet each other in the air?
Ooh, should be an awesome head-to-head matchup.
Yeah, Shy versus Proper on Widow. Woo. That's what dreams are made of.
The tank advantage, though, should be massive here, though.
Right.
With, like, Hanbin versus Gushue, like, you know, playing that Sigma.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Gushue not exactly known for the Sigma. Hanbin, on the other hand. Oh, I mean, you don't need to be known for your Sigma if you're Shy can just keep doing this, though, Matt. Come on now.
No, not at all. As this would actually make things really interesting in the group, right? Because 3 teams would finish at 2-1, right? Because Twisted Minds ends up beating Makers in the end. So Twisted Minds beats OALGD. You know, then Falcons beats Twisted Minds, but then, you know, LGD beats Falcons. Like, all 3 teams tied would be quite fascinating.
Don't test him again.
Nah, you can't.
Shy again.
When he starts feeling it, it is go time. He's up there with, like, you know, Proper Quartz, Merit, like some of the most dominant hit scan players we have.
100%. When he's on fire, he is on fire. Had that crazy Dorado game with the 80% accuracy on the railguns. That's a big Captive Sun from Sir Majid. Although the Lamb from Monk's going to help them out. Lynx with his own Captive Sun. Spots one. Sir Majid in trouble. Oh, used the shift to get onto the high ground. That pylon's going to heal him up in time. And that Lamp 2 coming in from Fielder. Mad clutch. Barrage from the back though as Harbin steps a little bit too far forward and scores a kill onto Harbin, and Gushue follows it up with a nice little flux onto the front line.
I mean, so much time has gone off the clock already.
So
1 minute and 40 seconds left here for Team Falcons. I know it'll be an infosight from Proper, so that'll give them a little bit of an advantage. Allow them to kind of move the bot a little bit further up as we see the infosight now used here by Proper. Gonna buy some space here, allow Falcons to move the payload.
Can Proper shut Shy down? That is the question. Of course, knows exactly where he is. Oh, gets spoofed off the map there without a grapple. Body shot onto Leave. Proper repositioning. Here comes the Flux. Shy still waiting for people to peek, though, to try and capitalize. Almost clears Sermashed there, but no. Proper to shut him down. And there's the Pulse Bomb. Okay. Team Falcons now finding their tempo.
Yeah, still pretty good hold there for OALGD. So they're able to get a hold for a period of time there now. 3 minutes on the clock for Falcons. So they will move up, try and deny space here from OALGD.
They can play super far up here as well. Of course, if they do manage to make sure Shy doesn't get a crazy angle here by just kind of holding doors, that'll be way more beneficial for their cart push, but it looks like they're going to forego that and just back up a little bit now. They see OALGD grouping as 5.
So look at how much space, though, Falcons, by pushing up, right, getting around this corner.
Still in a good spot.
They're going to get, and no, you do have double support ult here, so this will be Amp Matrix here from Monk early on, just try and stop that push from Falcons.
There's the window. So ALGG's fired away. Oh, didn't quite eat that one. Oh, dearie me. OALGD. That is the one cooldown you need to save for that Alario, is that grasp. Perfectly timed there by Sermashed. That might just be second point. OALGD is they're gonna have to scrape in there to get a touch.
It's going to be very close if they do try and touch. Without like a Tracer, though, I think you may end up having to just give this up.
Yeah, a couple of meters. Someone's going to have to get in there. Leave's going to jump on, but met by Sermashed. And there is the eat from Harbin 2. Alariot going by the wayside. 2 minutes to go. Still trying to jostle on the point here, trying to get a bit of extra, a couple of seconds off of the time bank, but there you go. Team Falcons on what was quite a devastating first push. Only had about 1 minute and 30 on that first point. They managed to cap second in good pace.
Can OALGD play like a dive into this? Like, I think potentially you could play, could you try and play the Winston? Could you play the Diva here potentially?
It's so rough though.
It's pretty
I would say the Diva more than the Winston. You need to eat so much spam.
You could also play the Maga, right? We've seen them try the Maga, specifically against Twisted Minds into the Sigma. They're not able to win it, but still an option here.
Oh, dear me. All right, Shy getting a couple of shots there. Proper activating his sights extremely late. So Shy's going to be a massive disadvantage in the 1v1. Proper grappling away from the Flux, still catches one. Harbin in trouble, gets the Lamp to stay alive. Proper not being able to find an angle either as Shy claims yet another kill. Good headshot onto Leave, but doesn't quite get the kill. That Widow nerfed quite some time ago. Paying dividends there for Leaves. He manages to stay alive. And a 180 rocket onto Stalker. He's on the Tracer now.
So the Tracer, I think probably, no, he's been on the Tracer for a little bit, but still probably good to put that pressure constantly on Shy, right? Not a lot of defense there from OALGD keeping him up. So Proper trying to get an angle here, just getting spammed out, with some of the Sigma shots. This is huge for OALGD, right? Just getting some time here, getting control of the choke. This is actually going to be the Flux here from Harbin.
What a dirty shot there from Shy. Straight there under the payload. Onto Fielder. Fielder did not see Shy where he was. There's absolutely no way he had vision. Shy at least kills Stalker, I suppose. So a little bit more of a stagger there. Stalker not able to get a pulse bomb off. A little bit rough for the Tracer so far.
OALGD burning down the clock here. The Flux, nothing for Falcons in that previous fight. It's Sermashed here, Captive Sun.
An extremely aggressive push there from Sermashed, but does aid it Proper in getting a kill. Double kill for the Widow for Team Falcons. If anybody's going to do it, it's going to be Proper. Maybe looking for more here too, but no, there you go. Team Falcons with an almost team kill there on OALGD.
Yeah, it's like a little bit of a scare there as they kind of move in with the Captive Sun, use it towards that high ground where some players are playing. So Leave now off of the far. Will kind of contest this here with the Tracer as that payload makes it around the corner. We take a look here from Popper's POV. I mean,
See you, Lee.
Nuts.
Leave thinking Prop was way far up that staircase.
Yes, Surmajit, after using that ultimate, now switches over to the Kariko.
Yeah, they know Lynx has got his ultimate up in a moment, so that Suju is going to be very important to use, making sure no one gets blown up. Oh, my word. Does Stalker want to test him? Not sure. Surmajit definitely does, though.
Playing so cautious here.
Yeah.
And now with the Inforsite here, everybody for OALGD has to be careful.
Yeah, Shy in this high ground. Surmajit going for a flank, though, straight over the shop. Shy in trouble! Surmajit taking Shy out. That's one less threat now you have to deal with. Proper, though, traded by Leave. Lynx are in the little 1v1 there versus Surmajit, but ends up losing it, so ends up having to back down. A nice lamp will make sure they survive that flux, but Lynx are throwing in that captive sun, secures them the team fight. And with 10 seconds to go now, Matt, it's up to Fielder really to find a pick, find anything at this point.
Yes, Hanbin's going to go over to the Doomfist here, come back, try and get a touch. It's going to be Stalker who gets it first. That's going to be the recall just to trigger OT.
Okay, Hanbin's going to get there as well, but I mean, Shy right now, he's got a view of the entire battlefield. Nice rock onto Stalker. That'll be it. Payload halted before third.
Yeah, OALGD still gives themselves a chance to potentially win this series without even having to complete the map, right? So all you're looking at is Shy to continue that hot play on the Widow as Surmajit plays it up to the crowd. Yeah, he's having the time of his life.
Let's have a look at some of those shots from Shy. Just a beast. And look at this shot as well. Oh my,
I mean, what do you do?
Nothing better in Overwatch than seeing good Widow play. Same for Proper too, to be fair.
Yeah, Proper is starting to come alive there towards the end as well. You see the double kill there from Proper. So the Widowmaker's having an extreme impact here.
I love it. All right. See how OLGD do in their attack. Yeah, this group's been pretty interesting, especially after that loss against Twisted Minds. I mean, you were saying a little bit earlier, like, man, they do not look good right now. Like, Twisted Minds, obviously a strong team in their own right, but OLGD just didn't look there in that game at all.
No, I mean, they looked completely stuck. It's also their first game, right? And this team has not played Overwatch competitively at this level in a very long time. So could have been taken off guard just a little bit as Falcons looks like they will play the far here to kick things off. They will play aggressive around this first corner.
I'm not sure Lynx is going to stay on the Weaver, but you never know. Lucio, speed everybody out, and then changing, I would imagine. Shy looking for Proper to peek. Doesn't find anybody. Okay. Oh, Lynx is actually just running out with the Lucio by the looks of it, so no Alari on the attack.
Yeah, it's, maybe you want the speed to kind of collapse on the Hanbin, maybe put some pressure on the back line, but yeah, a little bit of an interesting decision to ditch the Alari, which has been pretty effective.
Yeah, it really has. Nice spam damage. Kind of annoying for the Widow this patch, like Fire just does so much damage. If you do end up taking a rocket, even just the splash damage can be annoying and you have to back up. Because otherwise you're just going to get body shot by the other Widow. You don't even need a headshot. Oh! Good start though for Team Falcons.
I mean, watching Shy's POV, you don't even see Proper on the screen. I mean, how are you supposed to defend that as Lynx to Willfall, so this will be a team wipe here for Falcons. They'll be able to deal with Leave here in a second. Yeah, so they will get a stop here. So now we'll see if OALGD decides to make any changes, at least right now. Looks like there's none.
His rocket spam, so annoying. They're very easy to dodge at that range, but still kind of frustrating to deal with. Lynxer as well, it's worth keeping in mind, Matt. He's not getting a lot of ult charge because it's mainly Gushue taking damage in the front line. Leave as well, kind of every now and then, but this is what happens. You end up getting one shot. So the Lucio, the value there in terms of healing isn't comparable to what Surmajit's doing, who's just dishing out a ton of damage on top of the healing.
Yeah, and you're not really playing like a death ball, right? So you're not going to be able to just kind of amp heal and stand there and get tons of value. So Monk now has actually built his amp matrix, so what are you going to do? Allow Lynx to just kind of like take the heal? You can. That's going to be the lamp there.
Really nice lamp on Hanbin. Hanbin dies there. That is disaster.
So the benefit would be, though, is you do have the beat, right, to kind of counter, the flux that potentially comes through. This is an amp matrix from Monk and OALGD. It's going to buy some space here, get them around that corner.
Oh, here comes Majed's ult straight into the back line. Does hit a couple. Just needs one more body shot on the Widow. successfully finds it. Oh, good boop onto Lengsa. Lengsa's surely dead. Yes, Stalker with a nice little concussive blast there onto the Lucio. I mean, this defense looks stellar for Team Falcons. They want to take this to a map number 5, refusing to go down. They want to go lossless in this group stage. They want to go 4-0.
Yeah, this will be the next fight coming up for OALGD, where they have the best opportunity to potentially take it, right? Sound barrier, Flux, rocket barrage, and you're going to have the walls here potentially. So, and now gonna have the walls now.
The tables have turned, Matt. A Shy popping up on this corner to begin with, and now it is Proper's turn to shine.
Proper is so good. It feels like we just kind of take it for granted.
They're gonna beat. They're just gonna beat into them. Okay, Rock onto Harbin, secures the kill. Okay, looks a little bit questionable to start off with, but they end up trading with Leave. Proper activating the site, so OLGD have to be a little bit more cautious as Shy rejoins the fight again. A Flux does land onto Fielder, and Shy takes care of Stalker. A decent lamp there from the Baptiste, keeps him up, but not for long enough. That's aggressive beat from Lengsa, paying off for OLGD, and that's the checkpoint.
Yeah, maybe they feel that they just don't really need the Widow's damage, right? It's not like Widow's putting down consistent damage to kind of push on through and put pressure on a Hanbin. So they'll get Hanbin there as he's trying to exit. They'll push up, now take an aggressive position at this door. This is where OALGD can make up a ton of time, right? You think of Falcons offense, they were able to kind of like protect this doorway here for a very long time.
And they want to.
Yeah, and this is what they're going to do. They're going to try and fight this barrage from above.
Yeah. As soon as Falcons start to flood out, they're going to try and hit the barrage straight on top of them. You can see Goose
Falcons has to know this.
Tempting, yeah, exactly. Look, they're instantly focusing up on that high ground. Oh, the barrage from Leave claims one, but Stalker already higher than him. Rocket to the back, insta-kill. In fact, picks up another one too in Lengsa. This window is good for Gushue's damage here, but look at the off angles that Falcons are taking. Not sure Gushue's going to have to... they can't really remain here for too much longer. Shy dodging out of the way expertly there.
I think Sermaged ended up firing it off because he was scared. He actually took a shot there from Shy. This will be an Amp Matrix, and it's going to be the Flux. Hanbin so low.
Ooh, Lengsa. Nice lamp.
So Leave now actually on the Venture. So bringing Venture into the mix is a little bit interesting.
Yeah, Leave's ability to get into the backline pretty easy. Disrupt Sermaged, maybe. He's going to have to save that outburst to get away from the Venture. Otherwise, you're pretty vulnerable. Oh, speaking of which. Uh-oh. Oh, he knew exactly where he was going. Can't run from me, Proper. Leave taking down one now as Gushue marches forward. No lamp to worry about either. Harbin so low. This Flux is going to be pretty devastating. Oh, Stalker dodges out the way, though. But it's all the Leave show right now. Triple kill for the Venture as he rock and rolls into the front line. 3 minutes to go for OALGD and a series win in their sights.
And to remind you, they don't actually have to complete the map, right? You see where that tick is at the top of your screen, right? They don't have to get all the way to the end. Have an opportunity here. Maybe you end up using just one of these support ults, right? Save one here towards the end. Then you end up with a Venture ult. So a few different options on how they decide to do it. Yeah, they're going to go around the corner. This is going to be everybody.
Yeah, they want to get Leave in the front line as quick as possible. Very aggressive lamp. Oh, Monk actually ends up just going down. Okay.
Yeah, not great. It's conked off the side, potentially?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh! Ooh,
yeah, he's good. He's good.
We're chilling. Stalker was going to end up off the side there.
All right, 2 minutes to go. Not a really crazy time bank here, Matt, to be very honest with you. Very defensible, that third point, of course. And they're holding so close, too. Payload's regressing.
Damage, just trade it.
Oh, they're beating in again.
Yeah, they want to go fast. Shy also takes out Proper. This is huge.
Super aggro beat. Yeah, that lamp. Leave could have just drilled Dash the Baptiste out of there, but decides against it. Monk does end up falling again, but here you go. The payload's moving around this final corner. Minute and 50 seconds to go. Tectonic shot in the hands of Leave in about 10%.
So they have not been able to kind of deal with Leave and everything he's doing towards that back line, as you'll have that Venture ultimate coming on in, and you'll also have that Amp Matrix here. So Monk maybe with Shy can get in a good position.
What a read there from Shy. Oh! Shy takes down Proper. 4 on 5. Minute and 30 to go. Tectonic shock activated from Leave. Set his sights on the back line. Stalker with the barrage might be the difference maker, but Sermaged's already dead. Stalker finds 2, but Leave takes him out of the skies. The Flux finally kills the Venture, but it's not enough. OALGD with a 3-1 victory over Falcons, denying them the perfect group stage.
What a surprise here. coming in as OALGD. We thought, like, okay, second or third in the group. Potentially Falcons, obviously the heavy favorite. So Falcons end up falling here. So still some time, obviously, to get the scores and updated for groups, but this changes a lot, right? Because now you're going to have 3 teams all tied at 2-1. We'll have to obviously have Puckett in the group break it down in terms of what this means, head-to-head, map counts, all that good stuff. But man, OALGD felt like outside of that Winston ban at the beginning, there was never really Falcons taking a great advantage over the ban system, right? It felt like from there on out, OALGD was able to just kind of play whatever they want.
This is the OALGD people expected to kind of turn up and take it to some of the top teams. I mean, Team Falcons, of course, a team really just full of legends, but OALGD in their own right, a bunch of legends as well. You can see Rush jumping onto the stage too, just giving the team hugs.
What's interesting is at least here with everything updated that I see potentially is like Twisted Minds 2-1, 7-5 map count. This would actually send probably Falcons to like 7-4 in terms of map count, and then I think you would also have LGD sitting at 6-4. So figure out how that all works. I mean,
we're not the math guys.
I am thankful I am not League Ops.
You are not the math. You are not the maths guy.
But this obviously has huge implications on like as we move into the playoffs, like who ends up playing against who and whatnot. So huge win here for OALGD.
Huge win.
A lot of momentum too for them now.
The Chinese fans in the audience there, bringing out the banners and the flags. I'm glad they kind of kept the color scheme too, the light blue and the pink. Really historic when it comes to colors in the Overwatch scene. Yeah, what a performance. I mean, Team Falcons looking, well, at least coming into EWC was like, okay, they're second place, like for sure. Crazy Raccoon, they're going to be on top. They won Dallas. They got revenge against Falcons after they got knocked into the lower bracket. Very much one of the best teams in the world. And Team Falcons now, I wouldn't say they're on the rocks. I think this is very much OALGD kind of leveling up to heights that we've not really seen them as of yet.
Yeah, and maybe it just take a little bit for OALGD to kind of like get things going, right? You obviously travel a long way here. You're back into competition for the first time in a very long time at this level. It can take a bit to adjust. We knew how strong this OALGD team is. But obviously it's a little bit harder to kind of like get back into game speed, to game speed, than to just turn it on, especially against a team like Twisted Minds, who's had so much play throughout OWCS and whatnot. So for OALGD to level up to this form in just a day of play is a huge win for them. A lot of positivity now around them going into playoffs.
Oh, 100%. The fans breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief, and we could hear them obviously in the stadium here too, kind of popping off, waving the flags, getting the little neon signs going as well. I mean, there's a big fan base behind the team, and it's exciting to see them come back into the competitive Overwatch sphere as well after taking what felt like an eon worth of break. It's good to see them all back in the server and performing kind of as expected. We'll be jumping down to the stage with an interview in just a moment. Of course, Milos is down there with, I believe that is Leave. Can't quite, yeah, I believe that's Leave. As we jump back down to them in a minute. And then, of course, Puckett and the guys will break down what kind of this means too, because like you said, 3 teams in Group B at a 2-1 scoreline right now. But I believe the interview is ready and down on the stage with Milos is Leave.
Thank you very much, friends. And yes, we're here against all odds. OALGD take down Falcons in this incredible match on the main stage here at the Kadia stage. We're here joined by Lee from the squad, of course, our wonderful translator, Maxi, that'll help us out here with his Cantonese. But question is, for you, Lee, how does it feel like playing here at EWC as the one and only Chinese representative?
在这边代表中国，在这么大的舞台上面 ，EWC 代表中国，感觉是怎么样？是不是很自由啊？首先非常开心能赢下今天的比赛，好吧。然后今天到这里来，看见大家满屏的在为我们加油欢呼，对，我觉得这就是今天我们比赛的意义。So we're here today and very happy to see my fans from all the way from China, and their support is really appreciable to us. And yeah, we really enjoy the game, and thank you so much for that.
All right, but Joe, it's good to hear the fans are here cheering you on, not just a one-sided affair in that way. But second question here now, not only have you qualified to the playoffs, but you did so by defeating what many would consider one of the tournament favorite. Does that give you any sense of pride?
就是这个比赛在这边很喜欢的一个团队你们打败了，然后后面你们还会打这个比较重要的后面的这个比赛，然后是不是感觉很自豪、很开心的感觉？
对，后面的比赛我觉得我们也会全力以赴。虽然我们第一天0-3不敌那个 TM， 但是我觉得今天我们也让大家看到了我们这支队伍的表现。然后，对我也在打的时候听见他们的欢呼声也特别大，但是我觉得这也是这种逆风的感觉能带着我们继续往上冲。对。
The first day we had match with the other team, we didn't play well because we were not very ready about that. But today, as everybody can see, the way we play, the way we show ourselves, and for the future, we're gonna play as well as we did today.
Turns out being on the stage is exactly what OA LGD needed. Thank you very much, Shalib. Shay, thank you very much. Congratulations on the win. That is it. OA LGA move on forward, pass into the playoffs. Back to the studio.
Awesome stuff there from Leave and Milosh. Incredible finish by OALGD. They take down the top dogs in the Falcons. And now, according to the Puckett math, that's now Falcons sitting at 7 map wins, 4 losses. Leave and crew also now are sitting at 7 map wins, 4 losses. If it comes down to a tiebreaker head-to-head, you got to think LGD is going into the top 8 here, McGravy.
Completely unprecedented. A man can only admit his wrongs. I said 3-0 Falcons, and I've gotten completely embarrassed. Jake mentioned it earlier. You just cannot let this team get rolling. And once OALGD had gotten that first map win, they have just continued to steamroll. We had Gushue winning maps on Sigma. That is just something that anybody could anticipate. They look extremely strong right now.
You saw a number of roster swaps coming in from the Falcons, Jake. Do you think this was an opportunity to get all of your players warmed up before the playoffs, or were they just going with the best possible 5-man squad they could field?
I mean, with the stakes on this match being you get to just dodge a complete round of single elimination, you cannot throw a series away like this. So I don't think we can write this off for Falcons. You see the emotion there on Chio's face. They wanted this win. For those players, especially Chio and Fielder, hey, they've lost to this once again squad before. They do not want to give up an L here. I don't think you can at all write this off as, oh, they weren't giving it their best. Falcons got bested today.
Our global rivalry continues. This time it is OALGD doing it in front of the fans with the neon signs. We love to see it. And as we take a look, though, for me, it was the Widowmaker. So fun to watch. So many crucial kills were landed throughout this.
Absolutely dominant. I mean, you have to give your flowers to Proper as well, but Shy was absolutely critical on this match. He had completely taken over the server. Anytime OALGD needed an opening, Shy gave it to him every single time.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think as great as Proper has been, as flexible, as consistent as he is, when it comes to these just rock-solid, hardcore hit scan mirrors, Shy is one of the best to ever do it. And to close out, I mean, this is a pretty bad C9. I think if Hanbin touches, they defend here. And maybe there's another fight for OALGD, but I mean, he knows it. You can see it on his face. He knows he could have touched. He knows they probably had that fight in the bag, and we could have seen a Game 5. So I feel that for Falcons, at least, they're going to feel like there's some unfinished business in this matchup.
If you're going to have a faux pas like that, a C9, if you will, you want to do it here in group stages. But one man who made no mistakes in my eyes is your Sony MVP. It's not Leave. It's his buddy Shy. Let's take a look at the hit scan god and what he was bringing to the table, McGravy.
Again, you just have to circle around to the Widowmaker. Like Jake said earlier, he is just an S-tier hit scan. He has incredible mechanics. You put him on these point-and-click characters, and he is going to feed you and your team every single time.
How do you keep this coming from Shy throughout the tournament? This man is now heading to the playoffs.
I think the biggest thing is just getting him on his comfort picks. It might be off meta, play hit scan and echo. You know, typically you might want to see a tracer there. You've got Shy on your team. Just find a way to let this guy play hit scan, and I mean, he will just put in work, as we saw here in the series. Just really lights out, and I think a little bit more consistent than Proper throughout the series, who is no easy feat, right? To best Proper in the hit scan mirror, one of the best players to ever do it in the current game of Overwatch. Shy, he shows he's still got it.
All right, great stuff coming in. That is our Sony MVP. Congratulations to Shy and congratulations to OALGD. You are moving forward to day 3. That is going to do it for Group B. When we come back, it's going to be ENCE fighting for their lives at the top of Group C.
Ready, set, go.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here. I'm here joined by Punk and Aki from Team Makers. What's up, guys? How are you guys doing?
Good, good. Thanks.
Good, good.
Yeah,
All right.
good to be here.
So, topic is going to be hybrid maps. Starting with the first map, Hollywood.
Ooh, solid 3.
I think it's a solid 3. It's pretty middle of the pack. Yeah, no, I like it.
You guys instantly agreed. Was there a reason why?
It's good for Winston.
Yeah,
Love a bit of Winston.
It's just a fun map. There's, it's no really bad points on it, and it just plays well.
It kind of sucks.
Okay, I see. You guys are playing a little bit safe.
I'm leaving some room for the
Okay. All right. So number 3 goes to Hollywood. Next one, let's go Paraíso.
Ooh. It's got to be a 4 or 5 for me.
Really? I was thinking a 2. I think it's kind of fun.
I'm actually interested to hear. Why are you saying 4 or 5, or why are you saying 2?
I just think all the different varying high grounds and whatnot in the maps actually really fun to play.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the character.
Yeah, it does.
You know, when I'm playing D.Va, it's pretty fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Anywhere,
You play D.Va, you play Genji or something. Kiriko, you have a good time, but
I'll back
yeah.
your 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2. You guys are agreeing?
We'll do 2.
I think
Alright, so 2?
there's worse hybrids. That's all, you know.
Okay.
Okay, alright, so 2, and then we went with Hollywood at 3, right? All right, next one. Let's go. Iconwall. It's getting kind of hard now.
We've polarized it now. We've got the worst and the best hybrid map.
Yeah.
And I know that there's not the worst and not the best. So.
Well, I think there is a worst that's coming.
Yeah.
That I'm holding on for. So I don't think it's.
Sure.
I don't think
we'll
it's
go
bad.
number 1.
The worst.
You guys are gonna put Iconwall in number 1.
I think it's 1 or 4. Because we have 4. Do we have 4 still?
No. We have Hollywood at 3. Paraíso was 2.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then we still, so that those are the only 2.
Oh, so we're still 4? What do you think, is 1 or 4?
I'd say 1 over 4, but...
I think it's a good map.
Yeah.
Let's go 1.
Let's go 1.
Like 1.
I think we won on the qualifiers.
Oh, really? Iconwall, number 1.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Hybrid
Iconwall 1. Yeah.
for team makers.
Let's do it.
Okay, all right. Let's go to the next hybrid map. We're gonna go Numbani.
That was my last.
The last one?
I was like, I'm holding that for 5th, yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Really? Why do you say Numbani?
I just don't like it. I think first point's like really terrible, and it's so well known for full holds, and you know, like
True,
it's always
true.
short.
A lot of full holds. Yeah.
And
Okay.
third point's just so long as well. It's not great either.
Yeah. I do like second point, but...
Second point's
probably
alright.
agree with you.
So wait, which one's left? We only have 1 left.
I was going to say, are we putting that at 4 or last?
Yeah, where are you guys putting that?
Oh, what other hybrids are there?
King's Row, right?
Oh, well, then that's
better.
It's definitely better. So we'll say last.
All right.
We'll say 5th.
Yeah,
5th Numbani.
Yep, and Punk, you just mentioned it.
Yep.
So it is going to be King's Row 4th.
Okay.
Is there a reason why you're putting King's Row on 4th?
Oh, not much choice left, is there? So I think it's just better than Numbani.
I personally really like King's Row.
Yeah,
King's Row is my favorite
do.
hybrid.
Yeah, I was thinking about it a bit earlier on, but had to make the tough choice. So
Yeah.
So you guys did have Iconwall number
Could've
1,
had
right?
Alcon.
Now you know the
Fourth,
whole
maybe.
ranking with all the hybrid maps. If you could change it, would you change the number 1 spot?
I don't think I would. I still think I'd say Iconwall over King's Row.
Iconwall's good. Yeah. It's a good map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe Overwatch 1 King's Row, but
Yeah. Overwatch 1 King's Row. Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah.
But okay, Iconwall takes the first place for hybrid map for team makers. All right, that was it for the blind ranking game. Did you guys enjoy it?
yeah, it's good fun.
Cool.
Fun, yeah.
Awesome.
That's good.
Pretty good.
Thank you very much, Danny.
All right. Thank you.
Cheers.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Our next matchup features the unbeaten Zeta Division and ENCE. They will be battling for the top of Group C, but we will see the players start to enter the stadium here as our players are making their way in. All smiles so far on Zeta.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot to be excited about. This is a solid team. They have a really well-rounded roster. They have a lot of support flexibility with Fen, and then Violet, who was formerly a flex support, now plays a main support. He plays the Lucio, he plays the flex supports, he plays everything, so they have a lot to be happy about.
And this team adding Fearless into the roster is huge for them. Their opponents, though, ENCE, feeling similarly confident, having great showings in Europe and coming out really, really strong. Players like Kevster, their flexibility in the ban system has, I think, really shown through. A diva meta for Vistola, they're kind of getting everything they could hope for at the tournament.
While Group C is getting ready to take the stage, we have to revisit what just happened in Group B. We have 3 teams moving forward, but Makers, unfortunately, will not be playing in the playoffs. Danny Lim is on the side, ready to crush some keys.
Hi everybody, Danny Lim here. I'm in this crazy getup because I am next to the crushing machine. And why am I here? Because we have our first team that has been eliminated, and it is none other than from Group A, Rock Esports. They're the first team to be eliminated, so we are going to crush their key with the crushing machine. And because this is a dangerous job, we have a professional crusher here to help me out. Thank you so much. We're gonna put this into the machine and yeah, watch some key crushing. Oh. Okay. Once again, guys, our first key is crushed, and it is none other than Rock Esports from Group A.
So it looks like Rock and Makers both having their keys crushed. Now we turn our attention over to Group C. Before we do, though, I have a quick correction. The Puckett math was wrong. We revisited the numbers. Twisted Minds had the best map count in the 3-way tie amongst those 3 teams. They will have the #1 spot from Group B. Number 2 goes to Falcons, and OALGD is going to be playing in that round of 12. But let's turn our attention to the match on hand. We have ENCE, we have Zeta, and we want to know your predictions. So get them in right now over at stcplay.gg. Gentlemen, we got McGravy, we got Jake here, and we've got this match going. Give me one player to watch real quick.
Kevster, always Kevster.
Kevster, that's the man from ENCE, and the match is ready. Let's get into it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Overwatch at the Esports World Cup. Our night is still young here at the Gladiators Arena with hometown heroes Falcons bowing out to OALGD.
That's right, and that means we know who's qualifying from Group B to the playoffs, and that's Team Falcons, Twisted Minds, and OALGD. But now, it is time for us to start the matches from Group C, and for the first team that's walking on stage, please welcome Zeta Division. It's their first time playing on the Gladiators Arena, but make no mistake, they are no strangers to big stages, as they are one of the most competitive teams in all of Asia. And these players have built chemistry over the years. They may be strong together, but they are yet to prove themselves on international stages.
And their opponents, please welcome ENCE! Now, both teams might be neck and neck in scores at 2-0, but ENCE were flying high after their top 4 finish at Dallas. They cannot, however, let that second place curse rear its ugly head from their runs in EMEA this year in 2024. It's been proven it's not always easy for ENCE, but maybe today will be the one to break it. Keys are set.
And we're ready to start the match, but before we do that, let's remind everyone that one team from this match will head to the quarterfinals, and the other team will be playing one extra match in the playoffs. Let's get it on.
What a showdown we have on our hands. On the left, Zeta Division. On the right, it is ENCE. And both teams able to take care of Bleed Esports and M80. So they enter with a 2-0 record. The only difference, Zeta dropped 2 maps. ENCE only dropped 1. Let's take a look at the lineups, though, because I was so impressed by the far play from Alpha Yi yesterday. Let's start with the Zeta team. What have they shown you so far, Jake?
You know, I think Zeta, they can bring up absolutely anything, and we are going to Ilios, Fearless in the roster. Very likely that we're going to see a bit of Winston gameplay here at Fearless. Maybe the best to ever do it on the hero.
McGravy on the other side, we have an ENCE squad that is looking to finish on top of the group and lock in their spot in the top 8 with Twisted Minds. If they're going to do so, you mentioned Kevster, but he can't be the only player to watch. What do they need to do to shut down Zeta tonight?
Yeah, but they also have recently added Maimon to their roster, which I think is going to add a lot of flexibility to the roster, a lot of double flex. You see the first ban come in here.
Here's the first ban. Kiriko is out. Jake, what do you think of this move?
Interesting choice. I thought they would ban the tank to protect that Winston for Fearless, but we'll see what the response is for ENCE. It is going to be the Winston. So Fearless taking a new approach, not on his very best hero. And, you know, Raccoon, he's feeling good. Maybe they're feeling confident. Take Fearless off of his comfort zone. See if that's enough.
First time on the big stage for Zeta Division. They've been on a huge one in the past, but this is going to be their first opportunity to play in front of the Esports World Cup crowd. If I'm just learning about these teams, I'm an NA-only fan, Jake. Who do you think has the edge? Are you going with Zeta, or you feel it's the Europeans from ENCE?
I mean, this is a battle of the regions. Zeta was 3rd place in Korea, so they didn't come to our major. They didn't get a chance to face off against the other regions. They are an X factor. I would probably favor them. I think the strength that Korea as a region has shown is just overwhelming. ENCE has been consistently the 2nd best, you know, always the bridesmaid, never the bride in Europe. This is the opportunity to prove it, that they've still got it on a global stage. Hyperflex players like Kevster in this ban format could really take over the server.
Now, Raccoon not normally on this roster. He is going to be playing that main support. Are we expecting Lucio throughout the series, McGravy?
Always expecting Lucio, but hey, maybe see a little bit of the Life Weaver, what Raccoon is known for. Things a little wacky, but hey, you gotta respect the power of the hat. Look in Crimzo there. The hat has a lot of power. You have to give ENCE a little bit of respect, but I am still going with Zeta Division. Probably about a 3-1, roughly, somewhere around there.
We're starting on Ilios. Do you agree with that, Jake?
I'd favor Zeta, but I think ENCE can really mix things up. I think this guy on your screen right now, I can never count Kevster out. He always gets it done when it matters. He always delivers the goods. And I think this tournament, with the hero bans online, this could be his best showing yet.
That man's always so stoic. I made him laugh backstage, though. That was my win on the weekend. My key is still alive. But Jake, let's break down this Ilios map number 1. So if I'm looking to focus in DPS, tanks, supports, who's got the most pressure?
I do think taking the Kiriko out of the lineup is going to be a great choice for Zeta, right? That's going to enable these Ana Brig styles, and he comes to the support line. I do favor Zeta Division. I think Ana Brig, their skill level is just so high. Violet, Finn, masterful players on the heroes. Violet in particular on the Brig, very aggressive. You know, it doesn't hold back when it comes to charging in.
The match is ready to rock. We've got game number 1 and the best of 5 kicking off, and some incredible casters to bring you the games. We got Jaws and Mr. X on the mic. Gentlemen, you ready to party?
Thank you very much, Puckett. Wonderful casters, thank you. Thank you, wonderful Mr. Puckett down there. They're doing a pretty good job up there.
He's just saying that because I'm here and he has to be nice to you. So.
Okay, you always twist his words. No, he's not saying any of these things.
Puckett and I, we're a team, Puckett and I. We're like Shaq.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, Puckett, pretty cool. I think McGravy's doing a really good job as well. That Tash is really paying off.
That mustache is phenomenal.
It is,
I mean, even if he wasn't doing great, that mustache would just
carries him.
Well, yeah, it's like a +10 in all stats across the board. But nah, he's been awesome.
He's been great.
It's been a really fun time here at the Esports World Cup 2024.
Yeah.
So we saw those bans kind of come in for Zeta Division. I will say Bernard is in the game. So with the Winston out, right, you decide to make a little bit of a change.
Yeah. No Winston? Okay, that's fine. We just put him...
We'll put in our awesome other tank.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Ends with a ban of Winston and Kiriko ban for Zeta Division. Of course, Zeta right now 2-0 in the group. Same with ENCE here, so they will hand one team will hand the other one their first loss here in Group C.
Yeah, and the Winston ban, like for ENCE, like Vistolo wants to play Diva, Sigma, like characters in that wheelhouse, like not exactly wanting to play the Winston anyway. So some options here is have a little bit of a change. So Finn playing the Widow here?
Yeah. Okay.
And we're gonna get a pause because
and then
they have Alpha E and Violet as the supports. That is typically not what we usually see. So
I'm sure Alpha E's stellar on the old Alari there. He's got good aim.
Yeah, so we'll a little bit of a technical break here. Probably just gotta get that one.
He's like, bro, you selected my hero. Like, what are you doing? Finn's like, I'm gonna play Widow.
Zeta Division, I know they go to the bathroom here right as we're about to start, and then now we kind of get them back in the game. And
I'm getting word. We're pausing for like an audio issue here. It's not, I don't think, for Alfie and Finn doing a little swapping here. So Finn Widow, I'm here for it actually.
Ruining our observer's beautiful setup at the top of the screen, right, where they put all our supports to the right, the DPS to the left. So
they didn't know.
Yeah, the Alpha, we're gonna get, I guess, to see the Alpha Yi Ilari with the Finn Widowmaker. So
yeah, I mean,
get an idea. Rack Attack's on the stage. Like
it's like backbone and bone back action going on.
Yeah, I've heard. We've seen some bone back throughout.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, so it was pretty wicked. Now we get.
Well, what do you make of this?
Finn. I mean, this rush comp with the Widow. The Widow on this map's quite interesting, I will say. Ashe, a little bit more dominant on this map. Widowmaker, there's a lot of long sight lines, but the problem is the architecture of this map doesn't really aid to Widow, especially with flyers and people being able to
now what would be
escape
wrong
your
with
vision.
Just like Flora and Alfie playing, I don't know, Tracer Echo?
Yeah. I'm just confused. Also, Queen on this map too. I'm here for it, Matt. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, right now they have locked in Queen Baptista Lari, Widowmaker Echo on this one.
They're having some fun.
Yeah, a little bit of fun here as
Shangoon has been cooking.
I mean, this is a lot of cooking as for ENCE they come out with something pretty normal for them, right? Maimon in the roster here to kick things off, so he will be on the Echo as Kebster will be playing Tracer. So Rack Attack not playing the Lucio, going to play the Break, going to protect that back line a little bit more.
Yeah, protect the back line from Flora and Bernard on the Queen and the Echo. I guess with the Alari and the BAP, to be fair, the amount of sheer output of damage is ridiculous. And it can be pretty tough to die. If you're just getting poked out permanently, it's pretty tough to die. But with the buffs to Diva and Vestola obviously locking that in, I don't know. It's going to be rough.
It's like a pretty good Widowmaker.
Finn's going to swap. Finn is going to swap from Widow. There's no way. Unless he just goes, he's like shy level performances on circuit from that last series, all proper.
I don't know. Yeah, this will be fascinating. As this is going on the B stream as well, we have Bleed versus M80.
Yep.
Which both those teams sit at 0-2, right? So the winner of that going to end up with third, kind of find their way through to playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's 1-1 right now, at least from what I can see. We'll get out some updates a little bit later.
They are in map 4, so
they're not 1-1.
Judging by being map 4, could not be 1-1.
That's true. That's about as much maths as I expect from you, Matt, to be honest.
I'm a math expert.
Are you sure? What did you get in school, grades-wise, for maths?
I got the highest grades, probably.
Which is?
Just A's.
Across the board, just maths?
A+, yeah.
Wow.
Hundreds.
That's incredible. Have you ever seen a division symbol before?
Yeah. I'm very familiar. Yeah. I know.
You're familiar with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm more of an addition guy.
Oh, yeah, you prefer addition to division?
Yeah.
More
addition.
What about a square root? Do you want to explain that to me?
It's we just don't have a lot of time. We're gonna get right back.
Okay, he's stalling. We're stalling. Okay.
Well, no, I'm not stalling. I would never. So, you wonder, obviously, if you can get the buy, you want the buy, right? To quarters.
Yeah, straight to quarters is kind of a big deal.
Right now,
no
we have,
additional risks.
Crazy Raccoon and Twisted Minds already there.
Yeah. That's big. That is crazy, by the way, too. The Twisted Minds, obviously, with the map differential there, Twisted Minds kind of making it all the way to that first seed is wild.
Yeah, so I did hear word we're getting a lobby restart, so
okay.
Potentially you will not see the Alpha Yi Illari.
They're like, oh, we also need to fix this issue.
Yeah.
Finn locked my Widow. Why is Finn on Widow? We'll have to wait and see, of course. Finn on your screen now, like, seriously? No, please don't restart.
It would be Zeta Division, like, lighting the first map on fire.
Setting a statement, that's for sure.
Yeah, making a statement, I think would be one way going about it. But we also have Group D, obviously. I know that is a group that we'll see coming up after this, right? That's got virtus.pro, Space Station, Nightmare, Fnatic. Fnatic, a little bit of a disappointing showing. So
Fnatic, I cannot wait to get to that game. Fnatic have been so disappointing. 0-2 right now, 3-6.
Yeah, looks like teams are ready. We'll get back into game here shortly. Selpa Stola in the game chat says same comps.
Same comps, yeah.
So
same comps, right?
I think they're hoping they see the Finn Widowmaker, potentially.
It's like, oh, we picked D.Va, so, we're chilling. All right, on our screens, we are entering game, so we'll be back in the map in about 10-15 seconds or so as we load on in. We'll see if the shenanigans continue here. Second to last match of the day. Of course, Zeta Division and ENCE already qualifying, and like you said, Matt, the winner here, kind of skipping straight to the quarters, which is also important.
Yep. And a surprise to nobody, it looks like potentially we will have everybody on their preferred roles. Finn and Violet. Looks like that'll be the support line. So things get kind of situated here. So we get back in the game.
All right. It's rock and roll. Going to Well. It's our first map on Ilios. All right, we'll see what we can do here.
I expect the D.Va out of ENCE, right?
Yeah.
Nothing surprising there. And then for Benar, you expect the D.Va as well.
We're not seeing Finn Widow. We are seeing another sniper. She will shoot with her rifle, the sniper rifle. Yes. We're seeing Finn on Ana. An Alpha Yi on Echo.
Players were instructed to pick their roles.
Yeah. Rackattack was like, Finn Widow? Like, Widow? You don't pick a Widow? Come on.
Albert would have thrown the rule book out, made them.
He would have stopped 0.1 second into the game, rule booked them, and then qualified themselves through this series. All right, here we go. Back in the game. 25 seconds to the point unlocks. And we're seeing Finn on the Ana.
Yeah, mirror matchups on both sides, right? So you'll have the Ana break backline for both teams and Tracer Echo combination. So the Echo really good against the D.Va, can obviously use the focusing beam, burn that D.Va down. Defense Matrix can't do anything about that.
Yeah, Mimo versus Alfie. Not exactly a storied matchup by any stretch of the imagination, but Alfie is kind of a superstar player for the Washington Justice oh so long ago. Extremely adept on the Echo, just for short. Rack going down first.
Franchise's 3 wins over their lifespan.
Yeah, he was really the solo carry for that team for a long time.
Kevster gets quite low, pushed out there by Flora. So this will be Zeta Division in control of the point first. I also think for Zeta Division, right, seeing, Falcons obviously not take top of their group. Crazy Raccoon finish at the top of their group, right? Like, this would be a huge opportunity for them, right? Finish top of the group, get advancement all the way to quarters, right? This is a team that's been close in APAC throughout the year, but is, not really had some of the same highs as Crazy Raccoon or Falcons. Give themselves a real good opportunity to go further than they've ever gone.
All right, Nano Boost onto Mimo. What can he do? Not much if there's a Matrix in his face. Oh, good sticky bomb landing, though. Can they secure the kill? No. Healing coming through just in the nick of time there from him. Even damage boosting Alpha Yi on the spring back. We'll see if the duplication is going to come in. Oh, duplicating a Tracer from across the map, in fact. Jumping straight on the backline. That Matrix is going to run out, but here's Rackattack popping that rally, keeping the backline alive. Free pulse bomb eaten up for breakfast there by Vestola.
Yeah, Violet in the backline here now. I know Gwetty quite aggressive here with the rest of the team. I was going to say maybe using the rally there, trying to keep things going, but no, it will flip in favor of ENCE. So take a look at a replay here. There was a pulse bomb that connects from Kevster. Beautiful play there. One of the best Tracers in the world.
Self-destruct and rally for Zeta Division now. Really good crackback on the aggression there. My moment with the duplication, of course, didn't end up needing to use it, thankfully. So Raccoon just holds down the fort. Here comes the rally, pretty early from Violet. A nade will shut it down pretty quick, but Kevster, once again, taking down Finn.
Yeah, Kevster and Maymon in the background, right? They're able to get onto Finn right away, take him out, and that's like most of the healing output there for Zeta Division, right? So you end up getting rid of the Ana, everything else kind of falls apart after that. Bernard ends up using the self-destruct just to get a mech back, doesn't want to get stalled out.
Pretty rough for Zeta now. They end up using the rally, don't get much off it at all, and ENCE don't use any ults. Like, they're just going to run on in here with a duplication, jump on the backline again, or maybe even just send Kevster in. Oh, good sleep. Oh, and Nano Kevster, surely this gets something. No, beautiful eat from Bernard there. The Pulse Bomb not quite finding purchase, but it doesn't matter. Kevster's still got the Pulse Pistols, still had the Nano, still finds a double kill. And there it is. Yeah, I mean, a double Nano for Kevster? Don't mind if I do.
3 fights in a row where Kevster is able to take out Finn right at the start. So that'll put ENCE in a pretty sizable lead here as Zeta Division. They'll have another crack at this. Try and flip the point, but well, looking pretty good for ENCE.
Oh, yeah. If you didn't think Kevster was OP enough, how about 2 nanos? Like, come on. It's a little bit unfair, to be honest with you. They're going to go in again. Finn's better watch his back. He's got that nano online, and Violet is trying to help him out. Maymon takes a little skyward duel there with Alpha Yi, but Finn once again falling down. 90% on the board for ENCE as Violet hits that rally. Oh, now there's 2 Briggs. Try and deal with this small corridor. Another rally from Alpha Yi in a couple of moments, I think so. Can he find a couple of Flower Tigers? There it is. What is this? What am I watching? Oh, the boops not quite getting into the well there.
6v6 playtest.
But this is just a break in this 6v6 playtest, yeah. Oh my word, ENCE now in overtime as they manage to flip that point back around. Bernard, the closest one on Zeta Division to get an ulti online.
Yeah, Bernard gets on the point here. They'll contest this with Flora. Alpi here as well, but they keep out the back line completely, so Kevster and Vistola get around to the back. It's a nano boost on a rack attack to keep him alive through some of the divers coming on through.
Sees Kevster. Oh, Kevster sees him though. Blink back onto the health pack. No chance to use the pulse bomb, and ENCE secure the round.
Yeah, big round there from ENCE. It's the nano boost on a rack attack towards the end. That allows them to keep him alive. It'll prevent any of that dive coming through there from Bernard and Flora to make a play. Looks like got a little bit of a pause here. This is called from the ENCE side of things. So we'll see what's going on. Looks like potentially Skyroad maybe got a little bit excited. Just pulled his headset out there for just a brief second.
Yeah, hopefully not anything too worrying here. Should be fine for this audio issue. Doesn't normally take too long. All good. Man, you know, maybe if Finn rolled out on the Widow there, man, maybe it'd have been different, you know what I'm saying?
We'd be watching Jake and McGravy stand there talking about map number 2. Finn rolled out.
Well, we are going to Ruins, but I don't know if there's going to be a Widowmaker. I think it's probably just going to be the same kind of comp.
Yeah, there's no real reason to change. I think they're pretty strong comps overall, right? I think both teams, you know, especially with Bernard in Vistola in the game, want to play the Diva. I do wonder, like, who's going to blink first, so to speak, right? Like, who's going to be the one that tries to, like, get rid of this Diva comp, whether it be through a ban or map selection?
Yeah, I mean, the best thing for Zeta Division in that regard is, well, they can just sub and fill us. Like, that's more than fine with us. It does honestly pay dividends to have 2 tank players in Overwatch at the moment in time. Like, the amount of tanks you can cover. Obviously, the hero pool is much smaller than the DPS roster, but if you kind of have the specialist, it can always be beneficial. Or you just have someone who could play everything, which is
exactly
more ideal.
So look at this. It'll be Ilari Baptiste. We talked about that back line for a while, right?
Yeah.
Can do lots of damage, and they will also have Flora on the Ashe. So.
I really like this comp.
Yeah.
Really like high power, high defensive capabilities, but if anybody gets on top of it, you're going to fold. However, Outburst, an incredibly powerful ability, can't get eaten like Coach Gun can, and can push everybody away, just gives their team a whole lot of space. And you can see playing a little bit back, waiting for ENCE to come to them.
Yeah, as the Ashe obviously just creates so much space here, right? A lot of space over the point. You just kind of play at a distance, and yeah, you see how much damage comes through as they try and push on in.
Yeah, good D-Mech as well by Violet. Violet finding a nice little 2-piece on the Ilari. If there's someone that was going to be dangerous on this hero, it's definitely Violet. You can also be pretty cheeky, I've learned, like especially if you're dueling traces. If you replace your pylon, if it's not insta-destroyed, you can just kind of dance around it, use it as a bit of a body block.
And I mean, we've seen Violet play characters like Cassidy in the past, right? So it's not crazy to see him play the Illari where they have really great success. So that'll be an early fight win here. First fight win for Zeta Division. I want to see how ENCE goes about closing this distance, right, without a Lucio in the mix and putting pressure on the floor.
All right, Kevster's already got a pulse-bomb though. Pretty fast to build up the ult. And now just trying to pressure the point. Kevster getting a connection here on Violet is going to be extremely tough. Ideally, the target would be Flora, you'd imagine. But look at that. Vestola just trying to get onto the backline, and Bernard just perma-defense matrixing it. And Kevster throws out Pulse, ends up getting the lamp, but they do end up creating enough space to actually get the flip.
Be an Ant Matrix here from the high ground. This is just going to try and give them some more healing resources to keep everybody up, but they lose Vestola yet again. So it's going to be
Violet is
done here.
Doing Violet dirty work right now on this Illari. And bada bing, bada boom, where's the explosion? Oh, not quite enough to actually secure the kill as Rakadak deploys the rally to continue the fight.
Yes, defense matrix here from Bernard. To be the self-destruct from the duplicating D.Va, so Maimon will go back to the Echo here shortly. Oh, that's a pulse bomb. That's actually on a Maimon, I think, or it's onto one of them, but it actually ends up kind of sending him back into the Echo form, and he is incredibly low.
Let's get out of there. Luckily, those Sky healing him back up, but now they have to recoil. Bob on the point, and now it's going to be tough for ENCE to get on here. Sure, you can eat a lot of the Bob's damage, but at that angle, it's like impossible to get him off. So, Zeta Division with a nice little springboard there to get them back into the fights.
Throughout all that, though, ENCE ends up flipping right and ends up taking the lead here as Zeta Division takes it right back.
Perfect eat there from Bernard. A defense matrix eating the nade and eating the additional damage, and Vestola once again losing mech super early on. Luckily, Remix there with the self-destruct. Kevster with Pulse Bomb in his back pocket, forced to recall already. Again, the overwhelming amount of damage from the Illari and from the BAP is too much for Kevster to really deal with, and Maimon bites the dust.
Yes, they are having a difficult time getting Vestola in that position. Another eat there from Bernard. So he is really turning up on the D.Va.
So rough.
Not over yet.
It's not over though, Flora now for you go down. So DPS dead for Zeta Division with both supports and Bernard alive on the point. ENCE did manage to flip in the chaos, but Zeta Division right back at it again though. Sky under a whole heap of hurt, managing to get the sleep dart past that matrix, and I think this point's gonna get stay in Zeta Division's favor right now. There's just too much damage, man. That window on the side too, Finn and Violet hiding behind it, OT approaching, and with 2 ultimates to spare as well. Not looking so easy for ENCE right now on Ilios. Kevster gets the final touch.
Yeah, as it feels like Vestola has spent more time out of mech than in mech here. On Ruins, not able to get back and get a touch, so that'll put us to a tie game, sending us to a final point.
Yeah, that is... Finn's laughing to himself. I mean, Violet and Finn, there's not only so much damage, but your ability to kind of keep yourself alive too, with the outburst and then obviously with the lamp. I mean, Kevster was one of the main reasons they won the first round on well. Like, pulse bomb, onto Finn over and over and over again. But this time around, Bernard was just eating them all up.
Yeah, a lot of pulse bombings from Bernard, but I really think it's just the amount of damage output that's coming from Zeta Division.
Yeah.
Vestola is just not able to stay alive. I mean, constantly getting demeched. The amount of damage, whether it be Tracer, Ashe, Baptiste, Illari, I mean, it is so difficult to kind of, with Defense Matrix, it only has so much, and there's also different angles that these characters can approach from.
Yeah, normally they're holding those off angles, with the Illari especially. And the Illari, if you just hit a shot into the Tracer's head, you're forcing the Tracer to recall like 9 times out of 10. And you haven't got recall, you can't go for an aggressive pulse bomb, you can't go for an aggressive kill. Like, yeah, you're burning all your like best cooldowns before you even make it to the fight. Just quickly jumping into a pause again. Sorry about this, as Sky just leaving the lobby, just going to rejoin, just getting this small tech issue fixed for you.
Can you play the same composition here on Lighthouse, though? For Zeta Division, it's a little bit more close quarters. It's going to be a little bit harder to kind of like keep some of those supports alive, it feels like. Like, Ruins is a perfect opportunity to be able to play, that Ashe with that double flex support backline.
Yeah, you can 100% play here, I think. Like the double flex support on this map, because you can hold those like opposite high grounds, or ideally the best position for you to be is just above the point. And Alari can get there, Finn can get there really easy with the exo boots. You just put a little pylon and you're chilling. Alfie, you can kind of fend for himself, you can get some healing nades, and then Flora sits up there as well. Like that's the perfect setup for that comp. And then obviously Bernard, I mean, you don't need to worry about Bernard at all. And it's going to, once again, the emphasis and for ENCE would be keeping Vestola up long enough for him to actually get on there and actually contest the high ground. So if they want to, if Zeta Division want to run out with a double flex again, I mean, could be disaster.
And it feels like there's some bans that could come through here from Zeta Division that could be really difficult for ENCE. Like a Diva ban would be pretty bad for ENCE.
Yeah, true.
Like getting rid of Sigma, right, basically forces them onto like a Diva type of scenario. I also think banning the Lucio, right? You know, Finn can play, you know, Baptiste, whatnot. He play a lot of different supports. Like Rack Attack's mostly like Lucio Brig, you would say, right? So
and the Weaver.
And the Weaver, but don't expect to see the Weaver throughout this. I think there's a few bans at Zeta Division. You know, a lot of their players are extremely flexible, can definitely make it difficult for ENCE.
Yeah, we are just getting a PC swapped out, probably Skies. So we're going to jump down to Puckett and the desk to just have a little chit-chat before we get in.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's right. We're back here on the stage. And of course, we've got Jake and McGravy breaking down all of the action. So real quick, gentlemen, this is tied 1-1. Before this round 3 kicks off, talk to me about what we've seen so far, because the Divas may be the story of this match, Jake.
Yeah, I think Vestola has acquitted himself very well in this match. I think he does look like one of the best in the world. One of the few players outside of Korea, I think, to be able to stake that claim on a tank hero. So I really think that could be a focus for the team going forward.
I have phenomenal news for you, McGravy. You can save that thought for after the match because the teams are already ready. So we can jump right back into the action as you can see the players ready to rock.
Alrighty. Not so much of a long tech break. We're all good. We got the PC swapped out. Sky is logged back in. The BattleNet hit the two-factor authentication checkmark, and then we're ready to go. We're ready to go. We're all good, man.
We'll get this game unpaused here in just a second. Sky will join. There it is. And we will get things underway. So this one going right down to the wire. These two teams tied in their group in Group C, both sitting at 2-0. ENCE with a slightly better map count. I believe Zeta Division lost 2 maps to Bleed Esports.
Yes.
Bleed Esports playing against M80. That would decide like 3rd in the group. So that match going on right now.
4, 3, 2,
all right.
1.
Finn, Violet. Okay, so no double flex here like we kind of anticipated, Matt. Just going back to the break.
I kind of agree with this. I think it's actually, I kind of like disagreed in the sense that I think it's actually pretty hard to play here. Like I think especially with the amount of aggression, like there's that space that it's not as difficult to cross here as opposed to like Ruins.
Yeah, Ruins has so many little like cubbies and hidey holes that you can just tuck yourself into if you're under some pressure. But yeah, I agree. You really have to get like set up, and that takes a little bit of time, especially if the enemy team kind of knows, and then, well, we'll just take the position first because it takes you a little while longer than we do. And yeah. We'll see how ENCE kind of deal with this aggression from Bernard too. Nice little anti-nade there. It's actually going to force Zeta Division all the way back, and a kill onto floor is a good start.
So Kevster gets a recall, gets back onto the map there as he almost got knocked off the side, where Sky able to play at a distance there on the Ana, just completely uncontested at the moment. You see Violet just kind of playing down by that mega health pack, just letting Bernard come back to him, get some healing. So
they've
back in the
Kev.
fight.
Oh, no. Micro missiles landed there. Waking Kev up, hit the recall, all good. Lives to fight another day.
So Kevs are putting some pressure on the backline here. Great success on Well doing it, as that's going to be the bash there for Violet already used. Recall available, gets out. So this has been really good for ENCE. A lot like how Well went.
Yeah, exactly how Well went. Maybe they do need to switch back to double flex. All right, pulse bomb for Kevster. It's got Finn's name on it. Double support ultimates though for Zeta Division. I think Bernard knows it too. Oh, Kevster down. Didn't even get a chance to use that pulse bomb. Their solo has been nanoed, but I mean, against the rallying brick, yeah, not a target you really want to dive onto. On the flip side though, Violet just jumping onto Rack Attack, taking down his like for like. 50% for ENCE, and only using that nano boost. You're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing, right? Rally used there by Violet. He gets a stun on the Kevster straight away. You lose him. You come back, you have an opportunity here, with your pulse bomb, right? Bernard's been really good at eating them, but maybe, with how they're kind of displaying a little bit more split, you have an opportunity to connect with that pulse bomb. And then also your own rally to kind of withstand potentially a dive that comes through.
Okay, high ground control. Finn doing the classic, Arna nade setup here, where you just throw it into the little doorway. A little bit short there, but would you have got it past Vistola? Probably not anyway. Both supports are under a little bit of stress here. Both backlines, in fact, and Kevster yet again with a pulse bomb. Perfectly landed there. Finn dead, and now he just has to deal with Violet, who's completely out of the fight at this point.
I mean, the amount of times we have seen Kevster kill Finn throughout this series so far. I mean, it was really just ruins. He was not able to get access to that backline, but and then here thus far, I mean, Kevster has been tremendous here against the Zeta Division backline.
Oh, Violet's dead.
Extremely talented, one of the best in the world. Just shows you how good Kevster is on Tracer.
Yeah, I would hazard to say he is the best player in Europe, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair to say. I mean, Kevster...
Johnny would definitely say so.
Yeah, Kevster for a very long time has been, one of the best players in the world, probably the best player in his region now.
Nano boost onto Alfie. Got the backline in his sights, but look at that. That giant 4K plasma screen TV from Rack Attack is going to get deployed, and now a nano boost onto Maimone. Maybe showing Alfie how it's done. Finds a couple of little try shots there onto the backline, those sticky bombs just connecting with him as Alfie just slips away above the points. Now a rally from Violet, just an ultimate trade here. Kevster gets stunned, bashed, reduced to 10 HP, forcing the recall from him, and Alfie alone on the point, just trying to stay alive, wait for backup as Bernard does arrive just in time and helps Alfie secure the kill onto Rack Attack.
Yeah, Mamo off the side. Wait, Kevster with 2, so there's an opportunity to turn here. Self-destruct here
again
from Vistola. That's going to kind of separate them off the point, but a nice kill there by Violet. So that should kind of end things there. So Kevster looked like he was going to make it interesting for a second, but then that kill from Violet there on the demecking Diva was huge. So that keeps Zeta Division in it.
66% of building now for Zeta. They could try and make this final fight, especially with Flora's pulse bomb. Hasn't had the same success, honestly, as Kevster. These pulses not quite landing onto Sky. Kevster's got one person in his sight in his spin. He's got a personal vendetta at this point. Nice beam uses there from Alfie E2, taking Maimone out of the skies as the duplication comes in just to secure the team fight, and maybe even the map as well. If they get another kill here, it could be disaster. Pulse bomb lands, hits the Mecha Vestola, setting him pretty low. Everybody taking a small splash there in the pool in the back lines, but Zeta Division forcing ENCE away. A double connection from Alpha E. 2 pulse bombs, 1 duplicate. Kevster's back on the point, but his team are all back in the spawn room. Kevster had to land the recall there, and he gets it off, but for how much longer can he and the rest of the team stall? I mean, a duplication onto Maimone, but I mean, it's all for naught. It's all done. Zeta Division with a 2-1 on control to start the series off strong.
Yeah, rally there for Rack Attack towards the end, but he is just going to blow up as more players just kind of funnel into the point. This will be Vestola. He will get knocked off, and there it is Zeta Division. They come out on top here, Jack, and yeah. I gotta say, this is a brutal one for ENCE to lose because they also end up using their Winston ban here, right? So now Winston will be available here. It's just some tank flexibility for Zeta Division here now with the ability to kind of bring in Fearless for some more dive-oriented maps. And then also, you know what, you get rid of Diva. That's not exactly awesome for ENCE, right? You wouldn't exactly want to do that. That's probably Vistola's best hero along with the Sigma. So puts ENCE in a weird spot.
Yeah, I wonder if we ever see them go to Circuit Royale. If they've got their map pick, they probably just want to go there because you're almost forcing the tank players to play the Sigma. So you're like, okay, no one's going to ban tank here. Maybe we get some other bans off the table that we want to play a little bit later on. We'll see what map they end up choosing and what they end up banning as well. If you're ENCE right now, what do you ban? Is the question on my lips.
You get rid of the Ana, but then it seems like you want to play some Ana yourself, right?
Yeah.
Sky playing some Ana on throughout this, right? So you get rid of, you wouldn't really get rid of Tracer per se. You could get rid of the Echo and maybe bring in Kai to play some kind of hit scan, right? If you wanted to play Kai and Kevster.
Double hit scan action.
You can do Cassie with a Tracer. You can do, Ash with Tracer, right? You could do those types of things. So that's also a viable option.
Well, we're going to toss it down to the studio, where the guys can break it down.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's right. We just saw Zeta versus ENCE in map number 1, and as it went to round 3, Kevster's heroics not enough. It's Zeta as its squad that gets the job done. McGravy, Jake, let's take a look at some of the highlights. Break it down for me, because it was all about the pulse bombs early on.
Yeah, I only had a split second, but Kevster provided. He backed me up all the way. Kevster was hitting pulse bombs left, right, and center, but that's only so much that you can do for your team.
I mean, that was painful because, to be honest, with what Kevster delivered there, you just literally cannot ask for more. That is about as good as it can get. He is pushing the limits of what's possible on Tracer, and his team still can't get the map win. I think the flexibility from Violet made map 2 essentially non-contest, and then it was the overwhelming team play, Alpha E putting on a clinic on the Echo. Maimon acquitted himself very well. It was competitive, but I think it was that team play, the backline, so durable. Violet and Finn together, it's so hard to catch them. It's only Kevster's pulse bombs that are really shutting them down.
Maimon, of course, the Welshman, filling in here as DPS in game number 1. Do we expect to see a swap from ENCE maybe over to Kai?
No, I don't think Maimon is our weakness, but I do think they have another alternate look, bringing in a map that allows Kai to play the hit scan. It could be a Circuit Royale, could be a Dorado. There are maps in the pool where I think hit scan is the meta, is dominant. Ilios, maybe not one of them, but I think there's an option to bring out Kai. I don't think that's necessarily their issue here, so I wouldn't criticize them for staying with this look.
Now, we're talking off stage, McGravy, about there may be a bit of a backline difference. The support's looking stronger for Zeta Division through the first map. Can you catch up in this series, or are you just going to have to rely on your DPS to carry you?
Yeah, I think after looking at that map, you kind of have to reconsider the approach that you take. This is not the fault of Vincent Sports. Rakatech is new to this team. They have to move on the fly here. This is not easy. We're talking about Violet, who is one of the most storied players of all time leading this backline. They have a ton of potential, and not even just potential, they're good now. They're the best now. So it might be a better look for ENCE to potentially speed it up here, maybe play some more of the Lucio, maybe take it to a flashpoint or something like that.
Violet, the world champion, in the conversation for greatest of all time. And Jake, you were saying on the other side, you put Kevster in the running for best player to ever touch Overwatch. Is it enough on a Tracer to get this team done?
I mean, these are just, it's a battle of the GOATs, really, right? 2 players in serious contention. They've been at the top for years and years at this point, and they're both still delivering. I mean, that's an incredible feat in a game that is as dynamic and is as changing as Overwatch has over the years. Both of these players have stayed at the top because they're not just mechanically talented, they're not just flexible, they have everything. They're 5-tool players, right? There's nothing you can really take away from them. At the same time, though, overall as a team, no one player can carry. And I think it's too much to ask for Kevster to do it solo. The team has to come together.
I love that call out. We asked the fans earlier who they think is going to take it all. Our STC play poll will show you that the Koreans are favored here. 65% choosing Zeta Division. On the other side, the Europeans just 35%, Jake.
You know, that's about how I'd call this. I think ENCE are the underdogs. I favor Zeta, but I wouldn't be surprised to see ENCE take a map and potentially the series. I think Vistola's Sigma could be another look. I think one of the best to do it on that hero as well. Could give them a little bit of an advantage, and you do, I think, want to stray away from these Winston maps. I think if Fearless comes in and Winston is dominant, that could be pretty scary.
Yeah, we're talking about storied players. You want to avoid Fearless at all costs. This is potentially the GOAT of Winston, and there are a lot of good Winston players.
Zeta Division, of course, Japanese org with some Korean players, and we will see where ENCE wants to play them going into map number 2. You like this one, Jake?
Yeah, Shambali Monastery, I think this speaks that focus on tempo. There's actually different ways to approach this. And we could see Vasola bring out the Sig, go for a pure poke mirror. Be more surprised to see that with Violet and Finn so comfortable on a double flex support lineup. But a high-paced rush style could be just what the doctor ordered.
It's time for our hero bands, and let's see who is out first. Brigitte will be sidelined for this game, McGravy.
I think this kind of speaks to them wanting to speed things up here. Brigitte is a character that slows the game down. A lot of AoE healing, packs to keep the DPS sustained in the air or on the side angles.
Uh-oh, Vestola, there's going to be no Diva here. Is this an issue? We know Bernard loves to run the Diva for Zeta Division, but they got Fearless also.
You know, to be honest, I actually don't like this Diva ban. I think this is maybe the wrong place to deploy it, where I could have seen ENCE be coming out with Amalga, Ramatra, more of a classic rush style, maybe a Queen even. To ban the Diva on Shambali is an interesting place to deploy it, because later on in the series, you might regret not being able to ban that hero out, since, I mean, Vasola on a dive map on the Diva, something like a Dorado, if it gets to that later in the series, could be threatening. Well, I guess Dorado's out of the pool now as well, but other Diva maps in play, so an interesting choice for Zeta.
Map is loading up. That means it is time to hand it back to our casters, Mr. X Jaws. Let's get this party started.
Thank you very much. Yes, Shambali Monastery up next. Zeta Division versus ENCE.
I agree with Jake. I think, like, when you see Shambali picked, you kind of know that Diva's, like, out. Like, it's going to be, like, Mauga, Sigma, Ramatra.
Yeah.
Like, you're not really going to see the Diva, where you could have saved that Diva pick for potentially later, right? You see, like, a Flashpoint game or something along those lines. So, interesting for Zeta to go for it right now. Maybe they kind of see, like, or smell like a little bit of, like, blood in the water, right? We just get rid of Diva. We feel like Bernard is exponentially better, you know, at Sigma or one of these other heroes than Pistola, and you're able to roll.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Defense for Zeta first. Alfie on the Pharah, Flora on the Ashe, all right, and then Bernard on the Sigma. Again, kind of the same composition they ran on Ruins, like high damage backline, like, and then Alfie and Flora also just chunk people as much as they can. Very high amounts of damage, which means ENCE going the sustain round with the Mauga.
Yeah, and they're gonna have the Genji in the mix here. So Genji, Echo, and see how you get this Mauga in position, right? A lot of open sightlines here at the start, right? So how are you going to use this speed to get on top of some of these players? The Mauga's gonna take tons of damage going down the street, right? So you can't do that.
Yeah. Speed boost from Raccoon there up onto the stairs. What a rock from Bernard. Hits Mimone, who was just kind of hanging with the gang. Unfortunate. Kevster at least in a decent position here to poke people out. Can't stay for too much longer though. Takes a direct hit with a rocket. Nice dynamite to finish him off. And that'll be ENCE trying to depart from this fight.
Yeah, and you see once the speed is used, they're just able to get Bernard out of the way, right? The Ashe can play at a distance, same with the Pharah. And that double, flex support backline that can just do so much damage. So as long as Bernard can rotate his cooldowns, create that space, kind of get an idea where they're coming from and just, leave it straight away, it's going to be difficult to collapse onto the team of Zeta Division.
Nice dynamite damage as well. Look at that. Mimone getting chunked out here. Yeah, and like you said, you can't really spend too much in the air. Like, ideally, the Echo, you just like perma-spamming the tri-shots and the sticky bombs and stuff, but not one Flora's on the other side of things. And even Finn and Violet, another two people that can
and then you
chuck the Echo out the air.
You got to heal up the Mauga, right? Then you're going to use speed to get around the corner, and you're still not going to be close.
Yeah, they're just getting out-rotated right now.
Yeah.
Window available from Finn too. That payload really hasn't moved an inch either. They're slowly but surely taking like every pixel of the map. Like, eventually they'll be able to get onto the back line. Looks like they want to try for a speed up now. There's a slam into the back line, but look at that. Violet matches him with that Alariel. I mean, it's just too much damage. Oh, even a duplication being thrown out. And a sound barrier as well to keep Mimone in the dupe. Are they going to even be able to get a gravitic flux here? Doesn't look like it. Bob deployed. Couple of ultimates still to spare for Zeta.
It felt a little bit desperate there, right, from ENCE as they end up investing the sound barrier into that and also the Kitsune Rush. So very interesting, heavily investing into that. So they're going to come back. They're going to have their blade, but you're going to have a flux on the other side, right? Bernard can kind of catch Kepster in it.
Yeah.
Get him up in the sky. Or do you want to save this ultimately? You know, they end up using it. I was going to say save it maybe for Cage. So it's just a one-for-one trade.
Oh, they found Flora though. Lamp proceed, but Alfie, that was the target you need to look for. But Mimone unlocking a little achievement there. Double kill with the sticky bombs. So Rack Attack trying to get out of there. Very scrappy fight once again. Matt, we got a minute left, mate. Like, this has been a slow game.
Rack makes it out, right? So you'll be able to speed players back. It's going to take a while for these players from Zeta Division to get back in the fight, right? No speed. Finn there with Violet and Bernard. So Flora and Alfie now will be back in the action. This has been a pretty terrible push from ENCE.
Cage? Oh, okay, well, okay, reset real quick. You've got a fight and a half,
That's worst case, because now you got to wait, right? You're kind of stuck in no man's land because you can't speed these players out.
Another death.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get them out. How do you speed them out? So without the Lucio, so this is brutal.
Flux available from Bernard. I mean, in the danger too, locking him in the cage. Like, that's fine. We can just dive bomb in there. I mean, Violet can even rip the ult, just fire from above.
With this, with this kind of like kill on the Rack and then on the Mimone, right, you're allowing them to build up towards this Captive Sun and also the Ant Matrix.
Vestola, look at how Vestola, look how low he is. They got to try summon here. Miracles need to happen. Oh, and Rack Attack's dead again. My poor son. Mimone taking a whole heap of damage as well. I mean, Vestola's dead. Defense is going to halt here. This is a slaughter from Zeta Division.
I mean, that was a dud of a map there from Zeta Division. From ENCE. I mean, Zeta Division just dominant on defense. So we'll see now if ENCE can put together a tremendous hold here. I mean, that's what they're going to need here to take this map over Zeta. So see here, take a look at some of the highlights. I mean, they just never really got close. Yeah. I mean, they were just taking so much damage. With this support backline plus the Ashe at range, you can never get the Mog in position to do really anything.
Oh, nice flick there by Violet. Yeah, disappointed looks on the faces there of ENCE. Vastola head in hand. Thing is as well with this map and any escort map really, that you get held in this position. I mean, the blue box of victory is around the second corner, if that. It's literally on the corner. And it's such an awkward place to defend from as well.
Typically, with how much space you give up at the beginning, you're going to be like one fight. Yeah,
one clean fight, and that's it.
So, like, this is going to be very difficult for ENCE. They go with a completely different look here with the Mei, Ashe, Ramatra. This is more of a rush style of play.
I wonder if they're going to try full hold here, because they can do with the Mei. And it's something we've seen in the past, like a lot of teams holding up to the spawn doors. They haven't postured for it just yet, but we'll have to wait and see if they do end up speeding. Not sure if Finn's going to stick with the Mercy. Rocking the pink Mercy, though, I think that was. Maybe just a shot out. Ooh, no headshot. Yeah, okay. No Moira either. Okay, there we go. All right. Back to normality. Banana now just deciding what tank he wants to play. Looks like it's going to be a Risa map.
Yes, well, interesting. So they see the Ram on the other side. It'll be a Risa with the Ashe and Pharah in play. They still, and to their credit, I mean, this has worked out with this Baptiste Illari backline. I mean, it is just so difficult to deal with.
They've wrapped on them already. The Illari and the Pharah already on a different angle, and look at Mimone. He's trying to wall off the main strip and then just trying to survive. That wall, the ice block's already used, and Vastola dead. I mean, any late kill here, and it's game over. Oh dear.
Yeah, well, it's like a lot of displacement there from Bernard as knocks out Sky from the Immortality field. So the payload will keep on moving. Rack Attack's going back to get everybody from spawn.
That is mad.
I don't know if you're going to make it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Violet just lazily letting the payload push him in that one. Zeta Division with an unbelievable defense on Shambali Monastery.
That was one of the maps.
That was one of the maps of all time. That has got to be the quickest Shambali Monastery of all time.
I mean, which is crazy considering these two teams both come into this match 2-0. ENCE with a better map record, 6-1 at the time, right? Where Zeta ends up losing 2 maps to Bleed Esports. And they're just making it look easy so far.
Zeta off to an extremely good start. A team everybody kind of expected to do well with the caliber of players that they have on their
I think
team.
in our tail-on predictions, picked them to win it all.
Who? Zeeps?
ZP, yeah. I'm pretty sure I saw that.
If rubbing his hands together right now.
That is his pick officially from me right now, even if it wasn't.
No, I'm pretty sure he did.
No, I'm pretty sure I saw that.
I'm pretty sure he did.
They are looking tremendous here as they are looking to put this one away with just one more map if they can do it. Well, let's go down to the studio, though. I want to hear Jake McGrady and Puckett's reaction to this dominant performance from Zeta Division.
Well, that was fast. I had to put my sandwich down. Let's talk about how quick this was. And was it a bad decision by ENCE to pick this map, McGravy?
Yeah, I think so. You want to be tactical and kind of continue to think about the bans as they go through, eliminating map modes. But when you have a close map like that and you want to switch things up, I would prefer to have seen a flashpoint. Something where if you wanted to play fast, you also have to make the other team also play fast.
All right, so flashpoint wasn't the pick. Maybe we'll see that for map number 3. Jake, let's talk a little bit about Zeta, though. How are you so dominant right now? And will we expect to see more Pharah from a guy who's popping off on day 1 in Alpha Yi?
Yeah, I think the Pharah is great. The hit scan from Pharah is great. Really, I think it's this backline, though, you've got to be scared of. Anytime Violet can get onto a double flex support comp, man, this team looks like one of the best on this style. And so this is definitely a comfort zone for them. I don't completely hate the escort pick. I think this is something you gotta, eventually you gotta get this out of the way. You're gonna have to take a matchup on one of these escort points. And they thought Shambali was their best chance. They thought they could get it done with this fast style. We saw Toronto lose with this fast style in the past, but Zeta's showing that they're a cut above, not afraid of a little bit of a pace change.
Vastola trying out a number of different tanks. Ram came out. We saw the Maga here. didn't seem like it mattered. Bernard very comfortable on that Sigma, and you can see the Zeta crew all smiles. They're having fun as the panic starts to set in for ENCE. But McGravy, does this team from Europe have it within them to rattle off 3 straight wins and steal the series?
These guys are long-term veterans. I think they haven't looked great on the second map, but they are absolutely capable of turning this around. They have Kepster, like I said, potentially, as you said, potentially the GOAT of Overwatch. It's definitely in debate. We have Kai, who hasn't even played yet, who's also a long storied hit scan. They have all of the players and all of the confidence they need to continue to take the series all the way to 5 maps.
Are you upset that ZP has better predictions than you so far, Jake?
I'll be all right. I'll make it out of here somehow. I think I'm pretty worried for ENCE, honestly. This is a long road home. I think even if you do, let's say you bring it to Flashpoint, let's say we can get some crazy pace on and get a map win, you have back-to-back map picks for Zeta. They're going to have control establishing the first ban as well. I think this is a long road home for ENCE. And to be honest, as good as Kevster is, it's the overall team from Zeta that's come together and looking like maybe looking like they deserve a better than 3rd seed coming out of Korea.
Pretty incredible stuff so far in this series. Remember, this is for the top of Group C. Both teams 2-0, which means that even if you lose here, if you're ENCE, you're top 2, right? You get to pick your opponent in that round of 12, McGravy.
Yeah, absolutely, but you would like to skip a round. You would always like to skip a round. Guaranteed money, that's what everyone's playing for. They're playing for the money. Guaranteed money is always nice, but yes, this is just for seeding. But it would be nice to get to the round of 8 without any sort of stress.
We got some subs coming in, so a lot of time to talk here, gentlemen. If we're looking at the big picture, of course, we should remind everybody, just by coming to the event, you're making $10,000. But if you finish in the top 3, you're doubling that to 20. You make it into the top 8, you're making 40K. So pretty decent cash as we're going to see who is going to finish at the top of the podium with the $1 million prize pool here in Saudi Arabia.
And I think Zeta's a team that is looking at those top prizes. They're eyeing those. I think the group stage is sort of a non-issue for them, as we've seen. And, as they look forward into potential opponents in the round of 8, I don't think there's anybody who can take Zeta lightly. Even, super teams like Crazy Raccoon, like Falcons, I think Zeta is really showing that they are a serious contender for these top spots. Nobody can take them lightly with the performance they've shown so far in the groups.
All right, if we're looking at ENCE, though, if you missed their first 2 matches, of course, this team is 2-0, and in their group, they had to beat Bleed Esports, you had to beat M80. What were the strengths of this ENCE squad when they're able to pull off those dubs, McGrady?
I think it's their DPS flexibility. Like I said, the Mei Moan pick is really nice. It allows them to play that Echo Tracer, kind of the slow, methodical diva comps that they're really strong at. But they also, in the wings, have Kai, who is one of the best, who's probably the best EU hit scan to ever grace the game, in my opinion. He is extremely strong on those heroes. They just aren't super confident in those. So we'll have to see if they end up bringing that out.
Jake, it looks like we're going to see a little bit of a swap up.
It's Maimon coming out.
Kai coming in?
That's Kai coming in. I mean, that would make a lot of sense. Could be taking us to just a different look. I think more than a stylistic shift, just to bring out the hit scan, different players in the server, you need a change up with the way the series is going.
And look at the smile from the man who just sat down. Representing Vietnam, we have Mirror coming into the lineup as Rack Attack is going to take a seat here on the bench. So you got a double swap coming in from ENCE. Do you think we'll see Fearless on the other side, or is this just ENCE looking for a solve to this matchup?
I think they're trying to, they tried to speed up the game on the second map, and now I think they're trying to slow it back down. And Mirror is kind of their fill all. He's always been that kind of guy. He's capable of playing all 3 roles, but what I think they've really liked, and they've shown it before in this tournament, is putting Mirror on the Ilari and playing the double flex, and now we're also bringing a hit scan. So we might end up seeing something like the Ashe Farah. They've shown that before. So maybe like an Ashe Farah, Bapilari, kind of mirroring kind of what Zeta is doing right now.
Jake, he's pulling out the book bag. He is starting fresh. I was expecting him to come out prepared, mouse, keyboard, ready to rock. You've been in this position before. What is it like coming in mid-series, trying to pop off for your team?
Honestly, it's a tough spot to be down 0-2 and to be called upon to change fate, to change the fortunes of your team that is struggling. You've been watching them suffer in the series, and to also be taking it to Zeta on what seems to be Zeta's preferred style in the double flex support. Tons of pressure right now on Mirror and Kai, but these are veterans. I mean, I think this would be very different if you were a rookie in this spot. These guys have been here before. They've been in tough spots, and they both had their own reverse sweeps, had their moments. So honestly, I'm not too worried for Kai and Mirror. I think they have what it takes. Vistola Sigma, he's played on the biggest stages in Overwatch and really delivered on the hero. So I think there's real hope here for ENCE. I would have said this is their style as well. So I mean, I like this style, right? The fast pace didn't work. Okay, let's try the last thing in the toolkit is slowing it down.
Kai goes to Cassidy, Widowmaker. What are the expectations? And Ashe?
Ashe probably dominant in the meta, but I think it's just we have to see the map. We have to see the map and the bans. I think any hit scan could be a reasonable choice. Just going to depend on the overall feel and style ranges of the map.
While we wait for Kai and Mir to get set up on the stage, let's take a moment to take a step back and remind you all where we're at in the groups. We have just 2 matches remaining here on the main stage, this being the second to the last. And in Group A, it was all crazy Raccoon. You're going to see Toronto Ultra, formerly the Toronto Defiant, there with the number 2 spot, and Gaming Gladiators will get through as Rock had their key crushed. Over in Group C, that's where we're currently at. That's ENCE and Zeta on top. M80 was able to take the win over Bleed Esports. So you are going to see Collusion Friends playing tomorrow in the round of 12. And then, of course, Jake, break it down for me, Group B and Group D.
Yeah, Group B, well, it looks like it's going to be Twisted Minds in that top spot, but so closely contested between those 3 teams. I think there's going to be blood in the water if those teams are able to face off again. They're going to be feeling some type of way about the way the standings broke down. So really unexpected, I think, the results from Group B and a lot of potential from those heroes. Group D as well, very unexpected. I think SSG came into this event as the clear favorite in the group. VP, though, has been dominant, and Nightmare as well, upsetting a disappointing performance from Fnatic, right? Opening up, being down 0-2 from a team I thought really could have been top 4, top 5.
We're going to see Fnatic taking the stage to close out the night. If they can somehow beat SSG, we could see another 3-way tie. It's becoming chaotic here at the end of the groups, but we know this matchup is ready to go. It's ready to continue. The question is, where are we going to play? What are we going to bring out? And who's going to get banned? Let's send it over to the stage here. And McGravy, give me a little prediction here. I'm ENCE. You're my coach. What am I playing?
With the subs, it's pretty obvious what they're going to do. They're going to try and slow the game down. I think you'll see Kai probably on Ashe. That seems to be the meta hit scan, the general consensus amongst the tournament. And then Mir going to support. It's almost always going to be the Alari, and Midtown is just the map for it.
Yeah, it's a classic map. Sigma, double flex support, poke heroes. This is a style that I think both teams are comfortable on. I think there's an option for Zeta to kind of flip the script and bring a lot of pace into a roster that doesn't really have the option to match it, right? If we see Mirror going to the Lucio, you know things have gone awry. So honestly, in a way, ENCE have really shown their hand. The Ana ban is protecting them a little bit though, right? Ensuring Mirror is going to get to play as Alari, preventing one of the strongest combo dive heroes. Still though, I'm curious to see what direction Zeta go.
We saw Shy, of course, take over on this map just 1 match earlier as OALGD met up against the Falcons. On the other side, though, with Ana out, it looks like we're also going to see no Tracer for Kevster.
Yeah, I think the Ana ban is essentially a Winston ban. It's a pseudo-Winston ban. I think they want to play slow. They want to avoid getting run over by Fearless's Winston. And the Tracer ban is just, hey, Kevster, you're doing your work. This is a Kevster respect ban. This is not tactical. This is, hey, Kevster, you've been running this over. Could you please stop? I'm begging you.
Yeah, we need less pulse bombs on the map. If Kevster's not playing Tracer, though, Jake, what should I get excited about knowing that Kevster and Kai are in the lineup?
And I can't help but feel this is a bad ban because you can't ban out Kevster. Sure, you take away Tracer, and this guy just brings out the Genji and he chops you to pieces. So Echo, Pharah, it doesn't matter what Kevster plays. He's great on the Mei. He's got it all. So really interesting ban from Zeta, and as well further limits their own dive potential. So I think we will be seeing a very slow, drawn-out poke mirror.
There's no Nano Blade. I want to see the Mei. Bring her out. Bring her out, Kevster. What do you got in store for us? There's a look at ENCE as they are getting ready to go. A lot of pressure on that young man's shoulders. Kai subbing in here.
As a former teammate, I don't think you have to worry about Kai. This guy as cool as a cucumber. He is ice cold. The man known for not really having the heightened emotions. He is always steady, never gets nervous. He's built for the big moment.
Formerly known as KSP, Kai is now in as Wymone, or Mymone, I should say, is going to be sent to the bench. You got to win 3 straight. It all has to start right here. It's your map pick. You got the first ban. Ball's in your court, Jake.
That it is. I think this is going to come down to the hit scan players. Also going to come down to Mirror, right? I think if he's going to, I mean, he plays all 3 roles, but I would say support probably the weakest. I have seen him rank queuing the support though, so I think this is something they thought about, the potential to play double flag support with Mirror. So I think he's ready for it. Can he rise to the occasion though? Because Finn and Violet, I mean, talk about a double flex support backline to go up against.
Violet, so good so far in this series, but it's time to find out. Can Mirror hang with some of the greats? We send it back. Jaws, Mr. X, is it over?
Is it over, Matt?
I mean, you know, I could do the Vince Carter dunk contest, you know, celebration where he said, "It is over. It is over." I think it's gonna be, because even if you win here, right, then you're gonna get map pick and ban over to Zeta. Then they could decide, okay, fine, we'll force something that brings Fearless into the game, play Winston, deal with that, right? So it feels very difficult. Now you're making some changes, right? Obviously bringing Mirror in, I think that's the play to Illari. And I don't hate the Tracer ban, because the only thing that was really keeping ENCE in the map 1, right, was Kevster getting into the back line, you know, on the Tracer and dealing with Finn. So don't exactly hate it. I think, like, the gap on Kevster and then like Alpha or Flora on Tracer is much wider than, like, you know, Alpha Genji versus Kevster Genji. Like, I think that's a bit of a closer matchup. So I think you give yourself a little bit of an advantage there potentially.
Yeah, of course, Mirror being subbed in, double flex. I want to see if Violet's going to match him here too. I mean, you're going Mirror here. Zeta division just TPing forward. Apart from the Sky characters, the flying characters, got Echo and Farah. That's the only difference here. We'll see if Mirror can kind of stand up. Of course, Greyu was mentioning before, obviously, Mirror famously playing all 3 roles first in the Overwatch League, long time ago. Was the first player to do so.
Just a talented player, right, overall. Like, I would not say he's, like, you know, tremendous at one individual, like, character or, you know, hero. I would have said probably Doomfist when Doomfist was a damage dealer, as Kai kicks things off.
Oh, nice. 2
kills. But he's just, you know, very good mechanically, right? Able to play a lot of different things.
All right. Kai stepped in. Kai's warmed up. Oh, a little 5K. Little 5K for Kai. Okay. I'd like to see that.
So it's a new look for Kat.
It's a new look for Kai. That was the wrong team.
It's you know, we'll go down.
Glasses on. Different jersey.
Kai is transformed. He's now ENCE's import slot.
Yeah. That'd be crazy, actually. All right, Kai's pretty close to that Bob. Kevster's been doing a lot of damage, too. Not been in the kill feed just yet, but already got the duplication in like 10%. Like, that's crazy quick.
Captive Sun already here. Captive Sun and Ant Matrix are ready for Zeta Division. And they're getting good position here around this firehouse.
Oh, there's a Captive Sun from Violet. Who did he land on? It looks like Mirror. Okay, Mirror comes in, gets eliminated by a Violet. Good damage from Violet too. They should be able to plant themselves on this point. Oh, you see what I'm saying? Use it as a body block? Oh, okay, rip. You died anyway.
Yeah, you end up losing Violet there. As just trying to battle Ripper there and Kai. So can you contest this out? Can you come out, get a Bob, potentially, around the corner? Kevster goes over to the Sombra here. So that was something that looked like he was just going to try and get closer, maybe to get a contest. Now goes back to that Echo.
Okay. Well, ENCE, fortunately not getting too much done with the duplication either. Nice headshot by Kai there. A lot of ultimates to spare. And this is really where Illari thrives as well when you are up in this high ground. But the problem is, if you can't even, like, peek over the ledge, like, you're not getting much stuff done at all. You want people to peek you. Nice focus fire onto Flora as he was fluxed high in the sky. No lamp to save you there, not up there at least. Oh, and Kai takes Banar out. All right.
Yes, the Sola uses that flux, goes over that, like, little lip there, is able to just kind of catch one, as these players will all end up falling, as Violet.
Oh, get out of there!
Is he gonna? No, he's not gonna.
Ooh, surely he doesn't live. Surely he doesn't live. Oh, he's finally dead. Okay, Kevster had to remove Finn from the server in order to do that. And they're even just going to spawn. I mean, sure, why not?
Quite aggressive there from Mirror and the gang. So they want to play a little bit more aggressive here, play by the spawn. So force Zeta Division use some ultimates just to get out of spawn.
Okay, there we go. Kai dead, okay. Spawn break, maybe? I mean, I love this off angle from Mirror right now. He's so far away from the rest of his team. Zeta have to eventually look at him. And it is Alpha E, but Alpha E just gets taken out by Kevster. This aggressive play from ENCE, not exactly what we saw from them in the first map. Kevster's also just dominating.
And no, we have not seen this level of aggression really from ENCE throughout this entire series. So, completely different look. They still
Someone has to remove Mirror.
Mirror is up there.
Alfie, okay, body shot. He's got, surely Surely he doesn't win this fight too.
Okay, he gets killed by Finn from the opposite side.
Woo.
So a little bit of an assistance there from Finn Balfies. It was not looking good there for a sec.
He's just wasting as much time as humanly possible. Kevster. Does anybody know? They do not know. Well, luckily for them, there's a pylon and there's a lamp to save him. And with Kai dead, Kevster...
Does Kai get the bob out? It looked like... okay, so there it is. Yeah, so he does get the bob out, just kind of like lands around the corner. He dies basically at the same time.
Yeah, but replacing him basically there. Oh, but this is a vintage. A fine vintage here from Kai. Jumping over to Widow. Oh. Yeah, Violet knows Kai's on Widow now. Didn't hit tab quick enough, clearly.
It's always impressive when like specifically a hit scan player can just basically be on the bench the entire time for a series and then just come in, start to play at this level. So we'll see if Flora responds. Flora, a pretty good Widowmaker in his own right.
Dupe used, now Kai gets to set up as Widow. Flora's also going to match him here. Okay, so Widow versus Widow. Both hit scan players swapping.
So we'll see him.
Oh, I mean,
Violet.
Come on, he was asking for that one.
Yeah, I mean, that is look, Violet wishes he could just play the Widow.
Yeah. Yeah.
He would take it.
So please, my casty was sick. You remember that in Shock?
Flora just trying to find an angle. So you see Kai there through the X-ray, right? Just using the grapple, going up high, around, putting some shots in here. Tubestola.
Whoa. Violet might die to that.
Yeah. Now it's starting to get rolling.
Yeah, there we go. All right. Just get body shot. Kai takes out Alpha E. 50 seconds to go. This is a very different ENCE. Of course, something both their support and one of their supports and one of their DPS out.
Yeah, and it's been a real different game, right? Since they've kind of now played with the Sigma in the mix. Maybe the Tracer didn't really like kind of work out well.
That is a giant ult from Violet. Follow up there from Alpha E. Nice, all right, it's broken the spawn hold, but I mean, that's great and all, but the payload's been regressing and you've had so much of your time bank burnt off of you.
And to use Captive Sun and Flux to get out of spawn, that just feels terrible, right? So now it's the payload starts to move around this final corner. Alpha E trying to get that high ground, right above where they're all gonna come out because he has that barrage, but this walls is gonna give them all that information, so they're going to know exactly where he's going to play from.
Violet peeking Kai again. Little rough there. Maybe didn't know Kai was playing on that angle, but Kai claiming one, and Alpha E going down as well. 4 on 3. And that is how the cookie crumbles there, just before that second point. Man, that defense from ENCE looking sublime.
But let's see them do it on offense, right? It's still like, it's still going to be very difficult, right? We see a lot of pushes kind of stall out. When you're going towards that second checkpoint, right? Going under the underpass and trying to make it around. That's where teams like kind of put together some really good defensive stance. So definitely not a easy win here for ENCE in the slightest, right? So still going to be very difficult.
I really like how aggressive they were playing, like straight up to the spawn doors. So nice. Pigeon eating pizza. Do you see that a lot in New York, Matt?
What?
Pigeons eating pizza?
No.
Really?
Well, why would anybody waste a pizza?
A pizza?
On the ground?
What if,
come on, man.
What if you accidentally dropped it? 5-second rule?
I mean, you would pick it up.
Yeah.
Dust
it off?
Oh. Dust it off. I mean, that is just... That's gross.
What if it's only on the ground for like half a second?
No, you still don't do that.
Really?
Why? How old are you? You eat stuff off the ground? You a child?
It's my birthday coming up, bro. Come on, be nice.
Just because it's your birthday doesn't mean that I can accept you eating food off of the ground.
If it's been on the ground for like half a second, in my own home, sure, but okay, out in the street, I'll give you
I bet you if you asked Puckett's daughter, she's 2, if she should eat off the ground, she'd say no. I bet you she does.
If it's in your own home, I think it's acceptable. 5-second rule.
No,
it's all right.
It's all right. For the viewers out there, it's never acceptable to eat off your floor. Please don't do it.
Bear with me, Matt. You just can't see it. All right, Kai back on the Widow. Flora on the Ashe. Bit shorter range here. Kai's ability to get angles a little bit subdued with Bernard just kind of moving in.
I kind of like the Ashe potentially here, the first point, rather than you know, the Widowmaker. I think that's kind of what I would go with. I think the Widow, when you get to second point, the sightlines are way longer. A lot better, a lot more effective.
A little bit of revenge there from Violet, just stepping up on, to Kai's territory. Takes some of his own medicine. Yeah, and Bernard can really make it awkward for Kai to try and get angles, like I said. He's playing quite far up considering he's on the SIG, but can't exactly get run over, of course. They are just both playing poke comps. Kai just waiting for someone to peek. They know someone's on that corner. They can see the little particle animation.
You don't have like the consistent damage and then also like the healing output like a strain with like the dynamite, right? So you're really relying on just picks.
Dynamite? That's big damage from Flora. Yeah. You funnel into that room. Not going to live all too long.
I'd like to see them go back to the Ashe here. And I think it's just the first point thing. I think Kai can definitely play the Widow.
Yeah, just switch to second, right?
Just for this point, I think you need to have that Ashe.
You don't worry about ult charge here for the Widowmaker. I mean, just switch. There you go. Okay, perfectly called, Matt. Switching over to Ashe now. Already burnt 2 minutes off the time bank, though. I mean, it's a little rough.
Yeah, I was going to say, just a casual 2-minute burn there. Yeah. The Widow. You didn't even really get them to use any ultimates on the other side, right? No, it's not like they're chilling anything out. They're just chilling, yeah.
And they got Bob advantage too. I mean, 80% on that Bob from Flora. All right, now they can start moving up. A little bit more aggro now, and Bernard senses it. But they just walk through this choke point. They're going to get insta-fluxed. Bernard going pretty low. Healed up by Finn. As now the window comes in. Oh, what a rock onto Vestola. That flux. There's no more lamp to kind of worry about. And Vestola dies before Bernard even used that flux on him. Double flux in the back line. And even Mira just trying to find anything to fight.
This isn't good. This is going to be a stagger here on the Mira. Yeah. You ended up using double support ult there for ENCE, and you ended up using your duplicate. They hold on to Bob in Barrage here, and you're going to be below a minute.
Against maybe the Flux.
Brutal situation.
Yeah, I mean, the defense was crazy there from ENCE, but Zeta Division's one-upping them. If you can do it, I can do it better. Gotta find something. I mean, Vestola. My guy steps up without a shield for half a second, already under 100 HP.
And Alpha, you can just play to the side, right, with that barrage. So you see, just kind of like watching that alleyway. Flora has the cross here as well, able to get some nice dynamite damage as players cross.
Check out the pylon. Boom, dynamite. Bob available for Flora. Good headshot onto Kai, force him back. Oh, follows it up with another one. 30 seconds to Kai.
That Bob too.
Kai's not in the fight at all. 30 seconds to go. Mira's dead. I mean, this is just it.
This is not the ENCE we are used to seeing, but I think Zeta Division just kind of like making a mark that they can play every single style at an extremely high level. 10 seconds left. Kevster, the desperation swap to Sombra.
Who's touching?
Here.
Yeah, who's touching? The Sombra, Translocating over the top, maybe?
I don't think he's going to make it.
Kev's going in. Translocator
barely
hits the point, barely gets there, instantly taken out, and it's just Bob on the defense. Finn is dead, however. I mean, the Rocket Barrage not going to get eaten, unfortunately, and that will be Zeta Division holding firm on this first point. And what was a spectacular defense for ENCE. They could not replicate anything on their attack, not even a single tick, as Zeta Division. They finished their group strong with a win, undefeated at 3-0.
Yeah, and right now, Zeta Division, along with Crazy Raccoon, the only teams to be undefeated throughout group play. Potentially virtus.pro as well, as VP sits at 2-0. I believe they actually have a game going on right now with Nightmares. So, yeah, they have looked quite strong. Zeta Division, though, a team that I think a lot of people had high expectations for, but maybe didn't see they could reach the same highs as like a Falcons or a Crazy Raccoon could. I think people are going to be paying attention as we head into that group stages, though, playoffs.
Yeah. Zeta Division making a statement here against EU's like second team. Of course, Space Station always claiming the trophy over ENCE. Has happened multiple times now where they've beat them in a finals, and ENCE firmly in that second spot in terms of like power rankings. And the second spot coming out of the groups as well.
And I think for ENCE, you're going to have to really shore up some of these comps and bans, right? Because they were not really able to give themselves any type of advantage, I feel like, the entire series. And I think when you're going to contest, to be in the top, 4, top, 8, right? You're going to be playing against teams who are so well-rounded that you can't let them target you as easily as we saw Zeta Division do.
Yeah. Zeta, you can definitely be proud, though, of course, coming into this tournament, like you mentioned in ZP with the Pred for Zeta. I mean, they look great in this group. I want to see them versus someone like VP, though.
The
like
only 2 maps they lose are to Bleed, right? Didn't they lose 2 maps to Bleed Esports, I believe? I think that was the case.
One to Bleed and one to M80.
Oh, okay. So they end up losing, some maps to those teams across the way. But in this matchup with the other top team in the group, ENCE, they make quick work of them.
Yep. Yeah. Zeta Division come up with a win and finish their group 3-0. Unbelievable stuff so far from the Japanese org team as we go into our 3rd match and final match of the day a little bit later. That'll be SSG versus Fnatic.
Well, this may be one of the fastest days I've had in esports, and I've had a lot of days in esports. Zeta Division getting the job done against the 2-0 ENCE, who is now 2-1, a perfect 3-0 through groups.
Yeah, I think the big story is Bernard and just how underrated of a player he's been, I think, his entire career, truly his entire career. And he has just been a staple, not only for this team, but every team he's ever played for. He, like I said, he's just been criminally underrated. He was super solid. He played Diva on the same level, if not better than Vistola, and then he pulls up the Sigma, and he's just as good. This guy is capable of playing all the off things.
It's a great meta for him, I think, to really show what he's got, to be put in that consistent position, starting time and time again. And I mean, on this map, especially Midtown on the defense, he was just rock solid. They couldn't get past him.
I will say I love to see Kai coming in, switching over to the Widow and immediately taking faces. Mirror seemed to be trapped, but was really excited to do damage as a support. What can we expect from ENCE moving forward? Because this team isn't done. They're going to finish 2nd in their group. They get to choose their opponent coming into tomorrow.
I think this is really about Zeta being a great team, not that ENCE is an easy pushover opponent. I think there's a lot of teams that ENCE could easily be rolling over in that round of 12, especially with the opponent select available to them. So still have my eyes on ENCE. They've got a dive look with Rack Attack and Vistola on the Diva. They've got this interesting and I think very threatening double poke look with the Mirror coming in on the flex support lineup. So I think they've got tools. They could continue to stay alive here in the bracket.
Now, we had a really tough time choosing our Sony MVP, but at the end, McGravy said, without a doubt, it's got to be Bernard. Let's take a look at our man and what he brought to the table across these 3 maps.
Yeah, I mean, this guy was absolutely dominant. Like Jake said, he was an absolute rock. That last map, he was impossible to get past. He had excellent resource management, and when he didn't, he had his supports right behind him to back him up.
Yeah, for our Sony MVP, as a tank, it's about your individual mechanics, your performance, but it's also about the team play, about the awareness of what's going on around you. And Bernard really is masterful when it comes to that aspect of the game, right? Constantly aware of where his teammates are, where he can get support, and where he's weak, where he needs to fall back. And I mean, that level of skill and mastery at this level of game is really just critical to your team's success. It's easy to see when a tank makes a mistake. It's not so easy to see how they get it done time and time again.
So we know Falcons are powering forward into the playoffs. Crazy Raccoon is powering into the playoffs. Zeta Division is heading to the playoffs. And when we come back, we find out, can Space Station lock in their spot, or is Falcons going to cause a 3-way tie in our final match of the night? Don't go anywhere. This is the Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
What's up, everybody? I'm Jake, and today I'm here at the Roundtable with Surmajed from Team Falcons and Kai from ENCE. Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's it like being here in Riyadh? Surmajed, you're home. You're comfortable.
I mean, it's not good in the summer, but I like it.
Yeah.
Playing in front of the crowd too.
Yeah. Is this the first time for you playing in front of a home crowd like that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What's your first impressions, Kai?
It's nice being inside. I'm not going outside. It's too hot, bro. It's too hot.
Yeah, that's for real. Riyadh in the summer is something different, but we've got great accommodations here, great venue. I'm excited to see the stage and play, see you guys play. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about the game. What's the meta coming into the tournament? I mean, there's with the hero bans, there's been so many shakeups. Do you guys have an impression of where the game is right now? Like, what heroes are strong right now?
D.Va is just the strongest hero in the game. There's no meta.
D.Va.
Diva's
taking over.
There's bans every couple maps, but it keeps changing. But D.Va's way too strong.
Okay.
They nerfed Ilari. I don't play. He doesn't play hit scan.
Because D.Va's so strong, hit scan sucks.
Really? So we're seeing like a non-hit scan meta right now?
I mean, it depends on the bans. Like maybe if D.Va's banned, but if D.Va's not banned, I'm just useless, bro.
What are the DPS lineups that people are running then? Like what kind of combos?
It's mostly like dive stuff.
Like Echo Tracer?
Yeah. Or Echo Tracer, yeah. It just depends on the map. Genji Tracer sometimes.
Sure. And what about for support? I mean, I think for hero bans, support seems like it could be super impactful to ban, where you take away a Lucio or an Ana, it could really change the game.
You take away Lucio, you play Ana Brig.
Yeah.
You just can't play Ilari.
Yeah. Ilari has taken a couple L's. D.Va is like the ultimate
D.Va's
counter. Nice
good.
ult, buddy.
D.Va's way too good.
It's not going.
Hopefully, I don't know.
Yeah. You never know. We could see some meta shakeups late in the tournament. I am curious, Kai. You said hit scan's terrible, that's kind of crazy for the history of the game, right? Very rare where a hit scan has been like really off meta, except maybe the last couple tournaments have leaned that way a little bit more. Do you think, like, for the other teams in the tournament, thinking about teams like LGD that have played a lot of hit scan dive, variations of that, do you think every team is on the same page of that, or do you think still there's a lot of differences between each team, how they approach the game?
I feel like everyone's kind of on the same page, honestly. I mean, me just playing it. There's no way I'm like, maybe I'm just playing it wrong or something, but there's no way like other teams are like playing Hitscan unless like they have to play it, you know? I feel like most teams will be able to flex anyway, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the flexibility has gone up so much in Overwatch these days. Everybody plays everything.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like the demand at the highest level of play. I'm curious who you guys think, if you take your own teams out of the competition, who do you think are like the tournament favorites, but then also like kind of who are that, like what's that top group looking like in scrims right now?
I mean, it's probably in Korea, so you don't know. It's just crazy Raccoon, Zeta, and us, of course.
I'm gonna say Falcons.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Margetti's not allowed to.
I'm not allowed to.
We gotta believe
I'm
her.
not allowed to. But
We gotta believe her. They do have the Hanbin Diva. That's a scary thing.
Hanbin, yeah.
That's a scary thing. And if Diva's OP. So I'm curious, we're seeing a lot of dive, is it like people playing like a faster pace style, or is it a little bit more methodical and slow?
It just depends on the bands and the maps. But usually, like, people you play like fast stuff with Diva, Lucio. If you ban Lucio, people just play dive. So
it's like a faster dynamic style. What about teams like Space Station? You know, they've like always been a rush squad. Are they gonna have to change? Are they gonna have to play Diva?
I think they can be good, but I feel like one ban and they're done.
Yeah, they're gonna be too vulnerable to the ban system.
I think they'll be good. They're a really good team.
I'm curious, actually, one thing when I was looking at this ban system, a question in my mind was, do you want to ban first or second? I would think you want to ban first because you could decide which role that you're going to protect, but maybe that's not the case. Like, it seems like there's a lot to think about in that regard.
I think what they're doing right now is good, like the rules.
Yeah.
They kept changing it, but I think this is the perfect one.
What do you think? Do you like the ban system? Do you think it's cool?
Yeah, I mean, there's more comps being played, and you know, but like I feel like first ban is usually the priority, especially when you can protect what you want to play on the map. I feel like it makes a massive difference. You know, like you need to play, I don't know, Bat Lucio on a map for like SSG, for example. You just ban a random support. They can't ban BAP. You know, like it makes a massive difference.
Do you think we're going to see more competitive series with that first ban kind of going back and forth as a team loses a map? Well, they're going to be able to get the first ban and have a little bit more control over the strategy?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like it would make most of the series like closer, which is good for the viewership. Yeah, it's not. I feel like a lot of games, unless like there's a massive team gap, like it won't be like just stomps, you know?
We finally found the solution to 3 Overwatch.
Yeah, I think we still need 6v6.
okay, hold on. We can't go there. We only have 10 minutes here. But I'm curious, just being here, you know, at the Esports World Cup. This is basically the biggest tournament this year, right? This is like for the highest stakes, the most consequence. How do you guys feel coming into this event in terms of the teams, the confidence, your preparation? I know you guys were boot camping in Korea. What was ENCE's preparation like for the event?
We're stuck in EU, dude.
Yeah.
Barely anyone to scrim.
Yeah.
But it's okay. We're just full confidence in it.
Yeah. I mean, just come out here. You get a little bit of prep time here in Riyadh and see if you can adapt. How about Falcons boot camping in Korea? What was that like?
I mean, we play in Korea. We live in Korea, so
yeah.
Living there.
Was there a lot of teams from around the world that were coming?
Yeah.
So did that change it for you guys? I guess having all these other teams there.
I think no, nothing, because they play like weird stuff. Korea starts playing dive and they're done. Yeah. Spawn camp.
Spawn camp.
Yeah.
Scary stuff. Scary stuff.
All I'm saying, Korea is just gonna be the top of this tournament.
What do you think about? We know. I mean, I think it's fair to say Crazy Raccoon and Falcons are the favorites, right, with the performance in Dallas. But how about these other teams from Korea, Zeta Division and Fnatic? How do you see them stacking up against the other competition, especially from North America and Europe?
I think Zeta is actually like underrated. Yeah. They play. I can't say it on stream, but you will see it. They're really
underrated,
good. They're
underrated. That's good to see. So we could see some more competition. And then I think dark horse of the tournament, LGD, team from China, coming in. Like maybe they have way less prep. Maybe they haven't had the competition this year. I feel like the odds are stacked against them in a way. But that team, I just can't fully count them out. You know, just that they're.
I mean, they're really good players. They just got unlucky because they didn't like play any tournament this year.
Yeah.
So this is their first tournament. You might see nerves, you know, but I think they're good.
Yeah.
But not crazy Raccoon Falcons level.
Yeah, maybe not at the elite tier, but still, I think it'd be fun to see them make a good run.
Yeah.
Is there any hope for the teams from North America? Give it to me straight, boys.
I think Toronto.
Guy's shaking his head.
Toronto.
He's like, nah.
I think Toronto is actually good with the bans.
Yeah,
they're flexible.
Toronto, that's the only. Yeah, we pray.
They might just be better than Dallas, but.
Yeah. It's a long way to go before they're taking on the likes of Falcons or Crazy Raccoon, or for that matter, the European squads. I'm just hopeful we could get an NA team that's not below all the European teams just one time. So.
I mean, Amiri is on vacation here.
I'm a little biased, yeah. Well, all right, guys, I'm going to let you go. Thanks so much for sitting in at this roundtable. For the folks at home, this has been the Esports World Cup roundtable with Sir Majed and Kai. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. You can see the players rolling in as SSG looks to rebound after a loss to virtus.pro. They could lock up the #2 seed with a victory over Fnatic. And speaking of these guys, SSG, favorites coming into the weekend. What have you seen from them so far?
I think a lot of it has been the ban system that's really affected this team. They have a roster that's not very flexible. They're really reliant on the rush, and with targeted bans, I think it's really hard for them to adjust on the fly.
Jake, there's a small example of Fnatic's week, and they just look a little bit lost here. They are 0-3 after they've come in with all kinds of expectations. This team is playing with their key on the line. If they lose here, they're done for the tournament.
Yeah, that hydraulic press is looming large in their mind because the matches just haven't gone the way they wanted. They lost at Game 5 against Nightmare, one of the biggest upsets, I think, of the tournament so far. It'd be hard not to be shaken for these Fnatic players. I mean, there's a lot of experienced players here, but they are the 4th seed coming out of Korea, and they do look vulnerable. As much as Space Station might be predictable, they've had a little bit of time to adapt to the ban system, and I can't help but feel that Fnatic has just lost a step here.
Fnatic has been crushing across some of the other tournaments. They're in the club championship. They could definitely use some points. But we want to remind everybody to get your votes in right now, stcplay.gg. Let us know who you're predicting in this one as we review the rosters. And I want to start here with Space Station Gaming, McGravy. Talk to me about this squad. What did they do in Dallas? What are the expectations for Hattie and crew here in Riyadh?
Yeah, speaking of Hattie, I think he is the heart and soul of this team. He is kind of the mentor for all the guys, a long-term vet. But he is also, it's not a problem for this team, but kind of where the inflexibility comes in. Really relies on that rush, really relies on the Reinhardt. And we've seen a lot on characters he's not really comfortable on. We've seen him on D.Va so far this tournament, and that's not something I'd like to see continue going forward.
When it comes to the supports, we got Landon running the BAP, Funny Astro known for his Lucio, and of course, Psycho and Sparker on the DPS side of things. Who's going to have a bigger impact?
You know, I think Psycho has really opened a lot of doors for this team. Historically, they were just locked in, like, we are only going to play Rush. But Psycho, the Tracer, the Echo, they have really blown the doors off this team, given them the potential to really take it to teams in the dive matchup. And while I agree that's not where Hottie's at his best, and the meta with D.Va being the dive tank of choice, not great for them, I do think Psycho's ability to flex across pretty much any hero in the DPS role does make them much less predictable overall.
I love that call. On the other side, Fnatic losing a Game 5 to Nightmare puts them in a tough position. They are 0-3. Donghack, Knife, Checkmate, Izayaki, and Lee Jae-gon may be the starting 5 here. Talk to me about this lineup, Jake.
I mean, the name value on this team is so incredibly high. Donghack had an incredible rookie season in the Overwatch League, monstrous performer on the Winston. Checkmate, an incredibly flexible DPS, really just the perfect player to have on your team in this hero ban meta. You would think Lee Jae-gon and Izayaki, a great backline. To be honest, there's no holes in this roster on paper, but the holes are here in practice. I mean, down 0-2, nobody saw this coming, certainly not Fnatic.
Are there any surprises to see that we have Attack on the bench right now? I know it's his first Tier 1 tournament, but they started controls with Attack almost every single matchup until now, McGravy.
Yeah, I think this Fnatic team has a lot of moving parts, and I think that might be where the core of the issues is. They had replaced both of their backliners. Izyak and Lee Jae-gung are new to this team. Attack really hasn't played that much. Donghak has been the primary tank for them. So Checkmate as well. Viper is someone who's come in and played a lot of Tracer for this team, and now Checkmate has taken over that role. So they have a lot of pieces coming in and out, so I think it's pretty hard to determine where the problems exactly lie.
Gentlemen, we have 3 minutes until this match kicks off. You can see the players still getting ready, no headphones on. So Jake, we won't be too loud with our predictions and expectations, but give me some hope. I'm a Fnatic fan. I've been watching them across multiple titles throughout the Esports World Cup. I want them to climb on the club championship leaderboard.
I do think, much like a team like LGD, right? Even though their initial performance wasn't up to their standard, their expectations, the players, they do have what it takes. I think Fnatic can be confident that they are a threatening squad. And this SSG team is, I think, vulnerable to the hero ban system. You take out the Lucio, you take out the Batiste even, some of these crucial tools that SSG has historically relied on, maybe even the Symmetra, and suddenly they become a little bit weaker, a little bit less confident in those forced dive mirrors. And so I think Fnatic does have inroads to get an advantage in this series.
Looking at Space Station Gaming, they of course are representing Europe here, and a lot of people were expecting Europeans and ENCE to pop off in the last matchup. They got shut down 3-0. Is Space Station Gaming the best European squad left in this tournament, McGravy?
I still believe at a base they are the best European team, but as Jake was saying, the hero bans have just played such a crucial role as to why they've been struggling. Support bans in general have been critical for all teams, but for this team in particular, if you take away, like you said, the Landon Baptiste, the Kiriko, the Lucio, it completely alters the way they want to play the game, and I think they've just been off their step a little bit.
Jake, looking at our last 2 matches, we gave Shy from OA LGD the MVP award playing his hit scan. Last match, we gave it to a tank. Who do you think is going to be the key players on both sides of this stage?
I think when SSG is at their best, it's been Psycho and Sparker, the DPS duo, typically playing Hitscan Tracer, or Psycho flexes a ton, and Sparker's individual prowess on the Hitscan has been a bright spot for his team. He does rely on the enabling from the supports, though, and I think whether SSG can get that synergy online is going to determine whether they look like a strong contender, they can finish off Fnatic, or does Fnatic still have life left in this tournament?
As we get ready for this match to kick off, the fans have polled, and we have the results in. Let's take a look at where they feel it's going. 39% have faith in the 0-2 Fnatic squad. Still some hope here.
I think this is pretty much 50-50 in my mind. I think both of these teams have faltered, but both of them have a clear path in my mind to go forward and fix their problems. For Fnatic side, I'm really looking towards the tank role. I think they really need to solidify who they want to play and when they want to put them in. So I'm really looking forward to seeing more Donghak from this team and sticking to this dive that they're really good at. Yes, they lost the Nightmare, but this should absolutely be a strength for them as should do that going forward.
Jake, I was once known for my Doomfist. That was back in Season 2 of the Overwatch League when I destroyed Matt Mr. X and Uber. But now the Doomfist is a tank. Donghak showcased that Doomfist. He looked incredible on Hollywood. Will we see some of that in this series against Space Station Gaming?
I wouldn't hate to see Doom, wouldn't hate to see the Winston. I think the challenge for Donghak is this is not really a main tanks meta. A lot of off tanks, seeing tons of playtime on most of the teams in the tournament. So I think both of these teams, as you said, McGravy, find themselves on a bit of an uncomfortable spot. They both have to navigate through the series and probably are going to play very different styles, probably clashing and trying to impose their will on the match. And so I think this is going to be about who can kind of pull themselves together late in the tournament. Though so much more pressure on Fnatic. This is for their tournament life.
Speaking of Fnatic, I've had a lot of fun watching their DPS players. The Game 5 against Nightmare, very exciting stuff as it was dive versus dive, but Nightmare comes out on top. Do you expect to see dive from the DPS?
Absolutely. Just because you lose does not mean you should stray away from your strengths. You need to stay true to yourself. That's been a common thing amongst all these teams as we've talked about them. You cannot get phased by what happens in the moment. You saw 08 LGD earlier today. They're a dive team. They tried to switch it up, and then they found their strengths again. They found what they're really good at, and they came back to it, and it paid off.
Let's take a look at our group stages. Remember, this is the final match in groups. While this is taking place on the stage, we'll also see Virtus.pro facing off against Nightmare, and a lot of people on Fnatic's side hoping that Nightmare runs into some trouble. They're looking for a 3-way tie at 1 and 2 to break into the playoffs. So Jake, Group D, very close, but run me through real quickly what else we've seen across A, B, and C.
You know, to be honest, we've seen a lot of upsets. You know, Crazy Raccoon and Zeta taking the top seeds from their groups, not hugely surprising, but I think teams like Twisted Minds and LGD have really impressed us and shown a more stable performance than I think we would have predicted for those squads going up against a team like Falcons.
And of course, we saw a little bit earlier as it was OA LGD able to take a game from Falcon, but then we looked at the overall tiebreaker. It's only amongst the teams that are tied. So Fnatic, a big opportunity. You're 3-6 right now in map count in Group D. But if you're able to 3-0 SSG, don't look at me like that, McGravy. If they're able to 3-0 SSG,
it's possible.
We could see them jump up the leaderboard and potentially steal a 2 or 3 seed in this mix. Their life is on the line. They're playing for their keys. They're playing for their pride. We'll see if they're able to get it done. It's time to get thoughts, though, from our casters. Mr. X, does that Doomfist play still haunt you?
No, I actually had forgotten about that completely.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Just completely forgot that. Just erased it from my memory. Also, not sure if you guys covered it, but Nightmare is actually up 2-0 right now against VP, which that would throw
that is ridiculous.
Everything for a loop.
Those are my
that
dogs.
So that means if Nightmare wins, we're looking at a Fnatic upset that could knock SSG out of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, speaking of Nightmare, these are players I have coached not too long ago. Seeker and Zera, some of the most underrated DPS in the game. Not surprised to hear this result, to be honest.
Jaws, will they close it out, though?
A part of me hopes so. I want some crazy group that comes down to like map score lines, tiebreaker rules, everything. Honestly, if Nightmare make it, that is like actual Cinderella story stuff right there.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a huge kind of a little bit like surprise, right? That Nightmare kind of, not really that they make it out, but they make it out potentially like in the top 2, maybe even an outside shot at first. That would be a crazy scenario.
Insane. Like, to be fair, we already had a pretty crazy group in Group B, like LGG, OALDG coming back. Like,
you said like 9, you just said every letter.
9 different ways. There's a lot of acronyms, okay? Leave me alone. It's we've already had one crazy group. I think, D's got the potential here. D's got the potential.
If Nightmare wins, let's just remind everybody what's on the line. That would put VP at 2-1. Nightmare at 2-1. And if SSG wins in that scenario, we would see a 3-way tie that comes down to maps against each other. Virtus.pro's first meeting against SSG could have a huge impact here, Jake.
You're asking me to do math on the fly. I'm going to veto that. I will not be doing that. We will have to see how these matches play out, and somebody in the back's going to figure it out.
Somebody with a big calculator in the back doing all the math.
This is why we don't work on comp ops, and smart people do. Okay, we've got the bearded Matt. We've got Jaws ready to go here in just a moment. We're buying the players time as they're still getting set up on the stage here. McGravy, is Fnatic nervous? If so, 1 to 10 scale, how nervous?
Oh, they're absolutely nervous. If I had to put a number on it, kind of weight between the players, but I would say at least an 8 or a 9. This is
8 or 9?
Yeah, their key is about to be crushed.
It's in the press.
It's literally in the press. We're just waiting to press the button. So they should be worried.
Matt, Jaws, get out of here. It is nothing but the analyst to break down this game. And of course, we got to start things off with the announcement that we're playing Ilios, right? Just like the last 2 matches, that'll be game number 1. But we're going to find out what heroes are going to be banned. It's going to be exciting stuff in this match kicking off in just a few moments. If you missed the earlier games, Jake, big storylines on the day. We got 15 seconds.
It's all about the upsets here. It's unpredictable here with the hero bans in the format. Everybody's adapting, so it's anybody's game here.
Final match of the night kicks off now, live from the Esports World Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Overwatch at the Esports World Cup. We've had banger after banger today. Hell, we needed a 4th layer tiebreak to break things up in Group B. But in C, it's Zeta Division that reigns supreme.
Absolutely, they are going to the playoffs alongside ENCE, M80, as Bleed Esports Key will be crushed. But we are not done just yet, because we have one more group to wrap up and one more key to be destroyed. And for the first team on the next match, it is Space Station Gaming. The heirs of the London Spitfire legacy, they made EMEA proud at the Dallas Major. Here at Qiddiya Arena, they hope to regain first place from virtus.pro in Group D. But, and only Fnatic can stand in their way.
And of course, that leads it up to their opponents. Please welcome Fnatic! Now this squad is staring down the barrel of elimination after 2 losses versus virtus.pro and Nightmare. Will they be able to rally back behind the 2023 Rookie of the Year Donghak? Will they be able to save their key hopes and dreams from being crushed tonight here at the Esports World Cup? Will they place their key down for what could be the very last time?
One more team to be their keys crushed, and one more team to be qualified to the top of the playoffs at the quarterfinals. Let's get this match started.
Space Station Gaming versus Fnatic for a spot in the playoffs, potentially. Space Station Gaming, of course, looking to lock up a number 2 spot after falling to virtus.pro. We know the map is going to be control on Ilios, so talk me through some of the keys here, Jake. What do you need to see from both sides of the stage?
I think Fnatic's feeling pretty good about this start. This is a historically very dominant dive map, very hard to do anything else, although SSG can force rush. There's really no map in the pool, I think, that they can't bring it out. Let's see their hero ban. It is going to be the Ana. This says to me that to use an Ana ban this early in the series, this says to me that they want to make the rush work. Almost every team has been playing Ana in the map, so we're going to see something different.
Yeah, Space Station is known to be a little off the cuff, not play what's normal. Ilios, absolutely a dive-orientated map. It just dominated. And in return, Fnatic says no D.Va, which is super interesting because Hadi's not really known as a D.Va player.
This is a bad ban. They messed up. I'm going to call them out for us right now. Space Station had no intention to play D.Va.
Yikes, Jake.
Call him as I see him. Fuck it, I don't pull my punches.
Fnatic, you are down 0-2. There is no more time for errors, and you may be starting off your best of 5 on the back foot. But they can look to these stars to carry them. As they mentioned, Rookie of the Year in Donghak. Is he going to be the guy to watch? Is it the tank, or are you watching a DPS?
I do think a lot of pressure is going to be on Donghak, especially if SSG comes out with these crazy rush styles, forcing the objective, sim-TPing on your backline. Really, Donghak has to respond perfectly to those movements from the opposing team.
And we just got word SSG thought they were coming in with no pressure. They thought virtus.pro would take care of business against Nightmare. Now, with their tournament potentially on the line, they are feeling a little bit more eager to get that W. Can they get it done in 3? How do you see the series playing out?
The stakes have been raised, but I think both these teams have their backs against the wall. I think there is no way this stays at 3 maps. I'm anticipating at least 4, but probably 5.
5 maps, Jake?
5. Yeah, that honestly, we could see it going that far. I think it's really anybody's game. I have no idea this is going to play out. I don't think these teams know how this game's going to play out.
Fnatic has already been to a Game 5. They fell short to Nightmare. They're hoping to get it done quick because remember, maps matter in a 3-way tie. The game is loading up. We have some incredible casters on the mic for this one as we head over to Ilios. Game 1, always a fair fight. Control, always fun. I'm expecting 3 rounds. Let's see if these players can get it done. We got our casters for one final match on the night. Jaws, Mr. X, let's get it started.
All right. Space Station Gaming versus Fnatic. A D.Va ban from Fnatic.
they gotta warn me when the bans come up because I had some coffee in my mouth, and when I saw Fnatic ban D.Va, I almost spit out. Hadi's not gonna play D.Va. You know that, right? Is that
only John's like, oh, we banned the wrong character. We banned the wrong character.
Yeah, I mean, you could have banned Ramatra, Reinhardt. They could have banned Sim. The May, right? There's a lot of other heroes that kind of like aid in what Space Station want to do. D.Va is not one. Now, the only thing you can think of, potentially, let's kind of play a little bit, I guess devil's advocate here, is by them banning D.Va, they know it's not going to change anything for map 1. That also kind of protects D.Va for the rest of the series, so they can continue to play it.
That makes sense to me. Was that the reason? I don't know. We do have a small mouse issue. Need to find that cat. Where is that cat? That was a cat in the studio the other day.
Yeah, the D.Va, that has to be like the D.Va ban, to just basically throw the D.Va ban out there, that you weren't going to play it anyway, right? So,
yeah.
Like, if you're going to want to play D.Va through the rest of the series, right? Like, at least now it's available. Like, they could ban, Winston maybe or something along those lines or whatnot, and kind of create the same type of thing when they'll dive. But then at least you have the D.Va protected. So potentially that's what you're looking at here. But it is odd to use your first ban of the match on the D.Va, especially going against Space Station.
Looks like Lee Jae-gon just making sure the mouse is all good and raring to go. Big circles, yep.
That's a sweet mouse pad.
There you go. Yeah, it's very big. It's very soft, very smooth. You ever played on a glass mouse pad?
No.
No?
I cannot say I have.
They're getting more popular.
Okay.
Yeah, was it Pine that had a glass mouse pad?
Pine did have one.
Yeah. SBB maybe? CBRB? I'm not sure. Not sure. There have been a couple of pro players in the past that had glass mouse pads. I haven't tried one, but
looks like we are getting ready here.
Yeah, Lee Jae-gon says ready. Hardy is ready.
Jump back in the game.
We're about to get in. Okay.
And with Nightmare being up, I mean, this is changing everything for this series, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this group has just been kind of turned on its head, so to speak. And look, I think Space Station, we all expect them to do, good things as a team, right? We know how successful they've been as a unit in the past and even this year. I think the bans definitely probably bothers them a little bit, and that's their, they kind of get by playing a certain playstyle, and maybe they get thrown off of it time to time. Fnatic being this poor is definitely a bit of a surprise, though. I think we all expected them, maybe not to top the group, but to not, staring down the barrel of an 0-3. I mean, that's
an
crazy.
0-3, yeah, and getting your key crushed as well. Not great. They got to come back. They have to win this series. Everything is on the line for them to stay in the competition. Of course, like you mentioned, Matt, with Nightmare and VP currently facing off against each other. That is also kind of determine things as well as we jump back into the map. Here we go. Going to Ruins. Fnatic versus Space Station, the last game of the night. And our last game, at least on this stream, of the group stage.
Yeah, and also from at least the bracket that I see, right? I think the second place in Group D, right? So the team doesn't get the bye into quarters. They actually get like first pick out of the other teams remaining. So pretty nice advantage for whoever finishes second in this group. So a lot on the line.
All right, what's Space Station going to roll out with? Not D.Va, that's for sure, but maybe a Hardy Ball? Donghack Ball? I mean, Donghack's ball.
Donghack can play the ball.
Donghack can ball, as a matter of fact. So can Hardy. Used to be a ball player a long time ago.
So, well, at least in the games that we have casted, we have not really seen Wrecking Ball.
Yeah.
But looks like actually we're going to have a ball-on-ball matchup here.
Ball off. Yeah?
Yeah, a ball off here in our...
I was expecting you to make some sort of NBA reference. Maybe I expected too much.
It was so poor of a joke, I feel like it didn't even really deserve a reference response.
I thought you were just going to make one in general. Donghack, kind of annoying the backline. Hardy, Funny Astro, sorry, seems to have anticipated this, not running the Lucio, going with the Brig instead. Knowing that Donghack does no ball. And just slowly but surely pepper in the backline. Checkmate's actually going to find the first kill here in Funny Astros. The point is almost captured by Fnatic. Oh, he's got to run away. 1 HP from Lan and just runs away. But, Fnatic getting the point first. Good start so far.
And for Fnatic, they're actually playing the backline that we just saw Zeta Division play, right? And used to really high effectiveness with Izayaki and Lee Jae-gon playing the Ilari in the Baptiste. So a lot of damage. Hardy not able to stay in as easy. And Donghack, not playing incredibly aggressive, right? But just annoying enough, just splitting the team up.
Yeah, Wrecking Ball, a very frustrating character to play against, that is for sure. Definitely gets some of the best ball players in the world. Izzyaki killing Psycho, not a good start. And I really like the Alari in this comp too. You can put your pylon in a position where the ball can use it, especially like on these high grounds. You can just kind of throw it up there, then the ball just gets solo healed by the pylon, and you're all good. Really early mines from Donghack too. He's just been farming him at this point.
Yeah, almost actually kills landed there, but landed it. Nice job using the exo boots, being able to kind of like jump out of it after he gets knocked out of his immortality field. But already about 60% on the point here for Fnatic, and Space Station really got nothing going on.
I mean, Hardy versus Donghack right now. Donghack has been doing so much versus the Hardy ball right now. All right, well, Bob's going to get unleashed. Knife putting that one on the point, I presume. This is not close.
I mean, look, this is not the way that we've seen Space Station play, or probably ideally want to play. That's Rally and Ant Matrix gone. This is going to have Funny Asher going over Lucio. You're like last fight territory. We saw one fight.
One fight, yeah. Yeah, actually. Little rough. All good.
All good for who? Fnatic, that's about it.
Yeah. Well, Knife's dead. Good start, but look at this spawn push from Izzyaki. Oh, the Alario is too good. I mean, look at that. I mean, that is just ridiculous.
Support, by the way.
Yeah, I love it.
Just a minefield here to like kind of like try and impede them from going back to the point with ease. Is looks like Psycho there for Space Station to just try and keep it contested.
I mean, this is a masterclass. Oh, checkmate got rolled over by Hardy. Hardy is dead, however. Flip, 97%. Fnatic with straight fundamentals here on this ball comp. Just running away with this. Bob's on the field. Leechy gone dead. Okay, wait a second here. Maybe they do manage to cap that point again. Donghack and Hardy will return to the might in half a second or so. Oh, there you go. Donghack's already found a kill on to Sparker. Pretty low. Runs all the way back to that mega health pack, but Space Station are in control of the point.
Yeah, they just kind of waited for the Bob to go away. Now they're going to try and come back and make a play. So Donghack takes out...
Oh, he's killed another.
Had killed Sparker earlier, and now it is checkmate on the hunt, just trying to get Hardy out of the way. Deals with Bunny Astro. So this is still just, oh, look at that. Donghack beats him to the mega. And this has all been Fnatic.
All Fnatic right now. Maybe they should have banned ball.
Yeah, right.
In hindsight is 2020. You'll love to see it. Slam in from Hardy. Good pulse bomb. Actually, kind of almost helped Lee J Gon there. Jump over it. Checkmate with a double kill. That should just be the first round. Landon, unfortunately, my son, no CDs left. Astro boops people away, but he ends up falling over. Izzyaki having the time of his life on the Alari too.
It feels like the Alari BAP is so much stronger than playing like the Brig with the Baptista. Izzyaki able to do some sick things with that Captive Sun, pushing right into the spawn. So we'll see if we have more Wrecking Ball as this map goes on, as at least here, in our games, it's the first we've seen of the ball.
The Captive Suns for Izzyaki were clean too. All right, okay. So we going now? We're going to Lighthouse. More ball, I would imagine. I don't think Astro is going to roll out on the Brig here. Would make a lot of sense, like you said. Just doesn't really match up against the Wrecking Ball. Especially now the Brig doesn't stun with the bash. That was always like the key with the Brig. Wait for the ball to kind of slam in, then hit the stun. It's like
But how does like Lucio play into this? So Lucio, Kriko, right? You can play more with the ball, right?
More aggressive, yeah.
Yeah, you play more with the ball, but definitely the damage output though with the other backline is going to be huge as Psycho takes out Izzyaki. That's quite.
I mean, really good start, yeah. Whoa, the tricky movement there from Knife. That was really nice. Sparker does end up chasing him down though. Psycho almost lost him. Point unlocked. Okay. Space Station Gaming finally with a grasp.
So to deal with some of that aggression, they're actually going to change their backline here as well, Fnatic. So
they're matching him.
Yeah, Fnatic will match them though. So can both play quite aggressive here. Knife is dead.
Knife is dead. Kiriko moment. On checkmate too. Unfortunately, I think used that glide, the shift there to his detriment.
Are these the same two teams that we just watched in round one?
I don't think so. Maybe they swapped names by accident in the lobby during the small little map change. I don't know.
So you're going to get even more percentage here for Space Station Gaming. Just off of the back of some picks this time. It was Psycho at the start, able to deal with Knife as this one now. At least at the start, it's been all Space Station. As look at that checkmate going quite aggressive. Yeah, he's going to get picked off.
Chill, look like a look like a Jedi fight in the skies there. Look, Duel of the Fates, both Echoes using the beams against each other. Funny Astro Spark are dead, point flipped. Fnatic in control now. As Hardy rolls away to the little jacuzzi there on the bottom left to try and pick up that mega health pack. Mines in a slam on the backline. Astro! Oh, he gets taken out of the skies. There was a mine hidden in that tree. Him and Landon climbed up there to meet their doom.
Yeah, really nice play from Donghak, you know, getting in towards that Space Station Gaming spawn, using the minefield as he's a fantastic ball player, you know, being able to use all the different types of tech. Give himself an advantage. Wrecking Ball is such like a specialized character.
It is, yeah. If you are bad at ball, it is very obvious that you are bad at ball.
It's not a character that a lot of players are able to just kind of like pick up and learn and get good at either.
Yeah.
It's like it feels like you either understand it or you just have no clue.
Yeah, you're putting in the hours for sure. Landon going pretty low. Donghak is back in.
It's a lead change here as well.
Yeah, 48% of building now as Fnatic does take the lead. Donghak just being annoying, but you know what's more annoying? Mine's on the point when you're trying to contest it. Sound barrier comes in from Fnatic. They've already lost one, so Astro just returns the favor and pops a better beat. I mean, there is a duplication from Checkmate here, so double Tracer, but Psycho's still holding on to his dude. Space Station Gang, of course, have control of the point right now. We'll see if Checkmate can get any damage done. He's already on himself a free pulse bomb here, but can't quite find an avenue to actually use it.
No, he's out of like blink, so not even really able to do anything.
Oh, he just throws it away.
Throws it away. As this will be a duplicate here from Psycho. So Psycho going to take control and get another Tracer out there.
God, this is messy. I mean, you wouldn't expect anything less from the ball comms, to be fair, but my word. A lot of Tracer, a lot of 1v1s happening across the map. Checkmate taking down Funny Astro, and Hardy back on that point. Lee J gone dead as Space Station defend their capture.
Space Station looking potentially take this second round here on Lighthouse. Looks like Lee Jae-gon going to come back from spawn here with Checkmate. We still have Donghak here, but he is getting pressured, chased out by Hadi as it'll be Knife to get a touch.
All right, OT in session now. Only his pulse one coming up. I mean, maybe Izzyaki gets an extra 20% to earn himself a rush. Psycho dead. Good start for Fnatic now. As it's Lee J gone and Donghak on the point to try and contest. Checkmate 2 holding those doors. Mines deployed from Hardy, but Donghak just rolling through and killing Astro. Not too much of a problem for the Wrecking Ball. Can just kind of sit on the mines. A rather large health pool, you would say, as Fnatic eventually take control again.
Yeah, so Space Station now, though, they just need one more fight. Bad part is they don't really have much to work with. You can probably like farm up a Kitsune rush here coming in soon, but Sound Barrier, a big advantage there for Fnatic in a duplicate. So Fnatic in a pretty good spot to actually close out map number 1.
Nice sticky bombs there, landing on Astro. Fortunately for Donghak, couldn't quite get the additional damage required there to kill the Lucio. Still being annoying though, that's for sure. Is that 2 balls? Oh, Fnatic, no ball. Checkmate now, trying to show off some skills on the Wrecking Ball. Gets booped away and earned the mines, but unfortunately couldn't use him. He is out of there, though. OT approaching fast now for Fnatic as Astro laying down that sound barrier. Does hit 5 as they do manage to trigger OT and start the cap. Lee Jae-gon is also going to land that beat, but landed with a defensive rush here all over the point.
Yeah, but it's going to be the minefield here, just dropped in the middle of the point.
Good slam
in the
from
middle
Hardy.
of that rush, so it's going to be very difficult here for Space Station to fight on the point. They're going to lose 2 players, make it 3, as this is going to be Fnatic taking map number 1.
Yeah, good rush there from Land to try and keep everybody sustained, but it is all Fnatic on Ilios. A 2-0 victory to start off the series.
Yeah, pretty strong showing here from Fnatic, right? This team 0-2 in the group currently. Did not look like it there. They looked like kind of the team we thought they potentially could be, as they put together a pretty good showing. Still question the Diva ban, probably in the sense that they want to like protect it potentially moving forward. But both teams playing ball-centric compositions, I feel like this definitely plays more into Fnatic's strengths than Space Station.
Yeah, we'll see where we end up going next. Of course, Space Station are going to be banning first and picking the map. Lucio ban is going to come through at some point for Fnatic.
So. Yeah, you would think that Fnatic, I mean, especially because they're playing the Baptiste Lari already. Right. You're going to ban Lucio, right? Just get that out of, get it out of the way. So looks like both coaches there getting ready I know in terms of map selection fans, we'll get that in a bit, but yeah, just a really interesting map one. I don't think anyone kind of like could have seen it playing out the way it did.
Yeah. Fate and Fleder, of course, head and assistant coach, respectively, for the team. So kind of just talking about what they want to ban and where they want to go. Christopher on the other side, discussing with himself where he wants to take the team.
It looks like more discussion going on the Fnatic side of things as it looks like potentially debating their options in terms of bans.
Yeah.
Let's go down to Puckett and the crew. I'm really curious what they thought of that map number 1.
Well, that was fast. I thought we were going to 3 rounds, but Fnatic says we need this W. We're getting this W. Fate and Fleta. Jake owes you an apology. The Diva ban definitely paying dividends.
I mean, I guess. I think there's more Donghag on ball just being different. They're just such a good team on dive. In the end, though, for SSG, I wouldn't be too worried, right? Ilios is just a dive map. It's never going to be your comfort zone for a team that favors rush. We have seen SSG be better on dive as of late, but you still got to think Fnatic has the edge in dive.
Where were the mistakes made by SSG, McGravy? Because they were the favored team coming into this matchup.
I think a lot of it was kind of like the lack of knowledge about how this map would play out. They ended up putting up Spark in it, and I think Sparker is one of their better players, but this ended up being an Echo Tracer Mirror at the end, and I don't think either of those characters are exactly his specialty. So I think by the end there on that second map, they ended up just kind of playing Fnatic's game. They kind of played into their hands there a little bit. Donghack on the ball, Checkmate on the Echo, Knife on the Tracer. Like, those are all good characters for those guys.
Previously for Fnatic, we saw Knife, Viper, and Attack starting things off. Today, they bring in Checkmate and Donghack. How has that affected Fnatic overall?
Well, I think in theory, Checkmate should be doing really well in the hero ban system, right? Just a very flexible player, plays every single hero in the role. Very hard to ban him out and put too much pressure on him. I see Knife as a very flexible combo in his own right. And these are the players they had the most success with in the tournament. Yes, they're down 0-2, but at some point you got to say, all right, where are we winning the maps? Where are we looking strong? And this has been the answer for them so far. I want to also highlight Fnatic's the support line flexibility. That double flex support dominated on Ruins, and it really set the map off to a blistering pace. I mean, SSG was getting spawn camped at one point. They capped the point, but that's only because Fnatic was just cleaning them up at that moment. I mean, to start the series off like that, an absolute beatdown round, it's hard to get the win back in your sails after that.
If you've been following the action here in Group D, you know that Space Station entered it was 4-4 with the overall map count. They lost 3-1 to virtus.pro. They beat Nightmare 3-1. We're looking for a 3-0 if you're Fnatic. You want some kind of tiebreaker in a 3-way tie. Is there any chance of this happening, Jake?
I believe now, did Nightmare finish the series? Did they end up closing it out over VP? And if that's the case, then I don't think it's possible for anything more than this match decides who goes home and who's still alive in the tournament. So both of these teams, in a way, fighting for their tournament lives.
At the start of the day, they thought they were a shoo-in for the playoffs, but now the pressure's on SSG, and Danny Lim caught up with them before the matchup. Let's take a look.
Hi, everybody. I'm here joined by Space Station Gaming. We got Landed and Backbone are here to play some amazing games with me today. So I'm gonna give you 5 Omnics from Overwatch 2, and you guys have to rank them. Starting with, first Omnic, Bastion.
Bastion is the happy little clown.
Yeah, and he's also just, he's broken.
Yeah.
I could put Bastion pretty high.
Yeah.
I mean,
at least top 10.
Yeah, who's gonna go over Bastion would be the thing.
Ram?
Ram?
I mean, I like Ram a lot.
I ain't doing a Ram number 1.
Ram is a cool hero. He's a sick hero.
I mean, also Bastion just got a new skin as well.
The Bumblebee skin. Yeah, number one, just for the Bumblebee Bastion skin. Yeah, we're sure.
Okay, Bastion goes number 1. Wow. Second one, Echo.
I'm okay with getting Echo at 2. I'm also easily convincible. Yeah, I can go down as well.
I think like Zen and Ram are cooler.
You guys are not into AIs?
Objectively,
not an AI fan?
Objectively, Echo should be number 1 because she could turn into Bastion. But
you can't steal Bastion's aura like that.
That's true. Yeah, you lose the aura. When Echo copies Bastion, does she get the bird?
Nah, no way.
Yeah, well then, there you go.
Actually, that's a good question.
Maybe they go.
Jamie up 2.
Yeah, I think 3. I can agree with 3.
All right, okay. Bastion number 1, Echo 3. Let's go next one. This is honestly gonna be my favorite. Bob.
5.
What? You're crazy.
Yeah, I think 4 or 5.
I'm on 100%.
Yeah,
I'm 100% 5. What's Bob ever done? He always has to get told to do something.
Yeah, and then he does it.
Yeah, he's a lazy guy.
He comes in, he gets the job done, and he
Robert does not.
True man.
Robert does not do what he should be doing.
Next one, Zenyatta.
Definitely 2.
Really? I thought you were going to go for 4. You hate this guy.
What?
I'm fine. I'm fine with Zen too.
What's the Zenyatta hate that I'm hearing?
We have an infamous debate in our team about strength of Zenyatta as a hero. I perhaps do not think the Zen is that good. My teammates might disagree with me just a little bit.
He's not that good right now, but in the past when he has been good, Landon has overhated him.
I've been a Zen hater for like half a decade at this point.
But I mean, I'm fine. 2 is where I'd want to play him.
He's cool though. Like,
he's cool. I just assumed I'd be fighting you on this.
He's just power crap. Everything does what Zen
Do not get me wrong. I just assumed that we'd be fighting. I'm happy to put it 2.
Yeah, not 2. He's cool.
Okay.
He's just a worse Lari though.
Okay.
If the last one's a Lari Pylon, we're screwed.
Lari
Pylon should be number 1.
Yeah, a Lari Pylon should be number 1.
Wait, what did you say was number 1?
A Lari Pylon.
Lari Pylon should be number 1.
All right. Okay.
Whoever this is number 4, right?
So we have one more and number 4, right? Orisa.
Oh yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
really
fair. That's
below
fair.
Echo.
A little bit cool in Bob, and that's about
below Echo, above Bob.
I also agree. Okay, say that. I mean, those were the 5, right? And then you guys ranked number 1 was Bastion, right? Say that Ram was in the picture. Where would you guys put Ram in?
2.
Yeah.
I think Ram is cool.
Really?
I don't think Ram's going above Bastion.
He's got a cool kit.
Yeah, Ram over Zen maybe.
No way, we're Bumblebee Bastion.
Bumblebee Bastion with the little Ganymede? No way. No one comes close to that Majora.
100%.
That was the easiest 1 to 5 you could have given us all the time.
I don't know this was going to be such an easy game. Maybe I shouldn't have brought up the Bumblebee Bastion. That's just like...
There was zero debate.
Once you see him in game, just like whirring around and spawn in his little car.
Oh my god. Next to the Optimus Prime.
Oh yeah.
Buy the skins.
Oh yeah. The skins were great. I second that. I mean, yeah. Those are the 5 Omnics or robots from Overwatch 2 from Team Space Station. Hope you guys enjoyed. Any last words? Final words?
Nerf a Lari.
Nerf a Lari. Pylon's OP. Get rid of it.
All right. Bye-bye.
That is the hilarious Backbone and Landon, of course, from Space Station Gaming, but they're getting ready to play against 2 new faces on the other side. Let's take a look at what is happening here on stage, because it looks like Donghack may be heading backstage, and Backbone is coming out. We're going to see the Brit in action. What does that tell you, McGravy?
For Space Station Gaming, this means they are speeding up. Backbone is known for the Sim, he's known for the Mei, so they're probably going to stay within those bounds there, and they're going to play something fast.
What have you seen from Backbone so far in this tournament? What have you seen in his career? Where can this guy be dangerous, Jake?
Historically, I think his Symmetra has been one of the best in the world, not just in his play, but in the way the team utilizes the teleporter. The skills are for everyone in this team. They all, freely give and take, all supporting each other, and that concert of abilities really is something to behold. So Space Station, they're one of the few teams in the world that really leverages that style. This is something that Fnatic almost certainly doesn't have much practice against. I'm interested to see, though. I think it should be Backbone on DPS, but there's also the option for Backbone to play flex support if they wanted to take funny Astra.
I'm just looking at the stage. He's in seat number 2.
Surely
I'm going to assume he's playing DPS here. At least that's what our UI says. On the other side of the stage, I'm trying to figure out who has a bathtub tattooed on the back of their arm. I got an MLG tat. They got a bathtub, and they're getting ready to go. Let's talk about Fnatic here, because they are the surprise team coming out after an 0-2 start. They fell to Nightmare, who is considered one of the weaker teams in the group. Now, they've got the first map win over SSG. Can you keep this rolling with Attack now in the mix?
I think Attack is a strong player. He might be a rookie, he might be less experienced, but he brings the heat on heroes that are dominant in the meta. The trouble I'm seeing for him, though, is if he goes up against a Sim Rush style, is a rookie going to have the confidence to know what to do, because you don't have much time to react when you're playing against SSG.
Donghack was Rookie of the Year. You don't think the new rookie could be a Rookie of the Year?
It could be, he could be, but there's a lot of pressure. Donghack fell to London Spitfire as well, and so a little bit scary.
We got some storylines, and we got our stage set, so let's take a look and find out where are we going to play. McGravy, your Space Station's coach, what are you choosing?
I'm going somewhere where we can play the Reinhardt. This has always been the fallback for Space Station Gaming. Whenever things have gone awry, it's time to pull out the Rein. And they're going to Circuit Royale, where it is heavily known that you're able to do this.
Reinhardt coming back. Jake, is this a good move?
It's unconventional, but I like it. I think teams that really master the sim style, bringing out the Rhine here, teleporting around the map, it's a map that conventionally is so great for these extended long-range poke. They're gonna ban the Pharah. This is a Pharah ban, so supporting that rush style, but not only that, it protects the sim. If you get your sim banned out, this style just does not work on Circuit Royale.
Smart choice there. Protect the DPS. On the other side, will they ban the Rhine? No.
Lucio ban.
Lucio is out. So how bad does that hurt this composition that SSG is trying to bring out?
Quite a bit. I'm not sure how they're going to pivot now. Potentially they just stick with maybe like a bat break, brawly kind of style, but I'm really not sure. Lucio is absolutely critical to this style.
It is. I think I kind of am a bit of a believer. I think in this specific map, normally Lucio is so critical. On this specific map, the Sim TP, I think, makes a bigger difference. Something like the Symmetra's ult, that barrier wall, sometimes gets you across those big gaps, even without the speed boost. No Pharah in the sky means one of the best tools for shutting down these slow-moving Sim rush comps is off the table. It's very unconventional. I don't think we've ever seen a game play out the way this one's about to.
But I do think it is better to target the support. I think if you target out maybe the Rhine, perhaps, I think Hadi will end up just going Ramacha or something of that style. So I do think the targeted support ban is a smarter choice.
There is the Rook. It's all smiles for attack. He and Fnatic have the lead, but it's only by one map in the best of 5. It's time to find out. Can Space Station Gaming even this up at 1-1? The players getting set, the mic's getting into place, and speaking of people on the mic, we got Matt, Mr. Rex, and Jaws. Take it away, fellas.
Thank you very much, Pocket. Yes, we're going Circuit Royale as our second map in this series. Lucio ban.
Yeah, I think the Pharah ban, like they talked about, was strictly to protect the sim. I kind of agree with that. I don't hate the Lucio ban. Like, you could have banned Ram and, like, okay, if you really want to commit, play Rhine, right? But I think if you would have banned if you would have banned Ram, they would have played Rhine. If you would have banned Rhine, they would have just played Ram. I don't think they really care, per se. I think this does put a little pressure on Astro, right, to play the Alari, because no, potentially you could see like them have Backbone play the Alari, but they also need the Mei, right? Yeah. With these types of things, right? So Backbone's like a really good Mei player, so you're going to need him in that role. The Pharah takes away, maybe some of like the chunk damage that would go down onto that Sim TP, but the Echo's still going to be effective.
TP out for Sparker. Backbone on the Mei. Yeah, Backbone Mei. Sparker still going to stick on the Sim. Yeah, by the looks of it. Shooting at classic Space Station kind of things at the moment. Astro. Man, it's not every day you see Astro off of a Lucio pick. Yeah, they were probably pretty worried about the ban whole format. They knew Astro was going to get banned out at some point, target banned, and it is this map. And not seen him play too much Alari. We'll see how it works out for him.
Yes, this is going to be a difficult part of the map to take, right? With no Lucio, going to have to use that Sim TP to kind of collapse the opposing team. Hadi hit with a Dynamite there. Just going to take a little bit of ticking damage, but get it all healed up.
Nice wearing the Mythic skin too.
Yeah, I love the Mythic skin.
The audio when it shoots, it sounds so sick. Oh, knife going super low. Fire strike, I mean, just takes out Izzyaki. I mean, no shift potentially there from the Alari, and knife ends up going down as well. Okay, slowly but surely. Space Station Gaming walking there with no Lucio, of course. Just melting the front line of Fnatic.
Yeah, it feels like they just kind of evaporate there. Izzyaki and knife playing off to the side. It looks like you may potentially be able to get a contest here. For Fnatic.
Oh, I think that's the Mythic Rhinehammer, actually, that Hadi's got on. It just came out the other day. Blizzard. Oh, Astro getting out of the way. Oh, it misses. Swinging a miss from Izzyaki. That outburst from Freddy Astro saving his life. Attack ends up going down, so there's the point.
Yeah, so pretty fast point A take here. Playing behind this Reinhardt for Space Station Gaming. Double support ult as well, coming in with Izzyaki using his Captive Sun. Doesn't get really much of anything there for Fnatic on the defensive side of things, where Space Station can play a little bit aggressive with it here. So, checkmate just lurking, gonna make no noise as he sneaks on up here. Got the duplicate as well.
I revealed himself there as the rest of the team jump back. Didn't want to get TP'd on at all, so didn't want to make any noise, like you said. Duplication available from Checkmate. Best duplication against here, probably the Reinhardt. Might go a little bit crazy with it. Ball comes in, Reinhardt's shield instantly deleted, but responded pretty well there, actually. Sparker just deploying that wall, giving Hadi and the rest of the team so much cover.
Yeah, that wall is going to allow them to kind of keep Hadi alive, right? He was taking so much damage with that focusing beam where Checkmate didn't want to push on through that. You're going to have this Gravitic Flux, though. No real support ult on the other side.
Whoop. Does land. Sparker in trouble. No lamp available, unfortunately. That was used in the last fight. Checkmate has duplicated this Mei as well and has been playing pretty aggressively. As soon as you take damage with a duplicated Mei, you hit the block and you get so much ult charge. Oh, that was sick. Blocked it, but Heidi with a 90-degree turn still slams the hammer down and picks up the kill onto Knife.
Really nice Mei wall, though, from the duplicate from Checkmate. I believe he actually turns and still connects with a few with a shatter, but it prevents it from being really bad as even though...
These right clicks are going crazy.
Yeah, even though I know Sparker going crazy on the sim, you're still going to be able to get towards that second checkpoint. So really nice plays from both teams coming up. You're going to be able to fight this here again for Fnatic as Fnatic brings out a sim of their own.
Oh, attack. He needs some desperate help. I mean, giant ultimate there coming through from Izzyaki, but there's just no follow-up at all. Hardy just holding the shield, and that'll be a second checkpoint done.
What do you think about the sim here for Fnatic up against Space Station Gaming? Like, the sim's pretty good against the Rhine, right? You just kind of like chunk down his shield and whatnot, but you're not really brawling with the team. There's nobody like, the sim and the Ashe don't really have much synergy with each other.
Yeah, not that much.
Okay, this is interesting.
Okay, a little bit more in your face, a little bit more survivability as well. Let's get a quick Space Station listening though as they attack this third point.
Ash one. Yeah, I hit one right. One peeking right, guys. I hit
Yeah, spamming right.
Yeah,
probably venture.
Back for venture, yeah.
No,
venture main. I see venture on point.
Window.
Okay, let me push point.
Thank you, baby. I'm looking right.
I'm moving point.
Yeah, okay, I'll go right, Mark. Go right, half.
They're all in main. Can you TP top?
Yeah. 3,
let's go.
2, 1. Can venture boop.
Venture, boop.
Yeah, venture one.
That's fine. Are you fine?
Sick. Can we Simon?
Sick.
Chase.
Sick one, I'm breaking lamp.
Venture on me.
Top land and
Bop
behind you.
Ivo, poke me, Ivo.
Scaring him.
Ash half above. Don't give up. Play behind short. Don't give up. I don't know how close he is.
I'm on left, chill.
They have to drop in.
Ash. Illa one.
Nice.
Good shit.
Or comp.
Look at that. That was a piece of cake, honestly, for a Space Station.
Yeah, I mean, look, when they can play the rush style, they make it look easy. We know they are so good, probably the best team in the world in playing this style of play. So not all too surprising to see them make it work to great effect here.
That was such a nice reactive shatter there from Hardy. Just flipping that 90 degrees, making sure he still got value. So clean. Even without this Lucio.
So you heard some great comms there from Space Station. Vibes are good. Vibes are high on that side of things. I think they're going to play this aggressive style of play yet again on defense. We'll see Fnatic. They ended up bringing out the Venture a little bit later where we didn't really see it make a huge impact, but on offense, opportunity to change the whole comp.
Still brings into question the Lucio pick, the ban. I don't know. It doesn't feel great, but let's get a quick Fnatic listening as they prepare their attack.
일라리는 뭐야 누가 힘의 소리 나는데 힘의 소리 나. 그럼 아나보리 할게. 심해 밸류 좀 안 살려주기만 하자.
아니네 연방 쓴다 연방.
라인.
연방 쓴다 연방.
나 애매하면 형 내가 바티 할게. 그냥 메인 세게 쳐서 왼쪽 말리자. 내가 왼쪽. 지금 벨 넣어줄게. 일라리 쳐봐 이거. 쳐 밀어요. 살짝 밀어. TP. 라인 계속. TP. 메이가 있네. 라인 합쳐. 라인 되었어. 달배. 나올게. 밀어. 야, 라인 방벽 깨봐. 화물 밀면서 하면 돼. 파티 원피야. 라인 필이야, 완전 필이야.
어디 밀 건데?
라인 뒤에 미는 중. 라인 필. 살아봐. 살아봐. 아, 해봐. 방에서 팔아. 1평 먹게. 들어오지 마라. 아, 저거. 내가 힐 좀.
Quite unsuccessful attack there. They couldn't kill Hardy. He's TPing around.
You speak some Korean. Tell me what.
Yeah, well, they were shouting, Rhine is one, please kill Rhine. Rhine is one, is what they were saying. Also discussing a little bit if they should play Honor in the spawn, just to kind of help deal with the Rhine. My Korean's not that good. It's pretty basic.
Good enough to be able to understand, though. It's pretty impressive.
Roughly. All right, window available from Landon. It's been tough to actually lock Hardy down. Not only can they be very offensive with the TPs, defensive too, saving Hardy.
They are just bullying attack. Attack is absolutely zero opportunity to do absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, he is just, whether it is the
Nano Boost?
Yeah, this is a Nano Boost here used on the checkmate after they lose 2 players. So.
Oh, get him.
All right. Got Landon. Oh, he's going to ult himself.
He gets just shattered though. You want some of this? Straight back down into the earth.
So Fnatic, they see something in that fight that they think is winnable that not a lot of other people probably did, and they end up using some ultimates. Does not work out. Also want to give a quick update, by the way. It looks like the VP Nightmare game is actually going to Game 5. Ooh. So that was one where Nightmare is up 2-0. Looks like we're going to see a 5th game there.
This group is all to play for still. Blizzard comes out, attack once again in the sights of Space Station. This is it's going bad to worse here for Fnatic. Now they have got this rally and they're just marching on forward here, trying to lock down Hardy. They eventually kill him. Attack gets his revenge, proving that fists are mightier than the hammer there. But a minute and 20 seconds, Space Station have done some tricky work on that first point.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to be able to like go down and contest, right? This is going to be a first point capture there for Fnatic as Attack and Co push up a little bit further here. So they're going to have a Mei ENCE of their own, but playing that Ramatra instead of the Rhine. So I think in the past, it feels like the Ramatra is kind of like won in a lot of the matchups in the Rhine Ramatra head-to-head. It feels like Ram has just a little bit more versatility.
Yeah, especially when he pops Nemesis form, just starts punching through that shield too. Hard for Rhine to really do much, but I mean, Space Station are kind of used to this matchup, not too much of an issue for them. Hardy with 20% towards this Shatter, still holding this corner, just being a threat on the sidelines. Will be Lee Jae-gon going pretty low. A Nano Boost onto Knife forces the block, but Lee Jae-gon's already dead. A little Flame Strike does end up killing him, and Hardy's just taking matters into his own hands. Backline down at the hands of the Rhine. Checkmate and Attack at least come up with a couple of kills here, but Hardy is back and hot on the case.
Yes, it's going to be 2 turret kills there from Sparker, as I believe he actually just kind of I think he throws him through a teleporter actually. So we'll take a look.
Oh,
here.
a little TP bomb. Oh,
replay.
What am I seeing?
This one's gotten a little silly.
Yeah.
I feel like. But that's what the Space Station wants to play.
Oh,
TP with a Blizzard right away.
Yeah, Landon's in trouble. Still deployed the lamp, luckily enough. Teleporter fell off the map there. Don't know where that went. I mean, Backbone's killed 2 already. Yeah, this fight's over.
That was actually both Blizzards. So it was Checkmate throwing his Blizzard Backbone as well. Like the TP, though, makes it quite easy. So you see Hardy pushes up here. They'll probably get a TP here just to get him out of the way.
I think they're just going to play up, Matt. That payload is regressing ever so slightly. Just play on this corner. You got Shadow, you got Ilario, you got Window too. Oh, straight around the corner, 4 men down. What a shutter from Hardy, and a pin to top it all off. You've got to be expecting that from Fnatic. Come on.
You think we'll see a Reinhardt ban at some point?
Yeah, I think probably.
I actually think, speaking a little bit about some of that, I actually think the ban to go after is probably the Sim. I think without the, even if there's like Lucio in the game, you can't really do these crazy maneuvers, right? Like the Sim just adds so much mobility to that Reinhardt. I think the ones you probably target are the Sim first, then a Rein ban.
Uh-oh, big wall coming in. Funny Astro taken to the skies here. Another wall. This time Sparkers. Now an Annihilation. My word, there's a lot of effects on the screen right now. There's a lamp happening. Hardy's getting frozen in the front line, but still playing around that wall. A shield bash through the shield there from Lee Jae-gon does finally end the Ryan's life. And Izzyaki with a bird's eye view of the fight, used the window on himself and cleans up.
Yeah, it's that Amp Matrix there from the high ground that really makes the difference. Is Izzyaki able to do some serious damage and healing on through it. So Space Station, we'll see if they decide to come out and try and fight this one more time. They get a TP to the high ground. That's going to close the gap. No Lucio in the mix. Lucio is banned for this map. So we'll see if they're able to get a touch. Probably with a TP here. They got a Blizzard to work with.
Backbone getting microwave there by all those little turrets up on that roof. Has to do something. Both Blizzards thrown on in. And there's a lot of frozen people on one teleporter. The entirety of Space Station there, frozen in place on top, huddling for warmth. But unfortunately, they all met their frosty demise at the hands of Checkmate.
Yes, they never actually deal with kind of like those turrets right above that doorway. So Sparker now will play the Ashe. So bringing in a little bit more long-range damage. Maybe you don't feel like you need the sim, the mobility here towards the end. There's really not a lot of places you're going to play from. And when Fnatic uses that rush type of style, that death ball, you get big ticking damage with that dynamite.
Ooh, we're taking pretty low. Need some heat. Need some healing. There we go. It was single-digit HP after that fire strike landed. Up on the high ground now, trying to make sure Backbone doesn't get an off angle. Forces the block. Vortex and a wall too. That block eventually fades away, but a perfectly thrown lab. That frisbee from a mile away to save Backbone's life.
Yeah, that was pretty sick there. As Hadi
he gets him.
Hits one. Yeah, just connects with the tank. That's going to be a Maywall there from Checkmate. Able to protect them. Is this going to be annihilation here from attack?
Oh, wait, what? Sorry, what? Where did Izzyaki come from?
He was just hanging out there.
He was chilling.
There's a huge pin there. You know, the annihilation.
I think he fell from the roof or something, like from the upper high ground.
The annihilation was rolling from attack. You maybe could have kept that one going if you had, your Baptiste alive, but end up losing Izzyaki. It's 20 seconds now on the clock. Last fight scenario here for Fnatic.
Window for Izzyaki. They ideally just want to swing on this one. Burn Hardy out. He's on the ram now. No more Ryan for Space Station. Bob, Blizzard, and this Alario coming up. Where have they gone?
Yeah, it looks like they potentially wrap here towards this high ground. Maybe just trying to funnel them through the choke as this is going to be the Bob.
Good shield. Perfect stuff there from Fnatic. Legion shields up with that teleport so they can't get Coach Gond off the top of the high ground. Blizzard on the point's going to do some serious work, though. They've just got to focus Hardy now. I mean, there's the Alario. Captain Sun hits one. Oh, a lot of detonation damage, but this will be Fnatic completing the map. But look at the time bank differential. 4 minutes versus a single minute from Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic, they do get a map completion, so they keep themselves alive in it. You change things up a little bit on defense. You can dwindle some time off the clock. This first point defense is fairly simple here on circuit.
Hopefully we see that pin onto Izzyaki again. Look at that shatter. Wow, the wall, just a fraction of a second too late.
It's Hadi, just a master on the Reinhardt, man. As but you see him play ball on map number 1, and then you're like, please, just
please do it.
Oh. Back to the basics is Space Station should be a little bit happier, right? They do
4 minutes back, man.
We got a huge advantage. So I mentioned I actually thought the Ram was a little bit better than the Rhine in that matchup. They actually going to play Hadi on the Ram. I like that decision.
All right. Holding pretty far forward here, I'd imagine, for Space Station. Do Fnatic roll out with the Venture again? Kind of opened up for him at least a little bit on their attack.
A little bit. They started to actually do pretty well with their own sim too, so I think they have some options. Oh, look how close Space Station's getting.
Yeah, you might as well try and full hold here. With only a minute to go, you haven't got really much to lose. Knife on the Venture. Sleeping Backbone. Does use that burrow, and I don't think you're going to be able to survive up there, but a lap is exactly what the doctor ordered for Landon. This is rough. Yes, okay. Winning this first fight here is really bad for Fnatic. They need to be able to break this spawn hold. 30 seconds, 1 fight to go.
30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and you see the position Landon is set in. It's so difficult to be able to kind of like challenge him up there on that high ground. As Knife comes up the side, that turret's going to allow them. Oh, he's not actually able to get on the ground. There's like a little bit of a delay, and Sparker takes him out.
Uh-oh, they haven't touched.
Yeah, so this would be bad.
Knife, okay, Knife switches to Sim just to TP out to try and get a touch here. They're going to get walled. Where's the TP? There it is. Everybody's through. Okay, they've touched the point. Oh! No way. No way. No way. No way.
Who do you think's going to win?
They need to get 0. You'll see it in a sec, but 0.01 meters. Like, how ridiculous.
Did they TP too far?
Yeah, they did. They TP too far. Oh no, Funny Astro.
Oh, with
Outburst.
with the outburst knocks them back just a little bit.
Master of boops, not only on the Lucio but on the Alari as well.
Hilarious.
The master of boops.
So they need to get nowhere to win.
Yeah. They need to touch.
Okay. So there's lots of different ways they can potentially do this.
Which means you can't hold up to the spawn doors. You have to hold near the payload. Because it is a single frame.
Right, because if somebody were to just TP out...
or triple Blinker's Tracer.
Or like Sombra just run around.
Yeah, exactly. Anything. This is a rarity. I believe this did happen in some of the earlier Overwatch World Cup games. Last time that was on, where Team Korea did spawn hold a couple of teams, and this kind of same situation did happen. But yeah, this is a rare one. 0.00 meters.
I don't know if Fnatic knows they can't allow a touch. Okay, so Lee Jae-gon is actually around the corner there contesting it. So they actually tried. I believe that was just Backbone who just did a triple blink.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Attack. Oh, and he's so sad. He's so sad in the corner.
It's Immortality Field gone?
Yes, it is. There's still someone from Fnatic touching that point. Like you said, it is Lee Jae-gon. A lot of damage being taken right now by Spark, who's huddling behind the column. God, it's so dicey, Matt.
This would be an insane hold, though.
This will be the best hold of all time. Checkmate's dead, though. Oh, and they booped. I mean, yeah. It's all over, I'm afraid. Space Station Gaming with a full hold on Escort, and they managed to complete the map. They had 4 minutes to get it done. It was an inevitable finish there as they tied the series up.
Yeah, when Space Station can play their style of play, they look phenomenal. So,
oh yeah.
I think now Fnatic, like you've seen this, you need to make adjustments. You have the ability to do so, right? Whether it be through a map selection and then a ban, right? You have a huge window to really kind of force Space Station off of this style of play. And then it just kind of comes down to like, how does Space Station adjust, right? What do they try and do? Is there a way you can really throw them off this? Because I feel like if you see these types of matchups, like in terms of like, you know, really heavy rush, these are the results you're going to see in this series.
It's got to feel pretty bad if you're Fnatic as well, like being held in that manner. Can't play good on the mental.
No, not at all. I mean, you don't even actually get to the payload to get a touch there. Towards the very end, you just get absolutely just bullied. So I think there's a few ways they can go, right? You can ban the Sim. I think that's probably an option. You can try and ban either the Ram or the Rhine.
Yeah.
Those are probably what you're looking at here maybe for Fnatic. So we'll have a chance to see that once we hear from the desk right now.
Thank you, Matt and Jaws. And these games are going quick. SSG with a full hold with 4 minutes left on the clock, and they finally finished. But Jake, as soon as we saw the Lucio ban, we knew this was going to get weird. I haven't seen anything like this before. What was your takeaway from that crazy map, Joe?
I was excited to see it because normally we would always see the Lucio in that style from SSG. That's just their bread and butter. But I like that they still committed to it. I don't think you really need the Lucio uniquely on Circuit Royale. You're more reliant on the Sim TP than Maywall. The Lucio speed isn't actually the most critical element. On most maps it would be, but now you're in a great spot for SSG. Fnatic can no longer ban Lucio, and to be honest, I think that is your most impactful lever to pull against SSG.
You can see the excitement there from Christopher, the coach of Space Station Gaming on the left. But McGravy, let's dial into some of the key plays here. We saw a whole lot of Hottie.
Listen, the casual crowd is going to love what Hottie did this map. Just some fat shatters, like some absolutely huge ones. Even when the May walls were coming up, he was getting them through. He was sidestepping. He was flicking his camera. He was doing everything to get him down.
Pretty incredible stuff there, but the Reinhardt, we'll see if that comes back out later in this series. Ramattra was in there for a little bit, and we saw Sims on both sides. Jake, can we learn anything that could happen in the future for the rest of this series from this map?
I do think it's powerful for Fnatic. They made a statement here that once they switched to the Mei Sim, it was a very competitive map. Yes, the overtime was pretty rough for them, but that's a weird spawn camp. And honestly, on their offense, it might have been a little bit slow and staggered, but they got the car rolling. They did full cap. They showed that they can also handle themselves in the Mei Sim mirror. So even if the Mei Sim is running away with the series, I think Fnatic might opt to take that mirror in a way that few teams have against Space Station.
And Gravy, what did you learn by watching these gentlemen?
I think this map was a lot of research for Fnatic. Yes, the map did not go the way they wanted to. They did not win the map, but they tried out the Venture. They tried out the Sim May. They tried out the Ramacha, and all of that in its own way had a success. And that is going to be applicable to the rest of the series.
Okay, so speaking of the rest of the series, we know Fnatic gets to pick next. They, of course, have had some interesting hero bans up to this point. Jake, if you're Fate and Flutter, what's going through your head after that loss?
I'm thinking, let's bring it back to what worked for us on map 1. Let's go back to a dive style. For that, I think it's hard to look past maps like Hollywood. I think hybrid map type is probably going to be your best bet, but you could see it on push as well. There's push maps like that are just great for those open dive styles. So I think that's probably where Fnatic are going to take us, but they've shown a lot of flexibility too. If the coaches have confidence, maybe they'll continue to take this mirror against SSG.
Do we expect to see May if Backbone isn't in the lineup?
I think absolutely not. I think he is kind of the heart and soul of that composition. Hottie means a lot, but I think the ability for Backbone to play either the Sim or the May gives them a lot of flexibility because Sparker is also capable of playing the Sim. So if they want the Sim May, they have Sparker on the Sim. If they want, say, a Sim Cast, like we've seen from Twisted Minds, they're able to swap it up, and I think that's super, super important for their team.
We've seen Fnatic making some decisions to bring Donghack back over. Over on this side, though, Psycho makes his return into the lineup. What does that tell you for SSG?
I'm suspecting that Fnatic did what I thought they would and brought us back to a dive style where Psycho's coming back into the lineup. His flexibility, his prowess on those high mobility flankers is just such a boon to SSG on that style of maps. I mean, last time Fnatic did look really good in this style. It was dominant on Ilio, so they are looking good to potentially get a lead in the series.
It's dry here in Riyadh. The players putting in their Visine, getting ready to go for map number 3 as Donghack gets under the table to get ready here. Let's talk a little bit about the rookies, though. You had Attack coming in his first year as a tank. You got a second-year tank in Donghack. Can Fnatic rely on these two guys? What have you seen from them so far, McGravy, as a tank expert?
I think they absolutely can. I think Donghack has shown his own style that they're able to utilize, but also Attack also showed that he's capable of playing the Ramacha. So if they do get stuck in this rush feed, rush mirror, they have something they can pull out if Attack not gets stuck in the game, but is not what was considered optimal for them.
That's a look at Donghack as he gets ready. On the other side, we have Psycho, and let's dial in a little bit more here on the Austrian. He's playing with Sparker, the Swede. What is this DPS duo doing right now for SSG? What have you seen from them at Dallas and now here?
We've seen them bring out, in this tournament, it's been the Echo Tracer, right? With Sparker looking pretty solid on the Tracer and Psycho really being the dedicated flyer player for this squad. But I think their strongest look is when Sparker stays on the hit scan. Psycho can flex freely if he needs a little bit more spam pressure. Could be an Echo or a Pharah, wants to play a little bit faster. I think his Tracer is the best on the squad. So I think this does open their options up, and it's the lineup they need to field if they're going to be playing a dive mirror.
Doomhack's coming in. I feel it. Let's go to Hollywood. Let's see a little bit more Doomfist. It was brought out yesterday. They didn't have as much success as they wanted on Fnatic's side, but maybe they can find it now against SSG. If you're wondering what's going on in the other matchup, virtus.pro just tied it up 2-2 after falling behind 2-0 to Nightmare. So VP could lock up that #1 spot. And we could see a 3-way tie if things go according to plan here, if it goes to a Game 5. Jake, is it going to go the distance after seeing these two teams go toe-to-toe?
I think we will be going to a map 5 here, honestly. With what we've seen, both teams on their strengths, they're incredibly potent. It's going to come down to these last crucial maps. Who can actually get their vision of the game to be decisive when we go to something like a push or a flashpoint where it's really anybody's game. I think we will see that clash of styles to determine who comes out on top and potentially who stays alive here at the Esports World Cup.
Let's go over to Coach McGravy as we take a look at your options. If you are Flutter, if you are Fate, you are looking across these fantastic maps and you are making a very tough decision. This is the swing game. This is the momentum maker. So McGravy, we know what Jake wants to do. Do you have any other successful strategies you could implement here, seeing that hybrid, push, and flashpoint are left?
No, I think I'm generally in agreement with Jake. When you get stuck in this battle of styles, whoever ends up winning that first map gets the advantage, because when you go loser v loser v loser, you end up getting the last pick. And when you get that last pick, you have so much decision-making power over what you can do. So I think it's super critical for Fnatic, and I think they're happy with where they're at now, where they'll just be taking Space Station to dive maps.
Let's take a look here at the MVP nominees so far. Every match we nominate our Sony MVP. We award that after the series is done. Jake, through 2 games, who are you giving credit to?
I mean, I think if Dive does carry the day for Fnatic, I think you've got to give it to Donghak. I think his ball was really dominant on map 1. But on the flip side, if it's SSG, you got to credit Hadi. I think this is going to be a question of whose style comes out on top, and a lot of that is built around these tank players, what they are the best at, what they are most comfortable on. And so for me, I think the tank who wins is going to take home that Sony MVP.
If he has backbone, he's going to say it's Landon and his Frisbee. The BAP has been coming up clutch. McGravy, we've got about 20 seconds, so make it quick. Who are you looking at here in a Game 3 for a potential MVP performance?
I'm right there with backbone. I think Landon is the back that this team is built off of. He is the core. He is the backbone, no pun intended. He is what this team's built off of. He can play anything they need, and he's always just super solid and steady for them.
This has been an exciting matchup. I didn't think it would be at the start of the day, but as things are sorting out here, as we end up groups, it's coming down to the wire for all the teams, especially the 2 on the stage. Fnatic with all the pressure. Can they steal a win over SSG? It's going to be their map pick, and it's time to decide. Go ahead and announce it for me, Jake. You can just say Hollywood early, right?
I thought it could be Hollywood, but it's the choice. New Junk City.
Did you see that one coming?
Take us to Flashpoint. That's an interesting look. This signals a willingness to take the Rushmere. Curious to see what the hero bans are as Fnatic. This is an interesting approach to the series.
McGravy, you are flabbergasted. What is going through your brain right now?
I'm just not sure. Seeing Donghak come in and then also going to traditionally a rush map and then banning rush heroes. So I'm always curious if they're trying to see like a force like a Doomfist or like a junk, something weird like a Junker Queen maybe. I'm not entirely sure.
Landon, not super happy to see the BAP is gone here.
I think he's feeling some respect, honestly. That's a respect ban because Landon, I mean, he's lights out in the BAP. It's not just the lamps. He is aggressive and dangerous on this hero.
We've seen him putting up frag after frag on the other side. D.Va is out of the game. What does that tell you, Jake?
To me, I mean, this is just a hero that I don't think SSG really wants to use, and maybe it enables them to play a Winston. Maybe not so worried about those D.Va's deadly shotguns. Maybe it keeps you off of a ball mirror. I mean, honestly, if I was looking at Donghak, I'd be more wanted to ban his ball or his Doomfist. So,
yeah.
Interesting choice from SSG.
A bit surprising. I doubt they're trying to protect characters this early in this series. Do you think so, McGravy?
Honestly, I'm sitting here with my eyebrow scrunch. I have no idea why they banned D.Va. Both times this hero's been banned, I'm not really sure because there's neither of these tank players that are in right now are known for their defense.
Well,
they don't want to play
the
defense.
rosters are picked after the ban, so the teams knew the ban when they sent their roster. So maybe this is saying, hey, Donghak, let's take another run at Donghak. We don't want to deal with attack. Put some respect on attack, even though he did lose that Circuit Royale map.
I love that call out. Mad respect to all 10 players on this stage as they are about to face off in our third of a potential 5-map series. The game getting started right now as we send it back to Mr. X and Jaws.
All right, Junkertown up next. Space Station Gaming and Fnatic, 1 apiece as we jump into our third map.
Yeah, it's a little bit of interesting bans there. You get Donghak back in the game, potentially see the Wrecking Ball or Doomfist, like they had mentioned there on the desk. So really interesting here as things have started to go further along in this series. Also, to give a little bit of an update, virtus.pro actually ended up closing out that series in the end. So they end up taking that game 5 from Nightmare.
Reverse sweep.
Yeah, that's brutal for Nightmare, right? I know still an opportunity, I know with some help here in this series to make it out of the group, but man, a real chance going to control their own destiny there. They kind of squander it against VP.
All right, let's open the gates. Space Station Gaming running out with Hardy on the Mauga. No Ryan. Donghak doing the same.
Yeah, a little Mauga mirror here. So you don't have the BAP, right? The lamp is so good with the Ramatra or the Rhine to be able to like protect those characters. The Mauga can just get in, live forever, like on their own combos well with the Kariko. So a little bit of a different look on it. What do you think about, I actually like Fnatic playing the Pharah here. I think just trying to punish maybe some of that aggression.
Oh, Checkmate already down though, 2 Psycho. Yeah, Backbone can charge off the Mauga as well, like super easily. Like you are full charge, like 9 times out of 10 in these fights. Look at that, an easy, like, clean sweep from Space Station Gaming there, little team kill.
Yeah, that was not close, as that is Fnatic losing first fight there. So seems like they have not really figured out how to play. Why not ban the sim, right?
Yeah, I've been thinking that too.
Like, the sim seems to be, like, enabling all of these and also giving them the most trouble. It doesn't seem like Fnatic wants to play sim in any of these comps either.
Yeah, there's no way they pick up Symmetra themselves, so maybe saving it for later, I'm not sure.
I mean, they tried to play some sim on circuit, but
yeah,
it wasn't awesome.
Well, yeah, that's one way to put it. Yeah, it wasn't awesome. Another team kill back-to-back for Space Station Gaming. Damn, they are just...
That's a dead body.
Yeah, they are painting the walls red with their blood at this point. I mean, with Fnatic, no ultimates, switching to Venture. Space Station with 3 ults in this fight.
They might not even need to use some Space Station. I mean, that's how dominant they've been. Hold on to them and then really start to, connect these points together, right? You know, you win this first one, you hold on to some ultimates, move into the second one. It's going to be the Kitsune rush here for Izayaki, and that's a nice sim wall.
Yeah, I mean, you can't use the... you can't use the rush at all, basically. I mean, maybe the tail end of it, I suppose, but... All right, Knife does manage to get a touch on the point, triggering OT. But here's Hardy. He's got a cage. They had ults from the previous fight. There's no shot. Fnatic come back in this one, and there it is. There is your first point on the board for Space Station.
So Fnatic needs to wake up, man. It feels like after map 1, it has just been dominance from Space Station Gaming as this will be a double support ult opportunity for Space Station. Look at this next hill. It's right here. I mean, they're going to be in perfect position to get it first. Set up here with the sim, get all the turrets all rolling. So things have gone from bad to worse.
I don't mind Knife jumping over to the Venture.
No, neither do I.
Yeah. I think they provide, like, especially in these clumped up comps, a lot of AoE damage with the left click, and you can dislodge people too. Burrow's pretty easy to kind of get out of there if you do find yourself in danger, and then Tectonic Shock as well can just destroy a team, but with speed and a TP, might be hard to get it down.
So looks like Checkmate trying to find an angle here. He's got Barrage. Yeah.
Well, there is the cage. Checkmate just unleashing that barrage. A lot of initial damage there, but Funny Astro's sound barrier just absorbing most of it as Checkmate ends up going down. And this is all Space Station Gaming. I mean, Fnatic, I'm not sure how many kills they got, but got to be close to 0.
It is a lot to a very little. That is kind of the current situation in terms of kills. Is Checkmate now going to move over and play the Echo, so I'm going to mirror this Echo. Biggest difference still this Symmetra. You know, they're backbone able to just kind of like maneuver this team all around. The sim walls have been extremely effective. And the longer the fight goes, the stronger the sim becomes. It seems like Fnatic has had absolutely 0 answer.
Well, they're going to try once again. Venture hit the burrow pretty quickly there, but here comes the wall. And now what side you try and fight on? I mean, they're just going to be dancing the entire time. Unfortunately, Backbone dodged left when he was supposed to dodge right. Takes a kunai to the face. Here's the Tectonic Shock. Maybe it's time for them to come alive eventually. It's doing a fair amount of damage. Psycho, though, coming up with big kills. A copy on the cage. Triple kill for Psycho. Make that a quadra kill. Maybe a kill tack in his sights, maybe? I'm not sure. I mean, look, this is... Hey, what is this game?
Hey, those guys at the desk better still be standing there. I mean, this is going to get back to them real fast with the way this is going. As let's take a look at a replay here from Psycho's POV.
I mean,
he's got the car drive going. I mean, this is Cage.
The overkill extermination, Matt, is what just happened.
This is a bloodbath.
Yeah, it's not pretty. It's not pretty. Whee! Look at that knife jumping off of the high ground. Whoopsie daisy, I'm in your back line. Well, there's the TP. Sound barrier comes in for Funny Astro. Trying to win the fight first again, and... Damn. Oh, what? Wait. Can we get a replay of that? Lee J gone. All right, biggest play they've made so far. Lee J gone. It's not Lee J gone tower. It's New Junk City. Gets a nice little double boop. Oh, wow, look at that. Instant replay. Oh, a boom. Oh, Knife really? Booped off the map either. Just a nice little bit of damage.
Yeah, back in the action, though. Knife connects with 2. So this will be Fnatic with some signs of life. Able to actually take the point. So first time we've seen, Fnatic hold the objective here on New Junk City. And this is what Fnatic's map pick as well.
Yeah, right.
Map pick and ban, so quite a terrible start.
Yeah. Tectonic Shock. Uh-oh. This cage, pretty deadly. Pretty deadly. Tectonic Shock doing a lot of damage right now. Sound barrier on top too. They're investing a lot into this fight. Duplication from Psycho. Got a free cage there for just a moment, but quickly dealt with.
Now, it looks like they're going to try and just stagger out Hadi here. So, that was a duplicate cage. Just try and counter it, right? I know also, with duplicating the Malka, probably the best thing about it, it's like the cardiac overdrive, right? You're able to get a second use of that. That cooldown's so strong.
Knife, by the way, is at 50% towards another ult.
Yeah, just had it as well.
Wow.
Just used it.
That's exceptionally quick. Like I said before, like the AoE damage on the left kick's pretty crazy, but didn't realize it was that crazy. Okay. All right, real cage this time from Hadi. Gonna try and TP away if they need to. I mean, Checkmate's just so low. Should be able to get healed up with that cardiac overdrive though. There's Donghak applying his boot onto Backbone's back. And they end up capping this point. All right, Space Station did find the flip initially there in the start of the fight, but there you go. Fnatic are on the board.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're Space Station, this point just might be chalked. Yeah, so you're going to have to just kind of get that early rotation, go all the way across the map here. So it's going to be a long trek for Fnatic. It should be Space Station getting over here first. Maybe they can control that high ground.
Looks like they might meet before they actually get to the point. Wall available for Backbone, he's so low. Yeah, especially in these small corridors. Feels like Space Station needs to take the more open route to start off with.
This series has been so odd in the sense that, like, it's never been back and forth. It's just been complete dominance from one team. And in the flip, it just switches, like, just right to the other side, and then it's complete dominance from the other. So now Fnatic, I think the biggest thing is, like, they've started to get, like, some ultimate advantages in some of these fights, right? So Space Station, they will have an opportunity here. Double support ultimate and that sim wall coming on in.
Yeah, Fnatic support line very close to theirs as well. Tectonic Shock used, but Izyaki's already down. Knife needs to get some purchase here with this. Here's the burrow real quick. Trying to find a different angle. Use the burrow, jump straight back high in the sky. A sound barrier will make sure Knife does stay alive. However, unfortunately for Donghak, does end up going down. A duplicated wall here for Checkmate is finding a fair bit here, and of course it's staying around is going to aid in their offensive capabilities. There will be Space Station capping the point still, and with Hadi down there as well, Matt, I mean, they're not going to give this up easy.
No, and they do have sound barrier here to use as well, and you have 4 players here for Space Station. You might feel like you can use it, yeah, so there's going to be the sound barrier.
Cage comes in for both sides, my word, it reminds me of Amalgam, and there's the wall too. Calculate that one, Matt, like every single part of the map being chopped off. Backbone, though, 100% charge, just focused beam straight on top of Donghak and melted everybody.
Yeah, and you know, when you have these long fights drawn out with sound barriers, the sim can start to get ramped up. If you don't focus that Symmetra down, that damage just becomes so unavoidable, especially putting that damage down onto the Malga, right? The Malga's health can just disappear.
Okay, Knife. What do you got for us now? It's been pretty good with these Tectonic Shocks so far, especially when duped with the cage, or duoed with the cage, I should say. Taking this one rather slow. TP, a bit more of an aggressive angle there from Backbone, but Landon ripping that rush. Now their focus is Donghak, receives a Suzu, manages to get out of there. Hardy taking a face full of sticky bombs as well. Looks like they're just going to disengage for the time being, but they haven't got a lot of time left. 90% for Space Station Gaming as they just try and find an initial pick. Donghak, Izzyaki, Legion gone really low. Someone does need to touch, however, and it will be Knife. A duplication onto the Malga for Checkmate, as now they are taking over the fight. Backbone and Landon down. A free cage for Checkmate locks Hardy in place as they eventually find the team kill.
Yeah, you'll be able to get another fight here, though, for Space Station Gaming, right? You'll be able to come back in with this speed boost. Funny Astro potentially getting that sound barrier with an opportunity to close out the map. This would be a bit of a shock if Fnatic's able to battle back into this, right? It would feel like Space Station's giving one away with how well they played earlier.
They were playing so far up, but they are playing straight into the rush. Backbone's alone. Astro goes in for the touch. Backbone Landon dead. Astro might be able to get the flip here, but I don't think this is going to be a capture. Oh, he doesn't. Uh-oh, well, that's point. That's Fnatic tying things up. 99 to 99 on that one as we go to our final point now.
Yeah, and that's just the Kitsune Rush they're used for Fnatic. So they end up using that Kitsune Rush, playing quite aggressively. Space Station gets a little bit of a spawn advantage here going into the next point, but I think they've really found something with this venture.
Yeah, this is working out so well for them. Landon's already down. Those turrets are Maybe that's an annoyance. Although with Knife dead, and Psycho copying this cage, Sound Barrier is going to have to be deployed here by Lee Jae-gon. Only hits 3 as Donghak also used the cage. I mean, that is just, okay, that is absurd. How many cages we got?
Oh, Maga just causing chaos. In the back earlier, Puckett was like, I really like watching Maga, and I saw like, you know, Jake just kind of get flashbacks to the Maga meta.
Maga meta, like, oh, trust me, you wouldn't have liked it after Maga meta, my friend.
I was like, he's cool, Puckett, but you missed some stuff.
Yeah, you've been at this for a little bit.
At
okay,
one
trust
point,
me.
we had like quad cage everywhere.
Yeah. Not the greatest thing to see on your screens. Ooh, knife.
Oh, like what? It was like War Games. You ever see War Games, the WCW wrestling pay-per-view?
No, no, I didn't see that, Matt.
It's unfortunate. They took 3 cages and put them next to each other. So it was kind of like the Maga meta in a way.
Okay. Hello. Wow.
Yeah.
Golden Boy somewhere's like, yeah, I get that reference.
Don't look at what year that took place. It'll date myself, but I remember it.
Maybe before even my time.
You definitely were alive.
You sure?
Yeah.
I don't know, Matt. You're quite a few years older than me. All right. 78% for Space Station Gaming here. Make that 80 as Fnatic could try go for their final touch. Oh, 100% super low. Cardiac Overdrive used. There's the double Mauga. Oh, it's coming in. Eventually, a cage is going to come online. It's going to be checkmates first by the looks of it. Oh, boom. Cage coming in. Tectonic shot from Knife, doing a fair bit of damage, but everybody fighting in the small corridor. Backbone luckily focusing him down. And now Fnatic in a 4v4 now as Hardy also falls. 99% for Space Station. Landon just calming his heart out right now. Looks like they might just want to just give up this fight at this point. Yeah, no more alternates. Don't want to use anything. Don't want to invest anything more, as we know we only need to win one fight now.
Yeah, a bit of a reset here for Space Station Gaming. So Fnatic clutches up there. You know, big Tectonic shock there from Knife. Duplicate there. Cage fight coming in for checkmate. They'll have actually, you know, Donghak's cage fight here coming up. It'll be very interesting, right? Cage fight on both sides, and then you have the sound barrier as well. Who can kind of like land the more effective sound barrier with some of these ultimates? But Psycho also going to be able to duplicate a Maga here. We've seen how effective that's been as you see Funny Astro kind of hiding around this corner.
Here comes the beat. Hits 5, and here comes the sound barrier from Lee Jae-gon. There's the second cage map. I'm waiting for more. Donghak dead, though's not a good start.
Got another cage coming in.
And there it is. There's the next cage. Okay, Psycho gaining 2 cages in that fight to win it out. Who knew? Who knew Mauga was that good? Well, it is Psycho. Hardy spamming easy in the chat. Space Station take match point.
They were like, Donghak just writes a response, ... Space Station was up like 2-0, and then they just let Fnatic just roll back into it, and then now the EN type easy at the end. So this has been pretty back and forth, but for me, I think you need to get rid of this sim.
Yes.
You need to get rid of the sim. If you're not going to play the sim, but you want to take rush mirrors, it's clear the sim is being quite effective here for Space Station. So regardless of what goes on, I'd love to see Fnatic get rid of this Symmetra, change it up a little bit like that. So you know, Symmetra, Lucio, right? There's like some things they can do, but you know, right now, feels like they're allowing Space Station to just play this style of play that they're awesome at.
All right. We'll see what bans head our way. 4th map coming up. Space Station on match point. Of course, they are already through. It's Fnatic's final chance to not get their key crushed in that hydraulic press.
Seems like we are ready to go to the desk. Guys, bring it down.
Thank you very much. The Backbone Psycho combo causing problems, especially when you have Hottie doing Hottie things. Let's break this one down short and sweet. McGravy, how many cages did you see in that game?
One too many. I mean, it's absolutely so hard to tell what's going on. I'm just confused on why we're on the map in the first place.
Jake, talk me through this. We were always expecting maybe Hollywood, maybe Dorado. Did not expect Flashpoint. You said this is Fnatic failing on some of the decisions behind the scenes. How'd they play in game, though?
you know, I think they did play pretty well. They almost brought it back, and against the sim combo that, you know, SSG is just so adept with, it's an impressive performance, but it's just not enough. And in the end, you're left wondering, was it just hubris to think you could take SSG on their very most comfortable style, this ultra fast, ultra aggressive? That's when they're at their best. And with someone like Psycho in the lineup, the Echo has just become so much more fearsome. Now SSG sitting pretty 2-1, Fnatic back against the wall. Maybe now we'll bring it back to a dive, but still there's that push map potentially to close it out, or escort. Or sorry, rather hybrid. SSG still gonna have one more map pick, even if you force him to a game 5.
For all the folks out there who said Maga sucks, how do you feel about him now, McGravy?
Not my favorite, but it's definitely strong under the right circumstances. I think the D.Va ban was really well targeted, and it enabled the Maga comp.
All right, that is game 3 in the books. We're going to a break. When we come back, the series continues with SSG on Match Point.
you. If I heard that you. If I heard that you. If I heard that you. What you doing? The way I live a life. What you doing? The way I live a life. The way I live a life. What you doing? What you doing? The way I live a life. What you doing? The way I live a life. The way I live a life. What you doing? What you doing? The way I live a life. What you doing? The way I live a life.
Groups are coming to a close, and we're about to send one team home. Will it be Fnatic here in Group D? Well, their tournament life is on the line. They started with a map 1 win, but since then it's been SSG. And McGravy, looks like SSG has more tricks up their sleeves as they continue to make some swaps on the stage.
Yeah, it's like I said, every tournament this happens, Space Station tries to play outside of their comfort zone, and they always come back home. They always come back home to the Sim, to the Mei, to the Lucio. They love it. It's their bread and butter.
Can you run on everything, though?
Listen, they've tried in the past. They've made it work in the past. I think they have to make another crack at it.
All right, Jake, so we're going back to Fnatic. Is now the time to pull out your Hollywood?
I hope so. I mean, for their sake, I think dive has been their strongest suit for their own team, potentially also the weakest for Space Station Gaming. I'm not sure if you can really force a poke matchup. They tried on Circuit Royale and it fell flat. Poke is actually quite vulnerable to SSG's best comp where, you know, they love to rush down those Sigmas, swarm over the top. And I mean, there's still some impactful bans left in the series. You haven't banned Sim yet. So maybe there's a way to take that piece out of the lineup. But you've banned Baptiste and Lucio already in the series. And to be honest, for me, those supports are the best bans you can do against SSG. And SSG won both of the maps with their most critical heroes out of the role. Looking pretty scary.
Now, I got good news. If you're a Psycho fan, if you loved his Echo, you're going to see more of it, right? It's probably coming out here in game number 4 as we take a look at the stage. We head back over to the Kadia Arena, and this one has me all kinds of excited because I want to see what is Knife going to do. You're probably not going to bring out the Venture again, do you?
Surely not. Like we said, I think Fnatic made a mistake by not doing dive, and I think they go back, and I think they look for potentially kind of the Winston or the ball with the Ashe and the Fair. I think that's kind of where they're guiding themselves towards.
Love this stage. I love this competition, and I love half of these maps. The other ones I don't win on, Jake, but let's take a look and see where Fnatic feels they can pull a W. Push! No hybrid for you, my friend.
Coliseo. That's a wild move. Frankly, I think this is quite a good map for SSG's style. I mean, what are you really going to ban? It's what's going to really change the game. It is the Sim. I think this is a good ban.
Yeah.
However, I don't know that you even need the Sim on Coliseo. The classic hit scan Mei, I think, can look very good. We do see Psycho Sparker, so maybe this will be a dive here.
Yeah, I was going to say, Backbone, who popped off with that Sim, says, no more Sim for me. Sparker, you're back in the lineup. What heroes do you think he's bringing to the table on the DPS side?
I think that at this point, they're a little more keen on taking this. It looks like a rush mirror on Coliseum. I don't really see a world where they can play anything else. And Space Station has completely denied the fact they can play dive anyways, at least with the Winston. So I think we're expecting something maybe like a Ramatra mirror with the hit scan, maybe something in that area.
Jake?
Could be. I'm starting to worry, though, because with Winston out of the picture, I think that's maybe Hottie's most comfortable dive tank. If we go back to a ball mirror, I think I'm kind of worried because Donghack is nice with it on the wrecking ball. So I think Fnatic gets to really make a big choice, a bold statement here about what they believe is their best style, where they think their strengths lie. Still looking confident, though, on the stage.
Fnatic's tournament life on the line. Space Station Gaming looking to finish 2-1 and potentially lock up that #2 seed, which allows them to pick their opponent in the round of 12. Our map is ready. Our casters are ready. It's time to rock. Jaws, Mr. X, take it away.
Potential last map here, Matt, in this series. Gonna Coliseum. Fnatic's choice.
Yeah, interesting pick here of map choice, where I agree with Jake. Maybe like a hybrid would have been better. I also think like you would have loved to save the sim pick for the hybrid map, right? Like, don't allow them to enable those types of comps on a map like that, where Coliseum, right? You're just kind of like fighting over that mid map. You don't exactly need the TP. You can kind of like play a little bit of a different style, with that rush. So. Quite interesting decisions, I think, for both sides. The Winston gun that does eliminate, Hottie's kind of favorite dive tank of choice. But look at this, we're gonna get
Hottie Diva
and Donghack on the Doom. So I don't think anybody had this one on the desk. Really interesting comps.
No, like, man, we've seen Hottie Diva and Scrims, bro. So they banned it, Matt won.
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe they knew.
Maybe they knew. Maybe they knew something we didn't. All right, okay. I like to see a little bit of Doomfist as well. I know Puckett is definitely punching the air right now. I'm pretty excited about it.
So much Ashe, I feel like, throughout the tournament thus far. Just seems to be the hit scan of choice.
Yeah, after the Cassidy nerfs, Ashe definitely has kind of regained her former glory. Which means Bob is also in the limelight as well, which is also great. Removing the glass is also great too, but still, it's been a minute. No kills just yet. Both teams are pacing themselves at this point. Doesn't look like Fnatic are going to get pushed all the way back, however, as Space Station advance.
Yeah, as Space Station will get the bot. Get a little bit of space here, but Donghack finds Sparker. He was trying to use that coach gun to get away. He's not able to live, so find funny Astro here too. So they push back just a little bit there. Does Fnatic, they fall back, and then they actually, just going to collapse right on top of Sparker. As the Ashe doesn't have as much survivability as like a Cassidy, but this fight not exactly over.
Oh, don't wait the Doom. Don't wait the Diva even. Go heal up. Yeah, at least you gone dead. Unfortunate. Oh, nano boost in the backline, actually. Shit, Donghack's going to go in. Hasn't got the ult to back up, but doesn't need it. Nice little punch there onto Astro, easily taken care of. That frog squished.
Still a very early lead here for Fnatic. Not by much, as Hottie will get a selfish.
That is not good.
Oh, not actually going to.
Doesn't want to use it.
Yeah,
because he can instantly get punched too. As soon as that animation comes in, boom, you can interrupt it. It's real rough.
Now Knife will have a Bob here. You can have Donghack getting up to the high ground. But when they've had Donghack on like Doom and Ball, I mean, he's in such a nuisance. They've not been able to really deal with it.
Yeah. Donghack can go in super deep now with the Meteor Strike. Oh, Sparker, that coach gun. It barely moved him 2 pixels. Still got the Bob. Speaking of which, Knife sent his out to Spawn.
All right. I think he thought he was going to get the kill.
All right.
I didn't need the Meteor Strike, but
we've all been there. We've all been there.
Have we?
Yeah, I have. I played too much Overwatch.
So that is when the Donghack would probably like that back. I mean, he gets that kill there. They probably still keep that
yeah, you get the kill. Like you said, you hit Meteor Strike, you're healing in the sky, and then you just carry on, yeah. All right, Bob's been deployed. Sparker dodging that punch. Although that nade is something the Hardy wish he ate. Sound barrier and a lamp to try and save Sparker. My word, everything thrown in to try and kill Sparker. They even a pulse bomb as well.
Yeah, they don't actually get him in the end, as Psycho's pulse bomb is good, though. It takes out Knife. It's all the long-range damage gone there for Fnatic. So Space Station Gaming now going to start to move the bot into Fnatic territory.
Well, there we go. All right. Finally get it past those archways now. Self-destruct still available from Hardy here. Although now we've got to be worried about the Izayaki Nano engage.
Yeah, this could be pretty similar to one of the previous fights that we've had, right? Where Landon used the Ant Matrix and then you just use the Nano on the Doom and just go straight past it. Just disrupt. This is the Ant Matrix here used. They actually just fall back. They don't want to push on into this.
Yeah, look at how much damage Donghak's taken already. Might be able to get the lead off this as well. Only a meter to go. Oh, misses the punch. Tragic.
It doesn't have the Donghak there, so he can't really do much of anything.
Oh, he's got ooh, okay. Dodges out of the way. The self-destruct doesn't get squished either. Nice little punch in the room there. It'll be Sparker eventually dying to checkmate. They're going to be able to get lead though, Matt. Fnatic are going to be able to hold on.
Yeah, Psycho gets 2, and looked like him and Hadi could have maybe made something happen there, but he actually gets hit with the dynamite there from Knife, so he's taking so much ticking damage, doesn't have recall there to be able to kind of get some of that health back, also kind of remove that status effect. So ends up falling, but pretty good push there for Space Station Gaming, gets it very close.
Yeah, 5 minutes to go. Half the time bank elapsed now as the Bob is deployed onto this high ground. I think Funny Astro helped the Bob there. It went even further into the backline. Bob extending its lead. Someone from Fnatic is just perma-touching right now, although now we get to do the dance of the bridge. Now we get the bridge stalled for as long as possible, but it doesn't look like Fnatic can give them an opportunity to do so. Checkmate with the pulse bomb, meaning Hardy has to pay close attention to it. Doesn't want that landing on the backline. Oh, London.
Ooh. Checkmate just putting so much pressure on the backline, right?
Yeah.
Not really getting kills here, right? But just look at all of the people who have to focus on him.
Yeah. Psycho still going to miss with the pulse bomb there. Bot is still moving, or is attempting to move at the very least. Psycho, luckily, there to contest, but for how much longer is the question. Bob comes through for Sparker. Astro with the beat, with a good overview of the fight, but it is now broken down, and Space Station once again control the bot.
This will be the nano boost on a Donghak. It's going to be a sound barrier in response here for Space Station Gaming.
He's punching. He's trying to
everybody up. Yeah.
He's just meleeing there with the Doomfist. Didn't get too much done with the nano boost at all. Even the D.Va still kind of annoying against the Doomfist. Always has been a good counter, even when Doomfist was DPS. You just matrix all the shots.
So Donghak able to live for a very long time, but not produce many results there with the nano. Nice sound barrier there from Funny Astro. Able to keep Space Station Gaming alive. So now Space Station with an opportunity to take the lead. It looks like they've kind of gotten this position constantly, right? They have this Ant Matrix now up in
Same thing again.
Yeah.
Exactly the same thing. Oh, sound barrier usage in though to make sure that Space Station do not gain the lead. Nice punch into the wall there. Removes not only the lab, but everybody shoved in, stunned, Sparker dead, Meteor Strike in. That's a big slam straight onto Funny Astro as well. Is pretty low, and Lee J gone there to the rescue.
Not the spot you want to be against a Doomfist, like inside of that small room. So Donghak kind of goes crazy there, able to pick up some kills. This will be Knife finishing some players off as Lee J gone, potentially going to play the Brig here. Yeah, so it looks like a little bit of a change. Not going to play the Lucian. It'll be able to play the Brigitte here in combination with that Ana. So using the Brig to, end up kind of protecting the Ashe a little bit, right, in the Ana. As Hadi now going to kind of give up on the D.Va, going to go play the Ram.
Good Bob. Look how far. Oh, my word.
It knocked Hadi up. The Bob knocked Hadi up, yeah.
Double headshot over the top of the shield. Thank you very much, Bob. Knife with 3 kills in the fight. I mean, Matt, that's checkpoint, mate.
Yeah, and Hadi now is going to go back to the D.Va. So it looked like potentially he was going to try and play that Ramatra, but now I feel like maybe have to play the D.Va here. No, D.Va's so good against hit scan, right? You see, you switch once, Knife goes crazy, takes out 3, you figure, okay, well, maybe we actually bring in our hit scan, right? Hit scan stopper in terms of the D.Va.
Oh, you see Hardy bathing, checkmate in the Matrix there. He's got a pulse with him in hand. Easy stick for the Tracer. Nano boost onto the Doomfist once again. Lead has been extended past that checkpoint too. I mean, Donghak is just such a menace. Just an annoyance. An 8-foot fly is Donghak right now in the back line. Yeah, it's so health pack too, yeah.
So they do lose checkmate here. So it looks like potentially not able to get much further is Fnatic, but still they open up a big lead where Space Station's pretty much gotten to the high ground, dropped an Ant Matrix every single time and got nothing for it. That's pretty much been the story they're after.
Yeah. They've been using it to try and stop Fnatic from engaging on them, but it's been the opposite. Fnatic are more than happy to push past the window. All right, Psycho now trying to get into the back line. Of course, with this Brig, a lot harder to take down this Arnett. Got to get through that shield plus the health packs. Donghak using that ultimates. I mean, yeah, it's good for getting out of there and also good for engaging, but unfortunately, Lee Jae-gon and Izzyaki were preoccupied in that fight. Sparker does kill both the Doomfist and the Arnett. And now Space Station Gaming could try and regain control of that lead.
Yeah, the Bob was pretty good there for Sparker, and the bad part here for Space Stations, they actually lose Sparker here towards the end. So he spawns all the way out, and they're not going to have him for this fight. And I mean, that is massive, especially when you're fighting in this kind of like long-range area.
Ooh, okay, they get checkpoint. Minute to go now for Space Station.
But there's still, Fnatic knows that Space Station's a player down still.
Pulse bomb. Oh, what a stick from Psycho. Izzyaki down, Lee Jae-gon with a rally. Can maybe bandage up this fight somewhat, that overhealth building up. Psycho takes a headshot, a stick onto Funny Astro. No lead in sight here for Space Station now. It's hard to use that self-destruct to try and get the remake, but instantly killed off by Knife.
Man, it's going to come down to the wire. 30 seconds to go. Funny Astro getting close to a sound barrier here, so that'll be huge coming into this next fight. Can they, I mean, killing Dominic here would be huge.
Big trades going back and forth. Fnatic, 78 meters to 66. Space Station need to fight uphill, but they got a beat to do it.
Astro's got to go back, though, and he's going to get Landon, so they got to get Landon back in the fight. You're going to have your Tracer here as well, so they just have to huddle here for a brief second. This is pretty bad, though. Fnatic has their Bob. They're going to have a Nano here for Donghak as well.
Oh, just chill on the high ground. Like, you have to come to us. Good luck. Bob, like you said, Nano. They've got so many tools to work with right now.
Should come back. Force him to move that Bob through that area.
Just go in, mate. Just go in over and over and over. Just force them to do something. Force them to burn ultimates. Bob coming in. Funny Astro's already used that beat. Main focus is Sparker. Defense Matrix not enough to save him. I mean, this might just be it. Donghak once again in the backline distracting them for long enough. 78 meters to 66. Fnatic's hopes and dreams not yet fading away as they take us to a map 5.
We are going to go the distance in this series. Some odd, map selections, some odd bans throughout it, but we will get a game 5. This, when Donghak is played, whether it's the Doom or the Ball, extremely difficult for Space Station to deal with. When Space Station is able to kind of like force their rush, it is really difficult for Fnatic to deal with. So I think this is like two real clashing styles of play that we're seeing come head-to-head here. And then our last map will be a hybrid map, right? So it'll be Space Station able to select that in first ban. I mean, they have a ton of options here potentially. It'll be really interesting because this series, the bans and the maps have not gone the way I think that anybody would have thought. So yeah. I think you're going to see something that probably catches us all a little off guard.
I think that's a perfect way to summarize it, Matt. Wait, they banned what? We're going where? And they banned... Not sure where we're going to go, but it is Space Station's choice now to round this series out and crush Fnatic's key and send them through to the playoffs here. Oh, sorry, of course, they're already through. It's just crushing Fnatic.
Well, Fnatic winning here, it takes us into three-way tie territory.
Yes.
Space Station, Nightmare, and Fnatic would all be 1-1, right? And then it's like bizarre, right? Because Space Station has a win over Nightmare, Nightmare has a win over Fnatic, but then Fnatic has a win over Space Station. So you'd have this crazy three-way tie scenario.
1 and 2, yeah. Yeah.
At 1 and 2, that somebody would have to tell us.
Someone's gonna.
Someone else's job. We will just report. Who makes it? We will not.
We'll update you guys.
But some people who may know what would happen are the people in the studio. So let's go to the Puckett and the boys.
I have great news, Mr. X and Jaws. I might be 0-2 on the day with what I think will happen in a tiebreaker scenario. I beefed up Group B earlier, but now I think here in Group D, if Fnatic wins a Game 5, that means that they went to a Game 5 against Nightmare. They went to a Game 5 against Space Station. Space Station 3-1 Nightmare, which means Fnatic and Space Station would move forward with Nightmare having the least amount of maps won. How's that feel, McGravy? Let's take a look at the highlights instead.
I like highlights. Gun go boom.
As we take a look here at Fnatic, we were questioning, should they go to Flashpoint this early? Jake, you were questioning it, but now after seeing the result, we're not thinking it's too bad of a situation.
Still doubting the Flashpoint pick, but I think push, as I think about it more, Runa Sapi, New Queen Street, both pretty decent rush maps, especially for a team like Space Station that is adept. I think Coliseum was where Fnatic was most confident they can force a dive. I am a little worried. I think giving Space Station this map 5 pick on Hybrid, but maybe it's the lesser of two evils, right? Maybe those push maps were a little bit more threatening with the possibility of an SSG rush. Lucio, BAP, protected at that point.
All right, so we've seen Fnatic making their decisions. Now it's Space Station side. And what is your best option on the hybrids? By the way, before you even start here, McGravy, there is a chance Hybrid could tie. We could see a game 6 here, but jump in. If we're going to finish in 5, what is the best chance as an SSG fan and a Nightmare fan who's hoping they clutch up?
I think you have to think that Symmetra has already been banned, correct? So they have the Symmetra available, so they have to think about the best chance that they can use Symmetra in my mind. So I'm thinking that's probably it's probably Eichenwald, and I think that's not a map that we have seen a ton. I think there's a lot of capability to use a teleporter on the second point attack with the castle. I think there's a lot of options, so I think it might go there.
Jake, are we going back to medieval times?
Wouldn't hate to see a Midtown either. I think another great choice for the Sim comp. Those Sim TPs can get a little bit tricky on Midtown, but I think only SSG, they're more qualified than any of us to say, where's the best Sim comp? They know. They already know the answer. And so we're all about to learn where is the best place to play Sim. I think it's fair to say SSG are the authority on the subject.
Now, I'm told there is no swaps. Does that change up your thoughts of what Space Station Gaming is bringing? Because Backbone is on the sideline, right?
Still the opportunity to play a Sim and a hit scan style with Sparker on the Sim. Could be what they want to do. Could be a different look on attack and defense. So I think all options still open, but it does say that they're not fully committed to the Sim comp. They're keeping their options open and staying confident in what might be another dive mirror. Fnatic has won 2 dive mirrors in this series. They've lost the rush fights, but they've won the dive mirrors. And it's a little scary to think SSG is going to gamble their hopes on one more.
It's scary, but Space Station has played Monkey in the past. If they do play dive, Monkey, I would say, is the one composition that they're pretty confident on. They've played the faster styles with the Kiri Lucio, and they've had some success in the past.
Right, that Monkey was banned earlier in the series, so definitely available. We saw Diva banned earlier. She's going to be available. All kinds of heroes are available. The question is, what map are we going to? Christopher gets to make the decision. Is this the coach you put your faith in if you're SSG? Is he the guy to come through for you? Because we've been questioning Fnatic's decisions all day.
I mean, Christopher definitely is that guy. He knows this team front to back. He knows their capabilities. He knows their strengths, and I bet you better believe he's aware of their weaknesses as well. And so, to be honest, I think Christopher is just the man for the job in this spot, right? It is a challenging position to be in. Fnatic has shown real strength here, but I have a bit of confidence Christopher can find his way through.
I always got yelled at for bringing out Doomfist on Eichenwald. We'll see, though. Will we see Donghack pulling out his patented Doomhack? I don't think so. Let's send it over to the stage to find out, though. The final game of groups is about to kick off, and it's time to find out where does SSG want to play. We're all thinking we're heading to Germany. Let's make it official here.
New York or Germany? Could it be?
New York for you. We are going to Eichenwald.
Hadi's homeland. Deutsche Hammermann.
And, of course, Reinhardt. In the mix here for Hadi, potentially?
Let's see these bans. Really, a lot of the series rests on this moment. Does Fnatic find the answer here on map 5? Ashe ban for SSG. I think this is a well-targeted ban. Protects your potential Mei ban. Could be still taken out if you wanted to play Rush.
Right.
And also one of the better heroes at shutting down something like Psycho's Echo.
And it looks like Mauga will not be played on this. Surprises here.
This feels like potentially a challenge to make SSG play the Rush on a map that's not perfect for it. Maybe sticking with the Reinhardt.
So much is on the line here in Group D, not just for Fnatic, not just for SSG, but also Nightmare, who is dialed in, waiting to find out, will they power through to the round of 12, or is Fnatic going to steal their seat? Jake, this is hype.
I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what heroes they're going to play. And honestly, I've never been happier to be confused, to be uncertain, to have so many unknowns in the air. We got some very exciting Overwatch to watch here, Puck.
We've got the best 16 teams in the world, all playing for $1 million. We find out tonight, will Fnatic exit with just $10K, or do they double up at a minimum with a Game 5 victory. The map is loaded, which means the casters are ready to rock. Let's send it over one more time. Joss, take it away.
Thank you very much, Pocket. Yes, Eichenwalde is the map choice, a map we don't see too often at EWC, apparently.
Yeah, and I think Jake was right in the sense that, like, okay, like, let's challenge SSG to really, if you're going to play these comps, to play it on a map that's going to be quite difficult for it, especially with some of the bans. I don't think they're going to do that, though, right? Because they would have, right, they have Sparker and Psycho in. If they're going to play sim-based Rush, you would have Backbone in the game. So it feels like they're going to move away from it.
Let's have a look. Let us have a look. Do we see a little bit of Rhine action here from Space Station? And what does Fnatic have to cook? Of course, they are fighting for their lives right now, and Nightmare waiting in the wings. Their fate not in their hands. Whose key is going to get crushed? Only one way to find out as we roll out with Fnatic on defense.
Yeah, with no Ashe in the mix, I think you can definitely play the Cassidy, right? Sparker, a very good Cassidy player. Psycho probably remains playing like Trace or Echo, one of the two. Donghak on defense playing the Doom can be pretty difficult to make the Doom work here.
Yeah, quite tough. You see the old rollouts with Doom on Eichenwalde, but that's a bygone era at this point. Sparker. Yep. Damage boost, yeah. I mean, you got the initial scouting there from Checkmate, so they know they were going to try it. It's always worth a little go, though. We'll see what they want to switch up to. Okay, so Cassidy, Tracer, and then Hardy on the D.Va. So almost the same kind of thing we saw on the previous map.
Yeah, so it's going to be a Ramatra. Reinhardt. Okay. So Reinhardt with no sim. Cassidy, Tracer. So interesting here. We'll see Hardy actually make it through the choke.
Let's get a quick Space Station listening, though, on their first attack.
Push Nate and 2-1. Try one. Break one. Break that. I don't know, sleep dice. Anna dice. Doom dice. Ferron. Oh, fuck. Ferro, clean one. Chain over. Chain over, guys. Chain over. I'm just living. 3 point. 3 point. Doom 1. Try me. Doom is 1. Nice. Doom has a punch. He's low. He's healing. Passive healing. Doom is full almost. Yeah, far left. Doom has a punch. Back up. Has a punch. Punched. Hinter Doom. Yeah, Doom. Doom on. Step out. Walking. Doom dead. Fight up left. Break. Nice. No sleep. Break, guys. Break, get in lamp. Stagger 1. Far behind. Just kill him late, guys. He will die. Kill him.
Nice work there from Space Station. See Hardy as well. He's like, do this punch. Do not die to Doom, please.
Yeah, try not to let Donghak just get powered up. Hardy's just making this Reinhardt work. It does not matter. Just even without the sim in play, just gets right up in Donghak's face.
I love listening to experienced comms too. This team has been together for so long. So much trust in each other as well.
Yeah, there's not really like an overflow of comms because they kind of know exactly what they're trying to do at all times. I mean, they've been playing like such a unit forever.
Yeah, exactly. One of the more long-standing teams. Or like compositions of teams at the very least. All right, Donghak on the Doom, still struggling to get an avenue into the backline, and it's going to be even more difficult now with this window. It just gives so much space to Space Station. They're just going to take high ground, man.
Yeah, they're going to rotate all the way around. The Symphony rally here for Lee J. Gone is this is not where you want to fight the Doom. It's going to be the sound barrier here for Funny Astro.
They've got to find kills
with everybody.
Pulsum available for knife, hunting, searching for a target here. Nano boost deployed by Izzyaki, but Checkmate's already dead. Pulsum on the floor for knife. Halo not moving just yet, as the Meteor Strike is going to secure the kill onto Astro, as Hardy taking Donghak back to his own spawn. First class mail.
The payload's still not moving.
Yeah.
Izayaki somehow still kind of like behind there on the bridge. You saw his X-ray for a second. He's just kind of like healing as everybody on Space Station just runs on by him.
They do need to touch at some point.
I mean, this fight pretty long and still not really going to get much progress out of it.
Yeah. All right, the 2 DPS ultimates, though, available. Checkmate's got the barrage. Going to be quite frustrating to kind of deal with, although that High Noon is going to prevent him from doing all too much. And the speedy High Noon, too, trying to get the angles. There's the barrage. Oh, it actually hit the top of the roof there. Couldn't quite get the skull on the Pharah.
Yeah, they end up losing Hardy because of that as well, right? If you connect with that Pharah. you would have been able to keep Hadi alive. Kills just being traded. Knife still alive here, and same with Donghak, but it's both supports plus Spark are alive. And the Cassie, a very difficult target to take out. It's Checkmate now going over to the Genji. So traditional Genji Tracer here with the dive.
Oh, Classico. Whoa! Whoa, wait, where's Hadi going? Okay, Hadi is naded, 120 HP. He dies there. Yeah.
Hadi's dead.
Hadi is dead. Winner from the high ground though, and a lamp thrown forward. Instantly destroyed.
Are they still trying to fight this? Like, so Psycho's on the cart, just kind of contesting it, trying to keep it moving. They're just worried about Knife coming on a flank potentially. Yes, that's going to be Sparker taking him out.
Oh, Lijigon got the boop onto Sparker there. A slam available in, there it is, up onto the high ground. Funny Astro and Landon just trying to deal with Donghak. Nano Boost not finding all too much as Donghak sails over the top of the support duo. Meteor Strike in the small room with Landon 1 HP. Should be an easy cleanup. Astro to the rescue again. This is so scrappy, man.
Astro,
17 HP? 3
Astro
HP?
and Landon able to stay alive for ages. It's incredible they even lived for that long, because this is going to allow Sparker and Psycho to come back into the fight.
This fight hasn't ended. It's been a 5-minute fight. They are back. Nice stick. Absorbed, though, by that punch. So, unfortunately, now, Dong has got the power up. Beat. Yeah, I mean, Matt, just throw everything in at this point. So, sound barriers from both sides have been lobbed in. Hadi on the payload. Someone has to touch from Fnatic. It's going to have to be Lijigon. And, unfortunately, that payload goes by the wayside, despite the kills coming in.
Yes, Donghak and Checkmate trying to put pressure on Sparker and Landon. They do so. They end up picking up the kills, but nobody was able to kind of contest Hadi on the point with Funny Astro and Psycho. So that will be a point take for Space Station Gaming. So now they move into the last part of the map. Knife now over to Venture. This is where the Reinhardt can be super effective, though. Like, way easier to play the Rein in this part of the map.
Shadow under the payload. Nice little Suzu there from Izuyaki to upright the shattered individuals. And the blade has been pulled. Bit of damage from a Checkmate as his team that finishing off these kills.
We'll see now if Space Station decides to make any changes. Like, this would be an opportunity to do so, but I think at this point, you're kind of committed. And it looks like they're not going to make any changes where for Fnatic, you do have Izuyaki going to play the Karika, so able to play more aggressive with a lot of these flankers.
Checkmate just dodging that fire strike there as they try to make another engagement. Taking a lot of damage initially from Hadi, actually just dashes the opposite direction to his team. But look, oh, the post bomb from Psycho. Knife just pushing Hadi as well. It's going to be quite annoying for Hadi to kind of deal with this Venture. Meteor Strike in a small room in a Venture. Yeah, there's no way you're surviving that one.
I mean, this is so difficult to keep Sparker alive, right?
Yeah.
Genji, Venture, Doom, Caruso,
it's just so much displacement.
Yeah, it's just a lot. And now you see some changes. So the Ramatra coming in here with an Echo. So the Echo can definitely burst some of these squishier targets down a little bit easier here than the Tracer could. And where you're not really focused on putting pressure on the backline, right? When the backline is going to be playing so aggressive for Fnatic.
This Vortex from the Ramatra will be quite nice. If anybody who kind of wants to jump in, they get slowed, they can get focused. Astro with the sound barrier. Lijigon's got one to match, but Fnatic have a couple of ultimates over Space Station right now, and they're going to use them. Well, Tectonic Shock could be quite disastrous. No, who's the target? Well, probably Sparker again. Is the Tectonic Shock. Everybody trapped in this small room. Hadi eventually escorting his team out, just crossing those arms, but that rippling damage enough to help Donghak clean on up here. 30 seconds to go, Matt.
Thought it may have been an opening a little bit for Space Station in that Lijigon's sound barrier doesn't connect with Checkmate, and they're actually able to kill Checkmate.
God.
But
I will say Donghak's Doom has been very impressive.
I mean, dude, when he's playing the Doom or the Ball, they look like a completely different team.
10 seconds to go. Dupe available. They're just going to go in, though. Sparker, high noon, popped it, already dead. Psycho's still got an ultimate to burn here. Actually just copies the Kiriko of all things, but the blade has been popped by Checkmate. He needs to find some mad value here because Donghak is just running over your backline on the Doom. They're going to have a little bit of extra push here, but the likelihood is Psycho just gets taken out of this dupe with no rush to his name.
No, as Hadi's still alive here on the point. Gonna get the Annihilation.
Okay.
Keep that one rolling. You're gonna get the supports back in the mix. So not out of it yet for Space Station. no ultimates here for Fnatic either.
Yeah, no ultimates on either side. Izzyaki closing in on this rush, which will be the difference maker and should be an easy win, but it's actually Sparker that gets taken down, and Donghak just throws his whole self onto Psycho. And this is where the payload will end for Space Station Gaming. One more round here in day number 2 that will decide the fate of either Fnatic or Nightmare, as we see Fnatic end this one, not letting not letting Space Station complete.
It also feels like, obviously Space Station, not able to complete the map. It feels like Fnatic's compositional choices, especially playing this like aggressive, fast dive, is probably going to be easier to play on offense. Like it's harder to make the Doom work on D, it feels like, than trying it on offense. So could see Fnatic actually steal this one.
Jumping some highlights before we get into the next round. Man, Nightmare must be on the edge of their seats right now. Seeing who comes out on top. Of course, Fnatic need this win. Desperately need it to save themselves and make their way to the playoffs, or their key will be crushed. Nightmare hoping that Space Station just roll over them here and have a full defense.
I mean, still, it would be Fnatic just scraping in, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Not an awesome performance, all things considered, right? They did not perform the best here in groups. They're actually quite fortunate they even have a chance to make it through still here. Where it will be Space Station, they will be playing that Ramatra on defense here to start things off.
That map 5 versus Nightmare 2. Definitely something Fnatic might have in the back of their minds. Of course, it was a reverse sweep.
Well, also, I mean, yeah, Nightmare was up 2-0 against virtus.pro.
Yeah, and then got reverse swept.
Blew it.
Yeah.
So, it could be an epically bad series of events for Nightmare.
Oh, okay. Knife, jump it. Venture? Venture. Okay.
The Ventures definitely worked for them throughout the series, right?
Yeah.
New Junk City, we saw them start to have their most success with the Venture. It's really been the Venture and then the dive tanks that have worked here for Fnatic.
Oh, that's a good start, though, from Psycho. However, Knife and Donghak. I mean, this dive is just terrifying.
Venture and the dude.
Oh, no! Donghak. Oh, he thought he punched Astro. He thought he maybe hit the tree. Oh, that is tragic.
Sparker is going to pick up the sim. So typically, no, that's actually going to be the Mace. So typically, these are heroes we would actually see, Backbone in the game to play. But without him in here for this map, they decide not to sub him in. You're going to see Sparker pick him up.
Well, Izzyaki running around the rest of his team with good sleep onto Hardy there. And Nemesis form's not going to last too much longer as Landon dead again. Knife and Donghak. I mean, they flipped the map on him as Izzyaki eventually joins the rest of the team once more. Funny, Astro in a precarious position there, but protected by Hardy once more.
So Hardy goes into Nemesis form, just gets slept
instantly. Yeah. Astro dead, close to that sound barrier. Again, a very scrappy affair, and it will be with the Doomfist, of course. Doom just flying everywhere. The CD's so short. Oh, I thought that sleep actually hit the Tracer, but not quite to be. Eventually, Izzyaki is kind of taken down, and Fnatic losing control of this fight. And it's going to end, by the looks of it, in a Space Station defense here, and not even giving a tick up.
Yeah, not giving a tick up, and then also not using any of these ultimates. So you're going to have 5 ultimates here for Space Station Gaming coming into the next fight. As it has gotten really scrappy. There's, been kills traded all around, but it's not resulted in anything positive in terms of objective time for Fnatic.
Yeah, or at least hoping to come away with 1 checkpoint at the very least. I mean, Nanoblade's available. El Clasico coming in. Lab instantly deleted. Soundbar from Freddy Astro. Landon's going to be the main focus. Nice deflection there. I don't know who shot it, but Landon screaming in comms about it, I'm sure. It's Tectonic Shock as well. Hardy and the rest of the team have to hide. And with Landon dead, they're going to stagger their ultimates out here. Hardy ripping the Annihilation, but can he find any value with it? Ends up killing Donghak, but it is Knife just taking over this point, and that'll be a cap for Fnatic.
Yeah, Hardy trying to step out onto the point. Just getting booped back there by that Venture, so looks like Knife going back to spawn. Maybe you want to change here. The Venture's not really great with the high ground. Yeah, so they all switch over to Genji here to access that high ground. and Hadi over to the D.Va. So we've seen way more Hadi D.Va than I thought we ever would have seen here.
Yeah, this is great.
This is crazy. To Echo, so we're seeing a little bit of...
Chat, is this real? Hadi D.Va?
Echo Tracer against May Tracer. It's a very odd scenario.
Yeah. Good spot for Landon to be on, that's for sure. My word. All right, okay, swap places with the displays. Donghack again, just proving how good he is on this Doomfist. Escorting Space Station down to the slow ground. Sound barrier from Lee J gone now. Everybody cowering in this room. I mean, Knife, regardless of what he's on, he's still doing a lot of AoE damage on this Echo now. Switched away from the Venture.
Do you think we'll see Sparker change? Like, is this where you kind of like maybe bring back the Cassidy potentially? Yeah, there's no D.Va on the other side, right? Echo Tracer, like this feels like it would be a really good scenario to play the Cassidy. So
yeah,
they'll play Tracer Echo themselves. So another viable option.
It's a complete mirror here, apart from the tanks. 2.5 minutes to go over the bridge. Donghack still proving quite annoying to the Space Station, even if they're trying to come out the doors. A 1v5 and he just punches away. A Meteor Strike too on top of that bridge, maybe trying to get Space Station away from them. Donghack's out of there, all good. Just lives another day.
It's just so much disruption though.
Like, it is, yeah.
You know, he's on the high ground, they're turning and focusing. That allows, Checkmate to just kind of make some plays on the Tracers. Psycho wraps around here.
He's everywhere all at once. It's just so frustrating. Checkmate with the Pulse Bomb, trying to force the Kiriko to use that teleports. And with the duplication from Knife, I mean, this fight is over. Space Station Gaming, no hope, no chance to come back into this one. They got another touch though, Matt. Oh, nice kill on the Hardy too. Nice little remake loop kill by Knife.
Yeah, nice little double there towards the end. For Space Station Gaming. Can he get out, get a touch? No sound barrier. He ended up using it in that previous fight.
Yeah,
right?
Lee Chagon's got his soon.
And this is going to be huge, especially towards, like, if you can get this checkpoint here for Fnatic and then hold on to your sound barrier, there's not much further you need to
There's no
push that
Suzu,
payload.
no TP. Oh, the backline of Space Station Gaming struggling to keep themselves alive. Nastro's dead to Lee Chagon. Oh my word, they might even need to use the Pulse Bomb, to be fair. Looks like Psycho is there, on the point right now, just contesting. Self-destruct used to get the remake, but Lee Chagon takes him out. Lee Chagon taking over the map right now. 50 seconds to go as the sound barrier comes in. Sparker, Hail Mary, Pulse Bomb finds nothing.
So the payload actually getting closer. Checkmate. Moving it on in as Hadi went over to the Winston there for a second just to get a little bit closer. Now back over to the D.Va. So you do get a hold behind a Kitsune rush here for Space Station Gaming. And that is a massive kill because we're, 30 seconds on the clock. There's not an opportunity here for Fnatic to reset.
I mean, maybe Checkmate can come up with something with the Pulse, but it looks like Fnatic are going to back off.
That is risky, right? You back off here.
You got fast comp, so you're not really worried about touching, but there's still a danger.
Yeah, but one pick off here, like an early pick off from Psycho or somebody else.